it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah, just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah, let it out, let it out, let it out, let it out. Yeah. Girl, what's this shit about? You told me I was different then. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little sad about it. I can't let you go. Losing control of me. A little sad about it. I'm sad about it. Taste the You ain't gotta act like that. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is an ocean, then we're going slow motion. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is an ocean, then we're going slow motion. Yes, I could. So stick around. Yes, I could. Yes, I could. So stick around. Just like I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none, stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now, I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
had shit to say, now when I see you it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced, 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
But I got the juice, taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad. Got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
What a wonderful day already.
Some nice breakfast, the sun is out, winter is here.
Some nice coconut, enjoying Dota.
Fresh mango, jumping in the pool later, and 12 best teams in the world.
Yeah, Team Falcons, Team Spirit, Bad Boom. Who else we got, Winter?
Team Boom. Don't forget about them.
SEA Pride.
Yeah,
Yeah, SEA Pride.
we'll see how they do. I mean, even if you get eliminated early here, it's still a very nice place to
No,
be
this
at.
is a bonus motivator. You better do well. You want to stay in this
Hey
hotel
guys, I
forever.
know we're at a luxury resort for ESL Bangkok, Thailand 2024, but we got work to do. You got a panel.
Let's look at each other first.
The journey is about to begin. For these competitors, there's no room for flair and magic. Only pure focus will make the difference. Underdogs have broken their limits to be here, defeating former champions in their way.
Gaming Gladiators knocked out.
Veterans are back on land to prove they still have what it takes to be at the top. The best teams in the world will have to fight to keep their title. When it matters, can their strength stay consistent? With so much of the unexpected already taken place,
GG called Avilus qualifying.
there's no telling how the battle will go down. But what we do know is that they'll do whatever it takes to come out triumphant. The 12 best teams in the world, here to prove they're worthy of joining the list of players who have lifted the ESL One trophy. Will these players find the path to become legends? It's time to find the answer.
A very warm welcome from ESL One Bangkok 2024. It's the first stop here for ESL One this season, and we are in for a fantastic week filled with the best Dota 2 you can imagine on one of the best locations you can imagine as well. We've already had a little bit of a teaser, I feel, with the Unmuted getting released yesterday. If you didn't watch that, make sure you do have some fantastic moments in it, but don't do it now, because now we're gonna have a great day of group stages, as it is day one of that. Before we dive into any of that, though, let me introduce to you my panel. I'm joined this morning by none other than Kezu and Winter.
Winter, woo!
How you doing, Winter?
I'm great, great. Finished my breakfast, I'm ready to go.
Ready to go, Kezu?
I mean, same, it's beautiful weather. We've got a pool, we've got nice breakfast, we have winter. Like, what else do you want?
We have
everything.
We have everything. We even have Christmas trees. Ooh, yeah.
We do have Christmas. And belay, but maybe you can...
And what?
The belay.
Oh, the ballet.
Ballet, sorry. Guys.
Yeah,
My
he
bad.
was busy watching
What is that?
ballet.
The ballet.
Everyone was like doing prep work and he's watching ballet.
Actually, that was Shiver. But she was telling us all about it.
The ballet was great. Also, the lady with the harp was fantastic. And there's also a lady playing the piano very well. She played the Beatles yesterday. I'm getting too much distracted.
My bad.
It's time to start talking about what's going to happen here over the next 7 days, because there's a lot at stake. And if we're talking about a lot at stake, we first, of course, have to talk about the money that is involved with ESL One Bangkok. We have $1 million up for grabs, Kezu.
I mean, it's just all these events. Honestly, it's kind of insane how, in my opinion, Dota evolved like over time. Not just like how much money you're paid, the fact that everyone is paid, and like what all these tournaments do for you for like qualifiers and moving on and points and everything. But yeah, 300K for first place. That's it's not too bad, you know?
It's not too bad. I want to also clarify that at the very bottom, of course, this also shows the EPT points that you can earn. But at the very bottom, it says non-final performance has another extra couple of points. Because it's similar to Dream League. If you remember, if you came first in your group, you get extra points, and that is the same this time around. So keep that in mind as well as we head into the group stages later on. But when we're looking at these points, Winter, we got to look at the big picture. We have to look at the year leading up towards the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, you definitely want those points, you know, to get to EWC, and not to mention the future tournaments where you get directly invited, directly seeded into like getting top of the group.
Yeah,
might matter a lot.
It matters a lot. I think there's a previous Dream League. We already heard some players talk about, you know, we're just playing to not have to go through qualifiers, because some of these qualifiers, Kezu, as you very well know, they're brutal.
Yeah, especially like Europe, you know, if you have some of the teams that didn't get points earlier, now your region has like everyone battling in these qualifiers, you don't have that many slots, so yeah, you know, points matter a lot, and here, this is a LAN, so there's more points for that as opposed to, you know, your early Dream Leagues, it's online, matters a little less, but here you've got a lot of damn points to grab.
Yes, and as you can see, this is the second stop for the EPT, and we can take a look at what happened after the first stop, because we have the updated EPT rankings. And if we're talking about teams that didn't have to qualify, you're looking at the top 4 of this group, of this leaderboard rather. It's Falcons, Bedboom, Spirit, and Paravision. Those 4 teams came top 4 at the previous stop for the EPT, and they get a direct invite to Bangkok. So they're here based on that, and of course all the other teams that you see here fighting to get points. And it's not just for the qualifiers for the next event, it's also big picture for the Dota 2 Championship at the Esports World Cup. That's where you want to be. It's a long road, but LANs matter more. As we just heard, this is going to be a very important tournament for all teams here. And if we're talking about the teams here, let's talk about all 12 that made it this far. We have 4 teams making it out of the leaderboards, directly invited. And then we have the rest of the teams qualifying from their region, 2 qualifiers from Western Europe, the rest all 1 each per region. Winter, here they are, the full 12. Which one stands out to you most?
Definitely Boom, you know.
Yes, yes. I'm not surprised.
You know, my friends are there, you know, Mushi's there.
Yeah.
We were here 10 years ago, I think, playing a Dota 1 tournament, winning the tournament, so now we're back together. Not on the team, but, you know, as friends.
Close enough, close enough.
Yeah, I just remember vaguely, you know, after the tournament ended, we won, and then he comes to all of us and, you know, we could have done this particularly better. You know, this move here.
Mindset.
Everyone won. We were already like, oh, time to relax. And he comes to everyone. Guys, come over here. I need to discuss this part about the game. We should have done this better.
I feel like I saw the same in the Unmuted yesterday. Like even when Falcons were winning, snaking after the game, it's like, guys, you need to chill.
Yeah.
Like this, we need to do better. Our fundamentals. This, and it's like, you know, chill out, dude. Like you guys just won. You guys just slapped them. But you know, it's the Sigma grind set. You know, you gotta keep improving every time.
It's a winner's mentality that you basically never really won.
Yeah.
That sounds oddly depressing.
I mean, it is what it is. You know?
It is
like,
what it is. I also want to clarify one thing, because you saw just now 12 teams, so you did see the Beast Coast logo. We know they have MAT awaiting in the wings, but this will be their final tournament, I believe, with the Beast Coast logo and under the Beast Coast banner still there. So that is not an error, as we can take a look at what's coming your way, because those 12 teams, we split them up into 2 groups of 6. Now this is very important. Before we talk about the groups, top 2 of each group, they make it to the upper bracket, middle 2 to the lower bracket, bottom 2 eliminated. And that is scary. Some groups a little scarier than others. Let's take a look at Group A because Winter, right? This one is the one with your boys in it, with Boom. It's already gone now, but
they were there.
They were there. I do want to quickly touch upon that because it feels like that group in particular is fairly open, where you have a couple of teams that you think will be in the top, but the rest is up for grabs.
Yeah, I think anyone could definitely, have a good day, you have one good start, you get a couple of wins, and then you might just be through, to the winners bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whereas
like
for
me,
Group B,
like if I look at them, this group is like more top heavy.
Yeah.
Like there's like a lot of good teams. Whereas Group A, you have like it's the Falcons and Spirit that will get the top 2, but like the 3rd to 6th spot, I have no idea. Literally can't tell.
Can't tell. It's a lot of games that are kind of coming your way, as you say. 2 groups. All the matches that are in those groups, there will be round robin, and it will be 2-game series. And I know you've done the math. We need more streams, and we got more streams for you. We got 3 streams in total over the next 3 days. And we're going to go through all of this schedule so you know what to expect and where you can watch your favorite teams. This is what's happening on the Storm stream. And I'm going to ask straight up, Kezu, which one are you definitely not going to miss?
Which one am I not missing? Probably, it has to be Miracle. Come on.
Oh, yeah,
Enigma, they're here. Bad
to.
Chess Miracle's back. Winter, who's your pick? You cannot choose Miracle.
No.
I mean, he's going to choose Boom.
No,
whatever.
I'm choosing Rebellion because they have 2 SEA players.
That is also Boom. They're playing against Boom.
Oh, sorry.
Wow, this guy's good. He metagamed us.
Yeah, he did. No, it's going to be a very exciting day on the Storm stream. Let's see what's coming your way on the Ember stream. We have got, I do feel like we need to talk a little bit about this. The Gaozu. Winter, correct me, please.
I think it's Gaozu.
Gaozu.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you. This is a squad, and I know this was said during rehearsals, but I would like to have the analogy once more. How would you describe this team, Winter?
Well,
don't tell me you forgot.
This team was originally made to be played with Low, and then he abandoned them.
Okay. And what is the other analogy you gave?
Did I give you the other one?
Yes, you did. Well, I don't know if
you said they're the Fart Studios of China. Because they're a streamer team, which is true. It's true.
They're a streamer team. There's like 3 players on this team that are retired officially. So yeah, they are. They came back together. They tried to play the qualifiers and succeeded, and they're here. And they are fierce. I mean, if you're saying streamer team, every single one of these players you're gonna recognize. So they're gonna be my team to watch on the Ember stream. For today, let's take a look at what's coming your way on the main stream where you're here. We got 2 double headers, 2 double headers of Bedboom and 2 double headers of Falcons. And I know you both are gonna watch first 2 series. Yeah.
We better.
Which one of the Bedboom series are you gonna put your fork down for when you're eating?
I think the last one.
Yeah.
I liked Parivision a lot as well, but I think Liquid kind of still need to show me like what they're up to. They have Saberlight, of course, it takes some time. He's replacing 3-3, which is like kind of like the ground block or like the centerpiece of most lineups that he's going to be in. So this is the one I'm looking at.
I like the Parivision series though. I think Parivision, they've come a long way since their formation. They've improved a lot. I think especially their draft, they've been making a lot of headway in that area. I mean, they played with a stand-in in the recent tournament, but I feel like this team is going to be a very strong team moving forward.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think you can see why we chose these 4 series on the main stream.
Yeah, they're bangers. Like, all 4 are just bangers.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great day, and of course we're gonna do it not just with the 3 of us here on the desk. We're gonna have a whole arsenal of people coming your way and telling you the stories of the teams and telling you the stories of the games as they are happening first. And 2 of those faces that you're gonna be hearing from are our commentary duo of this morning. Hey, Gabe. Hey, Trent. How you doing?
Oh, doing great. I'm excited.
I was looking past the camera.
I can't believe
it's a secret.
this.
They're in the same room.
We're blessed. We got the freaking best games.
Hello.
It's hi over there. Hello. How's it going?
I don't know if I look at the screen or the.
Just look here. Yeah.
You look at the camera.
I'm going over the monitor.
Is that what we do?
Yeah, I can't wait. We've got some of the best games coming up here. We're blessed. We got Spirit, Falcons to start off. They're gonna own, right?
Who?
I just say who, and the fans of the team just say, yeah, we're going to do it. That's the way you do this.
That's very agreeable. Just both teams are going to play really well. Yeah, it's going to be excellent. Little Falcons doubleheader to start your morning here on the main stream.
Very, very diplomatic answer, but give me some hard hitters, Hot takes.
Who's choking?
Who's choking? Amar, he can't do it anymore. He's falling out. I don't know. That's all I got. Yeah, Falcons are going to lose, and then they're going to win both games.
What?
Yeah.
That's a hot take.
They're going to win and lose both. Yeah.
I mean, how about
1-1s, baby.
Grimstroke Thinker? You were playing those heroes yesterday. I saw you with your turbo games.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I've won every game that I've played while I've been here.
That's right.
Without having a hotkey for his shop.
Did you include to that the game that Trent played for you on your
Listen, that was bad.
I am getting flamed here. I thought we all flame the teams.
No. Here's the thing. You get flamed when you have such terrible controls and you go, someone take my game, I have to go do something. And you hop on your keyboard like, well, I'm playing Grimstroke. How hard can it be? Then you see the build and he's got E-Blade eggs. And you're like, all right, well, that's okay. Then you double tap Glimmer Cape and it doesn't work because you don't have double tap to quick cast. So that's annoying. And then you have reverse camera grip. So when you're doing the camera grip thing, it goes the wrong way. And also, your camera speed is so slow, you can't even edge pan. How do you play?
I have never been flamed so much for being so right, okay? That's all I'm going to say. I take no responsibility, I only win. That's
Classic.
Well,
that's the Dota player right there.
You guys are both winner in my heart because you're going to be having a fantastic cast later on today. I mean, whatever happens to your turbo games and in the games that I'm happy to not be a part of, then yeah, this is going to be great. It's going to be a good day. And of course, we have the commentators here with us in the room as we kind of spoiled that for you. But there's also someone who's not in the room with us, thankfully. And we're going to check in with him regularly as well. Hey, Jenkins.
Hello, Shaver and Winter. It was great to hear your insights. I need to be more quiet. I'm in the Falcons' nest here. Don't want to distract them from their pregame rituals, which was Hello Kitty Adventures from Mallory and Dota from all the other players. How you guys doing?
We're doing fine. What's this pose?
What do you mean? What is the pose? I'm sneaking around here.
No, but
this
you're
is this is my sneaking pose. What do you think I'm doing?
Oh, you can't see me. Never mind.
I can't see you. What are you doing? Are you trying to imitate me?
I was
Kezu, I threw
imitating
shots at you. Can you defend yourself? I clearly just threw a shot at you. You didn't defend yourself.
At me?
No, at Kezu.
I didn't hear you.
I said, hi, Winter and Shiver. Great insights. Defend yourself.
I don't have to. You're a dumbass. Keep going.
There you go. Good man. There you go. He's learning. He's learning. Anyway, I'm here with the Falcons. We talked about choking. I think if anybody's going to choke, it will be Crit. He does have a nut allergy. So I'm not sure about anybody else, though. And maybe Amar, if his enter key works, that might be, if that counts as choke, that could be like choking his career. You know, that could be possible here. No response.
You can be a bit louder. I think.
No, I can't be a bit louder. What do you mean? I'm in the Falcon's nest. They say don't enter a Falcon's nest when the young are feeding, and Mallory's playing a pub. So what am I supposed to do here? I gotta be quiet.
He's actually
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh, he's not there actually. I probably should have looked.
Stop telling lies.
When I said that.
But I appreciate the setup. It was a good, well-practiced joke.
I said he was feeding. No, that was improv. Everybody loves improv.
Sure.
He was feeding. I could hear it was not going well.
That's why he left.
Primal Beast mid is not as strong as it once was. You know?
I mean, if you feed before the game, so it means that you won't feed in the game, you know, in the actual.
Get it out before the game. Yeah, I like that.
That is a Winter. I understand why you're on the panel now. I get it. I really do. Anything you guys want me to? You want me to sniff the chair or something?
Yeah,
That's
I think so.
Think
Sniff the one Malrine was in.
I'm not doing that. I don't even know why I suggested that. I'm not sure, honestly. Kezu, back to you.
Yeah, back to you, Shiver.
Yeah, back to us. Thank you very much, Jenkins. Can't wait to see what you got in store for us later today, as we indeed will be checking in with him regularly to see what's up on the player side of things. And we don't just want to hear from Jenkins. We want to hear from everyone. We want to hear from you. That's right. There's loads of social media channels out there. So take your pick, please. Pick your favorite, use hashtag ESL1 and let us know what you're up to, how you're enjoying the game, or potentially maybe you're even one of the lucky people that will watch the last 3 days live in Paragon Hall.
Ooh.
Maybe you want to let us know that. That's very exciting. Are you all going to watch live in Paragon Hall, Kezu? Yes,
we definitely will be watching from there.
We will.
And they should come too. You should be there.
I mean, if we are not there, then something's wrong, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then you're not showing up to your job.
I overslept. No,
3 days
no
in a row.
excuses, you know.
How heavy is your jet lag, Winter? Is there a jet lag?
1 hour.
1 hour. You might oversleep. Oh.
He has no excuses.
No excuses to oversleep. No, we'll be there in Paragon Hall as well. It's going to take a while to get there, though. We have a lot of games to go through, so we're going to get started with the first one. We're going to start talking about Falcons versus Spirit after this.
just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate.
Falcons and Spirit, those will be our first 2 teams featured here in the group stages of ESL One Bangkok, powered by Intel. And we are in for a fantastic 2-game series. Both of these teams have had a lot of practice over the last few months, a lot of practice against each other as well. We're going to focus our attention first on Team Falcons, though, as this is still the team to beat. I know they didn't do too well in the Slam just a week ago, but this is still a team that has already gotten 2 first place finishes under their belt after TI, Kazu. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, this team is insane. Also, maybe, you know, they role swapped. Snake King has, you know, the carry logo. Maybe he's gonna take the reins.
Skeeter as support. Love to see it.
Right,
why not?
He is the carry and Skeeter is the support. Skeeter's running around ganking for his teammates.
That's
you
true.
know?
He's making space for the Snake King Venom in the jungle that Winter likes so much. No, but this team, like, they're so good. You can see it in how they play. Also, like, how much they can abuse their own heroes. And to me, it's just like this team kind of just has everything, you know. They still have the quote-unquote like new blood with Malrine and Amar. You have the veterans and like Crit, Snake King. You have AY as the coach. They've got it all.
Yeah, sometimes you like a couple people from a team. Sometimes you dislike a couple people from a team. I know that that's all the rage right now. And I know Jenkins definitely dislikes the person he's interviewing right now.
That's right, Cheever. I'm here with team captain extraordinaire of Team Falcons, Snake King. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Played like 3-4 pubs already before this morning. Feeling good.
You guys just came from Blast. How did you feel that tournament went for you guys going into this one?
Obviously, it was quite disappointing. This is our worst result of the year so far. You know, almost last place. It's closer to the bottom than the top.
Was Aoi at that tournament with you guys?
I mean, he might have been physically there, but who knows? Mentally, probably wasn't. That's why we didn't do so well.
Right. You can always blame Aoi, right?
Yeah, I mean, what else is he here for?
Have you seen what your carry player, Skeeter, of course, has been playing in his pubs?
No, I don't really pay attention to any of these goons.
How would you feel about having a carry Earthshaker on your team?
I mean, probably report worthy.
What's 47 times 4?
47 times 4? 188?
It's 198, actually.
198? Sure, we can go with that.
That's good team captaining. I just wanted to test you if you're a good team captain. That was very amicable, and you can kind of solve problems on the team. Do you feel like you take that role for your team? If there's something going on, you kind of chill everybody out and solve the problems?
No, this is why we have the young kids. They are the ones we just blame everything on, along with the coach. You know, you got to have scapegoats on the team.
Right, got to have scapegoats, ladies and gentlemen. I'll let you get into your first match of the day. Good luck, and we'll send it back to the panel.
It actually was 188. That was very fast. He was
really
so fast.
Yeah.
I would choke on the spot.
Human calculator, sneaking.
He's good.
Needs to calculate how many CS he has in every game.
I mean, he's a support. It probably will be easy math.
True. Double digits at the most.
Yeah. All right, let's focus our attention on Team Spirit. That will be the challengers for Team Falcons this morning. Team Spirit, since the of course, has changed things up quite a bit with 3 fresh players with various results. Also, they didn't do too well for the Slam, but I feel like getting 3rd at the previous Dream League, getting 4th at BB Dasha before that is actually, Winter, a quite good result for a team that just changed 3 players.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like they can only go higher, you know, after this. They just need to figure out what heroes to pick. They are figuring out how to play with each other, and I feel like they have the right players to have a top team at the moment.
I mean, it's just, you have like a lot of this also like new blood with like Satanic, you have Rue, Malik, who's, as far as I know, he's still a stand-in until like Collapse comes back eventually. We'll see. But like you have Mipochka with them, and honestly, the way they're doing is, excuse me, way better than I thought they would do. Like you put so many new pieces together, and like Satanic, who's 16, 17, like a pop star. These guys are good.
These guys are very good. A lot of new pieces indeed. Jenkins Mushtas is a new piece as well. And he's actually incredibly jealous of the hair of Laurel.
That's right, Cheever. I'm here with Team Laurel from Spirit. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Doing good.
What's your pre-game ritual? What do you do to warm up for a match? Your match is at 12. It's like 10-something right now. What are you going to do in the next hour?
I mean, try to play pub, maybe watch some games. Team we play, so just basic things.
Would you double down in that pub?
I never double down. I hate double down.
Never? You never double down?
No, I don't use.
What do you think about the people that get like 15k MMR doubling down? How do you feel about them?
Noobs.
Not like you.
Yeah, bad.
Okay, fair enough. You guys are, speaking of noobs, you guys are playing against Team Falcons. How do you feel like you guys match up against this team right now?
I don't know which form they play. Like last tournament, they not play well, so we'll just see. Like us, we don't play well. So just gonna try our best, like usually. So basic.
I wanted to ask about the format of Blast. How did you feel about that one, where if you get knocked down, you're like out? How did you guys feel about the format?
I mean, this format not for me, like for our team, because you don't have chance to like come back to like think about your game in another style. So I don't like this format, like bad.
Fair enough. You guys are the comeback team, and I'll let you get to your match. Good luck, my friend, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. And I am on the... I understand where Laurel's coming from, because both Spirit and Falcons generally do better if they get time to fix their issues. I will once again bring up Unmuted, where we saw Falcons do just that at that ESL One Birmingham. Go watch it if you haven't yet. Both of these teams, though, they've had a lot of experience already against each other. So in terms of warming up and solving problems that they throw at each other, they should have a good idea about what to do. They've had 11 games played against each other, with 8 going the way of Falcons, 3 going the way of Spirit. That is since TI 2024, though, so that's like in a month and a half, a lot of games. Now, if we look at our US Air Force Wisdom Rune, we can also see the win rate since TI that they've had, Kezu, which is also has quite a big of a difference there.
72%, that is a lot. I mean, I'm not too surprised. Falcons are just like one of the best teams that are out there. So, I mean, even if you win more than like maybe 20, 25%, honestly, that's not even like bad against this team. But yeah, I would give Spirit slightly higher chance than what, you know, the statistics show here, because they're kind of like a team that if you're not ready at one moment, they're going to come back in the game or get like a 10k lead. So sure, you win more often than not, but this team is hella good.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You have like so many roster changes, and Falcons, on the other hand, they kept the same roster. You know, so statistically, they are going to be doing a little bit better compared to Team Spirit in the first 2 months, you know, after TI. And right now, I feel like Team Spirit is kind of like more towards on the upwards trajectory, whereas I feel like Falcons, they are hitting a brick wall. You know, the meta's changing a little bit, the heroes are changing a little bit, so maybe the numbers are going to be going down a little bit too for them.
Yeah, it could be. I do want to acknowledge the fact that we are on a very different time zone than Falcons and Spirit normally play at. And that means not everybody might be 100% familiar with what's going to come our way here, as said, Spirit is having 3 new players. We talked about Satanic a little bit already. I just wanna recap their playstyle a little bit, Kezu, because this is a squad of 5 players that still play with the Spirit flair, I'd say, even if they have changed 3 players.
No, for sure. And I feel like you can tell this, like that specific teams have like a dynamic. Like they still play this very heavy 4+1. I feel like no other team in Dota really has it as much as they do. Like really this entire team it's about Satanic. Enable his game, get him his Morphling, get him his Shadow Fiend, have like an Ogre to buff him up, get teamfight from the offlane, build auras, make space, allow him to like get his items, and then you play for like the win. So they're like the most 4+1 team that we have right now. Yeah, whereas on Falcons side, they're kind of like trying to balance their eggs between their 3 cores. Sometimes you see Amar getting a lot of priority, sometimes you see Maureen getting priority, sometimes you see Skitter getting priority. And if you look at how the game's going right now, I feel like 4 Protect 1 might be more of the suitable way to play Dota right now. It might be coming back, yeah.
It could be. We are in the draft for game 1 of this 2-game series. We got Team Spirit on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side, with first pick going the way of Team Falcons. I want to put one last point on the Satanic versus Amar lane, because they will go up against each other. Those are for both teams the 2 youngest players on the team. Amar now 19, whereas Satanic coming in at 17 with the youngest player here at the tournament here at ESL One Bangkok. So I'm excited to watch that lane play itself out, and I'm also excited to hear you guys talk about what's happening in this draft, as we already have the opening of the Bristle versus Monkey coming out.
I mean, Falcons play Bristle a lot. It's like one of Amar's best heroes, and of course they did cover it quite well. When you look at the bans, there's no Morph, there's no SD. But in my opinion, Monkey King from second pick right now is really annoying to draft against, so Spirit should be very happy to have it. There's a lot of mid matchups he does very well in. Even if you lane into BB, you have a good carry-to-carry matchup. Like you have a good hero-to-hero matchup. You can lane well into him. You can itemize against him as well. So I think Spirit should be pretty happy with this first phase as well.
But this is going to come down to what support that you're going to give the Bristol back. Yeah. In this lane, I feel like this lane can go either way. Like depending on what support you get. Yeah. Something like a Morita would be very nice at securing the lane for BB. You basically need someone to help you in the first 2 waves. And after that, you just go stack and whatever. You know, the Monkey King can't really do much to you.
Yeah, I think like Morita, maybe some crit Dark Willows is something he plays. I mean, Falcons at least think for now that this Monkey is more potentially going into the mid lane, so they're at least gonna ban out the like carries that are more annoying for BB to deal with. But you know, I can kind of see, I think it was a Dream League where they lost 2 or 3 times in a row to Bedboom, where they kept flexing like a TA. Just, you know, the minus armor, you have good laning, you can't really kick the TA out of lane. Yeah. So it kind of makes sense.
And this is also something that we need to highlight. When you're on the second pick, it's always very valuable to have a hero that can be shuffled around. Yeah. I think on the first pick side, sometimes it doesn't really matter as much. I mean, obviously they have a BB which could theoretically could be shuffled around. Yeah. And Spirit here going for a break, you know, Hoodwink has a break against Bristleback. Kind of nice. And they've had a couple of games where I think Miposhka has been playing like position 5 Hoodwink, you know. I think he's the only one that's been utilizing this hero as a 5.
And it also looked actually like really good, because I didn't know like how good Hoodwink 5 can be, but they kind of make it work most of the time. I think Falcon, something I could consider here. I was going to say maybe Phoenix or Bat. I think Phoenix overall is also very annoying for like Monkey King in the game. Doesn't matter if he's mid or if he's carry. It's kind of good for you, but this
is the bodyguard. I mean, this is the bodyguard in the lane.
Yeah.
It's good against the monkey in the game, in the lane, everything. You can catch him. I mean, he had a pretty decent buff in the last patch.
Yeah, I'm surprised they buffed his innate actually.
Yeah,
that was already good. Like I think it went from 15 to 20% over time. Like, it's really strong.
I mean, he's going to be doing mostly like, he bodyguards for the first 2 waves, and then he's going to be doing a lot of stacking. And because you want to give the Bristle solo XP as much as possible, and yeah, get him to clear the stack so you get your levels as well. And it's very good against the Hoodwink later in the game as well.
Still go for the Phoenix as well.
Okay, both.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. Like, Bat is good. Bat can catch these 2 heroes. They're very fragile. If you do lock them down, they're pretty much dead. I think it gives you good lanes. You like stacking on Bat as well for like a BB. So let's see. I think Spirit kind of need to look at a way that they get to start fights. I think if you play against a support duo of Bat Phoenix and they dictate how they fight and where they fight and how to protect the egg, you're in for a bad time.
I mean, the Phoenix in the team fight with the Bat and protecting the Bristle with the Sunray is going to be very difficult. Like, Spirit either has to match that or they have to play more towards the draft, towards playing on the side lanes. You push out the waves and you have to try and catch them. Because you have Monkey, you have Hoodwink, you have very, very good heroes at picking off solo heroes pushing out side lanes, and you kind of have to play around that.
Where do you guys want to see this Monkey King?
I think for me, carry probably.
Because even though Monkey King was picked first into the Bristle, they still banned out the T8 and the Drow Rangers, so it kind of feels like Falcons was not expecting the Monkey to go carry.
I mean, Falcons might be happy if they kind of forced them to put it carry by banning out other heroes that they could want over it in the carry role, by kind of like limiting it in a way. But I mean, maybe it also depends a bit on what Falcons show us later. Because Spirit have choice. If they do want to put it mid, they can. But okay, they will go with the Primal. I guess Phoenix doesn't do too much to you in the lane. You have a break later as well if you want.
This one's from Malik, no?
Yeah, this one is Malik hero. He's really, really, really good at this hero.
Yeah.
Now you're suggesting he starts with boots right away to clear the wave?
He could. I think also another added benefit when you play against BB and Falcons especially, you know that they will stack their triangle. So if you have heroes that can help you invade, which Primal definitely can, like he can TP mid quickly, like walk over, you can always smoke with Hoodwink, you have 1+1 kill threat. So yeah, I can definitely see it.
So if the Hoodwink is a 5, okay, so Lion's going to be a 4, Lion plus Primal. Pretty good kill lane. It's a stable lane, I think.
You would rather see the Lion as a 4 than as a 5?
Yeah.
I think so too.
I think right now their draft is a lot about like what I said before, pickoffs, right? You see their heroes, Primal, Lion, Hoodwink, Monkey, they're going to be like running around the map trying to kill heroes, split them up. Whereas Falcons, it's very clear for their game plan. Bristleback's hitting the tower, you have a Phoenix hiding behind him. The Bat Rider is like trying to jump the enemy team, and they're going to be playing around that. And Spirit, they're kind of going to have to try to delay that as much as they can with the pickoffs.
I mean, I wonder what Falcons want here. Like, I don't know if they want to like decide to end up picking, okay, we're going to take Malreen's hero.
Storm type of hero. They need to catch into, like, kill into push.
I could definitely see the Storm. I think, I mean, Malreen's puck is also very good, but I feel like he's kind of swayed away a little bit.
Because of the Lion?
Pick. Yeah, that also. And I think then otherwise, if you look at the carries, carry pool is getting kind of small. You probably want, I would say, a melee carry that helps your Phoenix get out of the lane and that you can protect yourself a little bit against Primal in the lane.
So you are definitely considering Bristle being a carry here. You want to avoid the monkey lane and maybe pick another hero on the off lane? Or that's like too far?
I feel like Skeeter doesn't really play BB for them.
So Wraith King maybe, something like Wraith King.
Yeah, like something like that. Because honestly, it's not that crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to make sense now. So their carry is actually going to be on the mid lane. So they have 2 off laners on their side lanes.
Honestly, I kind of liked it a lot because I think now it makes it because it's kind of hard to find this melee carry from safe lane that will win you the game. But I think now he doesn't have to win you the game. He just has to.
I mean, it's just Lina, right, available against the sniper right now.
Yeah, like even then, I mean, maybe it's just you straight up go Storm anyway for Spirit or something like that if you have last pick for later. Because yeah, I think now if you're Falcons, this is not an easy Monkey King game. Like in the game, you're playing into Sniper, you're playing into Bat, you're playing into Phoenix. If you lane mid versus Sniper, obviously Monkey doesn't do well there either. So I feel like at this point, you need like kind of a gotcha pick from Spirit. And there's all, you can't like run Spectre either. I think with Spectre, you just kind of auto lose. You're gonna lose your lanes. There's too high tempo. Hero will never get online.
Yeah, I feel like kind of probably, I personally prefer the Monkey to be in carry role here.
I think so too.
And you pick another mid hero.
They do actually ban the Shaker.
Just in case.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they need a melee. I mean, it's also kind of like Skeeter archetype. It's a melee hero.
So it has to be like
some
other type of front. I think I mentioned Wave King.
It can be Sven. It can be Wraith King.
I mean, it
like
could still also be Bristle, and then they pick something else.
He could be, but I feel like
Timber is still there.
I mean, there is a way where they feel like it's an unplayable way. For like Spirit cannot put Monkey mid, therefore they have to put it carry. If they feel like that, if they now pick Viper or something, I'm not saying it's good, but if they feel like, okay, you give like Monkey King an unplayable mid and safe lane that he can't play, fine. But I feel like your draft has a better structure if you just end up going some Wraith King, maybe Chaos Knight. Like I don't think they're great heroes, but they round out what they need.
Yeah. They work with the Phoenix, they work with the Sniper.
Hey, you got a nice stun in there for both of them as well.
Yeah, what else is there for Mr. Skeeter?
Stunts.
First, they're gonna see a hero still banned, as we are looking to Falcons to ban out the final hero in this first game of ESL One Bangkok.
I mean, is Dawnbreaker considered a stun?
I mean, I guess kind of. Yeah,
the
why not?
melee hero works really well with Phoenix.
You know, honestly, I wouldn't even mind it that much. I mean, maybe it just makes it a bit...
Wait, who played it? I remember somebody, was it Pure?
Pure plays carried on. I mean, maybe it's better if you had more people going in, but, you know, I wouldn't be super opposed to it.
I mean, you always have the Break of Dawn, right, when Phoenix uses ulti.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, man, because a lot of just like these strength stunners that you want, they're out. You have no Magnus, you have no Alk, you have no DK, you have no Sven. So, you know, you gotta reach.
I mean, there's
really
one more Faceless Void.
The ban out.
Yeah.
I mean, Faceless Void is not exactly a very good hero right now.
I mean, is it... I don't know, I feel like those are the most safe options, the ones we mentioned with the CK Wraith King. I don't know if there's something more spicy.
There's the Wraith King. Don't need to make it too out there, just goes for a steady option.
So I guess they go, what, Storm now? Just play for the pickoffs with Storm plus Lion?
Probably something like that. I feel like you need an answer to the Sniper and like the subs in the backline. Storm would give you both. Maybe... Nah, I was thinking of Zeus because of Sniper. I think Zeus doesn't win this game. He gets jumped all the time by Bat.
I mean, is there a pick that solves that problem and kills the egg? Because they kind of need someone to kill the egg.
Not sure.
You guys don't like Lina anymore, right?
Yeah, Lina's still in the pool, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lina kind of does that.
Yeah, Lina's okay too.
You can kill the egg, decent against a Sniper, you won't lose your lane.
You have high range. I guess like there isn't like the most
Pick
patch. You can always try to dodge Wraith King or Bat if they're trying to like go on you.
Ooh!
Oh, hello there.
Wait,
Slark.
so Primar's mid, Slark off lane? Has to be, right?
Monkey mid.
No.
Satanic Slark.
Yeah.
Monkey mid.
It's full pick off.
Okay, yeah, Spirit will... They have to kind of play on map a lot. I guess you do get the night vision, which can help you also like play the map against like Sniper, Phoenix, and against Bat. Honestly, it's kind of annoying to play Bat into Slark for many moments of the game.
I did not think we were gonna see a Wraith King versus Slark carry matchup.
I mean, me neither. This is some not 2024 carry pool, that's for sure.
I mean, some Slark, Monkey King, Primal on the same team.
Yeah.
I mean, I at least like the Spirit running out their draft in a way where they know what they want to do, where eventually, maybe it's hard to get there, but if they have map control and an even game at like 25-30 minutes, I think that's kind of what they're striving for. But I will prefer to play the Falcons draft. I feel like it's a little bit easier to execute. You have nice lanes. I feel like it's easier for you to like flow into the game. That's how I feel.
Yeah. And whereas for Spirit, you kind of have a draft where you need to execute really well. Not even just like at 50-60, you might have to play 70-80 or even up to 90% of the draft's potential to win the game. So it's definitely harder for Team Spirit to execute the lineup.
So do we have a... I feel like the way you guys are talking about it, you still
Ease of
think
execution.
Falcons has the ease of execution.
I would definitely lean towards Falcons. I think Spirit need like a somewhat of a chaotic early game where like Monkey King breaks free from mid, he goes top to Primal, or like Primal comes mid on the rune, because this sniper is not really contested. You need to bring numbers to like ruin his game in some capacity.
Yeah, they're gonna have to like try to steal some wisdom runes so they get a hit in terms of levels on the support, and they can play very, very fast.
But they can do it. This is a team that can execute like this.
Spirit can do. They could random 5 heroes and win the game. Like, these guys are good.
Yeah.
Can never count them out. They have Maposhka God, you know, Satanic Man on his Slark. Like, you know, he has last pick Slark. He sees something.
He sees something. We gotta trust. We gotta put our trust into the Satanic Slark. Let's see if that is gonna pay off for us. Falcons will take game number 1 as we head over to our commentary duo of Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Sheever. We are getting ready to go into this game. You can see the switch up that we had at the end that the panel seems to hate. Laurel going to be playing the Monkey King instead, ostensibly giving a free game to Malrine on this sniper. Going into this, I was loving the Spirit draft. What do you think about the switch up? What do you think about the drafts?
Yeah, it's that's kind of the Monkey King issue that we've been having for a little while now, right? Is like you pick this hero and he's supposed to kind of like win the mid lane, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what we've been looking at. But then, you know, they never really get there. You don't force this melee hero to come in there to face you, and instead we get the sniper. So yeah, not necessarily my favorite situation, but I think overall it's just Falcons playing the draft that they've been playing a lot. Like we're watching this draft, and like you kind of maybe you don't know exactly what heroes are going to come out, but you know the exact archetypes that they're going to play.
Well, it's the draft that they've been playing a lot. Also worth noting, they have been losing. It's been a little bit of an issue at times for the old Falcons roster. We'll see if they have what it takes this time around. And I think for me, the big story at the end of that is like Satanic just saying, give me Slark. You know, and there's times where you get this young player that comes onto LAN, wants to make a big name for themselves, and right now apparently is just like trying to see if anybody's around this area. But it really ends up being like a test of how much do you trust this carry player. And it seems like Spirit, they're giving him everything.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy to think that Slark is someone who we kind of think of as an offlaner.
Right.
Like, it's more common to see a Slark get picked as an offlane or even support lately in pro matches. We've had position 4 Slark, we had position 3 Slark, but the position 1 Slark is pretty spooky. This is one situation where maybe you can see it, though, thanks to it coming out at the end of the draft, because you know, people have been going back to like the Bloodseeker or something. If you dare pick him early, we might be seeing quite a bit of this over this tournament as this carry pool gets discovered a bit, right? You know, we already saw. I will never forgive Team Spirit for just banning Earthshaker. First off, I'm going through everyone's Dota 2 Pro Tracker this morning, and I'm like, Skeeter played 5 games with Carry Shaker the past while. I watched the replays, like, yeah, this is kind of good. You get a cleave, right? You're farming eggs.
Absolutely,
feels pretty good.
You can be active if you need to.
Yeah, and then they just go and ban him.
I mean, apparently it's very good. Now, I will say, I can see what you mean about maybe this is something we're going to see more often if these Slarks start to come in the carry position. If it gets stomped right here, the odds of that happening go down dramatically. And that's going to be what I want to watch for. And also, worth noting, with the Monkey King versus that, like, Bristleback dynamic, you obviously have somebody that can maybe get some bullies going in the early stages. Could be a similar thing with Slark. If they bring some numbers, you get those Essence Stiff Sacks built up, it starts to look a little bit better. But a Flame Break pushback, Maposhka going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Crit had his Hoodwink stolen away, and, well, they end up taking back that kill.
Yeah, it is really a game of the goos. We're stacking goos on people. We're stacking essence shifts. We're stacking some napalm, right? Got all those lovely spells you love to spam onto your opponents in this one.
The fastest Ent in the world is that tree running down the mid lane. We'll see how he's able to deal with this. The Malrine Sniper wanting to get some early pressure on there. And, I mean, I want to see if they do end up rotating in heroes to help out. Because Laurel, I feel like, should not have a good time in this one. Unless you just get denied, sure, why not?
Yeah, that part's pretty good. But yeah, of course, you know, Sniper, yes, we're all annoyed at the Shard, sure. When that comes out, you get a little bit of mobility. It's a little harder to jump on that little Dwarf Sniper, but earlier parts in the game, someone like that Primal Beast got that big long range of initiation. I'd like to see a little bit of action there for sure.
Right, that is the thing that I was sort of thinking about and hanging my hat on with this matchup, was it felt like there's so many great heroes on the side of Spirit to try and jump this backline hero of the Sniper. Obviously, Falcon's hoping that Skeeter's going to be the one that's right up front and center and able to take away a lot of that extra pressure that's coming their direction. But time will tell. We'll see.
Yeah, that's kind of like the archetypes I'm talking about too, where it's like this Wraith King, right? We're talking about like what hero he's gonna play. Like this is like one of the #1 ones that I expect from him when he wants to be just this body to provide a little bit of space. Same thing with the Bristleback, and then we just get Lina or Sniper mid from Malrine, and that's pretty much a Falcon strat.
Well, as we get out and across, it doesn't look like there's any lanes that are getting completely dominated. A couple of denies there on the side of the Slark. But what is it that we're going to be seeing? Is it the type of situation where this Slark is going to be looking to kind of make moves early, do you think? Or sort of how we see from a Monkey King? Or do you think that he's going to be staying pretty static until 6?
Slark's definitely a hero who, yeah, as you said, stack till 6. 6 is like the big thing, right, with Slark. You kind of like to get a little bit of space to yourself, so you might instead see a bit of a rotation from something like this Miposhka Hoodwink.
A couple more hits is all they need. Crit, chase down, and dead.
You know, we have zero sympathy for Crit dying to Hoodwink, to be correct, right? Just so we're all clear. He knows the hero.
Yeah, he's very aware of what's going on with that one. Was low on resources anyways, so takes the quick trip back to the fountain. Is going to come back in and try and put some pressure on if possible.
It is the fastest way to get there, famously.
Well, at least at the early goings, Satanic not heavily pressured out of the lane or any type of early aggression going on, as you would expect with them taking this in the last pick. And it oftentimes feels like you're just sort of trying to get out of the laning stage as Slark and sort of have a decent beginning to your game.
Yeah, you just don't want to get pressured. You want your support to maybe roam a little bit if possible, so you're absorbing as much XP as you can, just so you can get to level 6 and have that freedom around the map. Of course, on the professional level, Slark has always had this ability to just deny vision. Course, you know, you've all seen it in your pubs, but when it comes to pro games, it's obviously incredibly important, especially when we're talking about heroes like this Bat Rider, right? Who's like trying to find these big jumps onto somebody that is going to be dependent on some forward vision. So Slark's going to be looking to try and reduce that as much as possible.
Skitter not really able to come and contest this too well. You can see only 8-2 right now as Malik starts to take a little bit of a lead up there on the top side of the map. And likewise, Malrine just sitting on that hill, 22-6, is going to take a pretty dominant control over the mid lane.
Yeah, not too bad though, honestly. Like, this is to be expected. In terms of gold, he's only a couple hundred down on Laral. It's all right. You know, I think this is an acceptable sacrifice as long as Laral becomes that super mobile Monkey King that you're hoping for.
And they're actually just pulling waves around a little bit right now. Amar, Satanic going to try and connect this one in and maybe find a deny or two if he can. But yeah, it's a little bit of a weird laning stage now, as it feels like both heroes just trying to get their early levels and everything. Amar level 4 above that Slark.
And you can see Satanic already queuing up that Mage Slayer. Really good item on the hero because you like to be in the fray and right-clicking people. And against Bristle, it's going to reduce a lot of his damage.
Up top, some damage there on Skitter, but then backs away. Went for the Bone Guard. Not always seen, but much appreciated.
Not the, what, Phantasm Blade, is that what it's called? Something like that.
Something dumb.
Dumb?
I don't know what it
cool. It makes that cool graphic. I like it.
I just lost another game with it yesterday, so I'm just bitter right now.
That's
That's all this is.
And we won that game.
Oh yeah, we did. That's a good point. Malik, they're able to bait out some pulls around to the side. He's hurting a little bit, but does have the Lotus. Does not have any rotation in from mid. Sniper starts to head that way, but we should just be free to get out of there. So yeah, very chill early start to this one, as everybody starts to equalize in terms of their CS. And I gotta feel like this is pretty nice for Team Spirit, at least, having a decent start to your game for Satanic. Yeah. But how much of a problem is that Sniper getting off to a hot start?
I think it's relatively okay for now, but the question is, can they use all of this pick-off potential and actually shut him down, right? And we got Lion, we got Hoodwink, we got the Primal Beast, we got the Monkey King. Like, there are jumpers. So the question is, are you actually going to be able to connect on those?
Crit, again, trying to put some pressure here onto Miposhka. And the Assassinate from downtown comes in. Is it going to be enough for the kill? Not quite. Hoodwink throws out one more bushwhack. The blood grenade. Oh, the damage is going to be there. Miposhka, he's getting away. He's so low, and the blood grenade tick won't quite take him down. Oh, man, that was real close.
Yeah, that Tango coming in clutch. Eat your veggies, people.
God, there's going to be so many. It's the double dad cast now. It's just that's all that's going to happen.
It is important. Half your plate, remember.
That's right. Absolutely. Good nutrition. Very important for all these guys. So, Rue able to open back up that camp. We're getting close to the 7-minute mark. This was something the panel talked about. They wanted to see Team Spirit pick up double bounty runes, or rather wisdom runes if they could, and get off to a hot start with these supports to make things happen. Well, at the moment...
Yeah, they're definitely not getting double.
No.
They might get one.
That'd be pretty cool.
I think they're just going to be able to back away and chill out.
He's heading back over there. And Crit will get the stack up. Yeah, it feels like Team Spirit are very comfortable with what's happening and don't feel that same type of pressure at the moment to make a lot of big moves.
And, you know, one unusual sight there, the very bottom of the net worth is Crit on this bat. You know, this is obviously someone who plays this Bat Rider, and you imagine the stacks and getting the Firefly up and farming it all and getting that Blink Dagger around like the 12-13 minute mark. I don't know if he's going to get that early this game.
They are trying to set up right now, maybe on to Malik, although getting controlled, hexed, finished. And suddenly, the chance for a kill seems not likely on Malik. Maybe they can take down Rue, as he is going to get chased. Throws out the Fairy Fire, has a stun again in a second, but it won't be quick enough.
Bone Guard, run him down.
And Assassinate in mid. They take out Laurel. Maposhka now trying to make the rotation with Malik. If they could kill Malrine here, this would be a nice little turnaround, and in fact, they're going to be able to.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch out for that one. Of course, the Bushwhack being trampled by the Primal Beast. Good thing they weren't in lane together, but A-okay, still get your kill. And a happy turnaround there. There was no mischief up for Laurel, so well played there to make sure he waited out for the Assassinate.
As we're going to take a quick little look at what ended up happening. And just, I mean, that's the shrapnel spam that you see. It just brings him low, and eventually you're going to be able to find a kill.
Yeah, now but a 700 gold lead there for that sniper. Malik just about to get 6.
Yeah, that would be a nice little pickup for them if they can make a Primal Beast rotation.
Laurel's coming too. Skeeter is holding the point right now for his ulti if necessary.
They see him. Now they see the Skellies. Just going to back away.
Going right into the tower. Again, it's always nice to be applying as much pressure as you can across the map when you have the Slark, because you want to be pulling people away from Slark right now as he kind of gets in those starting stages of the game. Does not want any attention down here on his lane.
Casual Blitz Knuckles. Love to see that for Slark.
Has been killed.
Well,
Dire's top tower
no courier for him.
Not great. But nonetheless, you can see the pressure being sent up to the top side of the map. Team Spirit, they're going to secure that tier 1 tower. A lot of stacks built up, which you can imagine Crit wants to clear through, as you were talking about. Get him accelerating up into this game.
Yeah, there's also stacks here on the Radiant side that Crit's not going to find, but instead he's jumping on Maposhka.
Looks for him mid, Bushwhack off the mark, Shrapnel hit, and in a lot of trouble. Can they break it in time? Yes, that keeps Maposhka alive. Oh, what a save by Laurel.
Not again. All right, well,
man.
They didn't get the kill, but Amar did clear through a triple stack that
pretty big.
Crit spotted, so that gets stolen away from Team Spirit.
That's
that puts Amar right to the top of the board right now, 5k net worth, as he heads in towards that Aghanim Scepter.
Interesting. I mean, now he's over there by the Bat Rider as well, but it looks like they are going to leave that for Crit as Amar goes and takes it. Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe Amar just comes and takes it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Either way.
Getting the Aghanims up on him is just going to... Yeah,
it's so nice. Just hearing that sound.
Okay, what's he at? 5,200 as he starts this.
This is a problem. I mean, if they're not able to shut down Amar here, he's going to start taking off. Although again, you know, they have some of the things that they need to help deal with this. Hoodwink for the break.
Okay,
Moves in.
coming in. Gonna find some XP here, maybe.
Just will go toe to toe against him for the moment, at least. They are smoked up with the Primal and the Lion.
No Finger of Death yet, though. Also, no Sharpshooter. They're so close to having this burst damage to secure a kill.
I think that they're just going to bring numbers and try and mess with them.
Wasn't aiming for the Phoenix, obviously.
So they find, for the moment, Snake King. Meanwhile, into the triangle. They're going to go immediately onto him. Amar is low. Amar's in trouble. Amar, you're going down. It's enough to steal away some of this stack, too. A perfect combination and time, even without the Finger of Death. Now they have Finger of Death, too.
Oh, they found Rue.
No, Rue, not like this.
Oh, they're going to lose Malik as well.
Oh, man. Malik goes down. It's the Hunger Games all over again. Rue's going down. That's a deep cut right there, Trent.
Yeah, I didn't get that one, but thanks.
All right, 4 to 5. And immediately afterwards, Mage Slayer, Slark wants to go Ags.
And hipping and hopping all over the place. Skeeter will hit the jungle.
Still, a 2,000 gold. If they can kill him right here. Oh no, the sharpshooter comes out. The damage, it's enough. A back-to-back death for the Bristle right in this key moment.
I love drafts that just have so many potential ways to deal with Bristleback. It feels really good. Like the early game Sharpshooter, late game Aghanims for the Primal Beast, and Silver Edge for Slark, or Monkey King. Like there's tons of choices here to try and shut this hero down because they kind of made a conscious decision, you would say, to give some of that space early to the Bristle. Now they're going to cash in.
Missing on the Bushwhack, but still going in for crit, trying to take him down. Now all the heals coming out for Falcons, trying to keep him alive. Not going to happen. Malik is in trouble, and it looks like they're going to give up the Primal to let everybody else escape. So Falcons, they bring numbers. It does leave open the entire rest of the map, but I mean, at the very least, they're going to get this stack.
Maposhka's sticking around. He's stealing some of this XP.
That's fair. Oh, the snipe?
Oh, wait.
Oh, they force out the supernova.
All right, you take that.
Dude, Maposhka, what a gamer.
During all this action, you can see they've kind of done a little bit of an incursion up top here. Laryl's farming pretty close to mid lane on Dire's side. Satanic's way up at the tier 2. Making good use of all this pressure down bottom to kind of draw all of Falcons there. And that's surprisingly has put Satanic at the top of the board. You think about all those big stacks are being farmed up, whereas Slark doesn't really have the same thing going for him, and he's actually the most farmed right now.
Over towards mid. They're hunting, seeing if they can get him.
Oh, yeah, crit's going down.
That should be a bring down as... Oh, no.
Nope.
Managed to escape.
Definitely not going down.
Living. Love to see that.
That was a Wukong's too.
That was a lot committed.
He's got Tranquils on a Salvi. He's right back up to full HP in the second here. Okay, Crit able to push his limits apparently.
It is a little bit interesting, though, the sort of lack of pressure on the map that we're seeing from Falcons. Already, tier 1 tower taken down up on the top side and down bottom for Spirit, and nothing gained across the map from Falcons.
They also just have this jungling Wraith King for a while, right?
Right.
Like he's got this armlet, and he's thinking, I'm just going to cash in on those big items. And they're a very frustrating hero team to push into again as well for Team Spirit. Like, sure, they got the other tier 1s, but like I think coming in towards mid now, and now you have the Aghanim Scepter up on the Bristleback's pretty scary. You're also not exactly sure when this Blink's going to come out from crit, so you try and pressure these tier 1 towers. That could be happening soon. It looks like with the amplified damage Malrine, just going to start poking away at mid. See if Team Spirit have any thoughts about trying to fight this, as Lyral now gets his Diffusal Blade delivered. Another pretty good item versus the Bristleback.
They'll TP in a couple, and then immediately you can see Falcons are backing away as soon as they show a couple of numbers here on towards mid.
Their Wisdom Rune is still just chilling for Team Spirit as well, so back away for that in a little bit here, not stolen.
I mean, I think at this point in time, when I'm looking at the two drafts, obviously 6-6, only 1,000 gold separating the two of them. The fact that Laurel has still been able to have a lot of impact despite his low net worth, I gotta be feeling great if I'm Team Spirit right now. We'll see if this can continue, as now they find crit in the jungle, and I mean, this nighttime, this is gonna be pretty devastating.
Yeah, this is Slark's time to move. And this is, of course, Ball Skeeter's on the big hunt. The question is, does he break for the Blink Dagger, or does he go straight for the Radiance?
Right.
Right? So we'll see how much space he can get and how confident he feels going for that. And see Rue getting a great ward down there, kind of spot what he's up to. But it's also obviously a pretty big risk to try and gank a Wraith King.
Yeah.
Just the ulti popping up and then teammates come in, so
and he's going
stop
straight
by.
Blink.
Yeah. It's pretty important this game, again, because it's the whole idea of how to enable Malrine is to make sure there is that space for the sniper to actually play the game, so the Blink's going to help with that.
And Rue getting closer to his Blink Dagger, too, on the Lion.
Yeah, Crit's got his in a second as well as he clears through this last creep. Okay, it's okay. It's take through. There we go. Blink Dagger's coming.
Yeah, they're kind of just leaving us alone, and that's the reveal. Immediately onto the Lion, and should be an easy bring down. that does signal for Team Spirit that if they want to get something done, they're going to have to look over to this side. This is an impossible kill to go for.
the shield rune bristleback?
Yeah, it's not happening. Obviously don't know that he has that at the moment. But if you come on in and contest that, this could go really bad for Team Spirit. They're walking in division. Malik is there, takes it away. And
it's just him.
Yeah, he's just got to run. They jump in, catch him with the lasso. That is a kill you cannot afford to have. BKB. Ooh, that one hurts.
The shortest 9-second BKB I've ever seen.
Yeah, no doubt. 17 minutes, and still a pretty, I mean, you look at the cores, and with the exception of Monkey King, it's a pretty closely tight race between the net worths. But the tri-core from Falcons gets a big injection with Malik going down.
Well, they're just going to keep poking away down here at bottom. Rotation coming from Team Spirit, wrapping around.
It's a little bit
This
scary.
is a big wraparound. Oh, they kind of, where are they going?
BKB is still on cooldown for 40 seconds. They find Maposhka, will kill him immediately.
What the heck just happened to Lar? I don't know what. I think their smoke popped and Laryl just guessed the wrong direction with a boundless strike.
I mean, they want to take this fight, but BKB's still on cooldown, and now Rue is caught. He's dead. This has gone just catastrophically for Spirit. The last couple of minutes, it has all fallen apart. Now they're going to find one, try and bring down Crit. If they don't get this kill, I mean, he's walking away. They are starting to die. Team Spirit just getting handled. And Maureen, the one that's picking up all the gold.
Something went catastrophically wrong with their vision there.
Yes.
Their smoke popped. They hit a boundless the complete wrong direction. They had no idea where Falcons were. And then there's this ward on the pillar from Falcons that they're all playing around.
And it's nighttime.
Yeah, the fight was just over. The fight just finished right then and there.
Man. Well, things were supposed to go better. And now Falcons getting set up to move right on in and take down Roche. What a big win for them. 19 minutes coming up, 7-11, but what was very close before is now a pretty significant lead. And they will secure an Aegis for themselves. Team Spirit is running up this direction again, but I think that they're going to have to give up. I mean, the only plus side is that they have wards up here. They have some better vision to play around.
Yeah, well.
I mean, Sniper has good vision too in nighttime.
I'm not able to find that. It's okay. This is Hurricane Pike.
I mean, do you really want to go on this? They're running into vision. This maybe could work if they can get them separated a little bit. But Snake King, he's already out. Oh man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This kind of harkens back to what Winner was saying on the panel, where he said like they basically have to execute at like 80-90% of the potential of their draft, and that's when you see those ganks miss, that's the potential he's talking about, right? Like in theory, they have good opportunities, and the network's even, and they have this jump factor that you're looking for, but you take that into a situation that is just not well set for you, and it's a disaster.
Oh! Start with Hex, my man. Oh man, that one hurt. That one hurt. And then they just have to walk away. Like, you can't do anything else there. Maybe trying to connect in. They find one. They're on to Crit again. See if they can kill him off. Boundless strike, Malik in. Snake King up on the high ground. Maureen is positioned there too. They find Amar, but he is just going to sit tall. And Team Spirit have to retreat away. Oh, the shrapnel. Rue, no! Tries to get out. Not going to happen. Skitter takes him down.
As long as Wraith King just has that massive crit, you know.
Yeah.
The hero, he'll be all right.
Now, you will see, you look at sort of the differential gold over the last couple minutes with that Aegis, and it's not been a huge lead that's grown out. They've still been able to get some farm on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, but look at this now. They're going to pressure into the Whisperer at 21.
Maybe a chance? An opportunity? Yes. They bring down Snake King. Trying to pick them apart, even while they have that Aegis.
Yeah, I think that kind of stops them from moving in there, too. I feel like they wanted to just go right through that tier 1.
Wisdom Rune play. Alec, BKB TP out.
Gets it.
Nicely played. All right, pulling things back a little bit.
I like that. A kill in both Wisdom runes here at 21 minutes. Nice stuff here from Team Spirit. I mean, you heard Jenkins saying that the comeback team, right? You know? Yeah. They still got it.
That has been their MO for a really long time.
It's true.
Like, I remember casting these games back in like 2022.
Yep.
And it was always this situation where they'd fall behind in like lanes in the early go, but then like around 20, 25 minutes, they start to pull ahead. We'll see if it's going to be a similar situation here, or if Falcons know how to put the screws to them. Did they get him this time? Okay, well, there's nobody to follow.
Yeah, what is there to do? he's hoping he would blink just to scare him.
That was the definition of fake hype right there. Laurel, run! No, they got the lasso. And a couple more hits. He's Wukonging?
Yep.
Rue finds him.
That big armor.
Oh, wait a minute now. And they catch him, but he gets to the high ground. Mid-pound, Satanic does not have a whole lot left in the tank. He is going to go down here as they find and take down that Slark. A little bit too aggressive out of the youngster.
Next there from Rue, trying to keep himself alive versus Skeeter.
Yeah, and Maureen is going to start the tips. I mean, he went all out. He popped everything to try and catch Maureen, and it just was not enough.
Yeah, this is the kind of risk you kind of feel like you need at this point, though. Amar coming in. Obviously, he still has this Aegis, so that's why he's feeling okay pressuring the breaking hero.
Hey, a chance, an opportunity. Are they in too far? Amar getting caught. I mean, they both have, like, just survivability out the wazoo and Aegis's.
I mean, Skeeter had no mana. I mean, he had one, but if they had been able to chain set him.
Yeah. Battles there. Battles back towards mid, too. They're thinking about it. Maureen found. Jump in, low on mana. Diffusal Blade is there. He's getting hit. He's getting caught.
Oh, that was so well played, actually.
And that combination right there. Alec picks up that kill.
All right, a little bit too far there from Amar trying to utilize that Aegis. I think he'll have to take the blame on that one.
Take another look at this one. I mean, they bring in the numbers.
I mean, they just ditched him.
Yeah.
Just a sniper is getting pummeled.
Look at Maureen is grabbing his head.
Hey, come on, guys. Help me out here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they're trying to find some answers here to this Bristleback, and it's going to be the Aghanim Scepter. Now finished for Malik. So Malik can just bust that out, hit the big old splits on the ground there, and see if they can kill him now this Aegis is expiring.
And yeah, again, not a huge differential between these two squads. Team Spirit has been able to close it down since the Aegis has been picked up, which is not something that you always see.
And of course, again, looking for vision right now if you're Falcons, and that's something they're going to be missing out on because of this Slark. Now that's easier for him to move around the map. He's a little bit tankier than he was earlier in the game, and you're going to be trying to start everything with a lasso play as Falcons right now.
They lost a building, down 2.8K.
I mean, as a Canadian, I love the power play. That's great. I'm glad that we're bringing that term into Dota.
Yeah.
Fully appreciate. Not the kind of power play you're hoping for, though. The gold's supposed to go up.
Is that what happens in hockey? Your gold
yeah,
goes
your
up?
gold goes up.
Okay,
yeah,
good. Satanic just waiting for Maureen to come out. Now he sees Skitter. Shadow Blade finds one. Who's he want to go on? Crits there. Kill a courier. Or stun, immediately jump, done. Gone. Laurel finds the finish.
Oh,
now Satanic onto Maureen. Look at this combination. Beautiful concert playing out right in front of all of them. BKB pop from Amar. They've left him alone. Laurel starts to get brought down lower and lower, but as the BKBs wear out, the stun immediately comes from Rue. They got the control they need. Assassinations on the low ground. Satanic, he's still on the hunt. This guy's got some stacks. Finds Snake. He can't quite connect there with the bushwhack, but still they're hunting Amar.
I mean, there is still a chance here between double pounce and an onslaught.
They find him. Goes through the river. They're going to have control of this Watcher, though.
That's a nice hiding spot. I like that. Oh, he's so tricky.
That is good. That keeps him alive. I mean, I think, well, now, potentially, they end up going into further trouble. Malik's in too far. Tries to get away up onto the high ground, clips himself, and Falcons, for the fancy footwork of Amar, managed to pick up a return kill.
Mid lane now, Maureen TP's in. He's just immediately on the Maposhka.
Rue. Oh, get him out.
Not again.
Oh, Maposhka, no, he goes down. Amar just throws out one of those hairballs and immediately takes him down. So 26 minutes in, 3,000 gold lead. We're getting a banger out of a first game here on the
really
mainstream.
Yeah, this is nice. A little comeback here, get the game evened up, and by the time everyone respawns, it's going to be a potential for the Roche spawn. So that first one obviously not resulting in a whole lot of benefits there for Falcons. See if the next Roche can net them something a little bit better.
Smoke up, smoke broken.
Trying to get some good wards down here from Falcons.
They find Maureen onto him, waiting for the boundless Wukong, but they managed to get the lasso out. Can they chase him down? There it is. He didn't cut the outcast,
he's got to finish him.
Staying inside, trying to bring him and kill him. Yes, they will. Now Amar shows up, but they're going to leap away with Satanic. Do they have vision? No detection. He's getting away scot-free. And Malik running back in. Okay, BKB's down.
Oh, Satanic,
not wanting
he's
to go.
feeling greedy.
He's thinking about it.
Oh, this is a big fish.
I mean, he's just always playing very aggressively. They see the couriers going out. I mean, he saw how low crit was there.
It's so greedy, though.
It is very, very greedy. But this is, I think, what you want out of this player, right? You want him to be taking these chances, and as long as he doesn't get picked off for it.
Yeah, just don't die.
Farm heroes, not creeps.
Oh, he's so above, though.
I mean, and yeah, that one right there.
And I mean, now he's obviously knows he's under vision.
Yeah. Jump. He got it off. Still has ulti. Leaps away. Buying time.
All right, does he loop back around? Remember, that ulti's only 30 seconds right now, level 18, which is crazy.
Yeah, this is where Slark starts to feel pretty scary. You're playing against him. Maureen is not with the rest of the squad here. And they're heading into the Roche pit, actually, as the 28-minute Wisdom Runes is coming out. Spirit presumably giving this one up in exchange for more map control and trying to farm up what they need to. So they'll get double Wisdom Runes in exchange for this Aegis.
Yeah, we'll cut the full wave down bottom as well, so feels pretty good for Malik. But yeah, no real shot at this one. Satanic can take time to go D-ward where he found that ward earlier too. So again, vision control, making things difficult for Falcons to play this mid-game. Already losing a Hyperstone there as well.
Enchanted Quiver for the Sniper and a Cloak of Flames for the Bristleback, as eyes in towards mid and bottom, waiting for somebody to show up here. We'll see if this Aegis ends up garnering a little bit more momentum in the game for Falcons compared to last time, but immediately they lose a tower just because of map position. And you can see the way that they're set up, they're not really in position to defend the tier 2 mid either. I mean, this one might just go down if they don't come in numbers.
Falcons did, you know, get Torment or two though, so
I guess that's fair.
Yeah, they grab that. I don't think they're too concerned about right now. The other thing is that the Aegis is on the Bristleback, so we have Skeeter, who I don't think has used his ulti yet.
Right.
Yeah,
that's a fair point.
Now he has 2 points in it. Amara's got the Aegis, but we have multiple sources of break. There is the Silver Edge finish for the Slark, and then we got the Hoodwink and we get the Primal ult. Or Primal Ags, rather.
Goes in, broken, caught. They have it down. Rue is there. Finger of Death, not enough. Skinner finds him. Now Malik trying to catch on to this Wraith King. Rue is gone. Gets out one more Earth Spike before he falls, but the combo is there. It's almost enough to take down Snake King, but he's barely surviving. Now Malik on the second life, bringing down that Wraith King. He's gone, and they take down Roche's banner immediately.
Jeez, Maposhka almost dying to the Wraith.
But that high ground push, a Wraith King for Lion, that's not what you want to see from Falcons.
And you could see that Silver Edge too, just brutal. 6 seconds on the Bristleback where Amari, I mean, he's losing that life and he kind of started playing defensive.
Yeah.
Like he was in there pretty deep, broken for so long. They almost managed to break it, but then
Satanic. He's on to him, he finds him out of nowhere! What a pounce! Laurel right there on top, can they get it in time? The break is out and that's Aegis down and now looking for more. They find Cricket and kill him too. Team Spirit.
Dude, am I crazy or did Amar know?
I mean,
he looked like he knew that pounce was coming.
Yeah, it felt like it. He might have broken out of Invis right beforehand. Yeah, there's the sentry down, but that's Radiant, so.
Either way, get down, Mr. Malreen. Nice save there from Amar. That's a valuable use of the Aegis, I would say, to make sure your sniper survives.
Nonetheless, Satanic.
Maposhka does come in here off an Ob Sentry combo here.
They are just always down to fight. That's what it feels like.
Whoa.
Look at Satanic.
Yep.
He spots Malrine. There's
Whose
snaking.
gem was that? Did he just? They just dropped their gem.
Oh, snaking! No, not like this. All right, that's a team fight one. 1,800 gold swing. Sure.
Ouch.
Dang, dude.
Man, for a Slark lineup too. Oh, it feels so good.
And look, he just gets mana back. Rue's there for him. They're gonna go again. Devastating last couple of minutes here for Falcons.
Yeah, I gotta say, the one thing about the Wraith King is that, like, yeah, he does not progress very quickly.
Yeah.
It feels like all these fights are happening.
Onto
he never
Amar,
has a new
broken,
item.
BKB gets away. They've committed Wukongs though, they gotta get out. Malik slowed down by Shrapnel, they throw out the Assassinate, gonna reset. Yeah, the skeletons aren't what they used to be. Feels bad, man.
Yeah. It's just like you wait so long for the Radiance, and like, how long has he just had Radiance?
Right.
You know, for ages, and then it's like, oh man, that was cheeky little. He almost missed it.
Yeah. Just went back in for a quick little grab. Now kills the creep wave.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But when does this start to feel better for Falcons here? You know, I'm looking at the items and what's coming out that's going to start to turn things. I feel like Bristle has kind of not necessarily hit his peak, but at the
Kind of.
Yeah.
He's kind of tapped out because with all of these breaks, it's pretty awkward right now.
Yeah. Tanic right on him.
Amplify damage rune.
Blocked by Skellies. They break
Oh,
smoke.
that's much juicier.
And yeah, they force out the egg and immediately Pop's ulti takes him down.
I mean,
oh man, now looking for more, hoping to find him. Boundless Strike comes out. He's in trouble though.
Oh wait.
Oh, that's Jet's gem down. Got a little bit too big for his britches.
I mean,
trying to kill off Crit. Can they do enough there in time? Laurel throws it out. Does have another Boundless in a bit, but it's gonna be too late.
That was a nice ulti because it forces out the Depth Shroud, and then of course, like we talked about Skeeter not having item for a while. Yeah, there's the Orchid reveal. Like,
Right.
what a good time to slap that down on the Slark.
Oh yeah.
And quickly, that's a 2K shift there back towards Falcon's direction. And of course, the main thing is that you got Monkey and Slark dead for the next 40 seconds, which is going to really start impacting the gold lead there because they're going to be out on all these cores just farming across the whole map and ideally trying to start thinking about that next Roche. Let's see if they'll get a third one in a row for Falcons. It will be a nighttime Roche, so that is going to benefit the side of Team Spirit.
It does sort of feel to me at least like this combination of Slark and Monkey King, it's really oppressive around the map. Like, Slark can play pretty far forward, and oftentimes the issue that you have is that the rest of his team can't keep up. Monkey King doesn't have that issue.
Yeah.
So when you can play that fast and, you know, it kind of forces Falcons to play in this balled up group. And that time it worked because you managed to find a kill afterwards when they go in for the all-in play on the Phoenix. But something that Falcons has had to adjust to as this game has gone on.
Yeah, it's also, Charged in here.
Tries to get out. There is the Orchid, waiting for it to come offline.
Oh, he's
Double
going.
jump again. I mean, this guy's crazy. Don't have Supernova this time. They managed to bring him down for a quick kill. Now looking for more Laurel.
Mar has the Bloodstone here, so just finished up.
That half HP.
Yeah, that's not real. Yeah.
Deceptive.
Yeah.
Still top net worth in the game.
And I mean, the constant vision advantage that they've had on Team Spirit, it's something that's, you know, hard to see when you're watching games from the bird's eye view and their omnipotent vision as casters. But throughout so much of this match, it's just Falcons not really able to see where they're going a lot of the time.
Yeah. Makes all the difference. And, you know, losing that gem for that period of time is one of the issues that comes up too. You try and deal with it and immediately gets taken out. It feels pretty bad. But Bristle does have it now.
Yeah, much beefier target this time. Can't quite one-shot him like a courier.
So BKB completed for Sniper, actually. Not what we always end up seeing. You can see how scared they are about just this control that they've had. So a blink out. Breaking manages to survive. But this does cede a lot of ground now along the top side of the map for Team Spirit to move on in and maybe try and control that Roche area.
Yeah, if it's a fast spawn, it could really benefit them, but find out in 35 seconds or so.
What do you think the timing is on this one?
Oh, it's going to spawn in 26 seconds.
Team Spirit fan right here. Unbelievable. I'm thinking 3 minutes. Let's go 3 minutes.
I mean, it's a 1 in 180 shot. I've definitely guessed at least 140 times, I would say, on broadcast, so I'm
That's
getting
how this
close.
Work.
Yeah.
Smoke on smoke. They don't feel confident to just go in for the Roche. They're going to try and take a fight first. And who do they find? Very far away right now. Skitter a little bit separated from the squad, but they'll go for a smoke of their own. Amar over in another round of trees.
It is very fast.
Yeah, they see him. Immediately there for the Hex, and Maposhka, he's caught, but they've caught the bigger target. Can they bring down Amar? BKB reaction, and now the turn. They have to get out of there. Malik has gone all the way in to try and control this Wraith King. Turns around, pulverize, not going to happen.
Oh, he can't even get it.
That's 2 dead. And yeah, the BKB into Bloodstone, everything fell apart right there for Team Spirit.
That's kind of the dream, right? The fight starts with the enemy completely surrounding the Bristleback. It's like, okay, perfect. Exactly what we need here. It was a very fast Roche. It was a 13-second spawn, but of course, with 2 heroes dead and the creeps marching up, no time for that. We got to poke at the high ground a bit here.
Malrine hoping to get some type of a buyback out of people.
They've been trying to finish these Scotties for so long. One for Slark, one for Monkey King. He's so good this game, but they just can't finish them.
Yeah, and like this immediately, you can see when the Sunray comes out, Falcons just can back away and feel confident with themselves. And now they can go on in to try and take Roche for themselves.
Yeah, there's not going to be any chance of contesting that if they move up here relatively quickly.
I mean, it still is early, so they might not know that it's up yet, which is the other thing. But this Aghanim Scepter synth would be so nice for this lineup.
Who are you giving it to?
I mean,
can I get Wraith King? Like, is that too much to ask?
I think Snake King. I secretly think that Phoenixes don't like to go the Ags
because
you like
too scary.
grief your team.
Yeah, no, it's way too scary. It's not worth it.
But I think against this lineup, having something that can actually do that might be really good. Now, the downside is that you Depth Shroud, and then you just start hitting it with your entire team, and there's no answer.
They took long enough that they can get here in time. The Roar's going to come out here in a second.
They're smoked, running, half HP. It's not going to be quick enough.
Okay, it's really fast.
Dude, they took so long to get there. Oh my god. They couldn't get the smoke going together.
The Wraith King, let's go!
They did it?
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh man. Okay. They're running to their ward. Look at the way the team started going. They have 1 ward up here, and they're running to it to try and catch somebody. They'll get down another one.
Check it first with the sentry. Good play.
Falcons, Falcons, Falcons. They move in immediately, jump forward, blink in. Crick, he's in trouble. Do they have enough yet? Look at that combo!
Dude.
Oh, and the pulverize. Malrine is off to the side. Can they get onto this sniper? They need to. Maybe it doesn't matter. The Ags on Wraith King actually doing so much work there because they got all of their abilities off. Now Maposhka looking for the stun, but Snake King, he takes one for the team, gets out of trouble. They're going to have to TP out on everybody else. They were almost there with the snipe, but Snake King came on in and saved a life.
That is a win for Team Spirit as far as I'm concerned because, dude, your Slark got Bloodthorned and died.
Yeah, that's fair.
He got nothing off. He just died. It was Bloodthorn, dead Slark. You cannot win a fight that starts like that.
That's fair.
It was just completely over. I can't believe they didn't lose more heroes. I thought that was going to be a game-ending fight at that point. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's a 16K lead. Maybe it will be the game ender, but I was expecting, like, Monkey King and Primal are just dead.
Well, they did manage to turn it around. Of course, the other thing was that once they ended up getting those couple of kills in the match, it didn't end up mattering because you've got Wraith King Ags anyways.
That's true.
20 to 22, and up to the high ground they go.
That Bloodthorn was so fast from Skeeter.
He was ready.
Like, there was just no hope for Satanic at all.
And it ended up like, oh, I have to hold that thought. Stun. Rue, run. Run, Rue, run. As a follow-up, Earth Spike connect. Finger of Death isn't enough. No, they can't quite take him down. And now Malik, he's in no man's land. Trying to run away. Satanic backs away. Onto Amar, broken, leashed. The battle continues up on the north where Malik is drawing aggro. Amar still running ragged over this team. Feels so confident with a lane of racks done mid. This has been the Aegis that they were finally hoping for. Skinner jumps in, immediately tries to take it away. Another Wukong's command down. Now, do they have enough to kill him off? Amar getting pulverized. The hits from Satanic, it's not enough. They have to back out. They're taking way too much damage, although maybe a second if Malik actually gets out, but no, Assassinate comes in. That's enough to take him out. So 2 dead on the side of Team Spirit. for a very long time, and Falcons looking to close this one out here. There's still a tier 2 down bottom.
Oh, ho, ha, ha.
So they'll drop down the banner, keeping the creeps alive. They'll go for a glyph play, but these guys aren't going down. They need to deal with that banner. Pops, buys a refresher for Skeeter.
Falcons just play this like 2-3 zone, you know? Yeah, we got Mallory just sitting in the middle. Everyone's just hanging out around him.
Absolutely. Jump in, trying to find that back line. Can they do it? Rue is there. They find Malrine, try and kill him off. Is he dead? Is he going to fall? The heals, it's way too much. Malrine survives, but eventually gets brought down. Now Satanic is going to go down as well. That is going to be game number 1 into the hands of Falcon. Off the back of 2 failed Aegises, the third one, it did its job.
Yeah, that was a really interesting game. I guess the inability to like get the full-on takedown when it comes to these ganks across the map that you'd hope for from Team Spirit, it's kind of what ends up causing the L in this one. Falcons just kind of holding, securing the objectives, and eventually powering through with this absolutely massive Amara Bristleback. I mean, go back to how many breaks they had. Didn't matter. Once he busted that BKB, had the perfect layup for the fight. His use of vision was pretty excellent in a game where you're just being bullied by a Slark the whole time and losing the vision game. To be hiding in these trees and creating these sneaky plays was very nice.
And there were moments. There were very different moments in there where it felt like maybe an opportunity to run this one down and to take the advantage that they needed. But in the end, you can see it was Falcons that were able to take the victory here in game number 1.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. Game number 1 going the way of Falcons is what we kind of thought would happen here with Winter and Kezu, and we didn't think it was going to happen this way though, Winter, because this was a lot closer than expected.
Yeah, it was definitely a very topsy-turvy game, you know, Falcons. They kind of had a pretty good start out of the lanes, and they lost a couple of heroes when they were playing the stacks here, and then after that, Slark started to come online. He has his Shadow Blade, giving vision. They got a lot of like pick-offs. They killed the gem. They picked up the gem. And everything felt like it went to Spirit's favor then, you know, but then this one team fight after the Roshan, somehow Slug dies from full to nothing, and the game just turns around.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was going to be a little bit easier for Falcons, but I think the mid-game section, Spirit played it better than Falcons did. Like, from here on onwards, like, it's always Satanic who's, like, giving them the vision with the Shadow Blade. He's going behind. They're finding, like, the kind of right jumps that they want. Because I think Falcons, even though they did win this game, I feel like they're not like super happy with what actually happened. Yeah, sure, you take the dub, but there's a lot to take away from them, like for this game. Sure, for Spirit too, but I feel like Spirit, like this mid-game, is definitely something they can be very happy with going into the next game. But yeah, honestly, like considering that this is like the first game of the tournament, this is a pretty good start, because this game already delivered quite a... Yeah, Snaking not too happy with what happened.
No, they're not going to be happy with this game 1. Getting the W obviously is great, but we know that they are pretty critical. And I still don't know how he got...
He died so fast.
Like, how?
I guess it's just...
It was just Lasso. He got Lasso and he died.
I'm not... Maybe. It's like Wraith King stun, Bloodthorn, and like some, I guess, Bristleback Quills with the Hairball minus armor. It's just like...
That's part of the reason why we don't see Slug as much, you know. The hero is very easy to kill if you can catch him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was caught out, so Team Spirit is definitely going to have something to work on. I don't think they can be too unhappy with the way that they played this, though, because if it was just a hero problem, it seems easy to fix.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons are the one that are unhappy because they had this like rough stage during the mid game. I felt like you mentioned the mid game, they gave away a lot of kills. It's because of her. I felt like the wrong heroes are playing on the wrong side of the map connecting, because the Bristleback wasn't really in a couple of key fights. He wasn't ready in the initial fight, and I felt like it should be Wraith King, because Wraith King, you can just put your skeletons and push out the side lanes, so it's easier for the Wraith King to connect to his team, and that kind of cost them a lot, you know, because they got jumped, the Phoenix or the Sniper, they got killed initially, and the fights were over.
Yeah, it's like multiple fights kind of where this happened, and I think this is just like Spirit. Like, even though the heroes aren't maybe easy to play, they made use of them a lot with like the Nighttime, the Shadow Blade, and finding the right heroes first. So yeah, I think Falcons, going to the next game, making sure that, I was going to talk about, they like to talk about their fundamentals, who needs to play with who, where do you want to be, and just make it easier for the upcoming game. Yeah, I do also feel like, I know Bristleback was overall first pick coming out for Falcons. He had a rougher game than I thought he would have. He still shined at the end. I mean, that's the Bristleback way. You can slow him down, but you can't stop him completely. Are we happy with the way Spirit addressed that, or do we feel like there needs to be more? Is it ban-worthy still? What do you think?
I mean, I feel like he got away with the lane because of the Slug pick. Because Slug is not a hero that's very good at punishing BB in the lane. And whenever I see Bristleback, I feel like this hero needs to be addressed in the lane. And initially in the draft, they opened with Monkey King, which was kind of the solution to the BB's lane, but they decided no. We see this like bad plus Phoenix, and we don't really want a Monkey King, you know. Like, I can understand that from a newer carry player like Satanic's points of view, that he doesn't like the Monkey King, but I felt like when he decided that he doesn't want the Monkey King, it kind of forced the team to draft something that doesn't really work the whole lineup together, you know, which I felt like the Slug, maybe he sees something that we don't, the night vision thing, the pick off that would allow them to snowball, but it just doesn't really feel like that's what the draft needs.
On hindsight, is there a better option than Slug? This was overall last pick. You see all other 9
we
heroes
mentioned like Storm, right? Or
Yeah, like
Storm and Lina were mentioned.
Yeah, like
Lina.
you said, maybe you just put the monkey carry and like pick a new mid. Maybe that's fine. I feel like with what they showed, there was definitely a world where they could have won, but they needed to play very well with what they had. Because I agree with Winter. I think like this first pick, Bristle, he's like top net worth. Sure, you have this primal, you can like invade, kill him once or twice, but it honestly didn't matter at the end. He just had a free game.
Yeah, I will say though, I mean, there's one thing that stood out to me in the game we just watched. We mentioned it during the pre-show of this game. We talked about how Falcons consistently stacks their triangle and how it would be smart for Team Spirit to try to contest the stacks. And they did do that. Now, this is a very predictable part of the game because everybody is aware of that. So it was also very much Falcons being aware that Spirit was going to try to contest the stacks. And I do want to talk about that dynamic for a little bit because in the end, it was still Falcons getting ahead of that, even though Spirit did contest the stacks, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit weird because now you get baited, the creeps are low, they stick around. Honestly, if they get the kill on Amar and like get 2 creeps and then instantly TP out, the play is good. Yeah. But they linger there like, oh, we need to steal the creeps. Like, honestly, when you kill Bristleback, job's done. But they stayed and then it's like, oh, shit. Like, now you lose 2 heroes. Now it actually feels bad.
I mean, that's also weird, right? That the Primal was the one doing it instead of like a Monkey King. I felt like Monkey King might have been more suitable to do the job. You do more bursts and then you can jump away from the trees. But then again, it was also kind of their fault because they could have TP'd after the kill right away, instantly, you know. But they decided to try to walk it out and they got caught.
Yeah. Definitely something to learn from for the next game as well. Another thing that gets learned from game to game is ward positions, and we're gonna check in with Kezu here because he has that's you because you have got Kadia ward of the game.
I do. As in this game, this was honestly a big timing. Sure, Falcons there were up like 5k, 6k gold here, but Spirit are getting the Slark Axe and they're looking for like a nice smoke around, right? It's nighttime, he can go around, but joke's on you, you can go around. Skeeter is on top of a high ground ward, breaking their smoke, and he like instantly gets the kill. Honestly, I think there was like a higher chance for Spirit to potentially come back, like maybe against a different team that isn't positioned like this, because you're gonna go around with the Slark, get the position you want. But Falcons, they know this. It's nighttime. Spirit, they want to look for something. So they just play nicely around this high ground ward, get 1 kill, get a 2nd kill. Not only that, but they also nullify like Spirit's timing of the game. So they read it properly, position nicely. This is just very well done.
Yeah, it cements their early game being done heading into that mid game, where they did drop a few moments here and there, but this is definitely them setting themselves up to have an easier time later on. Let's see if Spirit can fight back in game number 2 and get a W on the board on their side. We're gonna head over to that game 2 after this.
Team Spirit is a key team in the Eastern European scene, and despite big changes to their roster after a very disappointing TI 2024, they still look like a top contender. The current Team Spirit roster is built from a core of Laurel and Mapaushka, who is still performing the role of team captain, with a relatively unproven young talent of Satanic and Rude joining them. and Malik temporarily replacing Collapse, losing incredibly strong players like Yatora and Mira would devastate any other team. But Team Spirit somehow just keep on going and is still a worthy competitor for the top spot. Getting 4th place in Bet Boom Dasha and 3rd place in Dream League Season 24, Team Spirit are off to a great start.
He's got the beat. They're going for it. He closed up the game.
This was an impressive one from Spirit.
If they can keep improving and melding together, they have potential to be the #1 team once again. Despite the different roster, only time will tell, and ESL One Bangkok will be a huge test of strength for the boys.
Are all in. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better? Or do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
Game 2 between Falcons and Team Spirit coming to you live right now from ESL One Bangkok, powered by Intel. And Game 1 was taken by Falcons. Now, this was a very close game, and it could have gone either way. Team Spirit put up a good fight despite having not an ideal draft. Let's go with that one. And we'll see if they set themselves up for success a little better in game number 2. Coming your way very soon. And I do want to touch upon Falcons because it's easy to, to hammer on the Slark was the problem here. The fact that Spirit had such a good game wasn't just because they were executing properly. It also was a little bit maybe on the other side of Falcons. Kazu, a little bit of sloppiness going on. A little bit of maybe first game of the day.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think Winter also pointed it out, like where at some point they didn't have the right heroes in the right place.
Yeah.
I think it allowed Spirit to kind of like pick them off here, get something there that probably they shouldn't. But yeah, I would say this is a warm-up game. First game of the day. You still got the dub, feel happy about it, but next game shape up a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. That's sometimes that's just needed, right, Winter? First game.
Yeah, and Falcons, they've been already known as a team where they improve a lot.
Yes.
If you give them time to fix their mistakes, they're always a team that gets better. We saw that in Blast, where the format is kind of unforgiving. If you make a mistake, then
you're out.
You're out. So they didn't really excel in that. But here we are in a format where it's a long format. You have time. You have to go through your replays and figure out what's wrong.
Yeah, it's day 1 of a 3-day group stage, a series 1 of a 3-day group stage. Then every team is in a group of 6 teams, so you play 5 2-game series, 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and then 1 on the day after, and potentially tiebreakers happening there as well, although Mr. Neustadel is going to try to prevent tiebreakers from happening, of course. We'll see how that plays itself out. But you're playing these series back-to-back, so we'll see how that impacts Falcons and Spirit's ability to adapt. Later on today, just so you guys are well aware, Falcons will face Avalos, whereas Team Spirit will face Na'Vi. So that is coming their way after this, and it's good to have a good start. I think that does have a good mental impact if you do get a win. Even if you don't get a win, but if you do feel like you played good. And I think in terms of Team Spirit, they can definitely feel good about that game 1, despite not taking the win in the end.
I mean, between the 2 issues that we mentioned, between Spirit and Falcons, I think Falcons' issue is easier to fix, whereas Spirit, where they decided, okay, I don't want the Monkey King on their carry player. I think that part is more of a fundamental thing, which is not going to change in one game, Because you need to make him think from a different angle. Okay, you think that the Monkey King is bad because of this, but we kind of don't need you to have like the perfect Monkey King game to win, because we can rely on our mid hero. And I've been working with some of the younger players recently, and I know that a lot of them tend to think the draft in a way where, okay, I just want my hero to have the best game, but sometimes you don't need that to win. You need someone else to have a good game to win.
I think something else, like a different angle they could look at is like, instead of picking his hero late, where like it needs to be more specific, something that they have done before is like, ban 3 heroes, pick his Morphling.
So you're saying that he should be picked in like some 18 pick,
Yeah, like I think just find like a maybe more crucial spot to just like pick his best hero.
Don't flex him.
Yeah, like I think flexing could just be like, it's a bit of a fake flex.
Yeah.
Because he's going to want like the perfect
it's not like a flex between Arma and Maureen, right? It's different,
Yeah.
Like you're flexing him, but then he kind of sees something that, oh, I don't really want to flex this hero anymore. And it kind of ruins your whole draft because of that.
Well, they do ban out the Bristleback that was first picked by Falcons previous game, but they still go for that Monkey King. We'll see where it's going to go this time around. I do indeed think that we talked about Team Spirit as the team with the most heavy 4 Protect 1 strategy at this point. Of course, because Satanic is just an S-tier player, S-tier carry that you want to play that style around. Is Monkey King that type of carry, though? That's what I would wonder, because I don't see Monkey King as a 4 Protect 1, like, don't worry guys, I'm farming, because Monkey King generally wants to join fights fairly early, so maybe this is once again a mid-Monkey King coming out.
I mean, it probably is, because he's like the type of playmaker. I will say, I don't think Monkey King has too many bad lanes, and I like that they banned Viper, because in this game, Falcons are second pick. You could always match whatever hero you have here into the Monkey. So most of those cores probably aren't available anymore, so Falcons go with the bad.
That's actually a very good point. Like the fact that they're banning Viper here right away and picking the Monkey, because in the first phase order, after you pick Monkey, the 9th pick is very, very crucial, because they can pick a counter and go into the ban phase and ban one of the heroes. So I think the Viper ban could have been it could have been a 9 pick, and if
Yeah.
you already wanted the Monkey King to be mid, that would have been a big problem for you.
Because, like, I mean, maybe it's just the way that they want to use Monkey King is that he's a pretty safe mid pick in terms of he doesn't really get dumpstered by too many heroes. He can run around.
Even last
like,
game in the matchup against Sniper, he kind of
he
did
did pretty
okay.
fine.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna own like some of the ranged spellcasters, like some Quap or Zeus, or like we saw with the Sniper. You're not gonna beat them, but Monkey can always just run around and do some stuff.
Steal Wisdom Runes.
True.
I always get mad when my mid monkey doesn't come to help with
I
the
mean, when
runes.
your mid doesn't help protect your rune, it's like you understand you're griefing, right? Like you're actually ruining my game.
Yeah, monkey is probably the better one to steal. If you're not protecting your own rune, you want to steal the enemy's rune.
Just do something at minute. I mean, if you're Spirit, this Phoenix was very annoying last game. Maybe, you know, it wasn't like the most clean in terms of what they got to do, but Phoenix is an incredibly annoying matchup like for Monkey King. If you play against a good support duo as a core Monkey King, it's very, very annoying. Okay, maybe this time around it's more of a carry Monkey King, unless this beast ban is for one of the incoming heroes.
Yeah, because they do ban heavily against Amar, who will be against Satanic and then potentially against Satanic's Monkey King on that lane. I do want to point out that the Hootwink is still in the pool, who is definitely the hottest support on the block.
I mean, even like for both teams.
Yes.
Right? Like Spirit can pick it, even Falcons, like crit.
I mean, do you want Hooving and Bat? I feel like they are the same.
They're quite similar.
They're generally both played by crit.
Yeah.
So maybe you do want to choose, but maybe she's just good enough to put Bat 5.
Sometimes Snaking plays the Bat, right?
Yeah, he plays 5 Bat. He's pretty good at it. So they could do it.
But it's not balanced, right? If you have, I don't really like the Bat plus Hooving on the same team, you know, because whenever you talk about support duos, I think it's extremely important to have the right balance so that you don't end up in the wrong heroes in the wrong place. Like the previous game, you know, when you don't have the right heroes, sometimes, oh, I'm supposed to do this with this hero, but then the other guy is also supposed to do the same, and you don't really talk about it or think about it in 1 minute in the game, and somebody dies because of that.
I mean, I at least feel like if you're Spirit, at least like from a standpoint of like theory, Monkey King is good against Amar's hero pool. He's generally like a melee guy. Like at least now you have Viper Razor out, so they're not in anymore. You took out his beast, which he has started practicing. If you play Monkey into Doom, sure, it's annoying if you get Doom, but Monkey lanes well into Doom. You can up-tempo the game like every time his Doom
Doom's
is on
a core. If the Doom is 4, then it might be a different thing.
That's true. I mean, I feel like we haven't seen... I've seen it a bit against like Ench and Chen.
Yeah, you eat the creep.
Yeah, otherwise I don't really see the 4 Doom, but you never know. I mean, let's see. Like, if I'm Spirit, I want to pick supports that help my Monkey play the game. Doesn't matter if he's carry, doesn't matter if he's mid. I want 2 subs that are going to go with him, give him damage. Could be Hoodwink, could be Grimstroke for all I care. You know, just enable my boy.
CM?
Pugna.
Okay, not CM, but Pugna.
I guess if I was talking about the hottest support, maybe it should have been Pugna.
I mean,
he's one of them.
Pugna is kind of countered here against Doom, though. I feel like that's like a pretty annoying thing for Pugna to deal with. You can't heal. It's not very good against the Bat Rider in the game.
Yeah, I guess it's more for like the lane. Like the Nether Ward is kind of annoying for Bat. I do feel like Bat is good in the game against Pugna because you can always just
jump him,
start the fight, and bring it where you want. But the laning stage is
yeah, I guess this is mostly for the lane. Pugna Monkey King against like I think they are seeing it as like Pugna Monkey King against his Doom.
Yeah, I think so.
Bat Rider, so they want a range hero that can bully them.
You also still have a lot of you don't have to worry about tower push anymore. You don't have to worry about that pressure because Hoodwink, Pugna is gonna solve that problem.
You have a lot of wave clear as well, like through both your supports already.
Yeah, and you have a lot of magic damage with Hoodwink, so you can kind of maybe utilize the decrep to burst hero off.
And let's see. So SD is banned, which means Falcons also can't really take that themselves.
Okay. So they need a 5 that can lane into the Hoodwink.
I feel like you could just... Ooh, okay, they go for Ogre.
But Ogre's pretty good. You need someone to tank the first level when Hoodwink's so strong.
Okay, so you have it's a blind carry that does pretty well. I think Ogre also against these supports, you don't really care. It's like, sure, some level 1 Hoodwink isn't gonna like Giga abuse you while you don't have a spell. You have really good cores for Bloodlust. I think especially with how Amar plays Doom. He like goes S and Y, Wolf Aura, he abuses his innate where he deals more damage. Like he actually right-clicks people to death in his BKB.
Yeah, sometimes he even sells it off and changes it to the Kaya. So you have a faster cast point to break Lincolns. And Dusa is the carry that doesn't care about Doom.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that does mean that we are indeed having a monkey in the mid lane.
Okay, let's see. I mean, if you're Falcons, you're definitely gonna try to abuse this in a way. I think if you're Spirit, there's something nice that the Monkey King mid would cover. I think if you're Falcons, you would love heroes like Pango.
Yeah,
to,
Pango
like,
is perfect here. Against Pugna as well. Pugna doesn't like playing into Pango.
I mean, Monkey at least kind of soft covers it in a way, but it's still good for you in the game.
So there is no pick that's good against Monkey in the lane and good like, into the Medusa and Pugna type of heroes.
Yeah, I mean,
the heroes that are good against Pugna plus Medusa is bad against Monkey in the lane.
Yeah.
Or they pick something like Lina. But
let's see. Because Spirit should be pretty happy with this like Medusa pick. Like it's obviously one of the best heroes against Doom. Sure, you have Bat who can start the fight, and I think Gyro with Bloodlust and maybe some Diffusal and Ags Disperser build is probably fine against it, but it's not your favorite matchup either.
Well, the previous hero that was banned by Team Spirit, other than the Pango, was the Earth Spirit, which is still in the pool as well. Would also do well against Monkey, but I don't know how he does it in the rest of the game.
for Spirit, they're probably gonna need like an aura hero.
Yeah.
With this, I think like some Underlord type of hero. It's good against the Gyro. You buy some Crimson, you kind of help the Medusa against the Gyro. Get a pipe.
Yeah, I would like some... I'm also looking at like team fight. I don't know specifically which one. Yeah, I mean, you could play Primal again, maybe with some Blade Mail. Go Pipe if you want. You can help your team. Because I feel like at least what you're gonna want is you want to play 4+1 again. You want Monkey King to like take his 2 supports. Sure, they're gonna play a 3-man ball. Your offlaner gets to farm, but then he has to join the fight.
That's
as well.
when Underlord has its merits because you can your global
can see it.
Underlord, or I guess not maybe Dawn because it's against Doom. I think Dawn could also
Dawn also cross
theoretically could work with this type of playstyle. The Monkey King's jumping around and you have that global presence to pick up heroes.
Checking if I'm missing out on anything. Centaur would have been the most S tier, but I feel like that was a pretty easy ban for Falcons.
I mean, I hear like Night Stalker and Lycan are upcoming offlane heroes right now. Are those good here, you think?
I feel like NS Medusa play a very different game. I could see the Lycan. I don't know if that's a Malik hero. He really likes his... I mean, he does actually like play most of the heroes we talked about. He plays Dawn. I think it's fine. It's maybe a little bit annoying because I feel like you don't want to play it into heroes like Bat.
Because he can pull out of the ulti AoE.
Yeah, like you kind of like... You just get pulled into shit in a way. Like if you ult in with Dawn...
Yeah, that's why you get Ags, right?
Yeah.
In this type of game. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Still the anti-mage ban, covering all bases on the side of Team Spirit. You never know.
I mean, the other thing about Dawn is like your lane is very stable. It's very strong in the lane.
Well, not a lot of time left for Team Spirit. 7 seconds. It will be a Mars, so very stable offlane hero coming out from Malik. Offers a lot of team fight as well.
It's a lot of kill potential in the lane with the Hoodwink. This pick kind of enables the Hoodwink a lot. And the other picks that I mentioned, particularly the Underlord, doesn't really enable the Hoodwink.
Yeah, it's just very good against, like, if you arena a Bat, I mean, these subs hate Mars. I would even say, like, Gyro is kind of annoying. Like, now there's a lot of annoying stuff that Gyro has to maneuver around in the game. Like, you can't hit into arena. If there's a Stone Gaze, you can't really stand your ground too. Let's see, what can Malrine cook here? I mean, is there a way where you... No.
He needs to be like some jump hero to find the Pugna, I think. Pugna and Hoodwink. I mean, there's still Storm for that.
Yeah, but then you're playing Storm into Pugna, and that is still considered to be bad, right?
Yeah, it is a bit annoying.
It is annoying.
I was thinking, is there like some different... like, can you put Doom mid, pick some Darkseer off lane? I don't know if there's like some quirky stuff. I see Lyricals going ham. I mean, they're most likely looking for a mid, but I will say I can't... Nothing jumps to mind where I'm like, yeah, that's the one. He doesn't play Invoker. I feel like that would have been a really good one, but that's not a Malrine hero.
I mean, it's tough, you know.
It's quite the puzzle.
I think Lina is probably his type of hero.
I would be pretty okay with Lina. And you can just play it in a way where you don't kill Dusa, you just kill the rest.
Yeah, there she is.
I think that's a good call.
Because you fly around with the Axe and you find the support. Because the key thing is you need a hero that can find the supports.
Oh, they're playing.
Oh, never mind.
That.
Lina
Wait, what?
crit.
Huh?
Support Lina.
I was watching his game. before our shift started.
Yeah,
he was playing position 4 Lina.
Okay, I will say that I love Bat and I love Bat core, and I have been missing seeing this hero in like the mid lane against like some matchups, especially this one. Like I think mid Phoenix and mid Bat is like super underutilized. I don't know if I like specifically love it in this game, but I think if you have Bat, Doom, like you can kind of choose your one pick guys and like pick them off, but I think this is a really easy, like if I'm Medusa in this game, I feel like I'm chilling.
Yeah, I agree. I think this time Spirit has the easier to execute draft, whereas Falcons, they're trying to be too cute here and it might cost them.
Well, I remember plenty of interviews with Malrine actually where...
Oh, we asked him, no?
Yeah, he wants, anytime when he sees even a remote chance to play Bat mid, he will try to grab it. Level 30 Grandmaster Bat Rider, and he loves the hero. So I think if he wants to play Bat mid, I would not go against him, you know? I feel like he's got the confidence.
I mean, he's gonna call. He's played this so many times. I will still say, I feel like he has to pop off actually for them to win.
Yeah.
Like if he doesn't, this game gets incredibly hard against Mars Medusa.
But he can.
Oh, he can. He better.
Like if you're gonna want one person to pop off, is the guy that really wants to make this hero in mid work, right?
They better refill his bottle, control the runes, do everything for him.
He needs sacks. he better like pop off, like pop off.
I believe in the Bat mid. I do want to hear you guys' opinion on Lina support because it's hit and miss.
It did get buffed. I haven't played it. I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure. I would say it's not that great. So I'm ready to be surprised and proven wrong. I think it's not good. Winter?
I think it has potential.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it a lot, but
It used to be very popular.
I was thinking of Lina maybe coming back to the support role because of how popular it is on the mid. You know, so some teams might flex.
Yeah. Well, this flex, I can't wait to see how it's going to play itself out. Game number 2, Falcons versus Spirit. And we're heading over to Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Sheever and the panel. I was so excited when they said my Darkseer might be coming out, but instead, it's going to be support Lina. Trent, you had a very bold prediction right when they picked it, which was Lina into L. But does it change anything at all, the fact that it's a support Lina?
Yeah, I like that a lot better,
Okay.
for sure. Crit was the first Lina that I actually got to see on this patch, and I was like, oh, okay, we're bringing back Lina. And then we had a lot of the mid Linas, but he was straight away messing with this hero, so very helpful to have, of course, earlier in the draft, so you can do this flex potential, but he's saying that he's so confident that he thinks support Lina is worthy of a 10th overall pick, not just some flex pick.
Oh.
Don't know if I agree.
It's the time to do it. I mean, but you saw immediately, right? The panel was talking about this. This was the immediate answer to the Monkey King. They were saying, yeah, there's no way that this is going to be Satanic playing it, so we want to run the Bat Rider against the Monkey in the mid lane. Amar saying, we're going Roche. I want to see level 1 Roche again. What the heck, man?
Yeah, that sounds good.
He's calling for it. Make it happen.
Everyone agrees. Go 1v1 Roche.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Yeah, they said,
are they heading over there?
1v1?
Oh my God, this guy's a liar. He's lying. He's not heading to Roche. Can you believe it?
You know what? I can.
I think he should lose gold for lying like that. That's not very cool.
Admins,
Please.
get on it.
Jacob, where you at? All right, we got this movement down to the south. Skeeter is not going to get found there by Rue. So they will just back away, head off on their merry little directions. But yeah, I want to see how this one works. You've got the Arsonist on the Bat Rider. He's going to be playing against the Monkey King. I feel like oftentimes in the past when we've seen these Bat Rider matchups against like the melee heroes mid, it feels so bad for the melee heroes. Do you think Monkey King has anything up his sleeve to sort of help in this matchup at all?
Nope.
Okay. Back to you, Trent.
It's a bad time. I mean, Malrine, you know, he wants it, and so when he sees these monkeys, he's going to try it out when he can, and this is one of those moments. So it's, yeah, you don't have a whole lot. The best you can do is avoid it, really. That's kind of the goal.
Snake King playing as the smartest hero in this game right now with the
not yet.
Learning curve.
He's the smartest in half a level.
He is the smartest guy in the world and has no abilities but can punch. That's for sure. And Rue is going to take a beating the whole way over to block out that camp. The other one actually didn't get blocked, so they'll have access to the pole down here.
Do you think Ogre would have gotten that math question right that Snake King did?
No, there's no way.
Not, no.
He was quick on it, though. That was impressive. 288. No, 188. 288?
NA math, you know.
Oh, God. It's
Yeah.
188.
Yeah.
All right, whatever. Regardless, it's fine. It was 188, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck to your daughter.
Jesus. So we're going to see how this one breaks out now. Sinking able to take out that entire large tree. And let's put some more extra pressure here on the Malik, who the panel had mentioned does have a bit of a tough time sometimes in the laning stage against Gyrocopter. Whether it's just these flat cannons early or eventually, of course, the rocket barrages. One of the heroes that does run into some issues.
Yeah, I was interested to see the Gyrocopter come out. Not really one that we've been seeing a whole lot of lately, but I guess it comes back to what we discussed in game number 1, whereas the carry pool right now is a little questionable.
Right.
Alex is just going to get banned every game, and then after that, we're not quite sure what's happening. It kind of feels like, you know?
Right. Yeah, there's still a lot of sort of unraveling to be done, it feels like, in a way. Of which types of heroes do you sort of go to after that top tier has been taken out of the pool. And one of the ones that we see now, of course, is going to be this Medusa, who manages to get the root there onto Amar, keeping the pressure on. A good answer against the Doom, but you can see one of the issues in the laning stage. You're not offering a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, not, I mean, we saw the Anti-Mage ban come out, but, you know, you think about tools versus a Medusa, there's nothing too crazy that'll be here from Falcons in terms of, like, some straight-up mana burn or anything. Crit, you can see he has gone for the slow burn facet, which is pretty solid versus Medusa, since it is just, like, your total damage is being increased.
Right.
So it's just going to do a better job trying to deal with the mana shield. And then another thing that I really like about that facet is that it helps versus the raindrops. I was watching like one of his first games, and because it reduces the initial damage burst, then it has a harder time dealing with the raindrops.
Interesting.
Kind of funny.
Because it doesn't just block out that big portion, you're still getting more over time, which is coming in, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I think the other thing that I want to watch for in this game, at least, is going to be, you know, if this laning stage does go the way that we're anticipating of Spirit, are they still going to be able to find that window around the 20-minute mark? If they're behind, that they can pull back into this game. Man, that music is excellent. I loved that. Got me really hyped up for the game, Trent.
That's good. That's why the players are pausing, actually.
Okay. Just to give us some extra tracks. I like that.
Something to do here.
So, creep wave pushing in. Medusa, it's just continuing to get little bits and pieces denied out here by the plinks coming in from Crit. There's just not a whole lot that you can do against this. And Malik also taking
I've been watching
beating.
this mid. Laurel.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's being walked on. He needs a TP for some help here.
Yeah, TP comes in. Maposhka trying to keep him alive. Do they have enough to bring down Malrine? Get a few more hits. He sends in his courier. Few more punches. Malrine in trouble. Does he get away, though? Oh, Maposhka is just too slow.
Oh, my God, the slowest scroll I've ever seen.
The clarity. Oh, and he decides to call it off. And in the meantime, you look down bottom. Pellet goes down. Snaking is there. Crit found the kill on a satanic top. It's all falling apart for Team Spirit. What in the Sam hell is happening? Snaking turns. They go for a punch there, too, underneath the tower. He jumps a hit onto Rue. And that is going to be a dead, oh my God, just everybody.
Yep, Snaking just chucks his body into the tower.
Can they get some retribution? Oh, they can't quite get with the Gorgon Grasp. They do have some body blocks coming in from Maposhka as he made his way back up to the top side. Crit gets hit. A few more punches, the Fairy Fire, but he's living too. 3-1. Yeah, this has not gone the way so far that Team Spirit wanted it to.
All that starting with a pretty deep dive from Malrine. Kind of looked like it was going to be them who were going to be punished.
Right.
Potentially with Maposhka TPing in there, but it just had these cascading effects across the entire map.
Oh, he got greedy, Skitter, but going to be okay. Waits it out, pops the salve. They didn't have enough damage to bring him down before he could use that.
Well, the good news was that he gave a little bit of space to Laurel, thanks to, having to regen on the bat. When Laurel got back in, he got a little bit of CS here, so he's not, like, crazy far behind anymore. Now he's going to make his way down bottom, skipping and hopping on these trees.
I mean, this is the way that you get back into a bad laning matchup, is Laurel needs to make something happen down bottom here. Killing Skitter would be pretty huge. Snaking is going to stack. And I think that that's coming close to scouting the Monkey King. He had to jump away from it. And now, this rotation turns into nothing.
Malrine's just stickying the high ground, like, where's Monkey?
Yeah.
And, I mean, if you're going to leave, I'm just going to keep hitting your tower, buddy, because not only am I getting vision, I'm just arsonisting.
It's true. Start to burn it down. Yeah, he has to come over and try and deal with that.
There's nothing you can really do, though. Like, he's got 3 points in the sticky. It adds up pretty fast. Laryl's pinging his tower. Like, I'm going to be losing this at some point here.
In the meantime, Alec gets hit. Snake King's still onto him. But yeah, they're moving in a couple of heroes. Pugna comes down to try and help defend against this in the mid lane, but you can see that 10 stacks up. He goes in, punches it once, and it starts to burn. Now hits onto Laurel, even more damage out. They have to bring massive numbers.
Can he tag the tower again, though?
Yeah.
He does. This is so annoying.
I mean, this is a problem. This is a little bit of a scary moment here for Team Spirit. But likewise, if Falcons overextend and they get a couple of kills on Team Spirit, this is a big swing into their favor. It looks like they're not going to attempt that move up to high ground anymore for Malrine. After the numbers showed up, they back out. Still, very annoying.
Yep. I mean, he can just start it again. Like, he brought all these heroes, but he's just going to start sticking the tower once more. Like, both supports are still sitting here mid. Side lanes are fine, because Skitter's almost level 6, so he's chilling. And Snake King is just making his presence very well known here, taking down this catapult in their face.
This time they placed that nether ward a little bit further back. Crit still wants to move in and take it down. A couple more tags, right clicks onto the tower. You got Pugna, we got a better Pugna. This one's the Bat Rider version.
Yeah, it's looking that way.
Although, maybe an opportunity here. No, as soon as Crit shows up, they back away. Malrine's still trying to do what he can. Doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of mana. Pops the mango. There it is. The lasso is out. Now trying to kill off Laurel. This Monkey King living, though, as Malik makes the move over. Crit finds enough to find that finish.
He just got
Malik Arena finds it. Just barely connecting now onto Malrine and Falcons. They do overextend and get punished.
Oh, man, that was a absolutely massive time to hit 6 there. And apparently not a great time for Falcons.
They called GG. Falcons are very tilted at this point. We'll be back in just a second. But yeah, getting the kill onto Crit gives him 6, and then this happens.
I wonder at what point they were not playing. I mean, he looked pretty, like, he was kind of running away on bad. I think it was fine.
Yeah.
I think it was after he died. Crit says go. There's no... Yep, just died.
So 4-3. And Satanic continuing to farm up.
Oh, yes, the Medusa in this game.
Yeah, you're chilling.
Yeah, things have been a little quiet since that death. That's good.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's just hanging out too, trying to get into those drums as quickly as possible. Tread's done for Dusa. And we didn't talk about the Wisdom Runes. I think those were an even trade-off there. Crit just now picking up theirs. Kind of a weird combination of heroes from Team Spirit in terms of their level 6s. Like, the Pugna's kind of just about, you know, trying to help accelerate the rest of his team in a way. Keep them topped off when they make these gank moves happen.
Carl Crit, maybe?
Finds him.
Maybe not. I mean, I'm looking, this is a level 5 monkey. I don't know why. Like, they're the same level.
So what's happening? Satanic? Just tanking some hits. Rue? Does he get doomed? They're thinking about it. Oh, he went up. They weren't ready for that one. The root is out, and Rue trying to survive. Not going to happen. Satanic is in a big load of trouble. LSA connects, and yeah, Team Spirit did not get the memo.
Dude, their whole game's in trouble right now. Like, they don't have a mid. They have a support monkey.
Yeah.
Crit and Crit's basically ahead of Laurel. Like, they have pretty much the same goal, and Crit is more XP.
Yeah. No, this is a big problem right here. Team Spirit, and now they save that Doom so they can drop it onto Monkey King. Maposhka's getting chased away. Rue just wants to help out the Monkey. It's not going to happen. Dude, they're all falling apart. This is a catastrophe. Team Spirit getting spanked here in this game number 2.
Well, we call them the comeback team, so they got them right where they want them.
As long as they're not out in 20 minutes, we'll see if they have what it takes. I mean, but they've got a Medusa. What's the comeback play that you got?
Rapier.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, first item Rapier.
Yeah, Mask of Madness Rapier, you know. It worked for a while. Yeah, it is looking troublesome right now for sure. Well, one of the ways that these old Team Spirit squads used to come back in these games was good team fights for sure.
Okay.
Attacking immediately when the other team gets Roche.
Yep.
And very good wave clear. Just like catching waves all over the map, being super mega annoying, and not letting you get a solid, concentrated push going somewhere. So
jump on a Skitter. This would be a big kill if they can make it happen. Bushwhack out.
They got no
Not
spells,
level 6
bro.
though. None of them are level 6. Oh wait, no, they got one hero at 6. Malik saves the day. Laro gets his level 6. Back out. Decrep is there. Fire Blast. And now looking for more. The Bushwhack. Can they get all of their ultimates online through killing heroes? As a matter of fact, they're making their way that direction. So Snake King was the only one that showed up to this.
I think he was doing the math on the numbers, and
Right.
unfortunately he's an ogre, so the math didn't quite turn out right. And down he went.
Well, that's a pretty nice little comeback. If you can make that work without ultimates online,
it's possible.
There's an opportunity here.
I mean, there's certainly going to be some downtime for this mid-bat. Right? He's
Right.
trying to farm up the Boots of Travel right now, and then he's going to want the Blink Dagger more than likely, so can wait a ways for that. Maposhka is really the 6 they need.
Yeah.
Because we need some squishies, right? That Rider's only 1,300 HP. He's got no stats.
Would love to see it if they can make something happen around killing that bat. Doom feels like a tougher task, but obviously more gold if you can bring him down. Top of the net worth by a pretty good margin at this point. But any core at this stage is a big win. It has to be around Arena.
Yeah, Malik's certainly the shining beacon of Team Spirit right now. And it will not be bots first. It'll be the Blink Dagger from Malrine.
Okay.
So going to be a little bit more aggressive as opposed to just running the whole map and farming everything.
I mean, you can imagine that probably what just happened down bottom informs that decision, right?
It's that, and it's also his support duo of Ogre Lina means that he doesn't have, like, if it was like a Clockwork, he could go bots maybe, and then there's like hook shots into, I just Firefly on top of you and grab you, but because he doesn't have any jump from his allies, then he has to be the Blink Fire.
Well, drops it down, takes the shield rune away, and Snake King going to be the one left to his death a second time. Now Malrine jumps in. Lasso used, they're going to give up this kill for sure. As Malik going to be dead to Malrine while the rest of Spirit run away. Now that was a nice little stack that's going to get stolen away from here too.
See, the problem was Malrine's not sitting right next to Snake King, so he couldn't see where to jump in the arena from the blinded Ogre, right? This is tactical here. Otherwise, maybe he could have saved him with that lasso, but he's got to wait for that Bloodsport to wear off.
Rue in some trouble and going to be brought down here in just a moment. We'll do whatever damage you possibly can first, buy some time, and wait a minute. Life drain?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, no. Maybe a chance for a turnaround, though. Look at him. Oh, they sniped crit. Dude, Rue making all that space actually got him that kill.
Just everything for our Mars. Just keep it going. It's actually crazy that Laro's catching back up to Mars.
Oh, Satanic, you're in trouble. Although down bottom, if they could get this kill on a Skitter, it wouldn't matter as much. Still, losing this Dusa, this hurts. So they will.
Like she's already dead.
Well,
maybe she'll live.
Maybe, Trent.
So close.
It's not quite there. They're going to go instead down bottom, even throwing the blood grenade out, and Skitter is just going to walk away. There was never a chance that that was going to work.
You're very harsh today.
I
Never?
mean, you got to call balls and strikes, you know? Is that a thing?
Thanks, ump. Yep, that's good.
No problem. Crit's just going to sit here, wait, stack these ones up in a moment.
You know, that sounds like a saying, but it's not.
What?
You got to call balls and strikes. Like
That is.
Is it?
I mean,
I feel like you just made it up. I mean, it's a thing, obviously, but I don't think I've ever heard it as like a phrase, but it kind of works as a phrase.
I mean, maybe I just made it up and I'm brilliant.
Let's go with that.
I'll take advantage. Aether Lens done now for Lina.
Help things out a little bit there with these LSA jumps.
And Arena back up again. The smoke comes out. There's a target ahead, which is Snake King, maybe wanting to go for something bigger. Satanic is up top. If they run into the triangle right now, Gyrocopter is calling out those. Oh, gets the blink away. Oh, that feels bad. That one feels bad. And now Malik, he's got to be careful. Although they find crit.
They have to fight into the Nether Ward.
Mars nearby. LSA connects. Snake King. They end up just soloing Snake King again. After this, they're going to have to run away most likely. Falcons giving them some respect and will not decide to chase any further. Arena's now down.
The Netherward's a really interesting deterrent. Like, they really don't want to just fight into it like that, and that's kind of why Malik just dropped the Arena on the Ogre. Because he's like, we can guarantee this kill. The Netherward stays alive. They're not going to want to jump us. They don't have BKBs or anything on these big heroes quite yet. It is being worked on by the Doom, but for now, there's not a lot of benefit for Falcons to go into a situation like that, but for Team Spirit, it does kind of hold the line a little bit here. Think about how this was looking.
Yeah.
I'd be very happy that it's only a 3K lead right now.
Yeah, if you're Team Spirit, absolutely. They were able to literally make some of the comebacks happen, and a lot of it around
actually
Malik's play.
For the first time, Dota Plus is believing in Spirit, believe it or not. Has him at a 1% edge.
I mean, Medusa's sometimes just that hero, you know? Like, it causes some big issues, and you also have the sort of X factor later on of this Mars against Gyrocopter, which... Skitter's not going to find like the easiest time in this game. And if they're able to sort of stop the snowball from building up on the side of Falcons, that's maybe their path to success. Smoke move up top, does not find anybody.
I mean, it's so close though. But now that now they're under the ward, Satanic sees them.
Can they make something happen here? There's a second ward that's in the area which could scout some weird movements coming in. A lot of vision down. They see Maposhka now jump and find him. A second time now where for Spirit, their vision that's down leads them into a false sense of security.
Yeah. Bit much on that one, unfortunately, but at least it's just Maposhka. And it is lassoed down. You know, that is some breathing room for the rest of your allies for sure. He does have the boots of travel now, though, so more global potential here. These ganks across, and on Laurel watch here, he's doing all right. He's ahead of Malrina at this point. He has officially won the mid lane.
There you go.
At 17 minutes.
Brett finds him. That's a bit too far to jump it, and he gets away. Oh my god!
The
no! They break the tree! The counter synergy, and they will get Doom out. Well, eventually, that is going to be Monkey King dead. A trade. Oh my god. Rue has been so sneaky. Just hiding away. Gets out of trouble. But yeah, that you hate to see that one.
I mean, he was going a little crazy.
He was.
We get to watch this poor monkey as a Arena.
I mean, it was really close to not catching him, and he would have been fine then.
I don't know if I'd say close.
Okay, that's fair.
It's kind of like bang on that tree.
Yeah, the Arena was literally just on top of it.
All right, well, Skitter's about to hit the big item of the Aghanim Scepter here, and just 3 little coins that he's scooping up off the ground here. As Laryl's thinking about dropping the ulti on the Malrine. He wants revenge from this mid lane.
Finds him, wanting to kill him, gets him down. Maposhka moves in. That is really huge.
Maposhka moves in and steals the kill.
Well, you know, sometimes this happens. Wait, Amar? Time to scurry away. Oh, snaking. There he is. And dude, that one feels bad. Does he get out? Wait, Laurel's here.
I can't believe Laurel saves him. Honestly, after stealing that kill, yeah, good. Die, squirrel. Laurel did 1,500 damage, and he did 150. He steals the kill. How's that fair? Laurel's trying to get back in this game right now, okay?
I mean, I think one of the big differences this one, too, for Laurel is that he has a Maelstrom this game instead of a Diffusal Blade. You know what I mean? That's one of those big things that can definitely make a difference in terms of how quickly you're able to rack up stuff. We're going to keep on going now. 2,000 gold lead at this point for Falcons. And it looks like, oh, there it is. Immediately caught with the spear. Skitter, Root, backs out. Trying to escape. Amar, does he want to go in for the Doom? Doesn't look like he's quite got it up yet. And the chase is continuing. I mean, if they want to make this move, they are all grouped together in this narrow little ledge. This is really, really looking strange. And yeah, they're not going to take that route. And as Team Spirit is going to back away, 19.5 minutes. Falcons now smoke up. We'll see if they can find anybody. Now they're just going to take over this area. Dual Scepter picked up for the Mars. And it does appear that they're just trying to set up on this side of the map for Roche. But yeah, at this point, it feels a little bit like Team Spirit have given up the window where they were able to make any type of a move. And it's going to be an easy Roche pickup here for Team Falcons. But the 20-minute mark, it's the thing that we always talk about a little bit. Is there going to be a window here where Team Spirit can maybe make something come back their direction? We'll have to wait and see. They can make up a little bit of ground. They're actually stacking right now on the gate on the other side of the map to see if they decide to come through that one. Now Reen shows for a moment.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now Falcons, with Aegis in hand, try and bully back Team Spirit a little bit. Medusa, in the meantime, has already got one component of that butterfly. With Manta, Butterfly soon online. Does have some answers for this gyrocopter, but eventually there starts to be a window where things get a little bit too much just in terms of the damage they can dole out. The Tormentor, Aposhka, get low, has to run away, does not want to be here anymore. Does he get brought down to that one? Doesn't quite look like it. Laurel's low too, but managed to secure an Aghanim Shard there for Maposhka. But Trent, 14-10, 21 and a half minutes in. How does the next couple of minutes work out, do you think?
Okay, well, the what do we got here? We got the Aegis. I'm definitely not dealing with tech issues, Lyrical. That would be crazy. I'm glad you're trying to cover this by putting your headset on my head. But this... Falcons, they obviously have not taken this commanding lead that maybe it kind of felt like with how they were taking all these fights, but they have their Aegis. They're pressuring mid. They're holding their classic formation here. Instead of Malrine in the middle, though, it'll just be Skeeter.
Now looking for an opportunity. They got the Gorgon Grasp. They're just going to tank that. I mean, Amar's thinking about this. They go for the lasso. Immediate answer with the arena down. But do they have enough damage to kill off Satanic? He pops everything, hides back inside the arena. Is he going to survive? No, they don't have enough. Meanwhile, Gyrocopter very, very low, but they don't quite have enough damage to burn through that Aegis. And so they will lose the Medusa, use the arena, don't get anything in return. A rough, rough moment there for the old side of Team Spirit. Maybe if she had the butterfly. So we see this replay here. And take a look. It just, like, if she could get back inside for a moment, but Amar is zoning out all of the rest of the help there, and there was just nothing left to be done, in spite of the crazy amount of damage that was coming out from Laurel. So a rough window, but now not a huge gold lead that's been built up as of yet, with still 2 minutes left on this Aegis. Still trying to remain active on the map right now. As Trent, you're returning to us, the world of the living. How you doing, sir? Trent, I cannot hear you still, so I'm just going to tell you to shut up here. We're going to get right back into it as we are underway. What a great time. Malrine, BKB, almost completed. And those BKBs, I mean, when they come out and are online for both him and Gyrocopter, Gyrocopter just now completing his, you got to imagine it's going to be really hard to get a full combo off that brings somebody down. Because you've only got a couple individual, like, types of ways to control people here. You're going to have to find some type of, like, a bushwhack, and then getting a kill with Arena that doesn't break the tree that the bushwhacked target is caught to. It's going to be a rough one. Blink Dagger done for Lina now, too. My goodness. So 25 minutes in. Like we said, still just a minute left to go. No, Trent, I can still not hear you. That's okay, though. So 1,000 gold lead. And the smoke up as Team Spirit try and find somebody. They're going to go for a big wrap around here. Actually, that was Amar that was calling the wrap play. Yeah, they're actually just going to bully down bottom, it looks like. And with the smoke not connecting, I mean, there is sort of an interesting window here, right? Because you've still got like only 20 seconds left on this Aegis. They can either try and really bully this tier 2 tower mid, see if they can get a TP back, but it looks like no. They're just going to try and cut all the waves and hope that they can find somebody down bottom. And Malrine is here. Trent!
Hey!
Oh my god, you're back!
Yes, I have managed to get rid of Doom.
I felt so lonely.
Yes, that was actually, sorry, that was Doom if you refreshed it 19 times.
Okay, got it.
We were just doing a little simulation there for you guys to understand why this hero is so frustrating to play against. Yes.
Impressive.
Thank you.
Cheer and chat, everybody.
Yeah, shout out to production getting that solved. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We just had something explode. I didn't do it, to be clear. Now, to be clear, I have done it before. One time I blew up a mixer at TI, but don't tell Valve.
It was awesome. Now, the real thing... Yes, I do. We'll have to find out later.
But I didn't do it this time.
Rue?
My defense.
Hiding. Always being sneaky. And gets out of there.
So I was kind of working on this here. Would you like to sum up the last 5 minutes?
Aegis, Deuce dies.
Yep.
Tower's dead.
Oh, that's not good.
Team Spirit devastation.
That what a great summary of what just happened.
That's so amazing.
Thank you so much,
the power
production.
play that was a power play, Trent.
I love that. That's good. And you know, they have the Arsonist logo.
Ooh. They squished that squirrel. A little bit of roadkill out there.
It's like me heading down to the cottage.
Okay. Canadian guy. All right, 27 minutes in, and with complete control of the map, at least in terms of wherever they want to go, they're able to sort of take pretty dominant spots. They're now going to put the pressure onto the tier 1 tower, or the tier 3 tower in the mid.
Back here just in time for the potential closeout here. Malik trying to make sure that doesn't happen. This gyro, he's kind of vulnerable to a Mars, right? This is the big fight. This is the blink that you need. This is the arena to save the game.
Butterfly done for Satanic, not yet Scotty online.
Also his other name.
That's right.
His OG Butterfly. So maybe this is like a good luck thing.
Hey, you never know. There's an opportunity.
Or they can just not take your base. That's also a good way to keep the game going.
I mean, I always feel like it's a little bit scary when you're playing against Medusa in these late game scenarios. And the fact that it's still just down to a 4K gold lead. Like, there's some things going on here. 28-minute Wisdom Rune. And if they're all grouped together...
Oh, they sure are. They're smoking out.
The problem is there's still BKBs. They see MR right there.
Oh, what a flame break.
Oh, and they take it.
Oh, he wants
now,
that Wisdom Rune.
Rooted, found. Malik trying to find that back line. He can't go for it, though. The fight needs to be perfect.
Yeah.
And if it's anything but that, they're not going to go. Because they just lose their whole base.
Oh, they're trying to send Satanic out first, hoping that they'll take the bait. They're all kind of hoping they won't with how far he's going. He's going to the opposite side of the map here to push this out.
Yeah. No, he's got to stay pretty aggressively farming on that monkey.
Oh, there it is, under the ground, onto the squirrel.
Yeah, well, I think that one's just sort of a foregone conclusion a little bit. Rue trying to get away. Alex still eyeing it up. I mean, honestly, the way that this is going, I feel like if you're Spirit, you need to win, like, around hexes or something. Like, I'm just not seeing the way that they kill these heroes with BKBs online. I guess if you can bait out a BKB.
Yeah, it's like you said, like, it just comes down to that pretty much. This idea of just, oh, there we go.
And there it is. Dude, he baited out that BKB. Such a big bait. And now Malik in trouble. Malik gonna die. Rue also... into the dustbin.
Got his BKB and his Doom.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is it bait still if you kill both of them? I'm not quite sure.
I mean, the fish eats the bait.
Yeah.
And that's still bait.
This is like if the fish eat the bait and then came on up and like capsized your boat.
Yeah, pulls you in.
Yeah, exactly. And it eats you too.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
They bit off more than they could chew. Or I guess they bit off.
The fish
yeah.
bit off.
My bad. That was bad.
More than you expected it to chew.
Yes.
Yes. Well, sometimes you got to call the balls and strikes.
That's true.
Am I right?
The balls and strikes of fishing. Laurel has a missile on him. And
what is that lasso? Oh, the Eye of the Vizier going hard right there.
Immediately pops the Stone Gaze and now trying to hunt. They've used one ultimate. Are they going to chase here? Feels a bit of a tough one to do. But yeah, Scotty is done now for Medusa. Eyeing up a Daedalus next. You got to imagine that if things start to get even worse for Spirit, there's going to be some thoughts about a Rapier. But
you know what would be great would
What's
be an
that?
Aegis for Spirit.
Yeah.
It's up. It's Radiant side, so that's not necessarily the best, but they're the ones moving that way. Falcons have gone home to sort of recuperate.
Dude, that would
here.
actually be huge. What the hell?
Yeah.
A quick spawn?
But, I mean, it was a minute 40. It wasn't super quick. It's all right.
I mean, they just take it so slow, though.
Yes. I think it's more likely you set up to win, like to get a pick
This
first.
is-
This is what they're doing. We need
This
a ward
could be
on this.
really good.
All right, here's the ward.
They get the vision
Skeeter.
down. They see him. Skitter, jump back, caught immediately. Do they have enough damage? The full combo out in time. Skitter pops BKB. The Scotty doing some good work of keeping him low, even while that Satanic was running. And now, no Satanic, no BKB on the Gyrocopter. On the side of Team Spirit, you can keep fighting. Although, I guess they don't have Arena.
I mean, these are the BKBs you're talking about, though, right?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, but with no Arena, how scary is that?
No, they have Arena. They didn't
Oh,
use
no,
it.
yeah, you're right. It was just a spear. All right,
Yeah.
no, they're chilling.
They had some tree issues there. That was
Yeah.
like spears and bushwhacks, and it was just, you know.
Yeah.
But it's okay because they didn't use Arena.
Okay. They
And
go
now
in.
this is going to be Butterfly, Satanic, Aegis, Medusa if they let this go.
They
So Falcons
scan.
moving in.
This is scary. Big moment right now. How quickly can they get here? And how low is Roche? Only about 20% of his HP off. Satanic is still showing. Malrine, they immediately catch him there. Now Doom looking for an opening. They find one. The lasso already used. Satanic is trying to hit out there, but now the fight has gone terribly wrong. They buy back immediately onto Malik, but he's already used the Arena. Now Crit getting hit. They have enough to bring down that Lina. No buyback on her. Snaking.
Okay.
He doesn't have anywhere left to go. Is the supports dead enough for Team Spirit to secure this Roche? It looks like it.
I mean, Amar did take down Rue in the back line.
And now look, they find another. Malrine goes down too. None of these heroes have buyback. In Team Spirit, they win themselves an Aegis.
They found their long fight. They got rid of these BKBs. They get in there. Good buyback from Malik as well. Manages to get his way back down here despite being so far away.
Yeah,
And
he TPs up top and then takes the gate through.
yeah, this is after, of course, the buybacks and everything, but then just this slow walk down. Like, Satanic is not going to die at this point, right? Like, the fight is kind of, it's gotten to the point where there's not going to be enough control for him. His allies are alive, so they just kind of march with this Medusa, and then Malik as well. Thanks to the buyback. Nice catch right there.
Well,
Get the Yules into Spear.
And the thing that the panel...
And thankfully, they take Roche so slowly
Yes.
that we can finish that replay. You guys get to see Satanic kill it.
That's true. You know what's interesting is the panel had talked about the Gyrocopter, it being like a diffusal build that he would go for, and instead going in for this Daedalus. I don't know if it makes the hugest difference in the world. He's killing all the rest of these supports and everybody else when he gets the opportunity on Skeeter, but I mean, it's not easy to take down this Medusa at this point.
No, it is definitely a kill everyone else situation, for sure.
Right.
I don't know. I could go either way on it. I don't really hate avoiding the diffusal blade, but I would have been kind of keen on it, especially with the lead that it felt like they had. I felt like you could maybe shut her down a little bit harder.
Or an MKB, you know? Like, she's got this evasion.
Yeah, there's some item issues, for sure.
Well, regardless, Medusa and Gyrocopter, the two big carries at this point in the game.
And she might get the shard right now here, too. It's between Pugna or Dusa. And it will be Dusa. Okay.
Interesting.
Kind of scary.
Yeah, I love the Medusa shard. The Cold-Blooded is so nice.
Yeah, and you get to combine it potentially with the eggs, and then, feel pretty crazy.
Well, it's still not by any stretch of the imagination easy, I think, for Team Spirit at this point, right? Like, you still have these issues of not being able to blow up individual targets if BKBs are up, but it does feel like the damage has sort of fallen off on Falcons and things have really swung into Team Spirit's favor. Like, I don't think the Team Spirit can just walk it down lanes, but they're clearly starting to feel better in spite of that 5K gold lead that Falcons have right now.
And getting some big items like this Nullifier.
Yeah.
Larnell's trying to reduce the save potential and just make sure that he can stick on someone and they actually die. Amar, interestingly enough, currently has the heart queued. You know, you think of Amar, I mean, he's always has that refresher in his quick buy, but this is definitely one of those games where I'm certainly thinking refresher. Right. He's just thinking like, I gotta live. These fights are getting long. Gotta try and survive.
Fair.
We'll see if he commits for it. I don't know. It's not an item we see very often anymore.
No. No, a bit of an awkward. I mean, the other thing, like, you can never trust Amar's with his queued up items.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna do some silly stuff, and obviously with Devil's Bargain too, you know, you've got some flexibility in there with that 90%. So, see what he decides to go for. Team Spirit trying to take advantage of this age. Just still 2.5 minutes left on it, just about.
Radiant's bottom tower
And it looks like they will indeed be able to take that tier 2 tower as well.
They're close to having a BKB finished on Mars. I mean, you still have 8 seconds left on Larl's BKB, so when the fight, you know, when it initially breaks out, they have a pretty big advantage at that point, thanks to some of these lower BKBs. Then again, I guess they've had them for so long, and there's only been a couple fights. Like, it's really only Amar that's suffering. You still have 8 seconds on Bat and Gyro, surprisingly. I thought they'd be a little bit lower by now.
Yeah, I think that some of it has been, like, when the pickoffs have happened, they've been in a situation where they could pop BKB, but Team Spirit aren't fighting, so they don't feel forced to. Which, you know, it's sort of the benefit of getting triple BKB is that you only end up, like, lowering the cooldowns on, like, one of them or something.
Well, they're going to smoke around their Medusa right now. Satanic happy to just reveal.
Still have a minute left. Is this going to be a high ground push?
There's a sentry already up here, so they're prepped from Maposhka putting the sneaky ward down.
Gets it down. They immediately see it.
Yep, they're going to know they're smoked up.
Not sure if it's...
Yeah, they can see it.
Okay. And yeah, look at Amar. I mean, this is pretty cool. I like this. AC done. He just steps up, starts beating away at it. Satanic, 50 seconds. Laurel hunting,
yeah,
backline.
These illusions are going to be really annoying to kill.
Yeah. And now it looks like instead of going through mid, they're setting up bottom. Only 40 seconds left. Team Spirit, I mean, it looks like they're actually not content to walk high ground right now. They want to just sort of force Falcons back in their base, and then are going to try and get into that next set of items. You can see Mars going immediately into that sheep stick next.
And Maposhka does finally commit from the Maelstrom. Had a lot of gold, and is actually only 40 away from Gleipnir right now.
Oh.
Yeah, the beefy squirrel.
And no matter what hero he plays, Maposhka is just going to be bottom of the net worth. It's just the way that he plays Dota.
Yeah, I'm liking this 5 Hoodwink, though.
Yeah. So, as the Aegis has been reclaimed, Team Spirit going to play much more conservatively around the map. While Falcons start to pressure out top, they got some good damage into it a little bit ago, and you can see here the swing back. It wasn't a big net worth pile up as Falcons was farming around everywhere.
Turns out we have to find a 500 gold graphic.
Yeah,
the
right.
whole 0.5k is a little depressing.
To me, the biggest,
G.
They just sort of like, they staved off the oppression that was coming their way.
Yes,
from Falcons.
yeah, it was a survival Aegis.
Yeah.
Keep themselves in the game.
Whoa, what? Sanj and Kaya? Okay. Let's do it.
What happened to the Swiftling?
He had an MKB queued up also. He's bouncing between a lot of different things. The plus side of Sanj and Kaya is he gets it like right now. You know what I mean? Before this fight happens, if he wants to buy out for it.
I feel like Swiftling might be kind of isolating too.
Oh, scary, scary. Skidder walks up there.
I mean, he's the Ancient Guardian, so...
Oh, he has a lot of damage.
Yeah.
They're going to try and get the D ward there. A little bit scary to step up and take that with Malrine right nearby, but Satanic is going to do it. Yeah, and they were covering him too. The Boundless ready. Obviously, you can pop BKB and jump, but playing it safe.
This is one of those games where it does not feel good to be the first team to jump.
Yeah.
Like, I would just let someone else do it, I think.
Okay, no. Instead, he's switching over to
oh,
MKB.
Yule's catch here onto Amar?
They can't do anything. They got to run. Malik's doomed. He TP's out with BKB, but the lasso is there. Now Laurel drops it down. Wukong's command. How much damage do they have in the tank? Malrine pops BKB, tries to run down. They take down the Mars, does have buyback. That's BKB's used too.
They're thinking about chasing.
Satanic, he's kind of in no man's land, but he turns to fight, to punch on his Skinner, but the stun is there. Do they have anybody to help him? Satanic pops it, Stone Gaze out. Now the fight off to the side. Laurel taking on Amar.
dead.
But they
Snake
take
King's
out
dead.
Snake King. Amar, they have anything to break his? Yes, they do. Manage to find him, manage to kill him. Oposhka barely surviving through that. 3 for 1.
Jeez, that damage from Satanic was crazy. I feel like even Skidder was surprised. We're just like, whoa, what is happening right now?
He had just completed MKB and brought it out to himself. Yeah, was not ready for that one. That's a hell of a reveal against the Butterfly.
Yeah, very quickly turned that around. And calls it back away. They lose Malrine. Now it's only a 3K lead, and Spirit are going to start marching here. Now, of course, they are missing Malik right now. Roche is going to spawn in 12 seconds. All right, 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Good try.
That was close.
I mean, here's the scary thing, though. They don't have Amar for 50 seconds. With 3 dead, you might pressure this a little bit on Satanic. Crit's going to throw out a stun. Skitter's there to start hitting, but that's going to be, I think, at least some of this lane of racks. And God, that range of the LSA is so nice right now.
There is a buyback lasso, too, though, which is kind of scary. Like, I know Laurel wants to just jump in on top of Crit right now because he has his nullifier, but he's thinking about the bat.
I mean, yeah, and the problem is that, you know, Amar, they don't know he doesn't have buyback. If they knew that, maybe you stick around longer, even in spite of, like, the lasso potential. But they did not go for it and take down the Tier 3 tower. Another one of these games, this is what I was hoping to get out of these two teams.
Can we trust the Mars quick buy, though? Because he did buy Heart, and now he has the MKB queued.
Oh, God.
Which I think is gangster.
I mean, it is kind of hype. I like that. What's that talent? Doesn't he have a cleave talent or something? No, he doesn't. He has the Infernal Blade max damage, though. With the max HP as damage against the Dusa.
Very historically amazing versus Dusa.
Yeah, that's really good. 1300 HP.
Love that percent base versus that huge HP pool.
Well,
Lincoln's done for Laurel. Huge. See if that catches Amar off guard.
So trying to hold this position now. The lead has been cut down to 2,000 gold. And here's the thing. Like, when you have Arena, when you've got Medusa, when you've got Wukongs, you know,
what if they're in your base
blasts,
game?
That's a problem.
What?
Oh my God. Dude, what are they going to do? They're just going to take it. Oh my God, the TP back. Wait, they might cancel that though. Wait, Satanic goes all the way in. Lasso down. What is happening? Why did you do that, Satanic? Oh no, not like this. Not like this. He has buyback though.
He's going to have to use it.
Fully commit. BKB out. Now they want to run. Laurel, he pops his own BKB. If you only get snaking here, this feels terrible. Team Spirit just dropping not just the ball, but the whole court. Amar moves in. Now he's going to start punching Laurel in the face, but the heals are out and the heals are good. They have enough. They're still chasing Amar. They're trying to kill Snaking. Is it going to be enough? Maposhka's there. Maposhka gets punched. Look at Amar, the heart. The heart is too good.
Snaking lives.
He's taking no damage on Amar. Look at him just beat the crap out of everybody. Amar, the triple kill. Amar doesn't stop. Look at this madman go as the punches, they just keep coming. Oh, never doubt heart again. Good game. Well played. Falcons close that out 2-0. Oh, boy.
That was a lot of tips. On to Satanic at the end there.
Dude, the TP back in the middle of everybody. But Amar, apparently heart is the greatest item on Doom that's ever been conceived.
I feel like Malrine's just in awe right now. She's like, what did you do, Amar? Where'd that ultra kill come from?
What a monster. Look at Owie's like, dude, what happened?
Sorry you didn't get to finish your MKB, bro.
Owie's just trying to figure out how he plays Doom with heart in his pubs now. That's all he wants to do. And he was going for the MKB next. Can you imagine? Oh, what a way to end it. That was not what I was anticipating at all.
Yeah, it was some discombobulated gameplay. Kind of from both teams, I think a little bit of ways through that one. Like maybe just everyone's kind of getting their footing here, getting rid of the sea legs.
It's unbelievable. The sea lane's very good. And with that, we're going to end this one out. Falcons complete their victory 2-0 off the back of a Mars Heart.
Why they go and gotta do that, huh? I was really starting to get really into this match, and then before you know it, you blink and you miss it. It's over. Falcons take this one 2-0. I mean, they don't even know what happens, Kezu.
No, this game was amazing. Like, from the start, Falcons abused like so many small things. You know, Marine forcing some TPs to mid. They get stuff going there. Then just like in game 1, I feel like their mid game is like, you know, they're cringing it up a little bit. Spirit come back. They kind of show like their mid game prowess. But then at the end, they have some amplified damage, go up high ground, and Satanic is just like, yeah, I'm gonna TP into this, and this is really good. When it's just like, game just like ends in like 20 seconds. It's just too freaking fun.
Yeah, just one mistake like that, the late game, just cost them everything. I mean, the game kind of felt like it was kind of tipping towards Spirit's favor already at that point, with the Medusa being kind of unkillable with the Mars Arena.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Gyro can't really do as much because of the arena, but then just one good pick off, you know, from the Bat Rider there.
Because like, I think it's here where, so Satanic has a MKB reveal in this fight, and also it's really annoying for Skeeter to man fight, because when you will see it soon, and he Satanics against Medusa, he doesn't heal, because you don't deal any HP damage to Medusa, so he has no chance of like man fight. Here he gets it, he's like, yeah, okay. No, he's gonna chill, yeah, he gets some Ancient Creep, but he basically instantly has to run away. And they're up 11k gold. Like, Spirit were starting to get incredibly strong with like their Mars, but here, this is the, like, this is so sad.
Like, oh, but how? I just don't know. I mean, like, why?
I will say good teams will force you into making really fast decisions, and I think Spirit, they didn't pass like the vibe check. He didn't like ask for a Lotus, and then here Amar with his, you know, right before this fight I was questioning if he should maybe have, you know, maybe Shiva, Refresher, Double Doom. After watching this fight, yeah, no, I don't know anything. This guy just goes 1v5, doesn't give a damn, and just kills everyone.
He only died once this game, didn't he?
Yeah, just completely abusing the innate, right? So you're doing more damage with your right clicks with this build, just killing everybody.
Insane.
What a beast.
Yeah, but I like that you pointed out that the situation became hard when they had to TP back to defend and the high ground, and for a younger team like Spirit, younger players, you kind of don't make the decision as quick, and you pay the price for that.
Yeah, like the only way you probably can do it there is
only with the Lotus behind.
Yeah, like Satanic has to be like, okay, you need to Lotus me, but like in that moment they're smoking up on your high ground with an amplified damage. You're waiting for it. Just like, guys, TP back, TP back, TP back.
Yeah.
You TP, no one else is there. Okay, GG.
It was, in hindsight, it was a really good move by Falcons.
Yes,
anyway,
it was.
Sure, Spirit made a mistake, but Falcons kind of made a very good play there that caught them off guard.
Very true. And at the start of the game as well, before Spirit started to mount that comeback a little bit into this game, it was also Falcons. Like those first 10 minutes, we were talking about that mid lane, how Melrine was going to go up against Laurel's Monkey. Laurel did not have a lane.
He was a support.
He was slower network than I think Brew at like minute 8 or 9.
Yeah, and I mean, the levels also were pretty atrocious. So yes, I think Team Spirit, what they can take away, that mid game was strong from them, but they got absolutely smashed in the lanes and outplayed at the end.
Yeah, I feel like Lara was not really set up for success, probably in either of these two games, I think, with the Monkey King. Because, yeah, he did nice, like, afterwards, like, coming back, you know, getting the right kills with, like, Miposhka and Malik and, like, trying to come back. But the game it doesn't have to be this hard for your mid laner. So if I'm Spirit, that's kind of what I will be looking at. Whereas if I'm Falcons, I'm kind of chilling. I'm happy with my early game. I'm happy with my late game. But my mid game stuff, gotta improve on that.
I mean, there's a thing with Spirit where they don't really, I think, prioritize the support duo combination as much. They don't really care about, okay, we can have 2 range hero, it doesn't matter. But in this case, because of the 6-minute rune fight, you are Pugner and Hu-Wing against a Bat Rider, Ogre, and a Lina. You know, they come to the runes, they have 3 stuns. You know, what are you gonna do? You have 0 stuns except for the monkey stun. You know, so you're gonna lose out on that, and then they got pressured because of the hero matchup basically.
And they already were behind at that point as well, so it just amplified that. The fact that they were able to have a bit of a comeback, to really rely on Satanic, to, you know, the 4 Protect 1 coming to fruition, that was very good that they still were able to get it. I think actually if you're Team Spirit, you're focused mostly on the early stages of this game where you're looking at the replay, and then you're just trying to forget the end. Because that was just, like, I think, you know, they know, you know, that's not what they're going to harp on. That's not something that you're going to remember anyway.
Yeah, like this is just like, you know, those crucial moments where it's like maybe you cannot put yourself in a situation, or when it's like if you have a moment to think, use those 1 or 2 seconds.
Safer.
Yeah, or like make it as a team, but
yeah,
it's going to happen sometimes in stressful moments against good teams. Yeah. They force you into these moments.
Yeah. Well, that was our first series in the books. For some final words, though, we're going to head over to Jenkins, who's standing by with Amar.
That's right, Shiver. I'm here with Amar. How's it going, buddy? How do you feel about that series?
Good series, I guess. Yeah, very nice start.
And how do you feel when you're playing Doom and the enemy picks Medusa? Is this a Doom? Is this truly a Doom counter?
I think when you pick Dusa, not even Dusa into Doom. I think if you pick Dusa, you're just asking to lose. That's the thing.
Okay, and how about in game 1? They really countered the Bristleback. I felt like they countered the Bristle. Do you feel like you were countered?
No, not at all. I don't know. Teams who want to give me Bristol, they have to like be ready for the Bristol backing.
Are you hungry right now?
Yeah, very much. You just came and said who is the most hungry, and you said, okay, you will get me.
What are you gonna eat for lunch?
Whatever they have for me.
What's your favorite Thai dish so far?
Thai dish? I don't know if they have Thai dish. I just eat whatever there is. But Thai food specifically, I don't know. I just ate like normal meat and rice, I guess, yeah.
If I keep delaying this interview and make you even more hungry, will you never do interviews with me again?
No, it's fine. But we will have problems.
Okay, we're gonna let you go eat your food. Thank you very much, Amar. Good luck in your next series. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much.
Best ending ever. Get out, Jenkins. Run.
Run while you still can. You can't stand in between Hungry Man and his food, and especially not because Amar and Falcon still have a series to play after this one, as Group A gets all their series done in the first half, and Group B gets all their series done in the second half of the day. Now, when we were talking about this second game, we still do need to, dot some I's here, because when we look at this series, there's the one thing that stands out to me most that we talked about also at the end of the draft, and it is, I think it's time to talk about that mid lane winter for our Acer Predator head-to-head.
Yeah, that Bat Rider pick, totally destroying the Monkey King in the initial stages of the game, especially the lane, and after that he was able to get a very good dagger timing, dagger boost of travel, so he was kind of doing a lot of the pickoffs, especially onto Miposhka in the early game, which gave them kind of a nice 2 to 3k lead, whereas Lau at that point of time, he was kind of like support, trying to recover, have primals being max and trying to just get his network back up, and that was when I felt like Falcons took full advantage of it. But Spirit, they did a good job kind of holding it to 2 to 3k lead. They didn't really go away too far from that number.
Yeah, because I think also, like, it's not just what happened. I mean, yeah, we see here kind of what happens at the end of it all. Like, you win mid, you can make moves throughout that lane. But what Falcons abused a lot too is, like, you kept forcing Spirit to come to this mid lane. Now, you can make moves bottom. They don't have TP's top. They ended up killing Satanic in the top lane, which, if it's a straight up 2v2 lane, is not going to happen. And I think Falcons, they're just really good at abusing, like, all these small instances. Like, I'm sure they have a concept of, if the enemy team uses their TP somewhere, we can attack them somewhere else. We can start outnumbering. Like, just easy things to build on, because, yeah, honestly, this is, like, the #1 reason why they were even so far ahead in this game to begin with.
Yeah, we said there was going to be a lot of pressure on Malrine doing well with the draft that they had and take team names away, and we did like Team Spirit's draft, very much so, actually. But Malrine delivered with his Bat Rider mid, and it's definitely something that I think a lot of teams will have to keep more in the back of their minds, because the flex potential of Falcons already was very high with Malrine's and Amar's hero pools overlapping, and also Skeeter coming into that also. But now also you get Lina as support. Still, maybe not the greatest support, but the fact that it allows you to get that Bat Rider in the mid lane winter, definitely value.
Yeah, but I don't know how much this is going to happen. I feel like it's like out of 10, 20 games, maybe you get like only one game that you can actually make it happen. It's not comparable to like when they have the flex pick on other heroes like Bristleback maybe. Earth Spirit or whatever of the other heroes.
Yeah, Razor, Timber.
Yeah, Razor,
whatever.
actually, yeah, Razor, Timber. All these heroes are much more of a flex pick, whereas this Bat Rider is like a very situational thing where you kind of have to see your lane, and if you know that you can dominate this lane and do well, and the opponent's supports can't really stop you in this game, like the partner and Holdwing, then maybe you can consider it.
We can take a look that while our series was going on, we can take a look at what happened on all the other streams, as we got 3 streams going on at the same time. On the Storm stream, Shopify Rebellion started very, very strong with a 2-0 against Na'Vi. So that's very good for them because we're having a strong start.
Yeah, I honestly thought this was going to be more of a 1-1.
Yeah.
I saw one of the games where Shopify owned them like pretty hard. They had like some Lycan, Drow, looked like a very easy game. Second game I didn't see, but this is a better start for them than I expected for sure.
Yeah, and then on the Ember stream, it was your boys, Winter. It was Boom taking on Avalos. And the first game might have not looked too hot for them, but Boom had a fantastic game too.
Yeah, game 2 they were like what 8-0 behind, 4K goal. Like I don't remember what 7-8 like in the early game. They were so far behind, and then all of a sudden they got like 10 kills in a row or something, and they got a 3K lead.
Yeah, so and then they take the game.
Yeah, that was like a big comeback, for them that game. Every point counts.
Every point counts in this group stage, absolutely. As that marks our first round of series done with Falcons, of course, also taking that 2-0 victory against Team Spirit. And as you can see, we are going to have Falcons once again on this stream coming your way. If you want to catch Team Spirit, I believe they're going up against Na'Vi in the next round on the Ember stream, so make sure to take that into account. And I believe we're going to take a quick break, but I don't think Falcons is going to get that long of a time to eat food. So you better also rush yourself right back for our next series, which is going to be Avalos versus Falcons.
Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river, and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river, and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy.
Avulus is a very new name in the world of Dota. And after coming out of nowhere, they've had a very promising start with great placements at several events. Their journey to actually making it here wasn't a walk in the park either, but Avulus managed to take down teams such as OG, Tundra, and last but not least, Palinizia to qualify for this event. You'll be missed, Fortnite man. So who's actually playing for the team? Let me tell you. They've got Smiling Knight, Stormstormer, Zibe, Eki, and they're being led by the experienced captain Seneko. On a good day, they look strong enough to take down any other team. They get to play their game. However, all is not sunshine and rainbows in Avulus land, as they've looked a little bit inconsistent so far. They're just as capable of losing games against weaker teams as they are when it comes to winning games against stronger teams. ESL One Bangkok is the biggest challenge for the team thus far, so it'll be telling to see how they perform under the pressure.
You are watching ESL One Bangkok, and we're on day one now of the entire event. That means we are in the group stages, and we're about to head into our second round of series of the day, and that means you guys are joining us for the wonderful Falcons up against the wonderful Avulus. It's going to be a two-game series. Avulus, of course, they just tied with Boom in their previous series, where Falcons was able to just 2-0 against Team Spirit. We'll see what this upcoming series will bring. I'm still here with Winter and Kezu, and I just want to get some initial thoughts from both of you about heading into this series. I know that it on paper looks a little bit like a David versus Goliath situation here, Kezu, because on one side you got Falcons, very experienced, very good, and they also have an undefeated record against Avulus.
Falcons are definitely the favorite. I wouldn't say it's like that bad. Like I could see them win a game against Falcons, but I definitely feel like they kind of need to get what they want. Like in a way, I feel like Falcons need to disrespect them a little bit, because in my opinion, the way Avulus played really well, they need Alchemist or DK, Zibe on like some Beast Enigma, and I'm not sure AY is gonna give that to them, which is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. You know, if you don't have like a very broad hero pool or different strategies to count on, and your opponent bans it out. So I think in this type of situation, you have to try to get first pick. If you're Avulus, if you win the toss or you get the toss, you have to get first pick.
We'll see what's going to happen with that draft. That seems to be indeed very important for this upcoming two-game series. Very important as well is the vibe in which the players go into this series with. Falcons just come off a series 2-0. It's a great time to talk to one of your biggest fans, isn't it, Jenkins?
That's right, Shiver. I'm here with the young gun himself, Mallory Dota. How's it going, brother?
Doing good. I'm just seated.
What did you have?
I had a mashed potato with some chicken. The chicken actually was pretty good.
Do you like the chicken when the skin is still on it?
No, fuck. I don't like the skin.
Yeah, neither do I. I'm not going to make this whole interview about food, even though we all did just eat, so that's a big topic here. Speaking of eating, I don't know how to transition this, but the first series, how did you feel about that? Was that a good series for you guys?
I mean, it's kind of starting of like getting our advantage in the tournament, you know, like we coming back on our phase of playing, I would say like this, and I'll just hope it's going to continue.
Arsonist Batrider mid, is that the facet you should go if you're playing mid Batrider these days?
I mean, I'm just taking Batrider, I'm saying like I'll explode all towers. You know, I would like to like enemy to do not touch me, I'll just go tower to tower.
So I was looking at your Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and I was just wondering if you could tell the audience how your pubs have been going lately.
My pubs in Asia regions, it's like, it's kind of rough, but it is what it is. What can you do? I think most of the players gonna have. I mean, how I understand like a lot of players just nowadays just sniping each other because playing with Asia players, it's like sad.
Do you believe all the things now they say about SEA Dota?
Which one exactly?
That every game goes late, every game is completely chaotic and off the rails.
I'm not sure. My literally every game is like 10 minutes in a pub, and I'm just staying at VK because a game is just over in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds like North America. Anyway, speaking of over in 5 minutes, I'll let you get to the game. Good luck in your next series, my friend, and back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Jenkins and Malrine. I feel like Winter, I should give you the opportunity to, respond.
Defend what? There's nothing to defend.
Oh, no.
That was fast. You back down straight up.
You gotta give me something, more concrete to defend. This is like SCA. Everyone comes here, they know the pubs. They're terrible because people are just playing on their own. You mute and just play on your own, play your own game. There's no team play. I mean, there's a lot of good individual play, at the end of it. But it's just when it comes down to actual team play, because the players from Europe, they are very used to a different kind of pub game where everyone kind of works together. Here, we try to work together to tell each other not to quit, the game, We're trying to feed them some milk. Oh, no. Just not yet, We need this item. We'll be fine,
I feel like Malrine is also not the type of guy who will then bring everyone together. He's like, okay, whatever. I don't want to play. So 6-7 minutes in, when he sees the other people, he's like, okay, that's it.
But if you've only been losing, or rather, if you've had rough games, as he puts it, surely at some point you should adapt your style. Or also, there's 12 teams here. Isn't everybody playing pubs, and therefore your pub should be good?
Probably.
Is that logic?
Or you just permanently scrim if you can.
Oh, like he said, you need to snipe each other.
Yeah.
To get into the good
that's
game.
what he said. Yeah.
Because if you don't get into the good game, then you try to kill again, then the next game will be, you get me in the game, so.
They're trying to recreate some
better lobbies.
Yeah, some better lobbies.
Yeah, because the thing with the SEA pubs is, right, you need to play Dota the wrong way to win in the pubs here, whereas the players are used to trying to optimize their gameplay in Europe. Like, everything is about efficiency. Here is not about efficiency. It's about just chaos and randomly killing people.
Sometimes that's also good for training, though. You gotta take both so you can thrive in every situation.
Gotta be ready.
Yeah, you gotta be ready. I'm sure that Avalus is gonna be ready to deal with Falcons in this upcoming series. Again, they just came off a 1-1, so it's not bad at all, not a bad start at all for the guys. This is the team coming in as a little bit of an underdog, but as we heard Lyrical talk about Avalus, he does mention that this team has just as much chance to lose against the worst team as they have to win against the best team, Kezu.
They're just very inconsistent, and I think that's just a trait of many of the non-tier 1 teams, right? One day you're really good, the next day you're not, and this type of trait doesn't really let you go far in tournaments. But when they have their good day, when they have the type of draft they want, this team can beat anyone, which is absolutely true. I just think it could be hard in this upcoming series, but they can absolutely pull it off.
They can pull it off.
This is the problem with having a limited hero pool. When you get your heroes, then you're gonna be, really comfortable. And when you're forcing them out of their comfort zone, then they're gonna look like a completely different team. It's all about trying to expand and trying to add to that hero pool. At this level, if you have a limited hero pool, you're gonna get exploited by all the teams.
Yep. Someone who is expanding his age today, by the way, is Eki. He turns 22 today, so happy birthday to him. And they did already get 1 win on the board. Of course, they hope to get a couple more here today. And with that, we're also going to talk to Eki, or rather, Jenkins is.
That's right, Cheever. I'm here with Team Avalus. Actually, I'm not. I'm in their booth. They just won one, and they all went for lunch. So I don't have an interview with one of them. But I do have an interview with somebody who's very familiar with this team, or one of the teammates. How's it going, puppy? It's Eki's birthday today. I think he's turning 15 years old. How do you feel about that as somebody who is best friends or was best friends with him? And I say was because, of course, you did kick him from Team Secret. I was wondering if there's anything that you had to say about that and kind of why that went down. Not revealing trade secrets. That makes a lot of sense. Is it because he was insisting constantly on picking the Skywrath Mage and this hero's complete dog shit?
Oh, what the fuck, man?
We're going to head back to the panel.
That's the greatest birthday gift I've ever seen. That's funny. That's good. Are we going to see Skywrath?
No.
Okay.
This hero, the one correct thing Jenkins did say is that this hero is absolute dog shit. He's like bottom 3% of heroes.
We saw it at last, right?
I mean, I saw Lyrical
one game
played in Turbo yesterday. That tells you.
That tells you enough.
That tells you the hero is bad.
Just not
Don't touch it.
not reliable, and the facets are not amazing on the hero.
It's like, you're a bad laner, you have no armor, you get stunned, you die. They buy a 4-staff you can't kill, they buy a Glimmer you can't kill. I could go on for a while.
We did just talk about how important it is to get comfort.
Yep.
Heroes. Does the comfort that Eki has in Skyrat make up for the badness?
No.
Okay.
He plays
I
other
tried,
heroes.
guys, I tried.
The thing is, he has other comfort heroes that are
Okay.
actually good.
Oh.
Lion,
Yes.
Bad Rider.
Yes.
I think his Hoodwink is fine, his Tusk is fine. But Lion, Bad Rider, his go-to heroes. Absolutely. Skyref, no. Don't want it.
Anything to add to that, Winter? Is like, no.
Skyrath, I love playing the hero, and I can't even say anything good about the hero now.
Okay. Can we do a quick recap for people that haven't watched a lot of Avala's games and how they like to play? Obviously, for Team Spirit, it was the 4 Protect 1. Does Avalos has a clear-cut strategy that they like to work with?
Kind of 4 Protect 1 as well, right? With the aura of Lina.
Yeah.
I feel like that's when they succeed as a team.
It's like a 4+1 with maybe some more hero-specific combos. They play a lot of Chen, a lot of Phoenix on Suniko as well. They have a lot of like summons on Zibe. His Enigma Beasts are really good, as is his Dawnbreaker. And I mean, Stormstormer, he's always been known for like his Invoker. He has like 2,000 or 3,000 games on this hero. So when they get their comfort, like when they can get their hands on these type of heroes, they're very, very, very good.
Who would you prioritize on this team? Which core?
Like if I am Avalos or if I'm...
if you're Avalos.
Probably Stormstormer, I think. Because I feel like I want my mid to have a good time to like reach out to the side lanes. Yeah, because I think Zibe will generally do pretty well. I feel like he's a very stable player, even if he doesn't get his summon heroes or whatever. And we have this evolved pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Last pick Lina.
I told you guys yesterday, right?
Yeah.
She was saying, no way, first pick Lina.
To be fair, she did also ask you if it was going to happen. 1 out of 20 games.
Bro, that was bad right of me.
I feel like that was Lina too. Maybe
that was the Lina flex.
Yeah, that was the Lina flex. It was different.
Oh,
Come
you don't
on.
think this is going to be flex?
I mean, it could be flex. It could be. Now they've already revealed, okay, we have this crit position for Lina in our draft, you know?
True. We still got the Monkey King to follow up though, so this is very familiar territory for Falcons.
At least this way, like, Avalos will flex it. Like, they play it mid, they play it carry, and I know that, like, they also know that Phoenix is really good against this hero. I mean, at the same time, you could pick it if you want on Avalos, because you do have to pick out of phase. I would say it's not the best against Lina, already straight up. There's also other heroes you need to consider, like, if you want your Monkey King to be a good carry in this position, you probably want to ban out heroes like Beast is one, Viper could be another option just to like make it more safe. But, you know, Falcons are very, very familiar with playing into Monkey King, which they literally just did.
Yeah, but then I want to ask you the question, right? So if you're picking Monkey King as a flex pick, but doesn't it make sense that you just don't ban heroes that are good against Monkey King because you can move him around? I mean, that's the point, right?
Yeah, no, I think it depends on if you kind of would prefer it in one role over the other. Or at least, I mean, one of the reasons why I like Phoenix ban is because I think that hero doesn't actually care what role you are.
Yeah,
he's just good against you in the lane, like, no matter what.
Okay, that I get. Yeah.
Then the Viper one, I would agree. I don't think you need to do it. Because then, okay, they show you Viper, you can do something else. You can just abuse it in lane, move your monkey away from it.
Or you're trying to next level the opponent, right? You're trying to tell them, okay, we're gonna do this, you know?
Yeah, or that. I mean, Smiling Knight knows something. You know, he's pointing his screen. He's like, oh, bro, let's do this, let's do that. I mean, this guy's Monkey King is very good. I do prefer, like, seeing this guy on heroes that do well in lane, but they also transition. Like, his Alchemist, very good. His Monkey King, also very good. His DK goes like second item blink. Like, he's like a hybrid
he needs to move in this team because Stormstormer is kind of more greedy as a mid?
Probably yes, because I think also, like, even Suniko, he's very, very good, but he also plays a bit of the slower type here.
Yeah.
Like, Phoenix doesn't move much, Chen doesn't move much. So you need, like, other people to pick up the pace.
Yeah, someone needs to do the work, you know?
The dirty work.
Yeah. And sometimes in this sort of teams where you need to move different people at different times, it can be complicated to execute. Like, in the early game, okay, this player needs to move. Like, your mid laner needs to move. You take the first few runes, and then after that, he's back to farming. And then you need the carry to come out and move. And it kind of can be complicated for a new team, you know, to execute it. Shadow Demon is back.
Yeah.
This is something else that I remember that Sunico played this a lot a couple weeks back. Like, post 5 Shadow Demon is not the most common. I believe Eki also plays it, so there is some flex going on here for sure.
But you'd rather be on a 4 most of the time.
I think so too.
Because of the stacking.
Yeah.
Like you need to figure out how to get levels on this on this hero. And if you're playing on 5, you're kind of hoping, okay, let's just pick like a carry that goes jungle so I can take the lane, you know?
But like a lot of those carries, they're not even in the pool anymore, right? Because you love having your Alk or DK Mag or like basically all the heroes
Luna.
that are banned. It's like what you want is post 5 SD.
Yeah. I mean, the hero still has a lot of definitely value in the draft. You know, it gives you save, it gives you BKB disable, BKB slow. You do a lot of damage. The vision part about the hero. I mean, the hero just ticks a lot of boxes. You know? So if you can get past the lane, you can make it work. You get your levels, you get your gold, and he's also very tanky for some reason. You know, because of the talents. You have HP, you have strength at level 10.
I mean, if you're Falcons, you have a lot of magic damage. You already have a lot of good team fight too. They're just gonna have to check the boxes of who's gonna jump and who's gonna like lock down the fight.
Does this mean the Lina is going mid? Because you don't want. I feel like you don't want Lina plus Phoenix as your support duo, right?
Yeah. And you would have to find, you would have to find at least 2 heroes that go in.
Whoa!
Whoa!
That was instant.
Yeah, Nyx is the Lina counter.
Yeah.
Spike Carapace.
And a Darkseer. I'm sure that Lyrical is
I
doing
see
a
his
little
hands.
victory
There's like
dance
800
right now.
screens in this room. I can still see his hands
But
move.
you're picking Darkseer into like a blind matchup. And this offlaner doesn't feel like an offlaner that it's like Doom. You know, you don't know your matchup. You can just pick him. You know, like Darkseer. I feel like when you pick him, you need to have a purpose. You need to be able to get past the lane.
Yeah. Okay, so
when you say that Nyx Assassin is a counter to the Lina, does that mean you wanna lower Lina's priority? Like, do you want to move Lina to support now, or is that still playable for her?
It's playable. It's annoying, but it's definitely something to consider. You know, because they are keeping everything open with the Lina Phoenix Mars opening, right? So they're definitely still thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so they go Gyro. This is also very good against Darkseer in the lane. I expect Darkseer to kind of get demolished in the lane.
Yeah.
And Nyx is like one of those posts where you don't really play the lane. You know, you
you
show up, you pretend to show up, and then you just
you're literally pretending. Yeah. It's okay. So the reason I like the Gyro is just because he has pretty high damage later. His wall illusion is kind of worthless.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely one of the worst ones. And something you have to be careful about when you play against Falcons, like if you're bleeding a lot in one of your lanes, it spills into another. Like if this Gyro Phoenix have a free lane top, they might just gate bottom on, let's say Monkey King is carrying.
Yeah.
Suddenly this hero receives like a death. Nyx SD is not gonna protect your guy in the tower. They're gonna delay.
You need to have like wards probably on your twin gates to scout this out, because it's definitely very reasonable to think that it might happen in the game because of the lanes, right? You have a Nyx. So when you always have a Nyx, right, it means that the opponent's position 5 is free to do whatever he wants, because he doesn't have to be in the lane.
And they banned Spectre. Okay, because I'm thinking if I'm Avalus, I either A, want a mid that can respond to my moves easily, or I pick a new carry that like it's really hard to get kicked out from this bottom lane. Because I think Falcons want to like open up the map, like abuse laning stage a bit, because they should be winning lanes on Falcons, at least for now.
Ursa?
Like
pick an Ursa.
They probably could.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends a bit too now what Falcons show us.
Yeah, they have to
Lina
decide
is 4 or not.
where the Lina is going here. Does the Nyx really stop them from playing the Lina mid? Is there like a good position for here? Something like a Rubik type of hero. Rubik's kind of nice against the Nyx.
What else is there?
Well, there's no Bat Rider anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like a Hoodwink like for the lane with the Mars. It's a strong lane.
Yeah, I think you probably mentioned the best 4s, at least that I see.
I mean, there's still Willow in the pool as well. I feel like Crit's got his pick of the litter. He's comfortable with all those heroes.
What's the first one you mentioned? It was Hoodwink and
Hoodwink, Rubik.
Yeah,
I mean, Dark Willow is kind of nice with the egg and the arena, so it's annoying to play Willow into the Nyx, the Carapace.
If it's a 4, I do kind of like the Rubik. I feel like they're one of the teams that wouldn't really... I feel like they don't love this hero too much, but it is one of the better Rubik games I've seen.
Yeah.
So maybe
Quite
they
nice,
just look for a Malrine hero. I'm not fully sure. Spectre ban at least makes, I think, quite a bit of sense. Like if this game ever were to slow down, especially if you want your Lina to be a core, I think that your ban makes a lot of sense.
Sand King.
Okay, mid Sand King.
Okay.
So that Lina, nicely flexed to position 4.
Yeah. Okay, so now the question is what...
You want the monkey mid against the Sand King right now.
That's what I think as well. I do feel like when you... Because I have seen this matchup, monkey doesn't destroy Sand King as hard as you may think if...
But you have a Nyx, you have a Nyx running around.
Yeah.
You just need to make sure you put wards and scout him.
Yeah, because I think in this matchup, Sand King has to take the Sand Shroud, like the Invis with higher AoE. If you take the Dust Devil, Monkey King, he destroys your ass in lane. You cannot do it.
Yeah, you can't recover.
So then I think we could look at carries for Avalus, and you put the monkey mid. Which kind of makes sense. Like Falcons kind of understood this. They did ban out the spec and the lifestealer.
You have a SD position 5. The Darkseer. So Ursa kind of, I feel like they need a melee hero.
Yeah. Melee hero with like a mid-game BKB. I mean, at least currently you're not killing this egg. I think like you need a hero that maybe how about Morph is so slow and also is banned, so never mind.
Does Stormstormer play a lot of monkey? I don't feel like
he definitely does play it.
It's not his like best hero, but he plays the hero.
I'm looking for either a BKB hero in like mid game that can kill the egg, or at least you decide if you can get the hell in or out. Because there's Mars Arena egg. Like you better like BKB and kill it, or you have the chance to just get the hell out and kite.
Okay, the last time he played it was 22 days ago. He did win though.
Okay, so
Ursa
it's still
coming up.
Ursa.
It's like one of the few better carry picks remaining.
Yeah.
Good in the lane against the Mars. It's kind of good at killing the egg. So it works with the Iron Shell. You have some combo there with the vacuum. Ursa jumps in. But they have to somehow not get run over in the early game.
They've got so many melee heroes. I think that Malrine and Amar on Mars and Sand King are gonna have a field day.
Like I see a lot of good like one-to-one matchups, like Ursa into like Mars Phoenix, he's pretty happy, like Monkey in lane against Sand King, but I'm struggling. I feel like Avalus coming out of lanes have a very awkward transition to actually play the game after.
They need to farm a lot and rely on the Nyx to pick people off with the Monkey. And then once they get to their BKB, double BKB on Monkey and Ursa, then maybe they can consider coming back to try and fight or maybe contesting Roshan. But there's going to be like a very big down period after the lanes for them.
Like for me, Avalus need to have a good early game and then get to like some maybe first item Darkseer timing, like some pipe, you get the 6 on your Nyx that Winter's talking about where you get some pickups. I'm just scared for them in this early game that I think Sand King will be fine mid. He's going to farm some stacks. Top lane you bleed, it's going to spill over to bottom into Ursa lane. And you're like down 2k, 3k gold at minute 7, 8.
Yeah.
If this doesn't happen, I think Avalus, they're being chilling in this game. Okay. But I feel like minute 8, 9 could look rough already.
If minute 8, 9 looks rough for Avalus, is that like almost auto lose?
Not auto lose, but I think it makes the game very, very difficult to play.
Almost. That's what I said.
Almost. Okay, almost.
Almost. I mean, that sounds like a tough ask for Avalus to do well here in this first game. We'll see how they do in those first 8 minutes specifically, so keep your eyes on the clock with that one. But we're going to find out how it's going to be playing itself out as we head over to Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Shiver. And yes, indeed, it's the birthday boy on the hero that's got to do oh so much in this one. Eki on the Nyx Assassin, going to be empowered by Zibe. Trent,
yes.
Do you think they have what it takes?
I think with the power of that pillow, they certainly do. I'm not going to lie, I didn't see him behind the pillow. Is that just me?
I didn't see
I kind of got jump scared. I had no idea there's someone behind that thing.
They executed it really well.
It was well done.
No, man, I'm stoked about this, though. I mean, Shiver did mention one of the issues that you've got in this game on the side of Avalus is that it is a bunch of melee heroes into Sand King, into Gyrocopter, Mars. Like, these are all problems. But on the other hand, that's where Ion Shell's pretty cool. It's a lot of damage. Gotta love it.
Some big vacuums and everything.
Hello, I guess.
Yeah, you know, Amar had questions. As you can see, he got tipped.
Oh, right,
by
I see.
Jibe, Saneko, and Smiling Knight. He said hello, I guess, and they said hi, friendly tips. So
I forgot about the tips. I thought that he just like forgot how to talk to people.
Oh, I thought you meant like he wanted some friendly tips, like maybe just a little bit of help.
Oh, I see.
You know, maybe that's all it is.
Well, I'll tell you what. I want to watch and see how this.
I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Yes, Hank?
Is that I feel like it's not just the first 8 minutes that's going to be really something to watch.
Oh, I already set my watch for that.
But probably also like the first 2 to 3 waves. And
why is that?
Because my boy, the one and only, the cone-headed man himself that's empowering that little scuttlebug, the Darkseer Nyx, if they get shut down early, this is going to feel real bad. And interestingly enough, Snake King is somebody that used to know this a ton as well. Back in the day when he was on Quincy Crew, with MSS playing position 3, they would run this combination so often.
And what was your MMR at the time?
My MMR was 3,000 at the time. And following what Snake King did on Darkseer, it went all the way up to 5K.
It's true.
It was just, and what
he was disgusting.
They would just eat the first wave with Nyx Assassin Darkseer, and I'm kind of wondering if Avilis feel like they need to do that, because otherwise I'm worried Falcons is just going to bully them up there. We'll see.
Yeah, there's no honest laning. You know, once you get 2 points in Iron Shell, you can lane honestly a few times with some heroes, but it's before that you don't have to play the normal game of Dota. You just want to kill some waves, do your thing,
make it happen. And then all the other heroes that are in this game, because apparently we have to talk about them. The Ursa Bear.
I suppose.
A bear and a Primeape. You know, you got the Monkey King and the Ursa that just want to beat the crap out of some people. We'll see if they can do it.
It's almost like Falcons chose Ursa for them.
Right.
Like, it's just, you look at these heroes and you be like, man, looks like a good Ursa game. So it felt like they kind of had to pick it. It's either that or Juggernaut, but Ame's not playing quite yet. So I don't know when the Jug is going to be coming out.
Well, hopefully never, because that here, I mean, they banned out the Lifestealer. That was the other, BKB-oriented type of fella. And it looks like it is going to be a trade out of 2 apiece. Can't quite get the full block off. Seneko body blocking, but Amar is going to be able to get away. So it looks like they're fine.
It's probably good for the mental after all those tips. Make sure he survives that.
Well, perfectly fine stuff coming out. And of course, it's going to be a hero that we've seen a lot of throughout this year, the Sand King in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But it has taken a little bit of a backseat recently.
To his credit, yeah, this hero went so many years of irrelevance, and then you'd get these flashes in the pan where you get like 2 weeks to play the hero, and then he got nerfed again.
Right.
So it's, I don't know, I like to see him with some staying power.
Well, Amar on his Mars going to have to contend with some aggression and frustration coming out from Seneko. The illusions of crit. Just punched him a few times, but he'll connect with the LSA. Level 2 will be something to watch for if there's a chance for a kill.
Career.
Oh,
easy.
Yeah, that's a good one. You can see up top they're pulling the wave, by the way. Nyx Assassin able to drag that one all the way back, and this is what we were anticipating happening.
Yeah, and same thing on the side of Falcons as well. They kind of grabbed the wave, danced around a little
That's
bit.
my bad.
And,
sorry, Obs. I pulled them away.
Lyrical.
That's on me.
Yeah, that's a good one. You know what? First blood doesn't really matter, right? What really matters is seeing how the team is playing the lanes and that you were right in what they were going to do.
That was the more important thing to watch.
That's what really matters.
You know, we could have just said it and then nothing happened, but it's, you know, these are the things that happen. This is the... I don't know where I was going with that. 2 minutes! We're waiting for 8 of them. And seeing if they get completely shut out or not. This should be close to level 3 for Zibe. With the solo XP. Although it looks like he's actually going to be able to keep that wave there a little bit longer as Snake King's chasing Eke around here.
Yeah, that's what Winter was saying on the panels, that Nyx Assassin, he wants to kind of run around a little bit. He's going to use that Myth there to get some free creeps, so you can kind of be free on the Phoenix as well. Whereas down bottom, it's kind of the opposite here. We got a classic 2v2, duking it out, back and forth. And mid lane also has sort of creep shenanigans right now.
Oh, I was wondering. Yeah, Monkey King 11 and 5 with the Sand King now catching back up. So they were doing some pulls through there.
Malrine is grabbing the wave and pulling it to the camp and then farming.
Oh.
So he's getting the wave plus the neutrals.
Nice. Very, very good.
You know, Jenkins, if you guys caught the interview a little bit earlier there, talking to Malrine, his pub's not going well, as he was saying. Got like, 30% win rate currently in C. Jibe, on the other hand, he won 7 in a row yesterday when I was checking out some of his games yesterday. So he's feeling like some hot stuff here.
Oh, he canceled it. A little bit too far of range and will not be able to get that other hit. But still putting some good pressure here. Stormstormer having a nice time against Malrine.
Yeah, he's going to be very dependent on some stacks for some of his friends in this one. So going to be watching, see if they can get those set up for him.
Yeah, and again, like you see this disparity in CS, everything's a little bit fraudulent here because, you know, there's waves that are coming in. On top of that, you can see that Eki's getting a little bit of the CS, as you kind of want the Nyx Assassin to have, because you really do, I feel like, you know, look at the rest of these heroes for Avilis. Like, who's doing anything in this game? It's like kind of just down to the Nyx Assassin and maybe Stormstormer rotating with him. But like, you can't do it alone as the Monkey King.
No, and well, thankfully he does have one of the best facets in the game of Scuttle. I feel like this facet has just made Nyx Assassin so fun to play. Hitting 6 is just crazy.
Yeah, start moving very quickly. Oh, I love this. Stack up those Ancients. Always a good thing to do. Can return back to that little piggy bank for Zibe a little bit later on. Because he is not going to have a great time here. Snake King trying to wrap around, but it's a lot of denies coming out from the gyrocopter.
Yeah, he is just chilling. Definitely not a lot of pressure happening right here. This is not your Darkseer +1 lane where it feels like you're bullying the whole time.
No, definitely not. But again, like if they can manage to sort of deal with this laning stage, which so far it feels like they are, you've also got some interesting mid-game shenanigans that are coming out. Ursa, one of the best targets in the game to throw, like, you know, a Surge and an Ion Shell on. He can start tearing people apart. A lot of different things that could be cool here. 28 and 13 Stormstormer having his way a little bit here with Malrine.
Okay, just making sure he gets his Sandstorm levels up here so he'll be able to farm his way after.
Through the gate? Oh no, Skitter calls it off.
Snake King still comes through, so they got 3 down here. Ward drop from Sineko's going to spot his movement. And now they're going to see the...
Dude, he immediately finds the ward for the D ward too. That's rough. And they see him off to the side.
Huh. That's 2 points in the poison here.
Yeah, this
gonna
is... It's
there we
gonna
go.
run. Doesn't quite connect onto him there.
He's here now. I think Stormstormer's not going to quite get the right angle, though, so... Back he goes.
Yeah, we'll head back mid. The wave is pushing into his tower. He needs to get there.
Well, boy, the panel really set up this whole 8-minute thing, and they're kind of... I didn't know it meant nothing before.
Yeah. No rush 8 minutes.
1 kill. Other than that, we're just going to chill out here.
And building stacks, I mean, there is now, I think, a double on one of those Ancients over here for crit. They also have more on the other side for Avilis. I think those were mostly Ancients that were stacked up there, too. Things looking pretty solid.
I mean, Malrine is going to be you know, Arcane Rune sandstorming his Ancients, perhaps, after this.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, like, you can do a couple of different things here with Zibe. Like, you could just send Eki into the
that
wave.
gyro. I think he's dead, right? If he hits that stun.
Yeah, there's a chance. He also Ion Shelled that other creep. That was unfortunate. And, oh, wow. Maybe still fine. Okay, Ion Shell hitting Skitter. As the creep chases Zibe, it's hitting Skitter, but I don't know if it's going to be enough damage. Now the Boundless Strike Burrow pulls him down to the low ground. Stormstormer gets away. Zibe is dead. And now they're going for the Wisdom. They're going to steal it.
All right.
Sineko got the other one.
Okay, that's good.
They needed that. Holy moly, that would have been bad.
Well, that was a wild sequence.
Does he get
of
speared?
events.
Does he get speared? Amar, does he find him? Oh, he didn't throw it out.
I think if that first stun hits, they might have had the damage. Like, plus the vacuum, double Ion Shell, Monkey comes through, Skitter maybe dies. Yeah. And instead he ends up with a Wisdom Rune.
Surge him in for Skitter. Could make a play there. It's a little bit too scary, I think, but they're going up top.
Malrine.
Ooh, in the area. They draw aggro and pull the creep camp past. Now Ursa, caught with the spear. Won't be able to do anything else there.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see him for a while. Smiling Knight going to be on the farm path towards Battle Fury.
Dude, what is going on? There are a lot of things happening with everybody just playing around this top side of the map.
Stacks are happening. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. And you can see, actually, if you go to Eki right now,
disgusting,
and check out what he's doing, it doesn't draw aggro, so he killed almost the entire Ancient camp with an Ion Shell, and then he starts hitting it to get the rest of it. So you can farm that as your position 4 and farm Ancient stacks for the Darkseer while still getting XP for himself. And now Nyx is level 6 while Darkseer is level 5. So he gets all of the XP.
Yeah, and then all the gold goes to the Darkseer though.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little balance there. So we can try and get that first big item up for the like an aura or something, some sort of a tanky item.
Mar hunting. Not quite finding.
All right.
Do still have Nyx in the mid lane.
And they haven't taken, what is that, triple Ancient stack as well for Malrine. And there's Illusions ready to stack again. So if he manages to scuttle in here, which is what Eki's doing right now, this is the dream pretty much. They don't have any sentries down.
Oh my god, Malrine.
But I mean, he can't kill him though. All he can do is just like sap some of the XP. He needs help.
Well, they're in the area.
He's got the Carapace to lead it on, but they don't have the damage.
I mean, he's taking a lot of damage too while it's happening. Yeah, so instead they're going bottom. They want to catch Amar.
I mean, at least he got a bunch of the XP, I suppose.
They see... Oh, he just doesn't quite catch him. Oh, he thought that he was over there.
All right, he's coming back again.
Yeah.
They did scan to see that he was still here doing this. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
An opportunity.
Carapace.
A big moment.
Don't misclick.
Ah! Oh.
And no! He can't do it! Oh my god!
You cannot make this up, bro. Oh, that hurts. Caustic Finale is actually useful. It's actually useful for a moment.
Look at him, just they all died.
No. The birthday boy got shut down. That's rough.
Good news, Vendetta's back up in 4 seconds.
That's good. You know what? I mean, he did get a lot of experience.
Yeah, but Malrine got more.
Yeah, you're not wrong. A chance there. Turns it around. Finds Malrine. A little bit of retribution. Saneko on top of him. The jump in, and they manage to bring down
Raindrop.
Sand King.
Doing work.
And finding crit. Another bring down. This would be huge. Avalis coming together in clutch here.
All right, we're back.
It happened.
Team morale is okay again. They can continue playing the game.
Dude, Caustic Finale. That ability has been like so garbage at various points in times, but it's actually pretty strong when you're working against Ancients.
Yeah, when you're in the middle of the ball.
Yeah.
Turns out it's not great. He's still staying around down here at low HP, maybe in a south I know here or something. Yeah.
Just taking out some creeps there. Does have the salve, as you mentioned. Smiling Knight, he's working towards a Battle Fury, actually.
Yeah, kind of in this really weird 1v1 with Amar for the longest time. Amar just happy to sort of farm up himself here. Not even sure what he's doing. He's got phase boots and a boots of travel queued up, so he's trying to tell his teams, like, look, guys, I'm not going anywhere.
No.
Fight starts, I'll TP in, but presumably not going to melee buy those. That would be strange.
Look, man, it's Amar. He's doing what he wants.
And queue up that heart again.
Zibe, Iron Shelling Ancients, goes in to take him out. He has the mechanism done. Could make a play around this if they want. Instead,
no sentries down right now.
This is an amp damage Malrine. You have to be perfect to make this work.
It's crazy they're doing this with no detection.
I mean, they could TP in the Darkseer, but who do they find? Spike Carapace out, stun. Scary, scary. Oh no, they break the tree again! He didn't get Wukong's down! Now they lose the Nyx assassin, Malrine getting hit. Zibe surge forward, but Zibe, he's dead! They wanted to send Smiling Knight in, but he was too low on the Darkseer, and now Falcon's free to keep running. All right, can we hit a spell, people? My goodness gracious. Stormstormer drops it down. They immediately get the Supernova, and they have to run away.
Burrow strike in one.
Malrine looking. They line him up. Line him up and take him down. 2 quick ones. Avalis get absolutely demolished here in this mid-game window.
I gotta say, the scriptwriter's being a little bit too ridiculous on this fight. The Monkey King gets knocked down. The Nyx assassin misses the stun. We got Phoenix versus Monkey King as well, so you just got the Fire Spirits that come in, so the Stormstormer can't even battle.
Oof.
Pretty much everything went wrong. The plot armor is quite strong at this moment.
Feeling real good about this one. And then they ended up like lining up perfectly for
Yeah.
the Malrine stun too.
It was good that he missed that first burrow strike so that they'd be like, oh, surely he won't hit the next one.
And then they just like, they line up together.
Tried to zig and zag, and they both zigged.
Yeah. 6,000 gold lead, and Snake King feeling pretty good about the state of affairs. Stormstormer a little bit less so.
Like, man, that tree, I thought it was stronger. That tree was not made of ironwood. That was a basic tree.
Was it an ironwood tree?
No.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I thought,
Because
okay.
it broke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Sorry,
Because
my
I
bad.
feel like a tree that was made of something called ironwood would be really strong.
If you plant a tree and
wait,
Mars
wait.
drops
When's
it,
the best time to plant that tree? Is it today?
Yeah. No, I'm saying if you like. All right, we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on. 6K gold lead, 2-8. The juice wasn't worth the squeeze. As we're getting close to the next round of Wisdom Runes. And looking for anything right now to go good for Avalis. The last couple of moves, it's been just like on the verge of being pretty solid. That Eke play onto Malrine, almost catching Amar with it. Then they end up going for that fight down bottom and just coming up a little bit short.
All right, double invis here from Eki. Invis rune into Vendetta play. Teammates are coming.
And got him there.
Oh, he hits those.
Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough? Skinner going down. It's enough.
That would be terrifying if that wasn't enough. They'd have serious problems if that guy survives. I think I'd call it.
Just right there.
Yeah. If you don't kill Gyro with that play, just GG. Just go next.
Got eyes there on the
Courier,
Darkseer.
Courier, you cannot tank the tower.
Uh,
I mean, I guess it could.
Yeah.
You got out of there. One
Trent
HP.
lying again.
I was just motivating him.
Does have mech. Disruption, save. A lot of heroes here. Disruption, not really save, as Seneko is going to waddle himself into the tree line. Will not be able to escape from this Sand King. Eventually, they take down the Shadow Demon to boot. And they're going to run on over, but Wisdom...
It's still there.
Oh, no. Are they going to just get this?
Radiant's middle tower
Oh, Nyx Assassin, run for it. Run for it. Oh, God. Crit. Oh, my God. I thought he was going to deny it. That would have been the saddest thing.
Ooh, okay, well, they don't get the Wisdom, but they'll take their Ancients.
That's pretty good.
So I hear there's a bear in this game. Did you know that?
I mean, still a long ways away from having his farming item. Like, the plus side, at the least, is that you can get surged into the fight, but, like, it just doesn't feel that good right now.
If a bear is in a Dota game, but it has no kills, deaths, or assists, is it actually in the Dota game?
I mean, no, it's out of the game at that point. Oh, I've seen this story before. Now there's sentries, too. That makes it even worse. Hunting. Eki in mid. Crit showing. Just have not been able to pull things together here. And like when Falcons start grouping up like that, this is where it starts to get really scary because now your Nyx isn't doing anything.
No, yeah, and typically you think things like, oh, well, they're grouping up, so it's okay. We'll get like an XP lead. We're past that.
Yes.
That's a lot of XP, speaking of which. He's level 11. That's a big kill to get. That monkey is their big target.
Did I see that right? Snaking is level 9. I guess Eki is too, so it's not that big a deal. Still.
Yeah, but so's Ursa.
Right. Yeah.
So,
That's that's the issue.
They've got a pretty even spread, maybe to their detriment right now on the duels.
Well, into the pit they will go. Kind of nice being able to take this with the Phoenix and still stay out on the map farming with Malrine. The Fire Spirit's really providing a lot of value here for this one.
It's a slow burn, but it gets there, and you're taking the Aegis away from a Ursa lineup, so that always feels good. But don't worry, Avulis fans. Here it comes. The Battle Fury.
Okay. Whoa. I mean, that's something. That's a thing. It's going to allow Smiling Knight to keep farming.
That's what he's been doing. He's going to keep doing it.
Eki playing around a ward that he has. Takes over that one. Crit. Spike Carapace, but the stun is there for the follow-up now. He jumps away. Dust down. Onto Crit. Seneko there to the side. Finding the kill. Isn't enough to take down Crit, though. No, it's not. Stormstormer, he throws in, and they get the Yule Scepter. Immediate lift up onto Smiling Knight. Oh, God. This is really bad, Trent.
What a beautiful Yules from Amar.
Oh, no.
I thought he was going to be 1-0-0, but now he's 0-1-0.
And they oh my God, Sibich barely got out of that one, too. Holy macaroni.
Macaroni?
Listen, it's like balls and strikes, okay? You just got to call it how it is.
Macaroni. Is that when I take a roll?
Yeah.
Macaroni?
No, Trent, that'd be Trentaroli.
Oh.
10K gold lead?
Mackenzie's my last name, so I was trying to help him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's...
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you... All right.
No, that's cool. That's fine. No, we haven't been casting together for like 7 years or something. I mean, yeah, you're right. You shouldn't know my last name. That'd be weird. Yeah.
Malrine. I'm just trying to not dox you.
Yeah, you should just. Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
They take down the Shadow Demon too. They're just like, it feels as if every move that you make for Avalice is just
it's good there's 2 more
backwards.
kills coming, so we can keep avoiding this.
Yes.
That's really
true.
good for you.
Zibe run.
How the
Look
okie
at that.
doke.
He's out.
I mean, they got this vision up on the pillar, so it's kind of helping them skirt around the edges.
No dust.
What a scuttle.
He's a scuttler.
Got a scuttle. You know, you scuttle a ship.
Another Yule Scepter. And yeah, I mean, this is, it just, nothing has gone right for a while at this point. That about says it all right there. Crit doesn't even feel compelled to walk away. He's just farming right in his face.
Oh no, not their carry.
Wait a minute. Okay. Pulls him in a little bit closer. Now Smiling Knight, the disruption is there. Does have Enrage, pops it for the moment. Not trying to run away. Amar still has Yules.
He's so slow.
He has Phase Boots and a Battle Fury, Trent. And a dream. A dream of living. He just wants to get away. TP's out. Is it going to be an... Oh, no!
Ah, the Yules.
It was a good attempt.
It was. A nice angle on the vision.
Yeah.
0-2-1.
Yes.
Yep.
Sneaking 2-0-7. My goodness. They're having a hell of a time. Pipe feels like maybe what you wait for to try and take a fight around. Honestly, like, Yules is just so rough to play against as Ursa.
I think that you're just killing waves for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah.
There's no fight. There's the hope of avoiding all fights for Avulis right now is really all you can do. You have Darkseer, you have Monkey King.
Sneak a Roche?
No. Sneak waves. Don't set your goals a little lower, okay? Shoot for the moon, maybe you'll land amongst the stars.
But that means you set them high.
Yeah, I know. That's the maybe.
Okay.
I think you should just be aiming at the stars, maybe,
Okay.
and just try and get off the ground.
You realize the stars are further than the moon, right?
Yeah, but they're not as cool as the moon.
That's true. Luna.
That's right.
That's right. They find a burrow.
Yeah.
Find a Monkey King. Stormstormer TP's out. Nope. Done. While Nyx Assassin gets back to farming that small camp, he has to back away. You know, the thing that's frustrating about this really is that I feel like with Nyx Assassin Monkey King, you could maybe find some like pickoffs, right?
Yeah.
In your brain, that feels like it's an option.
Mm-hmm.
But on paper, you know, on screen, it's just not happening.
Well, you are down 10K, and the enemy Phoenix has a soul booster.
Yeah.
So sorry, that's I accidentally clicked on the Sand King, and I was really confused why Phoenix had a soul booster, but I just assumed Snake
He's
was
almost got
trolling.
pipe, though. Phoenix is going to get pipe before Darkseer is.
That's not great.
That's crazy, man.
I'm mostly just disappointed because I thought Snake King had a soul booster for a second. I was really excited.
He's going to go Ags. That's how you pull the game back into Avalis's favor.
Yeah, you get the Phoenix Axe. Yeah. The old point booster play. That would be good.
Oh, Specialist Array. Really nice.
Oh, Mars got a BKB now, too. The good news is he doesn't have a blink. So, you know, they still only have one blink on Falcon, so the catch isn't free.
I mean, honestly, I think BKBs take a fight with Avalis. There's an opportunity there. But
BKBs, that's...
Yeah, unlike Ursa or
Yeah.
Monkey King.
Yeah, maybe we'll get there.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to have time to farm that. It's 1,300 gold away.
Look at this. Snake King dives out. Oh my god, he immediately drops
Hy
wards.
hyping up the
But
kill in the
Eki-
position
Eki-
5.
Oh, they see him.
Oh.
They're wasting sentries. Look
Yes.
at that. Pulling the lead back.
That's a play.
Yeah.
All right. Bringing it back. I mean, look where the Radiant Heroes are. This is the game they're playing.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Smiling Knight,
No. This is it.
Dude,
This is the
Crit's
play.
like, wait, what's
No,
happening
no.
over here? Oh, no. He got himself a shard and then ends up dying for it.
Value. Three heroes back here.
That's true.
So much value.
Space
Pipe's done.
created.
Back to killing waves and camps.
That's right.
No honest Dota from Avulis. Do not give them an honest fight. Run away, clear waves, do not engage.
I love this. Seneca's just like, I'm just going to mess with the Mar here. I'm just going to make him think there's people around, and then there's nothing that happens off of that. Mar probably could have killed him.
Yeah. And Sneko still stacks the Ancients.
Very nice stuff. Eki, spots crit. How you doing, sir?
Eki spots crit. Is that? I think it might be the other way around there, my friend.
There's a chance. Oh, he's going Crimson next, too.
Oh, hey, we did it. Nice.
Wow.
Dank.
That is quite the differential there. As we see 4-20, 11,000 gold lead. And me, oh my, oh man, these Falcon guys, they're pretty good at Dota.
Those warm-up games did a lot for them.
That's right.
They found their footing. They found their sea legs. They're all good now.
Avilis did have, a series themselves. They were able to go 1-1 against Boom. And
Yeah, that's right.
They are getting closer to a couple of these BKBs. I think you have one on the Monkey King. Unfortunately, Ursa's still pretty far away from his. Are they going to try and sneak a Roche?
I don't think so. But maybe. I think they're trying to sneak a kill.
Ooh.
Is it?
Malrine,
Okay.
Malrine. Got him. Oh, that is what you need. Right there. Just some solid Dota play.
Yeah, no chance whatsoever there.
This one hurts. This one hurts. He does have mech, but LSA, Laguna Blade tries to survive. Oh, disruption. Snake, they drop the egg. They drop everything. Zibe with the most ambitious surge I've ever seen into both of them dead.
Despite losing their Sand King, it looks like they're going to poke the high ground a little bit here because the bear is nowhere to be seen. In fact, he can be seen. He's seen up top, clearing a wave right now in their vision, and that gives them the confidence to jump Eki with ease, and he's dead.
Yeah, that's a rough one. So, 12,000 gold lead. Smiling Knight trying to get towards his BKB.
Dude, he is eviscerating these neutrals, though.
He's
like, they
killing
don't
them.
stand a chance versus this bear.
I mean, he is 4th on CS right now, but you're right.
First in our hearts.
So the full set of racks going to be claimed. Falcons.
Oh, Snake King calls for bot. He pings it.
Yeah?
Keep
Why
it
not?
going.
Of course. They're feeling good right now.
Oh, but there it is. The turnaround. Dig on. One click. Dig on.
That's right.
It. That's the play.
They got 4 points in vacuum. Whoa, wait, what?
Just checking to make sure it works.
Who BKB'd?
Skeeter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's how you get back into it.
That's right.
Wait for the enemy team to make some mistakes. It's the brilliant solution to all of this.
He is 5k gold ahead the closest rated hero. Credit to Stormstormer for even being this close, honestly. He's doing a good job of splitting the map and getting some gold for himself.
All right, they have BKB Smiling Knight. You got to make something happen here.
All right, Eki. No pressure, but it's all on you.
Yeah, and they're going to need to get, like, double Blink Dagger. Darkseer has Crimson queued up.
Can the power of the puppy pillow bring them a kill? Yes. Snake King.
He's right there. This is a big get if they can find him. Damage out, stun, done. Does not want to pop the Supernova. And it's a long Roche respawn. That's where the entire side of Falcons was setting up at.
I can see them popping champagne in the booth right now, actually. They're so excited from this kill. It's going to bring it back. Oh wait, they have cameras on.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone but Stormstormer.
You're really about lying to the audience. It's like your thing now. I mean, them coming to contest this is nice. The fact that this was such a long respawn, this actually could work. Do need to beware about the buyback play from Phoenix. Eki.
Right, Gem is on the bear.
Moves in, moves in. Oh, they see him. Pop the dust. Stun. Where's the big hit? The control, it's almost enough. It's actually looking pretty freaking good. Smiley Knight immediately now onto that gyrocopter, but they're not quite fast enough. Now they surge him to get away. Buyback from the Sand King. Need to get out, need to get out. Gotta run. Disengage, TP. Oh, okay, they're gonna lose a couple here. Yeah, this is a problem.
I think just one though?
I mean, if you just lose that, you get a buyback Sand King, worth.
Yeah, it does give up the Aegis, but there was no fighting it at that point. Once Malrine buys back, it is over. They did kind of eviscerate him before he get to use anything.
Gyro is so farmed right now.
He is, but I mean, I gotta give credit. It's shocking me that they're able to make some of these plays right now from Avulas.
Yeah.
Like, they had no right getting up there. They're doing a great job of shutting down Malrine, forcing that buyback. Like, that's gonna cut his progression pretty heavily.
Right.
And Stormstormer using this ward right now. Get his way deep, and he's got no TV for 30 seconds. So he is just hopping as far away from them as he can.
Lots of pings around the map right now. This team's trying to figure out what they want to do. Eki will go for the big wraparound. That was actually a Sanj and Yasha I saw completed for Mars. So just feeling like he needs that status resistance. Kind of a cool play. Making sure he can get the BKB off in time. I like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of this like random AoE damage too, and like it's kind of brawly. I feel like there's a lot of good things about it.
Yeah.
Bonus move speed versus like Ursa and Darkseer also feels pretty nice.
There you go. We'll create some illusions. They immediately kill them off.
Amar just kind of throws the spear. He doesn't want to commit in for anything crazy. No Yules or anything. Of course, still doesn't have that blink, so we're still missing that jumping style. He does jump in.
Dual Scepter to take it away. Enrage is off.
As BKB.
Vacuum onto 2. No follow-up afterwards. Smiley Knight taking a lot of damage. Has to pop the BKB run
now
away.
He has to fight, though.
And yeah, it's not going to work. Like that. Oh, God, Eki.
Wait. Okay, he's got ulti out of this.
They dropped everything there. That might have killed him, actually. I think he was safe if they didn't disrupt.
Yeah, kind of set it up for Malrine, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
now Boundless jumps in. BKB, do they have enough? Buyback comes from the Nyx Assassin. Skitter hit once. Can they get him again? Zibe is nearby. They have Eki in the area. Vacuum! Stun! Is it going to be enough to get the kills? They have the Supernova down. Smiley Knight does not have BKB. Has to run away. And that is a dieback for the Nyx Assassin. Zibe, nowhere left to go. Stormstormer thrown around, but they managed to find the kill onto the gyrocopter. Stormstormer doing good work, but the LSA connection. Smiley Knight runs back in, tries to find crit. Is it enough damage? No. Dual Scepter and now the spear to try and interrupt. They walk right into him. LSA hits onto 2. Smiley Knight still wanting to chase for crit, but now with Skitter coming back in, that is a dead bear. None of these heroes have buyback. They are gonna run this one down as the second salvo of tips come out. And Amar feeling himself a little bit as he heads on down bottom. They're gonna secure all the rest of these racks. What a brilliant display coming out from Falcons.
Yeah, Avulas there. They're not quite ready to tap out yet. Despite looking like they're going to lose this last lane. His creeps beat down onto the tier 4s.
Yeah. And they're even going to drop the Roche's banner there too. What a performance from Amar so far in this tournament. 6-0 and 14 on the Mars. After that Doom performance in the last game, and Amar, okay, sorry, I caster cursed it. That's my
impressive.
bad.
That was impressive. I gotta say,
that's on me.
You
sorry.
have a gift.
Oh, jeez. Amar never making mistakes as he walks into the fountain, and now they're losing the team. Oh, God, no, not like this. They chase in, finding Snake King. Can they have enough damage to ding him down? Stormstormer surviving. Oh my god, they're actually running it.
Dude, he bought back. He went to the outpost.
Amar bought back.
This is
Now
the most
BKB's
relatable
out.
Dota moment I've ever seen in my life.
They're doing a lot of damage there on the Skitter too. Zibe wants to TP out now. Eke off to the side. Look at the damage coming out from the Ursa.
Guys.
It's now on to Crit. They're losing everybody.
Everyone's having pump
They're
flashbacks.
all going down. Snake King's also gonna die. What the hell just happened? They had just won this game and now they've lost it.
Nah.
Okay, maybe they haven't lost it.
It's fine.
I mean, look at the swing though.
That is a little crazy.
I mean, it's mega creeps, but still, like, what the hell was that? Owie is out there having heart palpitations. Think about your coach.
This is why we never went high ground. Sometimes it's good to remind the team why it's necessary.
Oh, man.
Now, to be fair, there's high ground, and then there's like high ground, aka the fountain, which is where Amar went. That is the face of a man that went in the well.
He just walked into it, man.
Hey, he didn't walk it, he was pulled in.
No,
he walked right
he
next
walked
to it.
in. Oh, God. That is a great moment in time. Reaction image of Amar thinking about his life choices. Well, it's a good reason, Avalos, to not, GG out there.
I guess. Now we can sit here for another 25 minutes. I mean, who knows? Maybe they can do it.
Or maybe the creeps just take the
The
ancient.
creeps just do it. We've all played this game, though.
Oh, yeah.
You're 20K ahead. It's megas. You're just like chilling by the
almost
well,
even.
high-fiving. And then suddenly it's like serious mode.
Yeah.
Now we gotta wait for Aegis. Hey, is the Tormentor up? What about Wisdom Runes?
When's Roche? What's happening?
All right, so now that they have garnered this massive bounty on the side of Avulis, what has changed? What sort of game-changing items have we found? Blink on Nyx is pretty good.
Blink Nyx, Blink Ursa, Blink Darkseer.
Okay, and now what are these blinks targeting Lyrical?
I mean,
Malrine, because he still doesn't have a BKB. And they keep managing to blow him up.
I mean, it's not just that, though. Like, a big vacuum. Does he have that 15 talent yet? On
sure
Darkseer?
does, buddy.
So the AoE on vacuum is huge. And
But
if you
Lyrical, it's only 75. That sounds really small.
I know, but it's a radius.
What does that mean?
Works. A radius is...
It doubles. That's what we're going for here, but there's a fight happening.
Amar, BKB.
All right, baited out the BKB.
There's circles on circles on circles. His BKB is wearing off. Eki is still alive. This game has gotten crazy, man. But the thing I was going to say is, like, if you get one vacuum Nyx stun, that can, like, end a team fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Especially if Ursa follows up, because you've got Battle Fury.
And Wukong's, right? Like,
Right,
Wukong's is a lot of
everything.
damage.
It's
I hate the tense stress that happens when it's your team who's Falcons right now.
Dude, they can get the creeps off
Like,
the ancient.
all the laughs end.
Yeah.
Right? Suddenly everything's all super serious.
Oh, my God. I think they could have just sat there, defended the Roche's banner, and the game would have ended.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Like,
I'm sure they know that.
Eventually.
But Amar likes to send a message.
That's true. Throwing for content.
I do like more content, and that's what we get.
That's right. You gotta love it. Oh, he has the shard too on Darkseer. Hell yeah. The little cloud.
Yeah, it is a strange one. 50% slow. It's more than I thought. That was like 30.
It's a really obnoxious thing to play against, especially for these heroes, right? Like, if you're trying to catch up to people, if you're, gyrocopter and you can't stay on a target, as soon as your BKB is down, it's really hard to play in that.
Crit, drops a ward. Gem sees it.
Obviously, Amar. He pings.
So
I think he took some Ion Shell damage.
They have Dust on Sand King and on Lina, but they don't have any other detection right now. Sentry's on Snake King, but no gem on the Dire. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. But I think Amar, he pinged immediately. He started taking some, because he has the radius on Ion Shell too. Monkey King getting towards a Mjolnir. And, you can't help but think, at this point in the game for Avalos, if Falcons take this Aegis and just walk to your throne, BKB, right-click it, the game like should be over, kind of.
Much like it should have been over earlier.
Exactly.
But then this happened. See, he didn't walk in.
He
got
literally
vacuumed
walked in.
He got vacuumed.
Okay.
He walked to the steps.
Okay.
And then got vacuumed.
Okay.
Darkseer propaganda.
Malrine? Oh. Okay. Aghanim Scepter for the Sand King.
All right.
Radiant's
Good.
Ancient is under.
Little stinger attacks popping up.
Finding one. Stormstormer TP out. And does look to escape that. So, a little bit of a awkward couple of minutes here for Falcons as they try and get their ducks in a row.
Radiant's courier has been.
But it does leave us in a window now where I think, you know, tier 4 items, Aegis on Gyrocopter, you should be able to make an effective siege happen.
Yeah, it's going to be another Ancient Guardian Gyrocopter here for Skitter.
Yeah.
It's a great sieging item, of course.
I mean, the other plus side is that you do have Crimson Guard, which is going to help a little bit against the Gyro's damage now. Maybe that's enough. Maybe if Smiling Knight is able to stay on top of them.
I mean, it is possible. You're not wrong. Because of the vacuum, because of the Battle Fury, it's possible.
Yeah. If they play it pretty poorly, it could happen. Havoc Hammer.
They've done it before.
True.
All right, thinking about the jump here. There it is.
Jump immediately. Now ready to go. Smiling Knight, back wall onto 2. No follow-up. Ancient is being hit. Y'all need to deal with this. They do have glyphs still ready, waiting for their moment. Vacuum, it's a long cooldown. They're going to jump forward, but immediately the Yule Scepter is out. Smiling Knight hits the banner, takes it down. Stormstormer backlines, finds it onto Malrine. Good damage out. Malrine in trouble. Pops the Bloodstone, trying to stay alive, but it's not quite looking like it's going to be enough. Enough damage out to get the kill. But look off to the side. Now Eki finds the stun onto 2. They're chasing. Guys, you're Ancient. It's still a problem.
No, wait, hold on.
They're onto it. They're
doing
onto the Ancient. You need to deal with this. Zibe throws him in, pulls him even closer. The vacuum is out. And now they want to hit some more. Buyback comes from Malrine. Skitter still on top of it. The Ancient exposed but not dead yet. Crit trying to take it down. But they all in and come up short. Can they do it a second time?
BKB.
Malrine out. There it is. The BKB hit. Ultra kill for Smiling Knight. They need just a little bit more. The Crimson, everything for the throne. It's not going to matter. GG is called. Falcons, they will take the victory. Again, not the way that I think they drew it up, but they got the job done.
There's a smile there from Snake King. Having a little laugh there. Avulis, credit to not GGing.
Yes.
That was good. I think for the mental, that was very good heading into the next game because they created a situation where they kind of sweat a little bit. Like a little smile face there from the Smiling Knight.
Oh my God. Terrible. Terrible. You know, absolutely. And Avulis, they made them work for it. Obviously, not the way that they intended for all of this to go. And in the end, Falcons were able to come out on top of this game number 1 as we head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. What a game 1 to this series. I will say it looked for a very long time like Falcons had the upper hand. We did talk about how Avulis should not be too far behind at the minute 8 mark, and they were far behind at the minute 8 mark. But that ending of the game definitely makes us leave game 1 with a smile on everybody's faces, because that was just a little bit of craziness added to the mix there. But I do want to start with the start of this game, Kazoo, because it was Falcons dictating the pace.
Yeah, and I feel like that was kind of bound to happen. There was one point where Avulis did something really cool with, you know, they stack Ancients, they allowed Eki to like solo kill it with the shell. He gets level 6, but I feel they really blundered this move. They could have stayed top and killed the Gyro, or got the free kill on Malrine, which is where earlier you get like this caustic finale. And then the bottom tier 1 defense, oh, like my heart shattered. I feel like at minute 11, 12, I feel like this game was kind of donezo, so it was good from Avulis to like bring it back, make some good moves, because yeah, I feel like Falcons today, they're being a little bit more entertaining than usual. You know, doing some fountain diving, doing some throws in the mid game.
Making it more entertaining.
True.
You know?
they're delivering, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely some box office trolls right here in this game, you know, by Falcons. It's nice, you know, to get all the trolls out of the system. The first,
Yeah, this
first
True, very true.
first couple of games, you know, this is when you do it.
I do want to defend Amar a little bit. You know, he wanted to like run in, drop his arena, the fountain will kill. But you know, Zibe, he vacuums him.
Come on, don't lie. If your players on OG did that,
I mean,
you're gonna
yeah,
defend.
I would be like, bro, come on, you don't need to do this. But you know, it's the problem is some players, they're very hard to be controlled. I think Amar might be, you know, one of the beasts where you're gonna tell him something, he's probably gonna listen, but you damn know he's gonna do it again next.
Or pretend to listen.
But
yeah,
well,
you're right,
in
you're
a
right.
game like this, you know, I feel like he knows he could have done a different job. But you don't need to tell him that. But at a certain level, I feel like you don't need to tell the player what he did wrong because
they know.
They know.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how much you do need to tell them sometimes, even though you
I
feel
feel
like
like that might be a problem with the players rather than.
That's just a Dota player mentality. But yeah, if Falcons just look really good, I think it's kind of hard for Avalus, like just outside of the lanes, to like do much, because I think the way that they connect their heroes is just not that simple. I'm also a bit surprised they did decide to take this bottom tier 1 fight around like this minute 11, 12 mark. Like, look at Falcons heroes. Sanking AoE, Arena, Egg, Gyro, Carry, whereas you have like Nyx, SD, Ursa. These heroes don't offer much at that point. So going into the next game...
The thing is, like, they also opened the draft with, like, the Shadow Demon, right? Which kind of didn't really feel like he had a specific purpose here. Like, imagine if the Shadow Demon's like a CM. Like, with this lineup, like, it would fit with what they were doing in the early game, with the CM, with the Darkseer, and Nyx.
Yeah, because I would like Avalus to just have a bit of an easier time in the next game, because usually I'm very impressed with what they end up doing with their strategy, but I feel like this time around, they got outplayed and outpicked as well, which just makes for a hard game.
Yeah, I think the couple of kills that they missed, especially on the Nyx, just cost them the game, you know? Like, they could have gotten the kills fairly straightforward. Like, those kills mattered a lot because that's their timing, right? We mentioned after the 8 minutes, they're going to have, like, a very big downtime. They're going to be farming, relying on pickoffs to get to their items. But when the opportunities arise, then he was, like, not really landing his stuns. He was making mistakes. The bot fight one was, I think, the nail in the coffin, like you said. You know? After he missed a stun, because your Darkseer, your off laner is TPing into the fight. You know, he's anticipating this is a good fight. TP's down, and then the Monkey King gets dropped from the tree. The stun misses. Then, oh my god,
it's like full depression. It's like could be something good. Everyone comes to like, oh.
It definitely looked good. You know,
Yeah,
it looked good.
It was maybe too hard to execute against a team like Falcons. Like it seems like this the kind of draft could have potentially worked if the team that they were up against was just worse.
It's like the type of play that you see it in the moment, but you need to really hit all, like, you need to hit your spells. It's quite simple. Because everyone, like, your offlaner, like Winter's saying, he TPs and your mid laner is coming. Everyone is, like, all-inning this play. You miss your first 2 spells, the fight's over. But now you're not just losing, like, 1k gold, you lose, like, 3k gold. You're gonna lose a tower. You lose your entire map, and it's like...
And a game like this really affects the player, you know. Like if you're playing the initiating role, like Eki in this game, and you actually make mistakes like this, it kind of has a very high chance of bringing it over to the next game. You might feel like it's really hard on you, and then you lost your team the game. And for a newer player like Eki, it could be a very big deal for him to deal with.
Yeah, let's not forget Avalus. Yes, they've been to events, but this is their first like this scale LAN, also with a crowd waiting in the wings, of course, for the final 3 days. That they've ever been to. There's a couple of experienced players on there that are familiar with that, but Eki indeed is not one of those players. To set him up for success though, Kezu, it seems like that's an easy solution. Just don't pick him the initiator and get him comfortable on something that's not the Skywrath Mage.
I mean, yeah, no Skyrim. I mean, the thing is also you can just make it easier. You can have other people that can also go in, because he can play, you know, bad rider line. It's not like he cannot initiate, like it's a taboo to put him on those type of heroes, but just, you know, make it easier. Talk about this game, what you want to do different, maybe be more on the same page. Do you need to take these fights? Do you want to play for something different? Have a second guy that can go in and just...
I mean, we also had a chat about his comfort heroes, right? Nyx is not exactly his comfort heroes. He has a couple, like we mentioned, the Bat and the Lion a lot. These are heroes which I feel like, in general, right now, you can just pick them early.
They're good in the meta, so yeah. Nyx Assassin a little bit more
why not just go back to that, you know?
Yeah. Seems simple. Game 1, of course, now in the books, and with Game 1 also comes a Game 1 vision game. And that's always something that we look for, especially when Kezu's looking out for his Kitty Award of the game.
Absolutely, because what Falcons do really well is just when they're ahead, they have really cool wards on like the side lanes of like the game. They have one right now on the Ancient Camp, which has shown them this Darkseer like this entire time where he's around. And they have the similar ward they had earlier. So here is the same ward, it spots Zibbe, because when you're down 10,000 gold, it's very hard to play the map, right? You have to like try to hide on the sides, farm whatever camp you can. So whichever vision Falcons have, especially deep, where they just see you like run through or run out on the map, they kill you, gonna create a bigger lead, hard to play.
I have a ward-related question. Because I did see a lot of sentries placed in this game, and always at good places, good times. I'm a support player. I never have enough wards to place because I feel like...
You know what's the solution?
But I can't buy less wards.
Zeus position 4. Don't need sentry. I feel like it might be a thing. The Zeus pos for, like, at least in SEA pubs, it's been creeping in. Like, the reason why Zeus position 4 or even position 5, whatever, you know, is useful is he's really strong in the lane. Level 1, level 2. It helps with the dewarding because you have the sentry problem.
Yeah.
And it does a lot of damage in a team fight.
Well, I'm sure that if we at some point will have a Zeus in the game, then I already know what a Kitty Award of the game is going to be. Potentially is going to be happening in the next game of our series. We're heading over to Game 2 after a break.
So from the perspective of most people, I think our team is like an underdog. It's like a team that nobody kind of expected to just come out of nowhere and you know, qualify to events, win a bunch of online tournaments.
And that is going to be that. GG called, Avilus qualify, OG, and they try.
We kind of formed like a team of rejects like earlier this year, and even when we formed this team, like nobody was really expecting anything to go crazy good or anything. It just kind of, the way it happened was everyone just fit very well together, and the team just really gelled very well. Our styles matched very well, and suddenly we realized we could actually take games out of these very good teams. I feel like we're a very low ego team. Like everyone's like very open to make compromises, but we don't like have a very strict style that people can identify. Like this is Avilus Dota. But I'm honestly not even sure if that's how the people watching us identify us as. Maybe they think we're like this passive team or something because we play like some Dawnbreaker or an Enigma and we're like just sitting back and waiting. I'm not sure if like the way we see ourselves as actually matches what the viewer views us as. So this season already we have like when we have qualified to events, we have beaten other like high level teams that you know people were expecting we're gonna go to events. Like previously it was like OG during PGL, and now in the latest the qualifier to now ESL Bangkok, we beat Thundra, and also Gladiators didn't make it. You know, at times we view this as like a proof that we have reached a high level, but at the same time, you know, sometimes it doesn't at all feel that way. When we beat Thundra, you know, we feel like, oh, damn, we're on top of the world. And then OG beats Thundra, and we're like, OG? What? Aren't they supposed to be really bad right now? But these guys also beat Gladiators, and then you're wondering about, wait, what level are the teams at right now? You become unsure of whether it even meant something in the end. When we think about these things, I think that's the most important part. You can't just beat the high level team and like, we made it. It's still gotta come down to like, are we happy with the way we are playing?
long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. I'm a thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. So stick around. You're so cool. You're so
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
The quest is very simple. Draft yourself something that you're comfortable with, that is easy to execute when you're playing against Team Falcons. The tricky part is there that Falcons is very good at forcing you out of that comfort zone. We're going to find out what's going to happen here in game number 2 between Falcons and Avalus. So far, Falcons today undefeated. They have 3 wins under their belts, one of them against the team they're up against right now. This 2-game series, Avalus is 1 game down. We're in the draft of game number 2. Falcons will be on the Radiant side this time around, Avalus on the Dire side. And can I please hope, and maybe you guys, I don't know if this is just biased from the last 3 games I've watched, but I don't want Monkey King first pick. What's up with that?
I'm kind of down to skip over it too. I will say that I feel like it is way stronger. It should be than what we've seen in these last
I mean,
games.
we're seeing it played up against Falcons, which I guess is it's a very small sample size, and it's a very, you know, recency bias sample size as well.
Because I think also, like, draft and strategy aside, obviously you need to also play good enough to beat your opponent. I think Avalus in this last game, like, we keep talking about like this, you know, first moves on the Nyx Assassin and this bottom fight. But there are some games where if you make crucial mistakes, like in a 3 to 4 minute span, the game will be incredibly hard to be played. And that is what happened last game. I think in the first series we saw Monkey King, they were allergic to flexing it into the right position. So it's like, you know, there's some other things that are the problem, but I don't think we're gonna see a Monkey King in this game.
Yeah, you have to kind of find a balance between the comfort and meta. What's good in meta, and you kind of have to not try to leave the comfort away too far away. But at the same time, you don't want to go all the way to comfort and just ignore the meta.
Yeah.
Because it'll be hard for you either way, you know. Striking the right balance is extremely crucial for Avalus right now. So the good news is their first pick. First pick is always easier, you know. At least for me, I think it's just in general easier to plan your draft out and try to get the heroes that you want.
Well, previous game,
Yeah.
and we talked about this here as well, Falcons banned it out. They banned out the Invoker. It's still in the pool. I know their first pick, so Falcons can always...
Is Invokers like a good first pick now?
It generally is not.
I think
But
they can.
maybe if you are having Stormstormer on your team, you can't. No, they won't. In this case, they'll go for the Alchemist instead, which was also left in the pool as they banned out Magnus.
The thing about Invoker, we're not saying Invoker yet, but I just want to touch a bit on Invoker being not a very valuable first pick hero. Because I feel like whenever I think about Invoker, I feel like this hero doesn't care about his matchups. So maybe if you have something more important to snatch, like right now the Elk, so it's more valuable for you on the 8th pick to get something that is it's more important in the draft, you know. Whereas Invoker, you can pick him anywhere. He doesn't care, you know. You pick him first pick, you pick him at 18, because he doesn't care about the matchup.
It's a good one to still have on the radar, at least for the rest of the draft, as Razor gets picked up against this Alchemist in the opening.
This is the flex, the real flex.
I mean, they have the best mid and off-lane Razor players in their team. I would say Crystallis is the best carry, but obviously he's not in
So
this
would
game.
you say you have to ban the supports that would enable the flex, the melee supports? So you have to remove it so the Razor is not such a big problem in the draft for you?
So, I mean, they took out the Tusk. What I know that they've played it. I mean, I don't think Earthshaker 4 is very good, but
Earth
they've played
Spirit.
that before.
Earth Spirit 4? They did play Earth Spirit 4, right? In either Blast.
They did it once, and I know Amar hated it. He was like, why am I playing with Earth 4? This hero is useless. Because I don't feel like there aren't really that many other melee 4s right now that feel that good. Like,
There's still melee 5s, though. You can put it as a carry. I mean, I know that Malrine and Amar are one of the best Razor players out there, but Skeeter still plays it too.
I mean, he does, and that also makes it like more powerful for them. I do feel like when you see a first pick core come out, generally the response you see from the second pick team here is what they want to match up against it, both in the lane and in the game. So most likely this Razor should be in the offlane, just laning against the Alk. And you know, you'll just see some casual 4 paired up with it. Could be a crit tiny or just any other thing that really enables it throughout. But I also feel like overall that Avalus should just be pretty happy. I think Alchemist is just a hero. To me, he's kind of like Enchantress in the way the hero functions. He will usually give you what you want, no matter what. Even if he has a bad lane, he can fall back to the jungle, free farm, get his Radiance Blink, and it's on you to kind of use the hero nicely.
I mean, in terms of value, I would say that I agree. Alchemist has more value than a Razor in the draft opening, the first 2 picks.
I mean, maybe like for Falcons it's a bit different because they can like play it wherever they want and they love their Razor anyway. But yeah, I think Avalus should be pretty okay.
This is also like do you think it's like a deny pick in a way? Because Phoenix works really well with the Elk.
I think so.
Yeah.
Guys, we just flamed this.
Well, then maybe this game they will just play it better.
Yeah. If they play better, then we have to praise it.
I mean, because the thing is, there must be something about, like, they obviously have a like predetermined idea that these 2 heroes against this team is good. Like last game, they insta double picked it. This game, they insta double picked it.
It's not even against the same heroes, you know. The heroes are different.
So it's like they must think that if you like get out of your lanes, you have a stable map, and then you can like play an open map and like kill them with some Iron Shell pushing out waves. Your Nyx get shelled, kill something, or it's like their teamfight answer to Phoenix with the Carapace.
In the vacuum stun, it's always like a good combo with Darkseid and Nyx.
I mean, let's see. They did at least this time around ban out the gyro, so let's see what... Because when you play against a Starkseid, you want to stop this guy's tempo. Like, you don't want to give him the best wall illusion, and you want to put a lane there where your carry can just stay there for a long time, and he's chilling. Could be stuff like... Sven is something we used to see back in the day. His wall illu isn't that amazing.
Yeah, there's a Sven.
And then crit.
So does this mean so everything's set in stone, right? Oh no, they can actually still Razor mid.
Yeah.
So the flex is between Razor mid or off lane.
Yeah.
Sven, Phoenix, and you kind of need like no matter what, I guess you need a melee position for here.
I feel like it could be Tiny or Clock.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense. I feel like Crit doesn't necessarily love playing Clock, but I'm sure he can.
I mean, he doesn't play much Clock.
Yeah.
He'll go for the Shaker.
So they have done this before with like I feel like it was Viper opposed to Razor. I mean, I guess having like long range against these dire heroes is pretty nice. Like you can catch the Nyx without putting yourself out of position. You can destroy some vacuum combo from Darkseer.
Well, the crit shaker is legendary.
It is
go
pretty
way,
good.
way back. There's still flex potential on that as well, right?
True.
And it works really well with Razor offlane, so I'm leaning more towards the Razor offlane. Because when you're picking a position for like Earthshaker, you kind of need the core to enable your game. You can't just put the Earthshaker on 4 and then you pick like some hero that doesn't help you in the lane in the start.
Okay, so if you're Avilus, you probably pick Stormer's hero here. And you just later on
you
pick
18
your...
the mid and you last pick the support.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still Invoker if you want.
Yeah. That one is fine. I mean, comfort-wise, that's probably the hero that they're looking at most.
I think if they want to get Invoker, you'd probably want to get it now.
Yeah.
Considering it will.
I mean, the thing with Invoker is
otherwise.
it's very greedy. I was gonna say greedy, but with the Lina, it's kind of like also a greedy hero. But the Lina is like a lot more valuable in the early stages where you can run around and pair with the Nyx to kill heroes. Because with the Crossback Invoker, I think the problem with Crossback's Invoker and Nyx, both of you are trying to do the same thing in the early game. So
you also lack damage, I guess.
Yeah, you lack damage and you don't push out the waves. But with Lina and Nyx, you kind of complement each other.
But they save their 5 for the last.
Yeah. I mean, they don't have like last pick, so it's kind of whatever. Like 18 was going to be your most valuable pick, so it's fine.
That's like a lot of like position 5s here that's going to be good. I'm still thinking about CM. Disruptor maybe, because it's with Darkseer, Nyx. We don't see a lot of Disruptor. Like,
That's true.
It could work, yeah.
Yeah, for the Mombo combo, definitely potential there.
I mean, I did like what you said, because Avilus, similarly to before, they kind of need to play on like mid-game map state.
Yeah.
Like you pick people out, you know, Lina has like can solo kill or kill with Nyx. Nyx can find people alone as well with the Vendetta and kill with Alk.
Yeah. You just need like a position 5 that can do damage and complement that type of play.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Disruptor, Jakiro, CM. Those 3 are really good here, I feel like, with their lineup.
Yeah. I mean, I would kind of like CM, because I feel like it also allows... Like, you kind of want this Nyx with a shell, I think, to be able to play with one of the other subs, or both your subs to like go mid to Lina and actually kill. And I think giving your Nyx a setup to just make it simple is nice. I think CM does that.
Yep. And you lane pretty well with Elk, because you have an Elk, so it opens up a lot of the position 5 heroes here. And the CM aura is very valuable for Darkseer, Lina, and the Nyx.
Let's see what else there is. There's a... Batrider 5. I don't know if Sunika plays that actually. So
Bat with Nyx is like both of the same.
Yeah, that's
You do the same thing.
Yeah. I would like CM the most, I think, especially with the bans that came out.
What kind of mid laner would you like to see against Stormer's Lina? Assuming that that's going to be the lane.
It most likely is the mid.
10 seconds remaining.
There's quite a few matchups still available.
I think Earth Spirit Primal. You need someone that goes in with their heroes.
Pango's still in the pool as well.
Yeah, Pango, Earth Spirit.
Kind of like Pango.
I mean, which one of those you can actually lane decent against Lina?
I mean, most of them won't beat Lina in the...
Yeah, but not beat, you know, but at least get decent.
I mean, I feel like they all probably slightly lose, but I think Pango I like the most. Okay, so they just go
They go back
SC.
for the Shadow Demon.
I mean, this is up to their comfort and one of the better safe lane combos at least.
This
with
makes
stack.
more sense than the last one, because the Shadow Demon is really good against the Sven carry.
Yeah.
You purge him and he just can't really right-click anyone.
You don't want Razor mid anymore.
No.
Probably not.
It's like Lina's pretty good. Like, Lina kind of makes you not want to do that anyway. I mean, I would like Pango the most. I think Earth Spirit can work. If they feel like they have enough... I mean, they probably have enough follow-up damage. I'm just a bit...
And the silence is nice against Shadow or Earth Spirit.
There's definitely a couple players that wouldn't want to play it. I think Nyx can be annoying and there's like an early pipe. But I think you have like Sven and Razor later that can just kill through it anyway. I don't know if I'm missing like any range hero that they would want to go for. I just feel like the ones we've mentioned so far are...
I mean, most of the range heroes don't really like to... Oh, okay, there's still Tiny. Tiny is really good into the Nyx because of your stun doing multiple instances of damage, so you don't care about Carapace. He's very good at killing the Lina in the game. And he just works very well with their lineup.
Yeah. In terms of heroes, we don't see any... There's no weird flexes coming out. Everything is the way we expected it to be.
Yeah, this is going to be a game, I think.
Ooh.
I mean, this is better than the last one, like by 1,000,000,000%. At least for me. I still feel that this is not a super easy Lina game, at least in my opinion. This hero hates being jumped. You have multiple heroes that can jump you or like posture towards you. But I see I feel like it's way easier for Avalos this time around to you get a fat Alk, you have better lanes, you can get to like your one item timing on Darkseer, go together, take your fight, your Alk starts the fight. Like, they're gonna be chilling this game. There's not gonna be this like minute 10 tier 1 defense, you lose 5 heroes. This is gonna be more chill. This is more comfort.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I feel like with the Elk, they can kind of push things on because they have a faster pace carry, which you compare to the Sven. Sven takes a longer time. You need your dagger, BKB, Echo Saber. It takes time, whereas Elk, the Radiance plus dagger usually is around 14 minutes, and you can kind of already make your mark on the game, whereas Sven, you're probably still hitting Ancients at that point.
So are you saying also that if Avalos is not able to get that timing for the Alchemists, that they would be in a little bit of trouble? Or
I think it'll be easier for them to get towards their timing and take control of the game, this game with the draft.
Okay, well, I am happy to hear that we're expecting a more even game going into this second game. Avalos did tie their previous series, so let's see if they can do the same thing here, or if Falcons will lock in another 2-0. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Shiver and the panel, and we are ready for another one, a twofer of the Darkseer Nyx Assassin.
Wow.
Can you believe it?
Yes, double-header Team Falcons and now a double-header Darkseer Nyx Assassin. I can believe it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of just having a consistent duo. I think that they already showed off some of the concepts and ideas behind it of getting this early XP on the Nyx Assassin, which the hero is very dependent on, trying to get the ulti up and moving, while still giving the gold to the Darkseer. Yes, they lost. But we saw the idea, and so they're going to try the idea again.
Trent,
yes.
There's this thing that happens when you first get into commentary where you hear your own voice. And as you hear your own voice, you feel like a sense of like cringe and unsatisfaction.
I don't know
right?
where this
You know
is
what
going.
I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And I feel like when I see Darkseer players force it like this, I feel that same sense of like dismal energy where I'm like, guys, I get it. It's just not going to work though.
So you like the see the enemy carry, then pick Darkseer sort of life.
Yeah, but honestly, I get what they're going for here, and it feels like it could work, and I just don't believe.
Well, it means
I'm just not a believer.
It's giving the gift.
Yes.
Right? The Darkseer, he's saying, all right, I'm going to let my allies pick a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Pick this up early. Now, that being said, their earliest pick, of course, is the Alchemist, who's been banned all day. So, no more Monkey Kings here. Took us 4 games, but we have found ourselves an Alchemist. We talk about how the carry pool is widening. We're finding all these other heroes because Alk keeps getting banned. And then it's kind of everybody else. It's like Alk, Morphling, top 2, and then everybody else. And there's some Drows and stuff happening in there, but we got a Sven.
That's crazy.
In this one. So it's, I guess, Darkseer issues, right? He's a hero who the illusions aren't particularly amazing.
Oh, God. No, this is not the way you want to start it, man. Oh, Malrine gets first blood on Tiny against Stormstormer. He's going to be late to the first wave. Trent, I'm a little concerned, my man.
Blood Grenade is an item.
Yeah.
You know what? Everyone should be able to buy a slow.
Adios, payasos. What a great voice line. Well, I mean, he's going to have a really nice start here against the Lina for Stormstormer, who's actually taking a lot of damage there from the creeps, and Malrine's running up to him again.
Yeah, the creeps are doing some work.
Stormstormer is taking a beating here.
What a bad hero to have First Blood happen to as well, eh? And like the tiny mid, like a hero who really needs to snowball.
Snako. Dude, this is... Oh, God, Trent. It's starting early.
A couple of freebies here, feels like. I thought momentum was going to be on their side after delaying that last game and catching a mire in the fountain, but it seems to have just energized Falcons.
Yeah.
They are done. You know, they've been here as long as us. They're ready to call it. Want to get done before dinner here.
Well, no matter what, they will, because it is only a 2-game series.
Buddy, we've cast some long games.
That's true. That's a good point.
It's 4:10 local. We could make it.
You're right. That's a good point.
I have 3 children. Dinner's pretty early.
Yeah, it's fair. Wow. Smiling Knight getting blocked off by the Fissure. Dude, it's not often that you see a Shaker lane winning. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thankfully, Razor is one of those heroes that can make those tables turn, you know?
Oh, how they. Eki trying to get some pulls off there, getting interrupted a little bit.
Yeah, still goes back for the Mind Flare after, but Snake King playing with no fear.
Dude,
this
this
he will
is
be here later,
so
though.
Frustrating.
On the later panel.
Oh, yeah?
I think so.
Really? Okay, that's pretty cool.
No, fear.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
I thought you meant
playing with
snaking.
no
I was really
fear.
confused.
Yeah, no, I could tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you now.
All right, 4th game. Getting warmed up here.
Well, in spite of the early death, you can see that Lina's still having an okay time farming in terms of the CS, just because this hero is that crazy and that strong. Mar pulling the wave all the way back towards him. Crit in the meantime, put some pressure back on Smiling Knight's direction and keeping
Eki's
control
gonna.
of that pull.
So he saw the courier
Yeah.
in vision. He was waiting for it. And then he microed it and then unmicroed it.
Okay.
He had found the solution, and then he lost the solution. And then it just happened to be there again when he was catching the wave anyway. Now, of course, Eki also not microing his courier, but it's not going to get punished. Unless Snake King does a dive here, which he actually could dive and kill this, I think.
He's thinking about it. Would probably go down afterwards. But this right here is actually so annoying. The fact that he's messing with Zibe's pull, it doesn't manage to like pull it behind the tower.
Oh, crit mid lane.
Trying to go. Stormer in some trouble. Toss is out to hit. The avalanche, is it enough? Yes, it is. That disruption turnaround. Eki is there with the stun. They don't really have that much damage though. Malrine is just going to TP back to base. So another death on Stormer on mid. And
Oh
crit
no,
now.
I'll just have to get these.
He's pretty happy about that.
Unfortunately, he's missing a few. Thankfully, the ops went away, so you guys don't have to know, but it's not going well. Malrine's actually pinging some of them, trying to explain to him how to last it under tower.
Well, the plus side here is like because of the CS and all the rest of it, and also because they've got an Alchemist, it's not actually the end of the world for Avos going actually making a move here. The turnaround onto the bird almost got enough to kill him.
Yeah, now there's a war cry, and Snake King, he's like, what do I do?
Eki, goes in, tries to bring him down. Is it going to be enough? The surge forward, and now with Ion Shell, they should be able to run down. The Phoenix ends up dying afterwards. Skitter. Zibe trying to pull him close. Would have been nice to cliff him there, but no chance.
Nah, yeah, he's out of resources, unfortunately.
But yeah, 17 and 10 on the Sven versus 12 and 6. The Skitter's having a really good time down here bottom. Absolutely what you want to see. You are a Falcons fan.
Yep, sort of necessary, of course, on Sven. Just total farm mode hero. Mostly, you know, I mean, this is kind of the Skitter bread and butter. He's always playing these strength heroes with stun. The CKs, the Svens, the Wraith King. Those were kind of like his rise to prominence heroes.
Right.
Never forget the Radiance Shiva's Wraith King build.
Oh
the
my
fire and
God.
ice.
Yeah. God, that's been a while.
It's a beast build, though.
Little avalanche and interrupting Stormer, but should be pretty fine. We'll see if there are any types of rotations. Even though the top lane is not going the best at the moment, or rather bottom lane's going the best for Avalis, the other two are going quite well, in spite of the deaths. Zibe.
Yeah, should be all right. And, I mean, obviously, Eki's a little bit busy doing the stacks.
Yeah.
One of the downsides, of course, is you can only really do one at a time unless you want to waste resources, which can be kind of expensive on the hero.
Yeah.
But he's going to do that, and then next time he's going to stack the Ancients, get the Wisdom Room. We're probably going to see the Ion Shell play again, because Jive should be level 5 by then, if they give him some of the XP, but he's taking a decent chunk of it here instead.
He'll get up to it eventually. Crit. Gonna get caught here by Seneko. Banished. Stun comes out. And an easy way to find the kill onto the Earthshaker. So Avalis off to a much better start than they were in that game number 1.
Yeah, but Amar, he immediately just runs at them.
TP out. Is it going to be enough? Oh, the creep's taking
Okay,
some of
and
that
now to the
damage. And now
tower.
Stormstormer with the turnaround. A couple hits. Do they have enough to kill him off? Moves in for it. One more connection, and it is good. The amplified damage coming out from the Lina.
Yeah, with the importance of this Lina getting into the game, I feel like it's kind of worth.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, Alk's going to get his farm.
Yeah, he'll get back, TP out. It's fine.
Holy Knight has the Soul Ring, Phase Boots, and just eyeing up that Radiance. At the 7-minute mark, double Wisdom Runes are available. Neither team picking them up yet.
And the Iron Shell is there just on one of the creeps here, so Eki's just chilling, getting that XP.
High-level gameplay.
The combo's online. Meanwhile, his teammate, you know, I would be there, buddy, but I'm really busy. Oh, no.
Crit comes in and takes that last hit there. Yeah, and they'll go get the Wisdom Rune too. So that is pretty close to level 6, I would say, at this stage for Eki. About 5.5. And if they go on over and clear out the other wave, that's really going to set them up for success and maybe some attempts for some ganks in a little bit here. As Snako runs into crit, still pressing forward. Amar moving in. They see the stacks being built. Fissure onto the wrong side. Still, he can runs him down the side
Nyx
of it.
is coming. He's scuttling.
And moving in with the ulti. Do they go for this stun connection? Punch. Got some good damage out there. Amar not quite brought down low enough where it's dangerous. And, well, Eki gonna get brought down. Oh, is he? Maureen? No, he doesn't dive all the way for it. Nyx Assassin surviving through that, but the big problem is those stacks, they get taken.
Mid lane Stormstormer at least is pushing the tower, but they get a TP in from Malrine.
Okay. Snako there by the area to keep him alive.
I mean, Crib was there too. There's definitely a little bit spicy there. Chance they could have gotten Stormstormer, but instead of coming over to that fight, he was just trying to pressure the mid tower instead, but really close to just grabbing Amar.
It's a very sort of chippy game going back and forth here.
Crit will finally grab the Wisdom Rune here, and be happy that that is still remaining at 9 minutes.
A very weird start. And as much as we talked about Malrine like having a nice beginning of being able to get those kills, you can see he is one of the lowest of the cores right now. It's all very close there amongst the top, but has not been able to sort of take off in the way that you might anticipate after getting that good early start.
Needs his neutral. Gotta get an Arcane Ring going here. Spam this crash landing toss.
They are not giving Smiling Knight a moment. I mean, we said that he was going to be able to catch up and try and farm, but if they keep running in him like that, and a good interruption there, Snaking gets brought down. But yeah, if Alk's not able to get off to a good start, this is going to start feeling pretty bad for Avilis.
Yeah, you're hoping that the space is going to come now from these scuttled Nyx Assassins just all over the map, plus the boots of travel from Stormstormer. They can be super active. They start to kind of poke a little bit here. Skitter.
Today pulls him back in, stun, follow-up LSA off the mark, and now they got to run. Okay, Stormstormer, they back out. Do have a toss play if they want to, but no. Dude, Amar is running in and denying these creeps away from the Alk. It's got to be so frustrating.
He does love playing Razor, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It suits him, you know? They're going to keep that momentum on the bottom lane. Eki nearby, Vendetta back in 15 seconds.
Level 6 ready. They can get a vacuum play here if they want. Moves forward. Wall down. Nicely played. Oh, the LSA connection onto 2 and finding the Impale. How much damage do you got? It's enough. Malrine also going to hit the deck, and Eki manages to survive a little bit longer, not all the way. But 2 important core kills on the board for Avilis.
Yeah, it gets picked off by a Fire Spirit at the end there, but who cares? That was really good spacing too, right? Because you have a Stormstormer with the LSA on the right, and then you got this potential of the Impale on the left, and so even the Avalanche covering against the Nyx Assassin wasn't enough to stop the follow-up on that vacuum.
Right. Man, big stuff.
Kind of working.
Yeah.
Plans coming alive here. Hit an early game vacuum. Not something you can always depend on. Alchemist is concocting some plans in the jungle by hitting himself in the head with potions, but that's how we farm on this hero, so it's okay. And he's closing in on that relic. Not bad, considering the pressure up top. I think being at 2K right now, he should be pretty pleased.
Right. I mean, he was below the Sven earlier. I think that those kills and that space being created really makes the difference. Now, they're sort of scouting out Amar here.
Dude, he's tanky. I mean, Laguna's back up.
I mean, if he keeps pressuring forward, this is an opportunity. Oh, misses the spike.
Ah!
No. And that hurt us.
Yeah. It's just, we've all been there.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, you miss the carapace, and then it's just panic mode. It's a tough time. All right, well, that's a lot easier to hit. Unfortunately, toss is even easier as he tips.
That's unbelievable, man. A little tip back the other direction, and yeah, more tips. Why not?
Sure, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, get him out of there. Yeah.
It's building team morale, you know? Because we'll take another...
Oh, no. Come on.
Jeez.
Boo. I mean, what amazing footwork from Amar, running back and forth there to trick his opponent.
Who amongst us, Trent? Who amongst us?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stormer going in for the Ags. Some pings are there. Sentry ward nearby. Scouts the movement of the little Scuttlebug, who is building towards the Dagon. This is a hero I anticipate seeing a lot more often. Like, to me, part of the thing that I'm feeling like as Snake King.
Oh my god, what a tease.
Does he want to go? Does he, doesn't he?
Will anyone else help me with this kill? Please.
They really want it.
Radiant are scanning.
But there's a sentry there, so you can't really make the play.
That was wild.
I'm anticipating seeing more Nexus S, and I wonder if like the Darkseer pick is literally just to try and enable Eki to get him a quick level 6.
I do think it's a humongous part of it, yeah.
Like the Darkseer feels like it's much more about that. As Snako disrupt, he steals the invis, or rather illusion.
Illusions everywhere.
Huge. 14-minute wisdom is up. Sven went and got the one on the side of Falcons. And now he, after going for the Echo Saber, queuing up that Blink Dagger. And a Blink done now also for Malrine. Things could start getting spicy.
It's going to be quite the timing.
Yeah.
Get the Blink on Sven. Crit is in Earthshaker mode. When you play position 4 Shaker, there's a point around like 12 to 15 minutes where you just farm every lane that's open to just try and get to your Blink Dagger, because that's kind of all this hero can do.
Zibe might need to think about going in for more points in vacuum, because that is one of the ways that you stop this like big Blink aggression play, so you can kind of turn around. Crit.
Oh, yeah, nice.
There.
Oh!
Jeez,
All right, that one, that's on you, buddy.
Oh. It's hard. Like, this is the thing. You get in your own head, right? Like, you miss one, and then you start thinking about it more, and it was the same from last game, too. You feel for him.
Hurts. I mean, you compare it to Lion. Now, Lion's is so fast.
It's true.
It's so much easier.
He needs a Yashikaya. Toss back. And Seneko. Disruption. Gonna die.
It's like he can just disrupt who he...
Oh my god. This is brutal right here. Unbelievable. Oh. Well, they can, you know, pull it together here, Trent.
It's nice of production to bring these all up so that when he's watching this later, he can try and improve. It's like, oh yeah, I should have hit that one.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're trying to help.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if that ends up happening. It's still only 1,000 gold separating these two squads. The scary part is that you have an Alk on the side of Avalis.
And yeah. As in you're saying that's generally not good when you're losing in the gold thing.
Yes.
Yeah. That's fair. His big timing is generally this Radiance into Blink into BKB. So that's when Alk feels like, oh, I'm juiced up. I got these items before you do. So that's why when he's only up 800 gold, it's like, oh, not so hot. And that Blink Dagger for the Sven and Blink Dagger for the Shaker timing is about to occur, but perhaps Smiling Knight's counterplay will be something that can kind of break that up. But it's going to be really scary. Jumping into these fights without a BKB on the Alchemist is terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they can 100-0 him very easily, I feel like.
But here's the thing.
What's that?
BKB
is
only good when the enemies are hitting. And if you hit Vacuum and stuns, it doesn't matter if you have a BKB.
Trent Vacuum is level 1.
That doesn't matter.
Okay. All right.
Look, he's a Platinum Darkseer.
Okay. All right.
Okay, 1 level's enough. He's got 4 points in Surge so that he can hit the Vacuum.
That makes sense. That's a good point. I mean, yeah, and the other thing, like, you know, there's still a tier 1 tower down bottom. There's tier 2s they have to play with. The question is going to be how much can Falcons get done early here? Snaking, they throw out the stun, find the little Phoenix man. He is going to try and zip, zap, zoop away, and indeed manage to do just that.
The rest of his allies are way up north on the other side of the map here. The Woola's kind of come down to see if there's anything else in this area, but they're not going to find anything.
And
yeah, you can see the scan coming out here from Falcons. They know someone's up on that high ground, but they have no vision. So it's either high ground or Nyx Assassins. They kind of back to their sentry.
Yeah, that is really smart. That could have been huge. And I mean, he's going to go on the hunt again. Malrain pings. Oh no, excuse me. That's Eki. He didn't realize there's the Iron Shell on him. Oh!
Get.
Can they get him? He's slowed. He's not quite. Can I be able to get him there?
Lina.
Stormstormer. Oh no!
Oh, he's not playing the game.
Yeah, nope.
You know, Sven's attacks deal 20% bonus damage to stunned enemies. Did you know that?
That's a lot.
That's his innate. It's called Vanquisher. Sounds cool.
That's a nice thing to combo with the Earthshaker.
Yeah, that's why he does so much damage when he stuns you. 4 hits for 1150. you get vanquished.
They find Eki. No, not the vanquished.
Now, did you see that?
Oh,
see, he was stunned, so he does 20% bonus damage.
I feel it. Oh, God. Yep, he's going to get echoed. Yep. Or maybe they don't even need it. Okay, good disruption. Snako. They toss him on over, and Crit going to be able to bring down the little Shadow Demon. Yeah, the little Shadow Demon that could.
They just set up for the easier target there.
I feel like this entire game has been like Falcons building up potential energy, and it's all about to turn kinetic, man. This stuff's going down.
That was nice.
For those of you in physics.
Lots of high school physics students are just like pointing them on there. I know that. Yes, I did that.
Eki.
Oh, crit the blink.
Going, hunting, connection, avalanche from afar. Oh, no.
Oh, he got vanquished.
Another one bites the dust. Puts on sunglasses. We're going kinetic.
Kinetically attacking the Dire Tormentor right now. Get some heals to help out. Wow, what a hero this Phoenix is. Uh-oh.
It's really strong.
This is a little spicy.
They supernova it.
Yeah, that'll do. Okay, safety first.
Wow. So
And
shard for the Phoenix.
Yeah, he's rewarded for spending his ultimate. That's fair. All right, Jibe's trying to make the big play. He's in behind.
Okay.
Perhaps they can find Amar lingering around here with his 9-second BKB. Maybe that's the target.
Jeez, man. I mean, they literally need, like, Vac, stun, Alk just punching, Lenik follows up with it.
Yeah, but, I mean, she's got the flame cloak. Here we go. Here we go.
Jump, stun.
Stun,
How much
stun,
they have?
stun.
Oh, they get him! They got him! Amar got. That is what they needed.
See, BKBs, they don't work if you're stunned.
That's true. Snako? Ooh, disruption. He's not going to get it. The Wisdom Room gets stolen. Oh, it feels bad. Although Crit, does he get punished for it?
Thank goodness there's vision.
Oh, my God. Yes, they will.
All right. Other Tormentor, though, taken down. Now Amar gets a shard.
A little unhappy with that one.
Yeah, but he got a shard.
That's true.
Yeah, so no, it's fine.
15-8. Is there a timing that we're really looking for? on the side of Avalis.
I mean, they're kind of hitting it right now, I think.
The pipe?
Just like the BKB, like the ability for the Alk to just go in and actually play these fights. Like that's what you're seeing there, is he feels the confidence he can actually engage here. Because that's when the Tiny starts to fall off a little bit, as he does jump right on that Assassin. Oh, the save.
The save. That's a save.
Oh,
no.
Wait.
Okay. Okay. They get out. Mar. No, God, he stunned himself. Oh, geez, and now they toss in both of them. Smiling Knight, he's trying to get away. Just barely able to get out of there. That was BKB used for Razor.
Okay, Jibe gets out. He manages to escape. BKB's used. Tip, like, when you're out of tips. All right, so you just all chat tip. That's perfect. Good idea. Always innovating here on the side of Falcons.
That's right. So a 3,000 gold lead now, as the milkshakes are being drunk.
The tier 2s are being taken, and they start preparing themselves for an Aegis after this. You're gonna just go
Eki,
raw
Eki,
stun
Eki.
on him. See how they react.
Do not appear to care all that much. They walk away. Now surge
Remember,
in.
he has no BKB on Smiling Knight. They're just forcing a fight right now.
Yeah, they want something. Oh, crit, fissure, block off. Maybe they can make something happen here.
They have to chase.
Oh, it's going to be another self-stun. Oh. A little unfortunate there. And you can see Falcons recognizing that danger. They all back out together. If they lose crit, they're perfectly fine with that. In the meantime, he can just keep farming the wave.
Yeah, Stormstormer does make good use of the bots, though. Like, he's constantly been all over this map. He goes right back to top, starts pushing that out. So they're not losing out too much despite all running bomb. Now crit, gonna, get caught here. No blink available with poison. That was a brave move to go for that wave, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's sort of like, well, if they kill me, they kill me. The rest of my team is farming, you know?
Yeah.
But any little, injection of net worth for the Dire at this point is feeling pretty good.
Couple of bounties there for snaking. That's always good. Goal for the team.
Tight neck. Stun again for the Darkseer, queuing up the Lotus next. It's Eki. Spots snaking here.
Man, they're so dependent on this Alchemist.
Yeah.
Like, he has to blink stun. Or it's Nyx Assassin, but I mean, obviously, Invis at this point is, there's just going to be sentries everywhere. A lot harder to get into the fights. Pretty much has to be the Alc.
I mean, it really has felt like both games, they put so much pressure on Eki to get the job done.
And the lack of blink on Jibe makes it a lot harder.
Yes. Yeah, if you can have the Darkseer jump in, big vac into a stun.
It also just means that, like, if the Darkseer has blink, like, you as the Nyx Assassin can at least be like, hey, like, if I try and make these invis plays in, I'm at least giving vision to set up for a vacuum play. Like, sometimes you just die, but it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. 17-9. Smiling Knight farms up top. Meantime, they're trying to set up on to the Nyx, which they will manage to do.
Yeah, but
and does he manage to get out of there?
I think he's all right.
He's dusted, but they aren't going to catch him.
Oh, he's going to get the courier.
Yeah.
Is this worth it?
It's always worth it, Trent.
I just thought he might die.
Cancel your TP. Get that one.
No. No. All right, Gem. There you go.
Yeah, it's
gold from the courier kill helping out.
They need the fight to be started on their terms. Like, it's the only way that this works.
All right, well, Smiling Knight, good luck, buddy, because it's all you.
They have 4 points in vacuum now, too.
Here we go!
An opportunity. Jump forward. Stun. Got him. Good. Damage. Is it enough? No! They do not quite have it. Smiling Knight is going to keep running in. They toss in the Alk! Oh, no! There was nobody there to help him.
I don't think that's what they were hoping for.
And they just drop the Echo immediately, finding Seneko. Woo, man. Zibe tossed back in. Skinner finds him. Just a symphony of skills coming out as they will find this Darkseer He vacuums to try and get some separation. It is not going to happen. One by one, they go down.
That was a great showcase of their one-dimensional issue right now, where like they have to have the fight go that way, where the Alf blinks in and they follow up. But when he blinks like that, I mean, he almost got the Phoenix. It was really close, but no one else can catch him. Like Eke has no blink, Jibe has no blink. You got a mid Lina who's gone for the Flame Cloak, so she's got no mobility because she's pretty like tower-style mid, where she just kind of like gets in and just throws in a bunch of damage.
That was also the gem, by the way. They immediately took the gem away.
Well, Snakeo's probably not going to be very happy about that.
No, it's a rough one. Tough situation at this stage. They're staring down the barrel of a 7K gold lead. Alka's still top net worth, but has really not been able to do what he needs to in this game. I mean, and that was it. That was with him having an AC too. Like all the physical damage that they have, it's just too much to deal with.
But he saved his BKB charge.
That's a good point. That's the potential energy.
That's right.
Bring it all back.
All right, Skitter kind of alone right now. You know, maybe.
They are waiting in the pit. They're hoping for a quick Roche respawn.
It is coming.
Yeah. But so are Falcons.
Eki.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. No, they got him. They need a Wyvern
whoa!
Curse. Oh! LSA on a 3! Look at the combo! They got him caught. Sven in trouble. Skitter dead. That's what you need, baby.
That was the greatest Carapace of all time.
That was insane. And like you said, you know, sometimes you die as the Knicks, but it's worth it. Oh my God, he got tipped back. Now the question is, are they unmuted so can they see the counter trash talk? That's the big question.
That was bold. To all attack the Nyx Assassin without BKBing, and they were immediately punished for it.
Yeah.
Okay. That is not how you expect that to play out at all. I mean, you can just watch it again. It's just, and Carapace. 4 heroes.
The 4-hero Carapace.
All, like, 3 of them with BKBs.
Yeah, let's go, Eggy, birthday boy.
Finally, no hands on his heads from missing a stun.
He nailed it.
Can't hit Impales, but boy, can he hit Carapace.
That was sick. Oh, Smiling Knight. Eki. On to crit. They find him. No, not again.
See, no. But the Carapace.
The Carapace would have been it.
Eki, please.
Smiling Knight.
We're trying.
2 down. 5,000 gold lead right now as they are set up on Falcon. They still have Aegis on Lina. Oh no. Snakeo. Skitter's thinking about it. LSA on the mark, finds him, crit gone.
Unexpected.
Disruption there. Amar's still stealing damage, gotta run. BKB backs out.
They're still holding BKBs though on the Radiant.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. Zibe is off to the side though. Big vacuum play here could be huge. Can they pull him in time? Waiting for it, pump faking. Now the toss, a little bit of a weird one. They toss back, but LSA, no, BKB. Snakeo's still leaving.
All right, that's 1 BKB. Still 1 for Tiny and Razor. There's Tiny.
Hunting.
2 BKBs.
Eke looking, taking out that ward.
I feel like the count on Sesame Street.
3
BKBs.
It's really hard to chase these guys down. They have so much counter initiation.
I think they're going to give up on it here.
Yeah, I think so too.
But look, the gem.
Look at the swing.
You mean the Aegis power play?
That's right. Wait, their difference lost though. Okay, they're 4K down. That's a bad one. But they're bringing it back from where it was.
Crit here, a little bit isolated, but there's no friends. Don't think there's a boots travel play here. It's also not available for 14 seconds, so Eki, I mean, feeling confident that they don't have the gem now. You can kind of scout around a little bit here. Only 10 seconds downtime at this point as well on Vendetta, so you can play largely invis throughout most of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the big item though.
Yeah, if you get 1 big crit in there.
Especially if they're stunned.
Right.
When you're vanquishing them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about this earlier, and I was thinking, like, crit to me feels like one of the, like, RNG mechanics in Dota that has...
I thought you were talking about crit for a second. I don't know where you were going. You
Is
mean
like
the mechanic,
the
not
mechanic,
the player.
The mechanic of a crit feels like the RNG one that, like, people complain about the least. And Avery was saying that he feels like the only one that people might complain about it for is Sven. Like, that if you get a first hit crit,
that's fair.
That's one where people are like, really? This is how this goes? But smoke on smoke now. We'll see if they can make it perfectly together.
Avery's hands on his head.
They have Lotus on the Darkseer. Maybe a little bit of a counter stun play if they find the right target.
A risky TP in from Stormstormer. They've got their targets on him. Now he gets smoked up by passing through Seneko.
Running away, Snaking's there. Crit, he finds an opening! They're all together! Oh no, but he chose to go on Stormstormer! He is the Aegis! Counterplay could be big if they can make it work. Smiley Knight stunned out. BKB already used. Needs to run away. Stormstormer backing out. They're stealing damage from Smiley Knight. Ready to go in, but BKBs are wearing low. Now they get the follow-up stun. Eki is there trying to kill Amar, but no, they realize they can't do this anymore. Do not have the damage that they need. And will TP out. Snako left to the Wolves as they have already lost Stormstormer and Eki. It's going to be another one.
Yeah, another vanquishing up here for the 3 kills there. And that was not an Earthshaker Agnivs, in case you were wondering. That was just a tossed and flying in Shaker there.
Yeah.
To stun him up. But, man, that was tough. The way that fight started for Avulis, can't get much worse than that. All down in the river, the smoke pops, you don't know exactly what's going on or where they are. The Ob Sentry combo was dropped as well from Falcon, so they saw it all.
God, they just need so much. And not really feeling like they're getting it at this point. You can see, like, they basically give up that entire bottom racks. They're out farming on the map on Smiley Knight and Darkseer. Eki, the only one still inside the base at this point. But really making good use of these BKBs. Falcons have controlled the game since it feels like really early.
Seen this before, 12K lead. Maybe they could get megas.
Hey.
I feel like Amar might go near the high ground, like near the well again.
I wouldn't be
surprised. I feel like he can't help himself.
It depends on if Owie had a conversation with him, I think. You know what I mean?
He looked pretty happy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Entertaining.
Blink Dagger done for the Shadow Demon. And you can see they're feeling like that's going to be the way they sort of win this game, is either being able to catch up to their allies or catch people off guard. Darkseer's also trying to build towards one.
That would be a big change for them.
Oh yeah, it's the Amar replay again from earlier. Blink done for Nyx. They just need one more. They're on target.
Like assembling Exodia here. A few more Blink Daggers.
How many do you need for that one to
I think
win the
5,
game?
but we only need 4
for
this game. Because Stormstormer is going to get an E-Blade.
That's fair.
Yeah. That won't be good to go.
I mean, this is the scary part realistically. Like, after we saw that 4-hero Carapace, you can think about how crazy it can be with the combos. Speaking of combos, Crit has a refresher.
This is such a, like, 2014 Earthshaker build.
Yeah.
The Blink 4-staff refresher.
Does he even have mana for this?
Yeah, he's fine. 350. What's that? It's not the
600, 7, 8, 10.
Yeah, he's got arcanes.
He does, okay.
It's fine.
He's gonna have to press a lot of buttons to make this work, and cast nothing else the whole rest of the time.
It's fine. It's okay.
A minute till
Good thing
Roche
he's got
is gonna respond.
Dandelion Amulet. He was thinking.
Oh yeah.
300 mana is doing some
That's
heavy
nice.
lifting.
Yeah, really important.
All right, so now if you recall, this was the ward of the game.
Yeah.
In a previous match. It was this exact situation, except it was Spirit versus Falcons, and Falcons sat here into the ward and won the game because of it.
I mean, the problem is I don't think Falcons are going to come over here. Like, they have position on Roche.
No, I think Avula saw that game and thought, it's okay.
Okay,
you just need to
got it.
stand around this ward,
Yeah.
and the game is given to you.
I see.
Yeah, so that's the plan.
I mean, I kind of like it. I guess it depends on how long Roche is. If it's like around a you know, 230 or something like that Roche, then this actually really helps them out a lot. If it's a very quick Roche, like GG.
Yeah, quick Roche would be quite bad for them. Eki is already making his way up here. There's an Ob Sentry combo. It does spot him.
Oh,
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
He is so bold right now. Snaking out of Yules like this game it's feeling pretty rough. All right, it's a minute 15. So it's still probably going to be in enough time where Falcons can secure Roche for themselves up here.
Yeah. I mean, Stormstormer wants to push to that top lane because it is dire side, so they'll have the buyback advantage if they actually have that Roche fight. So I think it's worth engaging. You've got good team fight. Pushing into them, like knowing the Falcons have established division, though, is very difficult to play into for sure. Like, they're going to be hiding in the trees. They're going to have the wards. If you try and smoke in, like, they're going to have the edge on you.
Right.
The other play is to just push these lanes out as much as possible and try and pressure tier 2s.
Instead of the E-Blade, Lina going for the refresher herself.
Swag.
That is pretty cool.
All right, hit vacuum.
Yeah.
And just stun them all.
I mean, honestly, this is one of those moments where Zibe can win his team the game. If they can find the right angle and put everything together, they have so many stuns.
So, as a Grandmaster Darkseer player, do you hit those?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
As a Platinum?
Do you want to go ask him if you could sub in? It's pretty close.
Zibe just tap much. Just move over, buddy. Oh, God. No.
No, you're good? Okay.
I think that he can hit it, though. Because the other thing is that, like, you have so many other people that can scout for you first, and if you can bait out those BKs... Dude, another refresher.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I think that they just get it, though, now. There's no way they can come in and time to
they're
contest.
stunning this Roche. He's being vanquished.
That's true.
It's a big crit.
In towards mid?
There's no hope.
Smiling Knight, does he get caught out here? Mar towards him, and they're just going to have to try and wait this one out. So Skitter picks it up, crit now, Gifted and Aghanims.
All right, now he, I don't know.
Yeah.
He's got some mana issues. He's just chugging clarities at 1100 mana. He's like, I got no slots.
This is a bit of an issue. Wants to stay topped off at all points. They're going to play around this ward. The problem is they don't have many other people around. I guess with Stormstormer here, though, I don't know. Like, I think they have enough damage to kill everybody.
I mean, you know, old Dota Plus here has been pretty funny today, but it's giving us a 50-50 right now.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Wow.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. 52 to 48. Okay, I exaggerated. Yeah, so sue me.
Even with Aegis, I mean, it's a testament to how strong this combo game is if they can get the right initiation. And that's really a question. And like for Falcons, how do you go high ground right now? If they had Aegis on Razor, maybe that's an opportunity there, but
that's a quick blink.
That is a very swift takeaway of vision.
Oh, yo, crit.
Trying to find him. Eki, pop spike Carapace. Counter stun.
Oh, we got Overseal Totem.
That's nice.
The greatest of neutrals.
Dude, Snako is a crazy person. He's just like popping ulti onto Sven and then running away, or running towards him.
I can't believe Smiling Eye has been so good on this pressure, too.
I mean, look at them. They're the two most farmed heroes in the game. The problem is that, like, they have this... I mean, it's 5 cores, basically. Snaking is almost ahead of the Darkseer.
Yeah. Oh, the Rattle Cage, too. Nice one. Just a casual 10 more armor now on this Phoenix. Huge right now.
I gotta prep. I have a feeling that this could turn very, very rapidly if you find one good stun here from Avalis.
It's also, I mean, you look at this Radiant lineup, you're talking about like the idea of the dire heroes and trying to go high ground. Just imagine trying to siege buildings with this Radiant lineup does not feel good. Because like Sven, like, you have to ult at the right moments. You don't want to do it incorrectly. You don't have a very low committal siege.
Trent, what's the word? Never go high ground. Are they making a mistake? Seneko, they go high ground.
What
they blink
blink.
out. They toss him in onto an illusion. Seneko in trouble. Seneko walking away.
Smiling
now dropping the ulti. In trouble. They're starting to hit, but this is into a glyph.
All right,
BKB used from Amar. He has Refresher.
He hit the Lincolns to block the static link.
Skitter, LSA, outstun, vacuum onto all of them, and now tossing him in further. Control, Malrine is out. Stun, onto Crit, keeping him under control. Skitter backs away in his BKB.
Man, that Force Staff was so clutch, though. Getting Bloodthorned on Crit, he would have been in real trouble, but he escapes to the high ground, so they can't finish him off.
I mean, look at this.
BKB from Stormstormer on the side. Doesn't get caught by that Avalanche.
Has Refresher still, so if he needs to, he can pop that. Get a
Becky.
second BKB. Dude, they're kind of doing it. Like, the only thing that was Aegis down, and they baited out a glyph. Oh, God. Oh, Zive. Realizing the danger and blinks out. And that, look at the cloud, the little fog.
Nobody really wanting to fight because,
no.
You know, BKBs have been popped. I think the only person who didn't use it was Tiny. Malrine's still got an 8-seconder there, but just going to back away, farm it up. Stormstormer and Skitter very close to each other up here. As Stormstormer heads through the twin gate to catch some creeps down bottom.
I mean, they've got a lane of racks. That does not feel super impactful at this point.
No, at this point, it's not a big deal. Wisdom Rune is still sitting there. That's a nice one. For both teams, actually. And they're going to give it to Skitter for the level 25. And he takes the plus 50% God Strength.
What's the point as Falcons where you feel confident walking high ground?
Not without another Aegis.
Like, even with Aegis, do you think you feel confident? Like, do you need to find a fight out of the base, or do you think you can siege?
I sit near the base and put a ward up, because if I see someone, they just die.
Okay.
Now, that being said, there's this pressure from Seneko after that, where if he can get the Blink Disruption stun, maybe it kind of saves the fight.
Right.
I would be looking for pickoffs more so, though. Oh, we got him!
Chasing. God, Stormstormer takes so much damage. Running, hiding, zipping, zapping, zooping. Second round, second salvo.
Nice.
And yeah, just going to do the little Phoenix thing of go off the map.
That was good. That was clever.
It forced out a Refresher. Dude, Seneco's crazy, bro. But they know the ward's up there now. There's too much tension for me.
Back to farming.
And, like, this is also a thing where if you can read your opponent's moves and, like, see where they're headed, that's maybe an outplay situation here.
Hard to figure out where to go right now as a Vulos. They don't have any vision down on the map. The last time they saw something was just Sven sort of pushing out bottom. Other than that, they're in the dark right now.
Very scary stuff. And one of
Ninja
these
Gear.
moments when Ninja Gear is really...
It's actually so annoying.
It feels very good.
Yeah, Seneko was pinging the wave. They didn't notice that he was clearing it.
Time since last kill, 11.5 minutes? Oh, did we pull it up just in time? No, we didn't. Okay.
That's crazy.
I mean, it sort of makes sense. Find the Shadow Demon. Nothing else. And it looks like...
What's Eki going to do here?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was going to say he needs bots too. And immediately, like with Eki over here, immediately Stormstormer queued up bots too.
Interesting.
Because that's the only way this is a play, right? To be this far out on your own. All right, is he going to buy them? Does he have them already? Nope. He's just going to zap and run. Okay. Oh, yeah. I hope Jimmy's got a towel or something for his hands, because I'll be sweating right now as this Dark's here. This is like, his vacuum is going to be so important.
And it's one of those spells, too, that, like, if you use it and it doesn't come up with something, it feels really bad.
Do you think we should get Dota players, like, chalk bags? Like, for, like, weightlifters or rock climbers? And then we just get chalk, like, all over the keys and everything? This seems like a quality idea, to make sure they're not sweating and missing their inputs.
That's fair. You know what is also legitimately sort of a weird thing? The way that status resistance interacts with vacuum, it doesn't pull them the full duration. And that means it doesn't pull them all the way to the middle. And so these double Sanjin Yashas from Sven and Razor, unless you pre-stun, there's a good chance they get BKBs off, and the fight is just, like, over at that stage. Dude, Stormstormer is a madman. What's going on here?
Oh, escape toss there from Malrine, pulling him out.
That was BKB used.
You know, maybe he's just trying to make something happen.
Okay.
Got the refresher.
But yeah, something that we're going to need to watch for is if Razor and Sven get their BKBs off in the duration of a vacuum.
That's true. We have the Halberd and Manta assembled here for Amar.
Oh, really?
Yep.
He took away Sanjayasha. Okay.
Yep.
Never mind. So it's just Sven then.
Yep.
I mean, if he doesn't get BKB off and Razor and Sven does,
then we know.
Yeah, exactly. God, I wonder if we get to 60-minute items. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, they're going to get vacuumed.
23.
Dude, you can't use your vacuum like that. They got to run now. Oh god, oh no. Oh no, not like this. And Eki goes down.
Backseat gamer lyrical.
Sorry, my bad.
You cannot use your vacuum like that.
Okay, they run in. They pull up Crit. Crit's gone.
I'm telling the Darkseer Guild.
All right, they kill Crit. They kill Eki.
A one-for-one action there as the Flame Cloak quickly eviscerates him there.
Gem down.
And a smoke now from Avulis. Seneko pops one. Where are we going? Look at this wraparound he's drawing. So there are bots too on Stormstormer, but they don't have Eki. I mean, he is kind of like the first man in.
I guess it can still work with
his vacuum's
Smiling
back,
Knight.
Gabe. Just so you know, it is there. Okay.
Thank you. Good. Thank you for letting us know.
All right. I'd like you to tier list all of his vacuums after this. Ooh, whoa! I was talking about the levels on Snaking. How about the farm? He's got the scythe.
Yeah, that's huge. How many times have people gotten away because of that?
Oh,
So be careful. Wow. Going in. Slowed down. Immediately pops it. That's not the way to make it work.
Is that a good vacuum?
He did a good
That
one.
looked good.
That looks pretty good. Trent, it's pretty good. Now, Malrine toss. Smiling Knight is in trouble. Smiling Knight is gone. As soon as he comes out of this disruption, Seneko there. Smiling Knight turns, wants to hit, not going to happen. Seneko now getting chased down by Crit. Amar is very low, but not low enough. Up on the high ground, Stormstormer doing work, taking out Malrine. That's 3 dead with no buybacks on 2 of them. This is going to be an Aegis for Avilis. And this is an Ags Aegis too.
I mean, they got that Sven. I mean, the vacuum into the stun. This damage coming from Stormstormer is absolutely ridiculous right now. BKB or not. Like, BKB is not total freedom anymore. And when it's only 60% reduction, when Lena's pumping it in there, it's still quite a bit. And wow, look at him right-click too.
Yeah.
Whew.
He's hitting hard. Also separating out those fights, putting themselves in a solid position. This Avilis team is in a really good spot now. They give the Aegis to the Darkseer. I mean, he is so much of their fight.
And the Aghanims, too. He just got normal punch.
Yeah. Very interesting. And, I mean, I don't know. I think they're in a really good spot now. It's back down to, like, almost no gold lead. I guess it depends on, like, how the next couple of minutes go. I feel like Falcons can still take a fight here, though. Stormstormer?
Next.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Can the double supports just take him out all on their own? Refresher. Full combination. No! Stormstormer gets away!
Oh,
the turn, the hits. He didn't have enough. Oh, Crit tries to get out of there. A couple more punches. It's not quite enough. Now Zibe trying to help out Stormstormer, but Razor gets right on top of him. Goes up to the high ground. Razor can't get up there. Backing away. Zibe, Eki, they're onto him. They managed to bring down that Nyx again.
It was the ninja gear instead of the Dandelion amulet. Because now he only has 1,100 mana.
Oh my god, you're right.
So he had no Fisher at the end.
Not quite enough in the tank.
But it still does result in the kill onto the Nyx Assassin, so. Still a net positive here there for them. But Stormstormer lives. He also does have a 4K surplus right now.
Everybody is so farmed on Falcons. They're all cores.
We are, you know, I told you they were trying to finish before dinner. It's 5 o'clock now.
Man. I feel like also...
I think dinner starts here in 1 hour, guys, so they got time.
That's
but
right.
Who knows?
I mean, you know, Amar was talking about how hungry he was. He said there was going to be problems with Jenkins if, you know, they kept the interview going. I wonder who's going to have problems with on his team.
We might have to get Kuro.
That's right. Solve the problems. Crit, alone in the mid. Snako finds him, vacuum back, the punch, the combo, it's enough.
See, that's how it's done.
Right.
that's the wombo combo.
Well, and the other problem that they've got now is that now you have like, I mean, normal punch, whatever. It's not a ton of damage. The illusions don't really matter that much, but you have another stun.
Lyrical. Hear me out. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay. Death Summary, Earthshaker. Okay. 2,874 magical damage, right?
Oh.
296 physical. This kill doesn't matter.
Forcing it out. Now trying to get away. The punch is there. Amar, second round. Eki disrupted. Smiling Knight onto him. He's in trouble. Amar goes down again.
Amar, I'm trying to make a point here. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Now, again, all magical damage. Okay, that one wasn't. That was physical. What I'm trying to get at is unwavering condition, because we're going to make it. All right?
It's going to happen.
Okay? Stormstormer versus unwavering condition. Okay, don't actually get it.
I mean, the
problem
thing
is Lina
is,
can right-click.
Well, the other issue is that I feel like the last couple of minutes, we're not finding like the follow-up momentum from Falcons, right? Avilis are making the plays. They're getting out on the map, finding the kills. What have Falcons done over the last like 10 minutes? They haven't been able to make anything happen.
They've done. That's the emotion.
That's right.
Yeah, it's kind of true. I mean, Snaking got the Scythe. I thought they were going to get that jump onto the Darkseer, but then they ended up losing that fight. They get the Aegis, and now slowly but surely they've now progressed all the way past the river, which is kind of crazy. Skitter is down bottom trying to push this out. He's going to TP back home. All right, so after a marathon of defending high ground, they have now moved into the Radiant base here.
Look at this. I mean, they don't have buyback on Crit, but more importantly, you don't want to buyback on the Razor.
No, they're just going to let this lane go. I mean, the Roshan's banner is there too, so it's just hard to stop these creeps.
Still another minute left on this Aegis on Zibit. You can't go on him first. You can't kill the others. I mean, look at how much HP Snako has. Like, what the hell is this? He's got 3,300 HP, almost 30 armor on the Shadow Demon, more than 30 armor.
It seems high.
It just feels like for Falcons, they've fallen off a little bit here. And Avilis,
right.
the 1-1 Kings.
Here's the thing, though, right?
What's happening?
Is that they are hitting the spell combos on Avulis right now. That
Yes.
has let us go back a while. They were hitting no spell combos. If Falcon starts to hit spell combos, they have the exact same stuff. Like we're talking about Darkseer and stuff. We have Sven over here.
That was not supposed to go that way, although he's still okay for the moment. Now, Ava toss, dead on Eki. Do they have more? Smiling Knight hits onto the egg. It's gone. Zibe runs in. Only 9 seconds left on the Aegis. If he goes down, it's not happening quickly enough. Now, trying to stay alive. Stormstormer is there. Zibe falling low, but no, they turned and they hit him. He gets a full respawn. Now disruption onto the Sven. They got Skitter under control. They're going to take down this Sven in just a moment.
No,
here.
the heal?
Maybe an opportunity. Vacuum onto 3 and the follow-up stun LSA. The combo is there.
Malorine tried to get in to toss him out, I think.
Does not work the way they needed. No buyback on the Sven. No buyback on the Phoenix. And they're going to have to do it without him. What more do you have left in the tank?
They better find it quick, because Avulis, they have figured it out. A Manta dodge there from Amara gets him back, but Stormstormer's hitting your buildings.
Absolutely, and going straight on in for the tier 4 towers. They buy back on the Tiny. Can they go for some toss plays into Fountain or something? They need something here. Smiling Knight decides to back and go for the racks instead. Avilis. I mean, we talked about it earlier. They're a team that drop games to teams they shouldn't, but they sometimes manage to take down the big dogs. Can they do it again? Amar running in, sucking away that damage, but they have the toss forward. They get the control, the right clicks. It's enough. He's going down. Amar has fallen.
He's got buyback.
Disruption. Snako is there. Crit waiting for his moment. LSA connection gone.
They can't get Stormstormer. He's just in the backline the whole time.
And they find him. Crit, nowhere left to go. They have a buyback on Amar, but it's not gonna matter. All 5 are dead. GG is called. Avilis. They pull out the upset in game number 2.
All right, if you had any doubts about Lina in this patch, I'd like you to take them and set them aside. After seeing how they are already up, Stormstormer, he's like, did you see how rich I am?
Oh my God, he's feeling himself right now, and why wouldn't you be? Eke missed every stun in the early game, and he won it over in the end.
But that Carapace.
That's right, that Carapace was there when it mattered most. Smiling Knight the back of his Alchemist made it all happen. Trent, what a freaking performance from the boys. They pulled it out here in game 2.
That was crazy. I mean, that really looked like it was just kind of going to be a slow, painful death of sitting on your high ground and waiting until an eventual loss. But the difficulties of going high ground were pretty clear in this one.
Well, an unbelievable performance here from Avilis. Started from the bottom right there. But Stormer made it happen in the end as we head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Trent Lyrical. Where are the haters at now? Avilis, they pull through here in the end in a miraculous fashion. I feel like you miss every stun you don't take, and sometimes you also miss the ones that you do. But as long as you hit that one carapace when you need it, Gezu.
Yeah, but at some point you get blessed by a miracle. You get your Carapace off with like 1 HP because, gotta say, most stuns that were taken were missed, and, I guess it happens. The bright side is that even with, some of that stuff happening or an off game, they were able to like kind of pull it back. I think Smiling Knight on this Alk did a lot. Like, I think all 3 cores on Avilis, honestly, they held this game together really nicely. And I will say, if I'm Falcons, there was like a 15-minute period where I feel like they got barely anything done. There was like a 15-minute period where there was no kill in the entire game. That was certainly good for Avilis. Like, the game just completely slowed down, and here it is. The magic triple.
That's all you need. Sometimes one fight's all you need to turn things around.
That's all it takes. And then he drops the talent. That's actually hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, somehow the 3 cores keeping the game together for them.
Yeah.
I think Falcons kind of underestimated like the scaling of the Elk, the DS plus the Lina. The Lina was so strong, going into the late game. I mean, this is why I feel like this hero is just going to be a very, very contested pick moving forward. This hero just does well in the lane, in the mid game, and even in the late game, just insta burst a lot of the heroes in the team fights. Like that was one, a hero gone, just like that.
I mean, also just the fact that you have like flying movement, right? Like you can go over terrain, you can like kite the Sven, you can kite the Razor like so easily, because Stormstormer is like team fighting, he gets surged up, they have a Lotus Orb, they also SD ult like the Razor and the Sven. Is kind of hard for them to maneuver, because I also feel like at least with what Falcons were doing, it looked like they were very comfortable taking this game like late. But I think
they shouldn't be, right?
Yeah, like you can't just do that. You have a lead, you can like sure play chill, but still look to pressure. Furthermore enable your lead, take more map, but I feel like Avilis just got to punch back. They got 1 or 2 fights they wanted, and eventually their heroes, they're so strong throughout the game.
I love the Lina refresher, by the way.
Yeah.
That worked out so well. Puffing off there. This was quite a treat, and this is exactly what we need to see from Avilis. This is the first day of games. They tied their first series. They now tie again against Falcons, and I think this game in particular, closing in on 60 minutes, will be such a big mental victory. We talked earlier about how especially we saw Eki-san making some mistakes, and it could be just discomfort playing on LAN, and with this squad being here in Bangkok might just be getting a little bit of the nerves there. Winter, a victory like this will surely put that to rest.
I mean, it still shows a lot of character, because in the first game, he also played badly in the first game, but second game, he still insisted on whether he insisted or the coach feels like it's fine, So I think that itself shows a lot about the team and the player. And moving forward, they just need to, kind of make sure that it doesn't affect him as much going into the games tomorrow, and just make sure they play well as a team. I think overall as a team, they do have their moments in terms of like executing specific team fights. And we see a couple of like initiations of Smiling Knight really going well for his team, jumps on the first hero, and then they just win those team fights. I think they need to try to replicate that.
I mean, to me, like this game, there's like 2 things. First of all, you should be happy winning because you beat Falcons. You had another 1-1.
Yeah.
So the end of the day score for you is pretty good. But at the same time, you need to look at the gameplay because it's not clean enough. So be happy with the win, but for tomorrow also know at the same time that just because you won doesn't mean this game was perfect. Because they still need to, shape it up, because to go through the groups, I think they need to look a little better than in this game just now.
Yeah, I think this is something that they'll probably also be very much aware of. So I'm sure that we're going to see them come back maybe a little bit stronger tomorrow. That being said, I mean, ending with a 2-2 scoreline is incredible. And I think if we talk about Avilis for this game, you could make a case of almost everybody being a strong force for the team. Although I think we do put the emphasis on the cores there every time, Winter. It seems like those 3 do what it takes, regardless of the circumstance.
Yeah, I feel like this team, they've shown a lot of like depth with the core players. They know what they need to do, especially I think the carry player for me, Smiling Knight, he's been the shining star for for them. He's been rotating, using his item timings, and the offlaner, Jibe, he doesn't really care about picking his hero up early without seeing his play matchup, so he's really ready to play for the team. I think those are really, really good characteristics. You know, they have a right balance with the cause.
And if we're looking towards Falcons on this game, do we feel like they dropped the ball in this game, Kezu? Is this because obviously Avilas played really well there at the end. They clutched those fights, and then that's well deserved.
I mean,
but to get to that point,
at some point, they must have come to the consensus that they are happy slowing down the game. So I don't know like who really, because obviously we don't hear what they're talking about. But the fact that they all decided to like slow down the game at like a pace where I felt like they needed to push forward, that to me is the biggest mistake. And now we don't know who did that, but no one stopped it and like brought it back.
Yeah, maybe
like,
they
guys,
just collectively understood the scaling in a wrong way, you know, of that game. And they felt like they were stronger in the late game, you know, but eventually the game just got harder and harder because the Sven, the Tiny, they all couldn't really do their damage in the team fights. You know, the SD was like insane, you know, late game. You just can't really deal with it with the Purge, and all your heroes just kind of become useless. And the Disseminate in the late game with the percentage base damage is just crazy.
It is crazy. We did when we talked about the Sven versus Alchemist matchup during the draft. We did mention that Alchemist had a very much an earlier timing versus the Sven. So maybe that is also what Falcons kind of assumed, that Sven would catch up later on. Kezu, is that a thing that could be the case?
I mean, probably yes, but I think even with all of this in mind, usually they're very free. Like even in this game, you have like Skeeter who's like making a lot of moves early on, like farming, but also doing stuff against the Alchemist. So I feel like they know better that Dota is not just about like your one-to-one hero matchup, but like what do you see, what is happening on the map, what map state do you have, what can you do? So I just feel like a little uncharacteristic what happened.
Yeah, and when speaking of carries, we also have to look at our Acer Predator head-to-head Winter, because the carries, the two players on our screen, that's the two that we want to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, Skeeter definitely, I think this game in the early game, like Maurice mentioned, he made a couple of really good rotations. I think at the 6-minute mark, he was the first one to move, you know, and not really a common thing to see with Sven, but it's a very common team with Skeeter, you know, you see him playing on this Gyro, Sven, whatever carry heroes he's playing, the Elk, he's going to move, you know. And in terms of comparing carries, I like to compare the gate movements. I think Skeeter is one of the best players that utilizes the gate movement, because if you don't use the gate movement, you are probably going to be the victim of another gate movement.
I mean, also, I feel like generally when people talk about Falcons, I feel like Skeeter might be the one who gets the least, like, what's it called? Like,
credit?
The least credit, respect, whatever it is. Like, you take any player out of this team, and I think they would look a lot, like, very different. And it's the same with Skeeter. Like, what he does to, like, enable, especially Amar by, as Winter saying, you know, going through the gate, playing active, and playing not just the type of movement, but also the heroes that he plays for the team. And I also saw it in the documentary yesterday, like, what he's saying to help enable his teammates, like, in the game and after the game is just very, very high tier.
Yeah. He's the Daracho of this team.
Yeah.
I feel.
The S tier Daracho.
Because I remember, because it was you actually that broke down one of his plays, even a couple of months past, even, I don't even remember.
Was it the glyph?
That was like half a year ago.
Yeah.
It was specifically like him knowing exactly when to rotate,
like
paying crucial attention to even the experience levels of the enemy offlane.
Yeah, like they're just
safe lane.
So good at the small things. And I think that also helps when like you have AUI as your coach. Like he's all about the, you know, which should you buy a raindrop at minute 3? Do you get another clarity? How do you block your waves? Like all these small things, when you put them together, it makes a huge difference.
It's super important, you know, min-maxing all the small little details. Because every bit matters so much. It could slow your timing down by a little bit if you just die, you know, because you're too greedy. I think a classic example is raindrop. Some carries, they just, nah, I'm not gonna buy that raindrop, you know. I'm so close to my power traits, you know.
No,
and then he dies.
No, yeah, and I think it was actually in the unmuted episode that he's like, oh, let us know when Zeus is level 6 because I need to know when to get my raindrops. I mean, it makes 100% sense. Falcons, of course, for this game, not on the winning hand there. It is Avalos to take it. Game number 2 for both these teams. It's the end of day 1. I will say that Falcons has had a very good day 1, ending 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think they still look maybe a little more shaky than I would like, but that's also we hold them to an incredibly high standard. They're probably the best team in Dota, at least for me. So, you know, seeing them be a bit shaky, like here or there, or not executing all the moves is a little different than I would like. But
But
it's their one.
we're just because they do so well, we're just expecting them to be 4-0, and anything other than that is like, well, did they really do so well? No. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it goes if you are the top dog. Let's see what's happening on all the other streams, because I believe most of them have rounded out their Group A games of the day. You see the Storm results. We had a tie between Shopify and Boom. That does mean that I believe Boom is the only team to only have ties for today. That's not true, because Avalos now joins them with with both scores being a 1-1. We had Shopify taking out Navi. We already talked about that. Let's take a look at what happens in the Ember stream. As they also concluded their series, Spirit was able to take that 2-0, and they did not have any ties today, but they still end 2-2 at the end of day number 1 in their group stage. You can also already peek ahead, by the way, for the schedule for the second half of the day for Group B. Make sure you check that out as well, because we ended here as well for Group A, and that means Evolus ends in a win. Very good for them. They end 2-2 with their also, of course, Falcons ending 3-1. But also looking ahead, Betboom versus Paravision. I think that will be a blast.
Spicy.
Yes.
People need to stay here. Like,
Yeah,
this
they
stream
do.
it's got the banger games. I'm sorry, but this is the one.
Yeah, we said you might not have been there, and if you were there, then kudos to you. But we said at the start of the day that it was very clear why the series that we have here on this mainstream today are here on the mainstream today, because these are the series that you must watch. Now, there might be some outliers on the other streams, but hey, if you have to choose only one, choose this one. It's all good. I'm still hoping, Avalos has dodged us potentially, so unfortunately we're not going to hear from them right now, but I'm sure we're going to hear from them plenty as the event moves on. We're going to move forward to Group B, so stay in your seats or get yourself a new beverage. We'll be right back with our next series, Betboom versus Paravision.
taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reason the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Four games of Dota down and 4 more to go. Welcome back, everyone, to group stage action here at the first day of ESL One Bangkok 2024, as we have now concluded our Group A action, and now it's time to get into Group B. With me, hello everyone, it's Tsunami walking you through the second half of today. It's not just me doing it, I've also got a fresh new panel joining me with Fear and known world-renowned panelist, Avery SVG Silverman. Avery.
Wow.
Wow.
That was maybe the best intro I've ever gotten in my career. And that includes when I worked with
generous.
Fear at
you
TI6 and we got top 3. That was a great run.
You wanted that one real quick.
I carried you, but thank you anyway.
I thought you were gonna ease into that discussion point, but you really just shoehorned it in.
It was the highlight of, I think, Fear's career. I don't remember him ever really getting hired at a tournament.
I think that was the peak.
That was, yeah, I mean, I think that tournament was all because of you. Couldn't have done it without you.
I'm glad we finally get that out on air. I've been waiting a long time to hear that.
He convinced me to go back and play carry, so.
Yeah.
That just
Wait,
saved.
what? When?
That was a year.
TI6 run.
TI6 run.
Oh, yeah.
I played support the whole year, and then I had one.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
And then after I left,
career killer right there.
We went back to some not carry role. That's a lesson of today, Neil.
Yeah.
Every coach in the world should just make their players play the role they're best at.
How did you know that Fear was best suited for carry? Was it because he perhaps
Pure soul
wanted,
read.
It wasn't because he had
Pure
perhaps
soul read.
won a TI in that role at some point?
No. I mean, I owe all my accomplishments to Avery.
Of course you do.
Yes.
Well, I can only hope that we are going to somehow surpass these top-tier accomplishments with this panel experience, because we're here to walk through Group B action, and our first series is going to be, well, actually, we've got a BetBoom doubleheader, as you had a Falcons doubleheader in Group A. We've got BetBoom taking on Parivision for our first BO2, or two-game series. And then after that, we've got BetBoom team versus Liquid for the second two-game series. And it's not just any BetBoom team. This is a championship team now, Fear?
Apparently, yeah. I mean, it took them a while, but they eventually got there. I think them bringing on Pure was a really big boost to this team's confidence. We saw what he was able to do at TI. I think that was really his glow up. He looked incredibly good on Tundra. Then he went over to BetBoom. This is a team that's been successful throughout the years, but never got that championship. He got on the team, and now they're winning. But they brought back Kiyotaka. They don't have GPK when they won the tournament. Will that be a factor going into this series? We'll have to see.
I mean, if I had heard Fear say the team that didn't have GPK might be worried a year ago, I would have said
You're crazy.
He had a concussion or something. Because this man is the ultimate GPK hater. He's been saying that. Don't deny it. Don't deny it.
I'm not denying it.
You were a hater. Just admit it.
At one point, yeah.
Yeah. And then they win.
Or rightfully deserved, though.
I'm not saying you were wrong.
Yeah.
When did
pointing out the observations up here on the panel.
When did the pendulum swing the other way on GPK? Where, was it at TI?
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, that's very
it's pretty recent.
bias. What is this? Yeah, coming into Blast Slam, where you oh yeah, Kiyotaka's gone. Now this is a championship.
No, I
team.
think for GPK, him going off the team and then having that mindset of being able to just relax and be no expectations going into a tournament really helped him, right? Because he would get often tilted, right?
Yes.
Get into his head. He's a stand-in. He doesn't give a shit, so he can just let loose and just play good Dota.
Yeah, because you can watch the unmuted series that we had released for ESL One Birmingham. Did either of you watch the unmuted?
I started watching it. It's
okay.
long though.
It's long.
It's
it's
a lot
an
of
hour.
Yeah.
It's over an hour. It's a feature-length documentary.
Yeah, I did not have time to get through it all, but it is quite good.
It is good because you also got to see the inner workings of that old BetBoom team with Toronto Tokyo as well.
Yeah.
And perhaps some of the cracks that team had was mentality related.
But they still played. They still performed well. That's the crazy.
They always performed at top 4 position tier.
This is the thing. Your team can be the most toxic team in the history of Dota, and you can still be a championship team. That's how Dota functions. You have to remember, a lot of these players are young. They're 18 to 20 years old. They don't have a lot of social experience, maybe. They don't have a lot of experience working in team environments. They're just yelling at each other, getting it to work. I will also say a lot of CIS teams have a long history of working in toxic environments. If you go back to the very old days
and yelling at each other.
Yes, there were players that left that region for the specific reason they didn't want to play in CIS anymore because the teams were too toxic. It's not me throwing shade. That's just how it was. It still holds a little bit true today. That's just how they communicate about the game. So
that is true.
Put some of that in context, it's not that bad.
I would say some of the new generation, though, are a little bit more soft-spoken, and we actually got a chance to speak to one of the soft-spoken players with BetBoom team's Miro.
Sorry, Tsunami. I've got Miro here from BetBoom. Miro, you guys finally did it. You got to win. Now that you're on to the next tournament, how does it feel looking back at Blast Slam?
I think we're very happy, and now we're just going to take another trophy. Yeah.
You're confident you're going to get another one, 2 in a row?
Yeah, we'll try our best, I think.
This tournament, you've got... You no longer have GPK. You've got Kiyotaka back in. What was the conversation like with Kiyotaka? Was there anything that you guys learned from playing with GPK that you wanted to apply here?
I don't think we had any conversation. Just it was one switch player, so we're okay with it.
So you don't think gameplay wise, you guys are going to change anything?
Maybe in some details it's changed a little, but not too big.
Fair enough. So I've been checking out what you've been playing in pubs. I see a lot of Axe. Is that hero coming back in, or is it just a favorite to play?
I guess I'll try to come back on the Pro 10. Yeah.
And Visage, another one, a hero that you haven't played a lot. Is it a hero that you're trying to learn to add to your pool?
I already have it in my pool. I'm just practicing it to take it maybe in official game.
All right, fair enough. All right, thank you very much, and we'll let you get back to it.
How likely do you think it is that they don't have to change things between GPK and Kiyotaka? Because he seems to be under the impression that it's like, oh, we had the same game plan no matter who's playing mid.
I mean, I think hero pool wise, there will definitely be some potential changes unless he does want to play what GPK plays. I think they should do their best to have Kiyotaka emulate how GPK was playing in a way, like just hero wise and map movement draft wise, because it worked for them, right?
Okay.
Having to like completely change the structure going into this tournament is probably the one way where things could go badly for this team. So we'll have to see, but it's kind of hard to be like, you know, just play like
GPK.
Play like GPK. Does that mean unpause on your own? Are you gonna tell Kiyotaka like, yo, bro, you gotta step up?
I couldn't even say that.
The self-team talk.
Could you
I'll
tell?
say it. I don't care.
Was there like a structural difference in the BetBoom team that you saw at Last Slam versus Wallachia or Belgrade?
I feel like Kiyotaka was definitely struggling a little bit in those tournaments.
Okay.
So I think like when it comes to hero pool, I also wasn't like super impressed with like what he was bringing to the table in that regard. I know he can play a lot of different heroes, but he definitely has certain favorite heroes that he goes towards, which, you know, the more farm heavy kind of mids right there. People will say GBK is very farm heavy, but he really wasn't for the longest time. He was running across the map, making things happen, and that's what he was doing at that tournament as well. So that's kind of the shoes that Kiyotaka needs to fill if they want to play similarly to how they won the last championship.
And they will have to bring that performance against their opponents in this game with Parivision, who are going to be their opponents in this two-game series. Avery, what's been your impression of Parivision, as now we've seen quite a bit of them at this point?
I thought with the introduction of Crystallis, it would actually help this team pick up the pace and play more towards the aggressive side of things, because I think he's a very active carry. His entire hero pool lends to that kind of play style. He wants to play the Monkey King Razor, run around, get involved in the action, dominate his lane, and snowball. And I think, in theory, that fits really well with their other two cores in No One and DM, because they also kind of play this mid-gray area between the farm and the fight, right? They're not super greedy cores, but they're not the least greedy I've seen on teams either. So my idea was these three cores actually fit really well together, and they're kind of all on the same page, and I wanted to see them come out of the gate guns blazing, so to say. Have we seen that? A little bit. I think they're in that area of like the 4th to 6th place team at any given LAN, and that their floor is fairly consistent right now, but they need to raise the ceiling because they are not bringing home trophies at the moment, and there's a big question as to where do you go to overcome that gap?
I mean, I think for the two players, I think no one has done more than enough for his role. I think DM and Crystallis, they need to raise the bar on this particular team if they want to make it happen. Both of them are really good players in their own regard, but they haven't been making many standout performances. Like, oh wow, DM won them that game by having an overwhelming off-lane performance. Same with Crystallis in the safe lane. They've just kind of played very stable, where I've definitely seen no one be like, okay, he actually just carried his team incredibly hard. He's also incredibly gifted in the mid lane as well. When he gets a counter pick matchup, he wins it, and he usually wins it hard. So like that is definitely an advantage and a tool they've been using to win recently. So we'll see what Crystallis can bring to the table. One of his downsides has been the smaller hero pool.
Yes.
And is it a good patch for him? This is something he's been trying to overcome for a long time, but that's going to be the big breakthrough for him specifically.
I guess that lines up with what the floor is for Parivision, that stability has been key, but no one has really been exceeding expectations, aside from No One, who we actually got a chance to speak to earlier as well.
Thank you, Tsunami. That's right. I've got No One here from Parivision. No One, it's been a while. This is a real interview, I promise. Nobody's telling me anything. So I had a question. I came up watching you on Virtus Pro, right? Back then, it was like you and Samael, like #1 mids, battling back and forth. Now that you're back on a tier 1 team again, you're in shape. How do you feel like the field is when it comes to mid players? Where do you think you rank?
I don't know. I don't rank myself, honestly.
Who do you think the toughest mids are out there right now?
Stormer.
Yeah. Anybody else? No. Oh, okay. All right.
I'm like not much sleep, jet lag and stuff, so my brain is shut off.
Hey, no worries. So it's been a while since your time on Virtus Pro. I had somebody tell me that you changed a lot as a player, as a person. You matured a lot. Is that true? What do you think you've changed since Virtus Pro?
I think my attitude as a person being.
Can you go a little bit deeper on that?
Just be more grateful for like what I have for life and just enjoy it. You know.
All right, sounds like it's a good attitude to have. When it comes to this tournament, you guys have done really well this year. Top 4s all the way through. What do you think you need to do to get to that next step? When are we going to see you guys winning tournaments? What needs to be done?
Get healthy first.
Say that again?
Get healthy. Just get healthy, sleep well, and maybe we'll get like much more.
Yeah.
Because not right now we're all like suffering. I think all the teams like because of the flights and stuff and the weather. But yeah, it's first step for us.
So just a good night's sleep, is that?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Well, thank you very much for joining in, and we'll let you get back to setting up.
Bye.
Mind and body, of which I have 2 advocates on this panel. Fear, you've been a gym rat for many a year, and Avery is on his gym arc right now. Can you attest to the fact that taking care of your body hasn't had a positive impact on your Dota performance?
No, it actually made me worse, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it did anything. If anything, I think just devoting as much hours as you
No.
can any given day, ignoring every implication on your life, will lead to success.
Use like the years you have, be as unhealthy as you need to be, just grind and make the most, because you don't have these years forever.
Exactly. Like your arm went out.
Yeah, like, probably because of the gym.
Probably you got too healthy. It went over the other side and you flipped back.
Yeah, it was like either your mouse grip or your curling grip was a little bit too much for you.
What can you do?
Great. Is that the message you want to send to the kids at home, Fear?
No, but
Okay.
I genuinely don't think going on a gym grind will make you better.
Okay.
But it is very important to not be unhealthy as well.
Sure.
I think diet becomes more important than working out and stuff like that.
Okay.
So
What would you say to
eating
your
healthy.
kids? They were going to become a Dota player.
Yeah.
What
Aside
would I
don't.
say to them?
Aside from don't.
I mean, of course, like, I'm not going to say that. I love Dota.
Okay.
But if they really wanted to be one, I mean, I'd be pretty strict. I'll just, like go through the ringer. Like,
Scrims every single day.
Go.
1v1 Shadow Fiends.
Pop quizzes on heroes.
Mechanics.
All the time.
Daddy
Mechanics.
Fear taking out the belt or what?
I've no physical violence.
Of course
they don't
not.
do that.
Metaphorically, I wasn't. I didn't mean literally a belt.
Wow, these are perhaps the fundamentals that may be needed for a team. And you also need to have the right picks and the right offlaners, because I want to take a look at our Wisdom Rune presented by the U.S. Air Force for this series, because I want to take a look at one offlaner in particular. Sand King. Parivision has been picking this Sand King 57% of the time against Batboom team. And what do they do with it, Fear?
They lose.
They lose. 0% win rate with Sand King against the Batboom team.
I mean, this hero's not an offlaner right now. That's kind of like
You think
the
it's
problem.
mid exclusive?
He's just like don't pick ever, kind
Ooh,
of my opinion.
okay.
Or mid. Mid is the only role where I feel like he can really thrive. In the off lane, he has no business there right now. Like all the safe lanes right now can bully him. We've got strong 5s. The carries are pretty strong as well. And Sand King is just not good at level 1 to 2, period. So he gets bullied out, he loses the lane, and then what does he do with that? He buys a Blink Dagger and tries to make stuff happen on the map. That's not how you want to play offlane right now. You want to be ahead, you want to be in a position where you can make plays on the map, and you definitely don't want to be losing your lane.
So what was his initial rise to prominence, I guess, post-TI because he was a strong laner, and that's just not as viable anymore?
He just got nerfed too much, right? Like, the Bloodstone was nerfed, all his spells are nerfed.
Oh yeah, Bloodstone.
Yeah, the rate at which he gets in the game, I think, is a lot slower. Personally, I think if you play this hero on the offlane, it's still viable, but you have to play him in the greedier style. You have to play him like 33 played Sand King at TI, right? Where you are playing this hero as an ancient stack farmer. He's going to AFK for 15 or 20 minutes and then scale.
Like the Stinger and
yeah, but you can still get there, I think. If you're still the top net worth in the game, I think you still can be this unkillable beast in the fight, but then you need a playmaking mid, and not a lot of teams want to play that style. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I'd rather just not see the hero, honestly. I don't think the hero's strong enough to justify first pick.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, mid, I'm okay with on some games, right? When you really need that initiator, kind of like blink stun in the draft and all the good ones are banned, then Sand King's there, he's reliable, he can get the job done.
What about Slardar?
Mid?
The no one mid Slardar.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, in certain matchups, sure.
No, what about just every game?
No. Just no.
I don't think so.
You're anti-fun, dude. I don't know what to say.
How's Slardar fun?
That hero's amazing fun to watch. Because something's going to happen to him in the first 10 minutes.
He has maybe the most boring ultimate in the entire game.
think all his spells are really boring.
Agree. But at least one, usually the boring heroes have one flashy ultimate.
Why are we talking about Slaughter? Like, no one's even gonna pick
I feel like
hero.
Klink's ultimate is
Well,
boring.
we can talk about things that are more relevant to this game specifically, such as the casters for this game, John and Mike. Mike, what the hell, man? You've surpassed me in terms of beard. What is going on here?
I certainly have, Tsunami. I've been working very hard on my time off. You know, I've got kids now. I gotta grow the beard a little bit. And I put you all on show. I mean, I see the beards from here, and it's quite embarrassing on the panel. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm getting mogged here. What the hell, man? I'm impressed though.
I've been waiting years, Tsunami.
What a performance from you, John. Welcome back to land Dota in home soil. How long was the flight over from Philippines to Thailand?
Very short, just 3 hours. Nice little hop. Nice and relaxing, you know. It's always nice here in Southeast Asia. Nice and simple. I get to enjoy it, just no worries. Not like Mike. Not like you guys.
Yeah, Mike, what was your itinerary to get here from Australia?
Oh, it's just straight here, but it was about 10 hours, you know, crying babies on the left of me, people on the right that aren't too nice. You know, it is what it is, Tsunami. I just did what I had to do to get here.
It's okay. We have you now for what is in your element, BetBoom team versus Parivision. Any vibes on this matchup in particular?
I mean, I assume BetBoom should be the favorite going into this.
Yeah, I think it's always a little bit funky when we do like Eastern European teams. We've had a track record of the Eastern European teams not doing too hot, but hey, there are 2 of them, so one of them will win.
That's true.
Right?
It's bound to happen.
We tend to curse teams. That's all.
Well, we'll save that for the game itself then. Mike and John, can't wait to hear your voices in just a little bit because they will be covering Parivision versus BetBoom team, and they think BetBoom team are the favorites. I think maybe this lack of GPK, we'll let the gameplay do the talking. You know, maybe GPK set a foundation up for them.
I mean, BetBoom is going to be the favorites no matter who they play, right? Because they are the most recent.
Yeah, but you said that was purely GPK oriented.
I did not say
it
was purely
he was
GPK.
the core influence. He's the only reason that they were able to achieve that championship. That's what I heard, Avery.
I believe I was talking about pure for the most part.
I mean, GPK, GP core.
That's awesome.
What you're here for. I'm gonna be honest. All I heard in that interview was Mike's flight was 10 hours.
Yeah.
And that was long. That's all. I stopped listening after that.
We got three Americans.
That
on
was
this panel.
one of my legs. That was one of my legs.
It took like 22
what
hours
is this guy complaining about?
to get here.
Ridiculous. He's preaching to the wrong crowd here.
He's allowed to complain because this is one of the rare instances that he does have short travel. Otherwise, getting from Australia to like any European venue is.
Like, all I'm saying is, if Mike keeps throwing shade, you're gonna need to bring Kuroki in here. That's all I'm saying. Bring him in here. Use a specialty because there's gonna be some fisticuffs thrown in a second.
Well, we want to talk about specialties. Maybe we can talk about some specialty heroes as we get into the draft for game number 1, as Parivision are starting things off with a first pick Magnus after banning out a Templar Assassin, a Doom, and a Morphling. BetBoom team, they banned out the Chen, the Monkey King, the DK, and the Alk.
Yeah, not too surprised by any of this, especially for Parivision's bans. Like, TA has been a staple for BetBoom team very recently. Pure plays an amazing TA, but they also flex it to the mid lane as well, which I have no doubt Kiyotaka loves to play his TA there as well. So they got rid of that one. He plays Morph 2 as well. Pretty much all the meta carries right now. It's been pretty interesting for me, just like as a carry player, seeing that there's been really only 3 heroes that are picked early as carry right now. It's every single game a DK and Alchemist or a Morphling. They're all banned.
DK Alk, I get. They're the fastest flash farmers. Their laning's pretty indomitable. Like, I don't even know what you put in there that's going to disrupt the farm pace those carries bring. I think Monkey King is similar in that regard just because you also have the flex potential. What it ends up doing, though, in these drafts is you get the second phase, and a lot of these melee, like these big melee cores are banned. And I've been thinking about what that actually opens up. But generally, those aren't the heroes that open up anything. They're just the heroes that get abused by something like a Razor, etc. Here you do have that Morphling ban, which I think is nice for the Razor, and of course that is something that Crystallis will always look at when you go into that second phase. Has to be a hero you think about at least, but BetBoom are already set up pretty well for it with the Morta. I think it's a tough hero for Razor to fight into. And of course the Magnus, I mean, look, I saw Blitz earlier. He said he didn't know what to pick at this tournament. I said, man, just copy Bulba. Because Bulba always knows the meta. He's always on top of it, and he's been picking Magnus. So Parivision, they also did their homework. They stole Bulba's drafts already. He's not going to be too happy about that. But they're already on the board, and this hero's look strong. Yep. This hero is a hero you really have to think about on multiple roles, and it gives you a lot of firepower in the team fight. Also, just the scaling. It's a soft DK Alk replacement in my mind. I mean, really soft. I'm not equating those, Fear. Don't.
Get upset.
Wait, which hero are you talking about exactly?
The Mag.
Oh, the
what do you
Mag
think is...
carry?
Yeah, he's the Cleave Light of
Yeah.
the 3 Cleave brothers here.
Yeah, I mean, he, like, the only issues I had with him, his scaling is not good. Like, at some point, like, he doesn't hit critical mass.
Why
He's
don't you just RP
Magnus.
5 heroes?
Well, that's what I mean. That you're doing what an offlane Mag can do at that point. Right?
No, if you play carry Mag, just RP 5 heroes.
Every single time.
Yeah.
What's your offlaner doing then?
He's
damaged.
He's farming ancients. He's also Magnus. He's empowering you.
It's like, oh, we saw the Amar Doom game earlier. He's playing carry from the offlane in that situation. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think Magnus, the strength of this hero is it can go all 3 lanes, and that is something that is very valuable. I was wondering where Morta went though. Like, this hero has not been picked enough today, and this is definitely was one of the flavors at the last LAN, Blast Slam. So,
yeah.
like, I want to see more of this Morta. I'm curious on what these teams and players are reprioritizing. They've had time to scrim and figure out like the old meta and bring something new to the table. Not really seeing anything new yet. Invoker's still very popular in this patch. Techies, I mean, that one is just a 9 class special. Nobody else plays that hero. He has like 17 deaths per game, but they still win somehow. But he just knows where to be on the map.
That's an evaluation. Not a very optimistic one. I don't have faith in that hero. He does, so that's good for him.
So he actually did an interview pretty recently that kind of stuck with me about techies and why he likes it. And his rationale for like why the hero is good is like your carry can just free farm because like he's gonna mine up their side of the map, which means you can't smoke gank there because the mines will pop, and he's very astute and pays attention to these things.
Okay.
So like he feels like whenever he picks this hero, his carry's gonna get free farm. So when you do have a Magnus strategy, maybe they can lean on potentially get a harder carry, knowing the fact that they can just play more defensively with the techies.
That is a disgusting. We're gonna turtle with Mag techies. You can't go on our side of the map. That's some old school, like Chinese strat from TI 6 and 7 era. Just turtle it up. I do like Invoker in this type of matchup, though. I think it's a hero that got forgotten for a long time in this Magnus matchup. Like some of the old school heroes that come to mind are that Faceless Void, Medusa, that have these BKB piercing spells that make the solo carry potential weaker. But Invoker is another early Empower dispel, and he's a hero that gives you a lot of interrupt in the team fight. Also a tough hero for techies to leap into. Tornado could really cause Paravision some problems. However, if the Ricky finds you and just silences you forever, maybe you can't even see into that silence.
There's like 2 conditions where Ricky gets picked. It's like versus Puck and Invoker mid.
Pretty much.
That's the only time you can pick this
But
hero.
he looks really good when he's in those circumstances.
There's another. What's the other one?
You misclick.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that could be it as well.
Let's err on the side that it's not a misclick and it's specifically an anti-invoker mid counter.
I don't know. I mean, that no one interview was talking about they haven't gotten good sleep.
Deprived.
He's like, pick me coddle mid, bro. Ricky?
I mean, versus Invoker, it does make sense in a lot of ways. Like, typically, when you do want to play versus Invoker, he is going to go for EMP. You'd like to have some way of, like, phase shift dodging it. Puck, I think, is, like, the best matchup possible, but that was banned. So they went for, like, the Ghetto Puck and the Ricky here, who's going to be able to dodge it there. He can also Blink Strike away without getting mana burned. You do have the Silence and Lockdown. The only issue that you do have as a Ricky is this hero does not farm very fast. Sure, the Facet, I think it's called Exterminator, does help you farm a little bit faster with 400% more damage on your Tricks of the Trade. However, still not the greatest farming hero.
What if you're empowered?
I mean, at some point you will be, and it's actually very, very good. However, it doesn't solve the issues of, like, if you don't make a lot of stuff happen in the early game, this hero falls behind. And a lot of Magnus's, you know, this isn't 2012, you know, they're not going to sit behind you with Empower and make sure you're getting farm. They're going to empower themselves, and they're going to get farmed. So he has to have a good laning stage through the mid lane there. And Lich, that's an old school counter to these matchups that are very physical damage heavy. You've got Ricky, you've got Magnus, just throw a Frost Shield onto that. However, Ricky does love buying a Nullifier, so that does have an expiration date.
I wonder if this is even Beppoon's safe lane. They'll play carry Dawnbreaker. Cannot forget about that. I don't know how much Pure wants to bust it out in this type of matchup. It is a hero they go back to, and that's an incredibly strong lane versus what is likely a melee offlaner here. It would also help this Lich Techies matchup, which tends to be pretty bad for Lich. It's actually one of the worst support on support matchups.
I don't like it though, because like if you think about like what Dawn can provide in this game, is like, don't you want to save your carry?
Well, I agree. I don't think they want the carry Dawn. I just think it's an option. I think you could also look for the Bloodseeker last pick here for Beppoon. I think it could be interesting. It's a really hard Ricky counter. if you got to shut that Riki down, you know, sometimes you just got to do it.
So
sometimes the only way you can beat a Riki is by picking a Bloodseeker.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do it. You got to man up. You know, you don't want to play it, but it's a hipster hero. That's what I'm thinking. You always got to think of these hipster heroes. Like Lone Druid could come out here. What if you just push him down, right? It's another Magnus answer where you just don't have time to come online. I mean, nice turtle, bro. The shell's already broken at like 10 minutes. You have no map anymore.
I think BetBoom team are quite confident in whatever they put in their safe lane, though, because my recollection from like a year ago is they specifically liked picking Lich into techies because Sinister Gaze would basically cancel.
Yeah, that's the one good interaction.
Yeah.
The rest of it's
the leap from techies.
A little sus.
Sure, because Ice Armor is kind of useless. But Dawnbreaker in Miero's hands versus Pure's hands, because I've seen Dawnbreakers, such as Heroic's Dawnbreaker, go for a very damage-oriented build if they are in the offlane.
Yeah, they all go Sange and Yasha now.
Okay, yeah.
So that's just like the build on Dawnbreaker right now.
I will say the Ags is quite good this game. They want to go.
Yeah, you can go
utility
after.
Dawn. Like if the evasion versus what Paravision have it.
Yeah. I mean, like,
monstrosity.
That's the whole reason why they picked this hero, I think. It's you look at what their team fight looks like, right? You drop RP, Riki goes in, they both have to commit very heavily to make something happen.
But it's all happening in a circle.
Yeah, it is. And Dawn has a circle too, but counters the other circle. And then Lich, so they just picked 2 defensive spells to kind of survive that burst there, which gives you a lot of options going into your last pick here. If you are BetBoom, I do want to see them pick a strength carry, if possible. Obviously, all the S tier ones are out of the pool, but you want to play something that just can't, that can use these buffs pretty much, and you don't just die immediately to the jump of the Riki and the Magnus. What left is actually good is going to be the question.
Skitter played a little bit of Wraith King.
Yeah, I was about
earlier.
to say, if there's ever a Wraith King game, this might be it, just because it's such a good frontliner in this type of game. I also look at Slark and just play the Vision game. It's another hero that can leash this Riki up.
That one's fine. I would just want something survivable. I just don't want to see like a squishy agility ranged hero.
Bristleback?
That's where I go to the Lone Druid, man. Just push him down. What do they have against Lone Druid right now?
I'm fine.
You get 3 items, the game ends. Pure can go eat his lunch and think about what he wants to play next game, you know? You also get the Lich Lone Druid lane, which is a puppy classic.
His micro hero of choice, though, has been Meepo, though, which Meepo does become quite tanky.
Meepo.
No.
They did ban Elder Titan to 9.
That is true.
2 of the Meepo counters from
But
5 here.
How does this like scream a Meepo game? You're playing versus Gyro Magnus, and Meepo's the pick? Like, he will play.
It shuts the Riki down here. That's the part you don't understand.
Or the Meepo.
Yes, you have to shut this hero down. He's too strong.
Paravision, meanwhile, most likely trying to figure out their other support hero, and that's why BetBoom team take out the Elder Titan and the Undying.
I mean, honestly, while we're on the Riki, my issue with the type of hero Riki is even in the games, it's a good Riki game and the hero's viable. I don't have faith in this hero because I think conceptually he's just a bad gameplay merchant.
Merchant?
Yeah, like he only wins games where the enemy team plays bad. And he can run around and pick you off and actually get to do things.
Yeah, but
cashes
in.
Yeah, he cashes in on
like
the bad
bounty hunter too.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't win the actual well-played game.
You don't feel like his presence influences the other team to make mistakes?
If anything, it probably motivates them. They're like more confident because they're playing this Riki. I go to that game at TI in the grand final where Gaiman played Riki against Puck mid. Yeah. It's like, oh, we got you. And then they just lose in 20 minutes because this hero can't push waves. He can't do that much damage early. He can't farm stacks. Can't do Ancients. You have to kill. You have to snowball. As long as you don't give him that.
I mean, Ursa's not good versus Riki, but it's good versus Gyro.
No, I'm telling you, this is the Lone Druid here. It's been locked in for like 3 picks.
I heard Bloodseeker.
I mean, it could be the Bloodseeker too.
All right,
that is not what I expected.
Right,
that's Lone Druid, right? I can't see it from here.
I mean, it is a bear.
It is a bear.
I got the bear part, right?
You're halfway there. And that's not Pure Zero. He's actually going to play the Dawnbreaker, which I think is a very interesting choice here. And typically speaking, I would like to play Gyro versus Brewmaster in a lot of cases, right? You do have that spread damage to make the Brew feel very uncomfortable about using the Primal Split. So this was a little bit of a strange one for me. And I also felt like, yeah, the Dawn will be able to like save heroes in this particular game. But who's frontlining for you? Like, you're just going to have Brew run in and then Dawn's going to keep you in. I'm not really feeling this draft from BetBoom.
I don't think they needed the Brew pick, because I think the power of Brew versus Mag is it's another like AoE Dispel hero, early game control fighter, but the Invoker already gave you that, so why did you need the Brew in this lineup? Like you said, it can be a strong frontliner if the lane is really strong. Maybe that's what goes well for BetBoom here, that Huerta Brew could just dominate the lane and then Brew just runs in. I will say another X factor, you're talking about the front line here. I mean, Kiyotaka, that guy is probably always on the front line. Like, so
for better or for worse.
Maybe you just, you know, this Invoker's probably going to be the first point of contact in a lot of situations anyway, whether you want it or not. The Ricky's going to be on him. Honestly, though, the Brew, it does not shut the Ricky down.
No, it does not.
It's not a Ricky counter.
Quite the contrary, actually. I feel like Brewmaster is going to be really annoyed by the smoke cloud.
Yes. It's a kind of nasty spell for him to fight into a lot of times. So that's another big question. Do you need 4 stabs here on the side of BetBoom or something like that? I don't know. It's an interesting pick. It is a hero we've seen them play pretty well around, but I'm not sold conceptually on why they really wanted it here or needed it.
Yeah. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. It's an exciting game number 1. It's a BetBoom team versus Parivision, presented to you by MLP Dota and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. We do get into it. Game number 1 here between BetBoom and Parivision. Jonathan, how are you feeling about this match?
Feeling great. It's rather interesting. Again, these drafts are a little bit different. I'm actually a pretty big Techies enjoyer now. I've been enjoying what I've seen. I think that the hero can be really annoying in lane. I agree with all the points our All-American All-Star panel has said. The Ricky...
Don't flatter them, John.
Hey, come on. I'm you know, a
Don't
little
do
bit surprised.
that.
I'm going to be joining him later on. I'm going to be ditching you. I can go somewhere with him. This is a dead end.
Just be careful what you say to me, all right? I've got another job later.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You're also moving on, and we should be moving on. Again, this Ricky pick, it feels really good. We've seen this matchup before. It's a classic Invoker matchup, right? And it can snowball fast. It's very high tempo coming out from Parivision. I think the one thing for the side of BetBoom is that it does feel like it's easier to play Parivision's lineup, right? Like your 2 supports can make a lot of plays by themselves. On BetBoom, you're looking for the split, you're looking for that Solar Guardian, you want a good lane to come out for Kiyotaka in the Ricky matchup. That's not really guaranteed here.
It certainly isn't. We might actually see a bit of action up at the top lane. Kiyotaka just hanging about. Carlos Crystal is going to be there. I doubt BetBoom actually go for anything, and they won't. They'll just leave it be. Same thing with the bottom lane. Looks like it should be a pretty even exchange between these 2 sides for the bounties. Going back to something SVG and Few were talking about, they had their doubts about this last big Brewmaster. What did you think about it?
Not the biggest fan either of this Brewmaster. Like they said, doesn't really deal with Ricky. In the off lane, Gyrocopter enjoys playing against the Brewmaster. We've seen this multiple times with the scatter shot or the flat cannon. He's very happy in just ripping these Brewlings apart. They're not the tankiest until you get your levels up. It can be a little bit awkward here for Miero. So I'm not sure what they're expecting out of these lanes. And again, it just comes down to how this draft works out. It just feels like you really need to play around your ultimates quite nicely. You need to get that good early tempo. You need to stop no one from kind of scaling or at least snowballing from that mid matchup. Yeah, you are already seeing some of that poking coming out. And, you know, again, the supports of Parivision just...
That's a lot of damage. Kiyotaka, he's gone. First blood being drawn already by no one at the level 2 mark, and that's not something you love to see if you're a Parivision fan.
No, I mean, it's something you'd love to see.
Oh, I apologize,
fan. You're mixing them all up.
Get out of here, John.
It's a rough one, right? This is what you expect for Kiyotaka. It's not a lane that you can really manage. And no one's already off to a great start. Level 2 early, you just kind of control that lane. You don't really need a Rune Sider. You're seeing really good poke coming out from Ducalis again up top, maximizing these cogs, creating some spacing here for Crystallis to just farm up nicely. All the lanes looking pretty damn good here so far for Parivision early on. And again, it's a little bit concerning for the side of BetBoom. Once early level 6s come out for Parivision, it feels like a non-stop roller coaster. Sure, RP is a long cooldown, but you're not tied into it. Again, the key thing almost feels like this Ricky connecting with the supports. You're just going to be able to find any kill on very low cooldowns once that starts to go.
Yeah, they're already off to a fantastic start. I mean, top lane, Ducalis may be in a little bit of danger, but we'll be able to just commit those stick charges and walk away. But it really is off the back of no one, right? Like that Ricky just going to be able to get that level 6 mark and just start roaming around, and it becomes an absolute headache to try and deal with. See what Kiyotaka can get done. Of course, Kiyotaka already kind of feeding first blood away to no one, but you kind of leave them the past and move on. Top lane, Crystal is still having a pretty decent time, but it does seem like Miero and Save have started to take over in the CS department. In fact, Miero almost doubling his CS now against the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, it's an important metric for your Brewmaster find, right? Like again, level 6 is going to be really important. All your early aura items, if that's the way you want to go in this build-up from Yarrow, going to be massive. And again, playing with his tempo early on. I don't know if you're really expecting any sort of rotations in at 4 or 6 minutes. Power runes aren't the biggest for either of these heroes. Maybe a little bit better for no one if he gets lucky with, say, a haste to get a side lane rotation, but you're kind of ignoring mid, so you try to play the side lanes, and the side lanes, again, you're farming on Yarrow. But Crystallis doesn't care. He's not really shut down either, right? Like, and the Gyrocopter, given some room, can just flash farm back into relevancy, along with DM. If this Magnus and Gyrocopter are given space by the supports in the Riki, this laning phase might not matter too much if you're not finding these early kills.
I mean, at the very least, DM is certainly not having the worst time in the world here on the Magnus, already sitting at 12 CS. It doesn't seem like any real pressure being applied to him either. 9 class, of course, able to just kind of sit back and relax with those right clicks here against Pure, and even Kataomi not really able to apply the aggression you'd like to see out of this Lich. It is against the techies after all, Jonathan. Very annoying to play up against this hero on the laning stage, and it is 9 class after all, his favorite here.
And it is. Trying to get aggressive.
Will try Ducalis. They actually missed the shot, but Ducalis should still eventually go down, and does. Can Crystallis get anything out of this? He's going to try. Save. Copying a lot of damage here with the Rocket Barrage, but it's not going to be quite enough. He'll even pop the Flak Cannon and try for a bit more damage. Save. Oh, he is going to go down. Just barely. Crystallis getting lucky a little bit, I think, with that final right click, but it works out.
I mean, they expended a lot of regen just to stay alive there. So you're happy with the trade. You get solo XP on this Gyrocopter. This Brewmaster is building up a little bit more, but again, Gyrocopter, kind of an even slate right now, despite just being a little bit behind in CS. You're happy right now on the side of Paravision. And again, everything's kind of lining up. Kiyotaka's still having a little bit of a rough time up against no one. Level 6 is going to be a lot quicker here for the Riki. You've already got, you should be able to get some preemptive wards down to at least monitor. But I love the vision from Paravision. They're already lining up for the later rotation. Mid ward still standing until maybe when these level 6s come out. Only 40 seconds left. But you have a good pat here for no one if he does decide to get frisky.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Again, he's had a brilliant start. Top CS and First Blood was gifted his way, so if he sees the opening with those power runes, I'm sure he will try to make some form of movement. Maybe trying to get aggressive again onto Kiyotaka, but just prioritizing the CS instead, of course. Those immediate core items up before you do start to make those movements. Yeah, side lane's still pretty even. I mean, Pure has overtaken down bottom lane. In fact, they were trying to get just a little bit aggressive onto DM, but seems like Pure once again will just prioritize his farm. DM and 9 class do not seem to care too much at all, because DM is still getting plenty of farm himself. DM is going to try for maybe a skill back. A nice blast off is there from 9 class, but Pure still very tanky, going to go for the kill himself. And he does get 9 class down. In fact, now no one rotating over does secure the life of Pure. And that's the kind of rotation you love to see. Right by the T1 bottom tower. Very easy TP for no one to make. Meanwhile, top lane. They'll try after Miero. Save's going to be the target now, as Save is much easier to kill off. Crystallis will get the Rocket Barrage out. Save will go down. Can Miero get away? It doesn't look like it. Crystallis should have him. And he will. A double kill for the Gyrocopter. In fact, mid lane, Kiyotaka also in trouble now, as no one's going to try and make a play. 9 class also around the corner. Won't bother committing blast off yet, but is going to give it a crack in the end, but a nice tornado. Kiyotaka not going to allow it. He was ready for it at all times.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were talking about though, right? Like these supports start to kick in, you get level 6 and no one, and then you're just connecting with any of the supports. You go into any lane, there's a big kill opportunity lined up there for no one. Your other cores can just farm up.
They might try again. The 9 class is coming back. If he lands one sticky bomb, that should be enough to get the job done. In fact, they may not even need it. Kiyotaka, he's got some help incoming. It's going to be save on the Muerta, but is that going to really be enough? No one's still trying, but the Deadshot is going to force him back. In fact, now the silence is out. No one. He's fine. But they will not get the life of Kiyotaka. In fact, 9 class now in danger. Will try to blast off to the high ground, and does actually make it.
Barely gets out. Good punishment coming out from Betboom. Really great juke coming out there from Kiyotaka. Again, disrupting that jump in from Paravision. But it does drag all of their supports down here. Look at this movement out. Ducalis trying to steal out a rune. We'll be able to find one of the Wisdoms.
Nice cogs. Yeah, not much he can do about it. Other one will also be picked up by a 9 class, so it does seem like both will go the way of Paravision. And this is a really brilliant start here from Paravision. I mean, 2-5, 1k advantage, but more importantly, your double Wisdom runes being handed over to the supports. You can't complain about that kind of start.
No, you can't. And again, it's that level 6 timing for Ducalis. and for 9 class. You get the mines up, you get the hook shot up. These rotations happen more frequently. They're trying again.
They certainly are. And Chrysalis, he's got plenty of damage here with the backup of the cogs of Ducalis. That'll be the 3rd kill already here for Chrysalis. 4th he's been involved in. Again, I mean, concerning times if you are BetBoom, considering how much farm they are handing over now to this gyrocopter.
Yeah, it's just going to be a massive issue. It's not just the gyro, right? Like, yeah, you're farming up in Crystallis, you're farming up in DM, relatively free. He's got the Empower up at level 2, goes for a balanced 2-2-1 build on Magnus, has RP ready, if rotation can come in, still focusing a little bit on mid. And it's all these resources you have to pour out on the side of BetBoom. You have to drop sentries on mid, you have to, again, respond to this aggressive movement out from Paravision every single time. It eats into your support economy. Your support levels are going to be behind with double Wisdom Runes being taken away. It starts to snowball. It's that early timing we were talking about from Paravision. Again, for BetBoom, there's a timing here. There's some good counter team fight. There's this potential with the Brewmaster and the Solar Guardian. We're not quite at that point where you're completely comfy and trying to frontline that way just yet. Although at the very least, Miero's got room to get that level 6 up soon.
Gets a Sentry Ward down, but he's underneath the Sentry of the Radiant. This could be a pretty big pick-off here for the side of BetBoom, and it looks like they've got it. No one kind of just walking right into it. Trying to go for a quick D-Ward out, but it will cost him his own life.
And it does. But it's space. Again, look at these side lanes. How fast does a Gyrocopter and a Magnus farm? They farm really damn quick with all of the space right by themselves. You're still happy. DM is working into a quick blink. That's when you expect the Magnus to start to join in, even just for the skewer backs. You've got a lot of room for Crystallis to just work onto that usual Crystallis, into the Ags build-up as well. I like this movement from BetBoom, though. They know they've got to slow down at least one of these side cores, trying to paint the target on the back of Crystallis, but no one shows on the map. He just plays it safe.
He'll back off at the right time. They can still just stick around, though, and go for that tier 1 tower, and it seems like that's exactly what they'll probably do, but of course, Paravision going to look for a trade down to the bottom tier 1, and they'll be able to secure that one for free. Well, I say for free, they actually have rotated over Kiyotaka. Tornado will fly out. They've got DM caught in that one. DM looking for a skewer. Does actually drag back Miero with him, and Miero, of course, going to go straight in for the primal split. And that'll be DM to drop surely. They'll even find a Cyclone onto Ducalis. That'll be a 2-for-1 special. You love to see it.
That's that counterplay we were talking about on the side of BetBoom. They have the split, they have Solar Guardian. They managed to find the isolation. And it's one thing as well for BetBoom. It's a little bit strange when you have that Dawnbreaker, right? But there is a little bit of a tempo that you can use with the Break of Dawn innate. That little bit of vision, it just allows you to try to chain some control out. They instantly get gate action up top again, just to get some farm up, knowing it's relatively safe. And they even out the kill board. 5 to 6, you're still in a decent position here on the side of Paravision. You're still free farming on Crystallis, but this is when you start to expect BetBoom to play around these cooldowns. Every single time you've got Split, every single time you've got Solar Guardian, you have to be ready here on Pure and on DM to push back against this aggression.
They're going. I mean, Blastoff was there from 9 class, but it is not really helping DM. He'll pop an RP, and now the hook shot. Oh, looks like Pure's in trouble. Still, Save is going to be around to save the day as Pure actually walking out of here. Ducalis still chasing. Pure gets hit and is down. Chrysalis even joining in just in case. So they'll take down Save. And that looked almost like a great comeback, but not quite.
Not quite enough. You have to appreciate the way they just coordinate for that movement out in Paravision, right? The flank from the rear, the RP onto 2, and just the execution from Paravision is just looking so clean. And again, the big part for Paravision here, even without the RP, you could still make plays like that. RP is a big one in getting that one done down bot, but Hookshot's not that expensive. Prox Mines, Blastoff isn't that long either. As long as any core connects with these two supports, they can get run down quite fast.
Miero going to try for Ducalis, but Miero is pretty deep for this one. Doesn't have the primal split either, so it's a bit of an awkward fight for him to take, and he's down.
That's a little bit optimistic. Diving behind the tier 1, they got a lot of value from the ward earlier. Again, it's a little bit rough for BetBoom, and this is where that timing thing comes in. Yes, they're very strong when it's Split and Solar Guardian are off cooldown. When they're not off cooldown, it's not the best feeling. Kiyotaka.
They knew he was there, but Kiyotaka's the one to set up now back onto No One. No One is going to go down immediately as DM trying for a skill back. It is not going to work out in his favor. The Pure will just chase him down. Meanwhile, the rest will just run. It seems like No One's going to be the only one to actually go down. Kiyotaka, he was underneath the Sentry of the Dire there for a split moment, so they knew the Invoker was ghost walking around the area, but little did they know No One was walking into a sentry ward of the Radiant.
Yeah, right outside each other's range to detect, giving that false sense security out for no one. A nice little pickup for Betboom. It does cost them Solar Guardian, but at the least they still have the split if that option's available. If Mero can join in, is very close to his full Radiance up, and they've got room to shove in on mid. Again, what are you getting out of this for Paravision? You're still getting stable farm for Crystallis. You're maybe slowing down a little bit on DM, considering that he's trying to connect every single time aggression shows up. But that scaling can still kick in. The course on Betboom side, and they're hitting some key timings. You've got that big armlet up for Pure, maybe going for that Sanjin Yasha down the line. Just a little bit beefier, a lot more difficult to kind of burst down if they do commit after that Solar Guardian. Still going to take a little bit more. Although,
mid lane, we'll give it a crack onto Kiyotaka, and well, he's got nowhere to go. Cogs will lock him in. Kiyotaka is down, and a nice setup from Ducalis.
Yeah. Just another fast pick off, considering again just how much you can get done if you find these isolated heroes with your supports on the side of Paravision. Now they get to try to even out down bot. Betboom, taking what they can up top. They don't really plant the most aggressive bits of vision, you know, nothing by, say, the hot tub up top to try to spot out Crystallis while he's farming up, but they still have some vision, at least in the top jungle, to try to hunt. You could start to opt again. This timing into the Radiance is probably the big one you're looking for from your Brewmaster, and it is up. There should be a play coming out soon. Solar Guardian's up as well. Pure can join in any single time. They just need to find a target here.
Absolutely. I mean, Kiyotaka kind of revealing his position. He's running into those mines consistently. Oh, nice skewer, and rather RP into the skewer. Kiyotaka, though, he's not actually down. Pure's going to rotate in with the Solar Guardian. Hookshot out from Ducalis to try and help out, but DM is in danger, and he is gone. So will Ducalis go down as Betboom now grouping up as 5 look for the tier 1. It will be denied by no one, but they won't mind too.
Yeah, really good counterplay out from the side of Betboom. Again, only cost them Solar Guardian. Didn't have to get the split off from Yarrow. Maybe a little bit trigger happy on the side of Paravision. One-man RP, not really getting the most info on everyone else in the back line, not really seeing the tree line. Just assuming, again, from the mines that it's just one person on Kiyotaka who gets hasty. Still, no one.
He's gonna make a play. Has found Kiyotaka once again. That'll be another death onto the Invoker. Pretty rough times here for Kiyotaka.
And it is. And again, it's not the worst game state for Betboom. You are, again, just seeing the aggression that Paravision can have without reliance on too many long cooldowns. But I think you're doing a great job in Betboom anyhow keeping up, right? Again, there's space here for Pure to work with the Sanjin Yasha. They've been very good with playing off the Solar Guardian cooldown every single time. You hit this Radiance timing on Miero. You just kind of need to figure out what to do when one of these spells are down.
Miero's around to defend. This could be a little bit awkward, though. Ducalis actually in a much more awkward situation right now as Kataomi has grasped him. Hookshot off the mark. 9 class, I think, may have actually sidestepped that. Whoopsie daisies.
I don't know if he was. He was walking in the same angle, front and back.
Yeah.
So maybe it's one of those, the angle, again, like a parallax vision, you know, when it goes through cliffs. Difference in height, it can be a little bit strange.
You're using a lot of big words here, John.
I mean, you know, it happens. When it goes from low ground to high ground, it sometimes doesn't behave the way you'd expect on your camera angle. It happens.
You could just say beta game, John. It's much easier that way.
That is fair.
Betboom, they're going to go for a smoke up. 3-man down towards the bottom lane. You do have Crystallis farming around that area. Mind you are going to have to venture past that tier 1 bottom tower to get there. Do not believe Crystallis will kind of risk his life to farm any kind of creep wave behind the tier 1 either, but they'll get some vision down right in front of that tier 1 bottom tower of the Dire. Ducalis going to show up, drops a quick sentry, but that's going to be about it for him. Of course, the sentry will be out of range of that observer ward, just barely. But unfortunate here for the clock.
Nice quick scan at the very least.
They might catch Ducalis anyway. They are running right towards the clockwork, and, well, I mean, if you're going to lose anyone, you'd much rather lose the clock. Crystallis, understanding they were probably around, does back himself out and is going to be just fine.
A 4-man rotation for pause 5 clock. You're very happy again in Paravision. You're fine. I mean, you still hold the tier 1 bot as well. There's no threat. Yeah, he's just doing techie things. You know, it's fun. This is techie's gameplay. Just plant aggressive mines in the jungle. That's all you need, in the tree lines. Eventually someone will fall for the bait, or you can always skewer back. That's that synergy. Got that play potential here for DM. He could be a very happy guy this game.
He could be. We'll find out very soon, I'm sure. Zepboom sitting back a little bit. In fact, here we go. Miero, maybe trying to clear out the minefield himself, but he's got to be a little bit cautious. He might just get blown up here if DM finds an angle. 9-class, though, he's the one in danger. Here they come. A nice RP, but is it enough? I don't think it is. Pure's fine. He pops the BKB. No one's down. So is Ducalis. It doesn't really work out, John. They tried. They tried to fight around the minefield, but it's not good enough.
I mean, I appreciate the attempt. Betboom were very ready, though. It took so long, and Miero figured out, all right, they're setting up a trap here. He puts his body forward, hard to kill off, and you can see here again. The timing of the calling, right as no one's starting to jump in, trying to play off of that RP, just ruining everything in that kind of combination. Making it tough, he just blinks right into it. Blink strikes right in, gets silenced up before he can tricks of the trade, and it just falls apart. Ricky's just bursted down. And you're happy on Betboom. You're starting to find that play here.
Well, Save will go down at the very least. Crystallis able to pick up one. Looking for Kataomi on top. And with the Shockwave to drag him back, Kataomi will be the secondary kill here for Crystallis. So that is the one saving grace, right, for the side of Paravision is you have a bad team fight, you get kind of wiped, but at least your POS1 Gyrocopter is still having a fantastic time.
That he is. He's not having the best game of all time. You know, all things considered, Pure is keeping up in net worth. About to hit that Sanj, a little bit more stat resistance up front, a little bit more damage to reach out here as well. And the Dawnbreaker is going to feel significant, but it's not the most concerning thing for a Gyro. Your skill potential is pretty damn high, of course, on this hero. I think your concern right now in Paravision is maybe just how much or how hard it is for no one if you don't manage to dodge out the calling, dodge out these Invoker spells. Like, if you're not able to jump in and get the smoke screen off first, there's still a lot of utility Kiyotaka can apply. We've seen some great tornadoes here. We've seen some great connections with that. Again, with the calling coming out from Save. And it just ruins that direct jump in that Paravision does need to bring out. A very even game so far, though. 14-14. Less than 1K lead coming out for the side of Betboom. It's been flickering around the 1K mark either way. So you're seeing some good stuff. Both teams are playing to their strengths. You've got, at the very least, Solar Guardian back up. The split not too far off here from Miero. He is going for the full pipe. Not going to take long for that one to be fully assembled here as well. And you kind of start to maybe lack some damage if you're not able to really put Crystallis in a very good position to right-click away. Trying to keep track just a little bit, but of course Kiyotaka's not going to randomly shove out. And I really love the Dawnbreaker, don't you?
Yeah.
A little flashbang, lags your PC, all nice and good.
That's what I was wondering, right? When this, when these new innates came out, I was always wondering, when's this Dawnbreaker hero going to be back in the game? You know, because it just felt like it was a really nice innate to have. Well, here we are. She's finally...
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think they're playing off the innate that
All
much.
right, John, you get my point.
I get your point. You know, if you would have an innate ability, Mike, what would it be?
Shutting you up, John. That's what it would be.
Just sounds like a budget silencer that's not really useful. Like, sure.
Well, silencer isn't very useful, John.
It's annoying. You are annoying. That's a good point.
And you're
Good
not
job.
very useful.
Yeah, fair enough. We work great together.
Somehow, Jonathan, this is the most toxic relationship I've ever been in. That says something.
I know. I know.
Top lane, twin gate usage here from Betboom. Kiyotaka's going to be the one kind of leading the charge. Ducalis, though, is going to be the target they probably run into first. I mean, of course, they'd much prefer no one. But Ducalis does actually get himself out of there, so Kiyotaka is going to run right into the Riki eventually, but looks like they will have to settle. Clockwork is back. Ducalis, he'll tank the gank for the team once again. No rotations to come in and try and help the poor guy out, of course. We don't help supports here, Jonathan. Never.
Nah. It's just a Clockwork, just the little tin man getting cooked up in his suit. It's all fine. You're, again, just working the map well. You're building up in Crystallis. You're trying to get that catch-up on DM. These BKBs on the side of Paravision start to change things. There's the BKB up for Crystallis with the Ags up. Of course, going for the full Satanic into Daedalus. Damage starts to scale up. BKB for DM will allow some better angles on the RP, allow him to find some skewer angles back as well. No one's the one that's been slightly held back on Riki just a bit. Still no Manta style 22 minutes in. Again, he's been a little bit more active. He's had some unfortunate jumps in. We'll see if they can start to kind of reach that point. There's also an interesting timing for Riki. The Riki Shard, I feel like, is... It's something. Is toxic the word I'd use? It's kind of toxic. It's annoying.
Yeah.
To put it kindly.
Yeah.
Sure. they were talking about 4 stabs on the All-American All-Star panel.
Stop calling them that, John.
I mean,
they don't deserve it. You know that.
They deserve it. You know, and no one kind of rubbing his eyes. Again,
Well, he
talking
did
about the
say-
jet lag, right?
He did say he's tired, John. I know how that feels. You maybe not you so much. You took like an hour to get here, but
an R. Hey, your geography is terrible, Mike the Phoenix.
It sure is.
1 R. I wish it was 1 R. That'd be nice.
He's tired. Leave no one alone.
You're tired too, I guess. It's fine.
15-14. 1K advantage. Still leading the charge in net worth is Chrysalis, but again, Pure is like 400 gold behind. Not really a big lead whatsoever.
Certainly not. I mean, he has his own BKB up on Pure. He's going into the Shard plus Blink. And more play opportunities outside of just the Solar Guardian. I'm wondering if you still consider the Ags route here on the Dawnbreaker earlier, instead of just going for maybe a little bit more. Let's say, I don't know if you want to go back for anything mid-game at this moment. Take a quick Tormentor on the side of Paravision, free one for 9 class, so some save coming out at the very least with that reactive. A real quick Roche Snatch here though on the side of Batboom. It's scouted out by Ducalis, but not in position to really contest. It's going to be a nice freebie here for the side of Batboom to try to get some more aggression out. I mean, you have so many great frontliners that could use that Aegis, especially Pure. And they'll just give it to Kiyotaka, as he has had a little bit of a rougher game, of course, and he is the squishier target when he is isolated away. And it's like the All-American panel said, Kiyotaka does tend to play frontline on any hero he plays, even someone like the Invoker here.
Yeah. Does what he needs to do. So Aegis up. I mean, no real contest either from Paravision. They did have the Rocket Flare vision that was provided, but there was multiple heroes that were quite low thanks to the Tormentor being taken. Kiyotaka's going to be holding the Aegis anyway, and like you said, he is the guy frontlining.
He's just breaking these minds, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it. Just send the illusions in. That's one way to do it.
No, this is the moment as a techies, you know, and you would know this as well, right? 9 class needs to start thinking outside the box. Where would they not scout for mines? This is a very obvious mine spot. You know, everyone likes walking through the tree line into the triangle. Where would you not expect it? You know, it's time to kind of bust out the homework here for 9 class, because, you know, if he... It's never a happy moment for Texas. Sure, you still get utility. You can kind of scout out smokes, but you're not getting that synergy you were looking for. RP skewer back. It's just not going to happen when all of the mines go kaboom.
It's depressing, that's for sure. But BKB up now on DM. Maybe they'll want to play off this, but perhaps you're kind of just waiting out this Aegis expiry on Kiyotaka first. Bit of a group up here up at top lane. Save's going to be there with Miero, and you'll have Kataomi along with his teammates ready to go for this tier 2 top tower, but there are rotations incoming now from Paravision to try and defend. Keep in mind, BKB up on DM is going to make it a lot easier to get these RPs into skewers. They are going to make the jump in already. Miero's going to be the big target. Try to blow him up before he can pop that ulti, as they do go for the RP now. The Primal Split still not off, and he does never get it off. Miero is down, so is Save. Pure being chased down as well here by Chrysalis, though he'll pop his own BKB and go for the man fight. Chrysalis needs to back his way out of there. He's in huge danger, but he'll get force-staffed away. No problem. They have found another. It'll be Kiyotaka. First life already gone. Dust popped. In big trouble. Pure's still trying to find Dugalis at the very least, and he does actually get him. But gets pushed down to the low ground there for a moment. It seems like Batboom's still looking to try and find a way out, and they should be okay to do so.
Yeah, it's a big back and forth. You take away that secondary life for Kiyotaka, it feels good. You managed to find this really good angle coming out as well for DM on the RP. Again, this BKB makes a world of difference. You're not getting bursted down from sticking next to your teammates. You know, with the Chain Frost coming in, you have a lot more play. You can get that positioning lined up nicely. I think your issue right now for Paravision is the damage isn't quite there yet for Chrysalis, right? Like, he needs that full Daedalus, he needs a Satanic on top to sustain. We saw how much burst play there is still left on Pure, as long as he gets that Luminosity off, of course, and it is significant. So it's the issue of now trying to break through that wall. We also saw how long it took to kill off Miero. Like, all the resources went into killing off that Brewmaster before the split, which does work out, but you don't have enough left in the tank for everyone else afterwards.
Here we go again, Pure. They get started on this top tier 2 tower another time, but the rotations have begun once again. 9 class though, going to be spotted out by Save, will be locked down by the rod of Atos. In goes no one, trying to pick off Save, but can't quite get there though. A nice skewer back play is out from DM. He found 2 targets, but the Primal Split is going to get there in time. Ducalis could not get the hook shot out just in the nick of time as Chrysalis trying to fight back, but DM actually already down. There goes Miero on the Brewmaster. Chrysalis trying to find himself a target, forced to pop his BKB against Pure. It just feels like he's lacking a bit of damage here, John. Maybe just a little bit too early for these fights for the Gyro.
That he is. I'm not sure if you want to go Satanic over the Daedalus at this point. And it does look like that's the way we're going. Just finish up that sustain first. Try to kind of keep the same durability as you're seeing now from the Dawnbreaker, from the Brewmaster as well. These frontliners are, again, it takes so much commitment to actually find these kills. I think the side of Paravision, again, it's the point in the game where, yes, your supports can still make plays. Yes, you still have some burst damage on hand. You're not really able to utilize the mines outside of maybe blast off and planting 2 mines. You get a little bit too far forward there in 9 class. A really good target to focus down as they find one more.
They have done no one. Another death for the Ricky. A big target here for BetBoom to find. Got to open up that bottom tier 2 tower if they so wish to commit. Seems like they may just take the time to farm instead. But happy days so far for BetBoom. I mean, considering the laning stage wasn't the smoothest ride in the world, but once you hit that mid game and you had all these ultis up, it certainly changed very quick.
I have a question.
Yes,
I was
John?
just randomly thinking about this. The Ricky Shard theoretically can stop Solar Guardian, right? Like it means if you're isolated, you can't Solar Guardian into that ally. Does it?
That's a question I need to ask you, John.
I mean, theoretically, right?
Right.
Theoretically. I don't know if it's coded that way.
I don't have
It would
the
be
answer
very
for you,
interesting.
Jonathan.
It would be very interesting if it worked that way. I don't know if you can really utilize that here. You're not splitting apart in BetBoom to that extent any longer.
Right.
So I don't think that's really a consideration, but could be something that maybe plays a part later on if this game drags further on. Still relatively even, 19-17. 1K lead, less than 1K lead for BetBoom. Not massive by either way. We're still waiting for that damage to kick in here for Crystallis, and he is going back for the MKB first into the full Daedalus because of that Radiance. It has to kind of deal with that burn from Miero, and it just means more stall. But this is exactly what our All-American All-Star panel has said. It's all about turtling. You know, there was some graphic imagery there from SVG about breaking turtles' backs and shells, but
why does he always get like that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Very aggressive. What a pent-up energy there,
Yeah,
for
there
SVG.
is. I mean, you know, he's hitting the gym. He's trying to work it out, right?
He is.
Sure.
I was there with him once upon a time. He's doing a great
How long
job.
was that?
Hey,
when was that?
It was like a year ago, John. Give me a
Was
break.
it a year? Was it a year?
It takes us a year to get to another land, John.
That's
That's
true.
how we work.
That's true.
Hook. Oh, it's off the mark. The smoker attempt won't really work out here for Paravision, because there is going to be a quick group up from the side of BetBoom down to the bottom lane, but it seems like they're getting prepared to try and defend perhaps that middle tier 2 tower. Crystallis has already taken out half its HP quite easily. It's still coming in, but the tier 2 is already gone. No real defense to come here. Paravision, they'll happily walk away with the freebie. Even an amp damage room being found out now. Whoever wants it, seems like they might even just leave it for the Gyro.
Yeah, big one for Crystallis. I don't think you're finding any openings in this time, though. In fact, they just leave it.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough, I guess.
Maybe just a bait.
Walk back. All right, pick it up. No? Yeah? Bait? Yeah? But they're trying to use the mines. All right, I appreciate that. They really are. There's no vision here, guys. They don't see it yet. There, they see it now. You just pick it up with the bottle at the very least. So a little bit of a boon for the side of Paravision. A Daedalus first, which I like to see on Crystallis. Again, you are just lacking damage for these really tanky heroes. That should be able to course correct. One mine has been killed off by the enemy team. The rest have just been blowing up in illusions and spirits.
Oh, save. Run right into no one. Pops the dust immediately, forcing no one to BKB up. Full staff away from save. He'll be just fine for now. Pure's around the corner though, and Miero's going to pop the Primal Split. Looks like they're in huge danger as Ducalis will drop. But at least no one will get through the twin gates before he does get stuck.
Ducalis has been on point with dying for his team.
He
That's some
has.
tight timing for that sneak around into the gate for no one. He has a gem. You really don't want your Ricky to die at this point. Mines are again being cleared out by the Forge Spirits. You're just not getting that gameplay whatsoever here from 9 class. He's not the happiest person in the world. unfortunately, off the back of that. And BetBoom are in a very happy spot. They know BKB is starting to whittle down here on no one. That's a fresh 9-second charge down to 8. Have to wait for it to come off. You have a 50-second window where you could try to take control, though you're not really setting up. Maybe flank in from mid into bot, but it is a little bit of a precarious spot. You are going for more damage here as well on Pure, going for his own Daedalus up, not too far off from that Demon Edge. So he is looking to try to keep that scale in comparison to the Gyro.
Pure actually farming quite deep, getting a bit of damage onto that tier 3 top tower, but does get away just fine. Rotation's just proving to be a little bit too late to the party. So he has the full Daedalus now up on the Dawnbreaker, and so the damage output is getting quite ridiculous for him. Now, Chrysalis does have his own Daedalus, of course, working on towards the MKB for the Gyro. Still just a very slight net worth advantage, 2k the way of BetBoom, nothing to write home about. Big smoke up now from Paravision. They'll head down towards the bottom lane as 5. They saw Miero farming the area. No one's going to be frontlining for the side of Paravision, though he will run right into a sentry ward. A lot of vision here for BetBoom. This is a hard fight for Paravision to try and engage into. Kiyotaka, though, he'll get hookshot immediately. Now the RP! DM! He found 2 of them, but where there's a follow-up damage? Nobody's dead yet. Everyone's still alive. Save somehow on a slither of HP, walking away as no one's the one to go down. They'll finally get Pure, though. Save eventually will drop. And in fact, Kiyotaka now going after Nightclass, who just jumped right in, will go down as Miero just surrounding Chrysalis, but he's dealing with all the little primal splits. Miero gonna move in, and Chrysalis is now down as well. All right, so 2 for 4 trade, a very messy engagement. I don't even know what the hell happened in that one, John. I mean, Pure died so early, and in fact, he was the first one to die. Fight still works out their way.
It was a little bit awkward. The Chain Frost was on point there, coming out from Kataomi. You're still looking for some cleanup, catching out DM.
Oh, they've got him. Nice easy pick off here for Kiyotaka. Oh, BetBoom, that's a full team wipe.
And it is. Just really awkward. It was a very forced movement out from no one, right? He saw the sentry being dropped with his gem. He tries to poke around for the ward, dies straight up. There's a really good Chain Frost again coming out from the Collis to bounce back as he force staffs in to Crystallis. And that just leads to a little bit less HP, you know, a little bit less to go off of, and it's these margins that come in. Like maybe that bounce doesn't go through 2 times. You maybe have a little bit more to play with. It doesn't feel likely. And again, just a little bit awkward once more for the side of Paravision. An 8k lead now for BetBoom off the back of that, though. They're not going to be asking questions about that one. That does open up Roshan for themselves. RP, even on the respawn, is still around 14, 12 seconds off from cooldown. And it's not going to take too long for this to fall. Again, you're seeing just the durability coming out from the side of BetBoom. And just, yes, Pure dies first, but it, again, cost them so much. It's just so much damage you're taking while trying to kill off these cores. Yeah, you lose no one very quick, which is really not ideal. You need that Riki with a smoke screen. You need him to hunt that backline with supports. And without that connecting action, it's just difficult for Paravision in a vacuum to go in without that Riki trying to set up with these 2 supports, with the clockwork and the techies.
Momentum taken. No one
There
will
you
pick
go.
up the shards, and this is what you've been talking to me about a lot, Jonathan.
Yeah.
You really don't like Riki shards.
I mean, it's annoying. You know, it's like, yeah, 4 staves, sure. If you have one yourself, you're kind of happy. BKBs, I guess, still save you, so you maybe don't care as much. It all depends on the timing. I'm very curious if, again, it blocks usage of Solar Parchment. I don't know. It's kind of funky. Again, you're not splitting up enough on the side of BetBoom just yet. They've been very disciplined about staying roughly together, with Pure hanging back, obviously, because he has Solar Guardian. So you're very comfy and just trying to work the map that way. And for Paravision, their strength now is in the high ground. You've got skewer back plays, you've got maybe mines that can come down.
Oh, nice
here.
grasp. And the Chain Frost DM forced to pop the BKB to be able to get away. They even found another. 9 classes down. In fact, Chrysalis also caught by a tornado, but he will be okay. Though I say that, Kiyotaka is still trying to force maybe a BKB out of him. Chrysalis holding out DM now with the skewer play on a Kiyotaka, but they're right by the tier 4 towers. Here comes Pure. He'll take down DM immediately. Can he find more? He's taken out Ducalis. It's a triple kill hit for Pure. Chrysalis cycloned up in huge danger. Kiyotaka finally losing his first life as they continue to fight right in front of the fountain. Miero surely has no way out of this one, but in fact he'll just walk away. They don't actually have the control for it.
No.
He's fine.
No control, no damage coming out here. And the same issues for Paravision this entire game. It's just coming out. It's like you don't have the way to burst down easily. Even with that Daedalus, you need the MKB. The Satanic for Crystallis to just kind of try to trade is nice, but the burst damage from this Dawnbreaker is just insane. You know, you've got Alacrity combinations. You're not killing off the Brewmaster quick enough nowadays. No one, maybe you can try to get something done here.
Not the smoke screen, but that's about it for now. Miero going to jump in onto Chrysalis, trying to get as much damage out as he possibly can, and Chrysalis actually dropping half HP already. Needs to be really careful. He'll get his BKB off. Sunstrike will not land, thankfully, for Chrysalis. Hook shot to Carlos, a little bit off the mark. Creep wave gets in the way, skewer back onto Miero, but it is blocked by the cogs. Miero, though, still dropping, might go and does. In fact, he drops the gem on top of the high ground, so happy days now for Paravision. The Chrysalis, Chrysalis, no!
Huh?
Oh, not like that.
Oh, Lord.
RP out. They'll try for Pure at the very least. They'll trade the position ones if they can, but Pure's just man fighting right
There's
under
no
the
damage.
T4 towers. There's no damage. Come at me, he says. And he'll just walk right away. No problems here for Pure. No one is going to pop his BKB and try to jump in. Gets Kataomi. And let's be fair, Jonathan.
DM's dying.
DM is dying. DM's
To the
gone.
illusions.
I was going to say, Kataomi, he's been a huge issue. In fact, they jump in again. Deadshot lands, or maybe this time it's a little bit too much.
All right, Pure.
Pure's down. Calm down, sir. Pure aggression is what they call it.
Yeah, that definitely is pure aggression coming out. 90 seconds without the Dawnbreaker. It almost looked like a done deal if you just managed to get a little bit of a reset, keep that push onto the high ground. There's a little bit of time here for the side of Paravision to try to correct. But the issue stands. I mean, you're seeing what's happening. Even just Crystallis coming into poke, or DM trying to stand in the side, getting poked by, say, the Muerta, getting poked by the Invoker. The damage is starting to get a little bit crazy.
Gonna run into 9 class. There's an amp damage rune right by 9 class. He's just trying to save it here for no one. More mines down, blast off away. No one trying to reach the amp damage in time. It's gonna be picked up here by Kiyotaka. That the TP away. Can he actually get it?
Another hook shot!
What? This is what happens, John. Every time I play Clockwork, this is what my other support does.
Oh my
Every single time. Like, just stay out of the way.
Okay.
Just stay out of the way.
Right, so the one hook shot that Ducalis wanted to do on 9 class, he misses. The one time he doesn't want to hit 9 class, that's when he's on point. What can you do, right?
We'll have a chat with 9 class
It
after this game.
happens.
We'll have a quick chat. Oh!
I bet you Ducalis is like, yeah, that's what you deserve right there, buddy.
Divine punishment almost coming in for 9 class.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Well, you know, on the bright side here for Paravision, if this game does drag on quite a fair bit, as we are known to get Mr. Mike LaPhoenix.
Absolutely.
You do have the right facet here for 9 class. He did go for Squeeze Scope. So he can scale, right? That's a consideration. Moonshard down the line, a Mjolnir here if you find farm at 70 minutes. Theoretically, you know, it's half an hour left until that point. But hey, you have more damage coming in if you drag the game out that long, if your turtle's that slow.
Why are we talking about turtles here, John? What does he done?
Oh, there you go.
Save. There you go. Hook shot out. Save. Just going to pop the ulti. He'll be all right. In fact, he's doing a bit too much damage right now. Ducalis will go down. Save. Looking for more as Pure's just going to Solar Guardian in. So he's got the help. Save does drop immediately, though, so Pure does blink away. 1-for-1 trade in the supports. Arguably better for Paravision. In fact, now they're going to try perhaps for Kiyotaka. Kataomi, though, being an absolute nuisance once again with the Chain Frost being thrown out very early on. Miero's going to jump in. No one is gone. Chrysalis is going to BKB up and try to go as they pop the RP right up to the Primal Swift Brewmaster. They'll at least find Miero. They might even have Kataomi, and they do. A 4-for-2 trade. Very messy engagement, but it goes in the favor of Paravision.
And they managed to get that working. A couple of things that don't line up for the side of Bedroom, right? Like the Solar Guardian was popped early, so you don't have that aura to protect. You don't have that great initiation angle out for Pure. He's forced to play a lot more conservatively in comparison. The RP, I mean, just to deal with the Brewmaster, we've seen Miero be very disciplined in coming back from the Primal Split, right? Just trying to waste time, which is the big issue here for Paravision, just getting that burst.
Oh, there goes 9 class. Pure, is this going to work out for you, sir? We've seen this before, Pure. Be careful. They're going to move in. Crystallis, no BKB available, just has to fight back, but he cannot. A fantastic defense here from Pure.
Yeah, it works out. It's like Satanic's just not up. It's an awkward timing for Paravision. It does cost 2 buybacks in BetBoom. And you do have buybacks ready on some of the heroes here on Paravision. None on Crystallis, unfortunately. But you have enough. It does feel like the Techies, Magnus, Clockwork, Ricky can maybe try to break apart this threat on the side of BetBoom. It does make it difficult if these spells don't connect in the way you'd want it to. But now BetBoom could look for a little bit of a chokehold. If they take maybe 1 additional rack to clean up top as well, that advantage is going to start to feel really damn good. I mean, you're not out of the game for Paravision if it holds at that point.
Here we go. Smoke up. Paravision, can you defend high ground again? They've got 2 buybacks if they need it. They'll try and jump in on save and they'll force a quick BKB out. Still Pure going to jump in. A 3-man stun. Pure. What an initiation, but the skewer back. Pure, he's still all right. He'll take down DM and Ducalis. Save is down at the very least, and Pure is right by the T4 towers in a very precarious situation. He might be set to fall, and he will. My goodness, Pure, someone's going to calm this guy down. Jonathan, what do they put in his coffee?
You know, I don't think it's what they put in his coffee. I think how much coffee has he had. I get it, the pods are nice, and you got to slow down a bit. That goes for you as well, Mr. Microphone. You've had a lot. You get a little twitchy.
Don't make me report you to the hotel staff, John. I see you stashing all those teas in your bag.
No one needs to know. What do you mean? What are you talking about? That's baseless accusations here, Michael Phoenix. Still, that costs 2 buybacks as well now on the side of Paravision, and they're pretty damn big buybacks. Crystallis and DM, 2 cores having to come back into this game to get that hold. You're in a very awkward position, more so for Paravision than BetBoom. Roshan still 2 minutes away. You've got this angle still left for Kiyotaka to get a low committal push with the Forged Spirits just going off, slowly whittling down that melee top racks. And again, you're still turtling on the side of Paravision. We're still about 27 minutes off that timing at 17 minutes where things can get a little bit ridiculous. But it can still reach that point as long as you measure out your fights. Your big issue is just how do you control both the Brewmaster and the Dawnbreaker? Because it's either or at this point, right? Either you catch Miero when he's jumping in, burst him down, and then just let Pure Solar Guardian in and kind of blink around and be a menace. Or you try to isolate Pure first, but then you have to deal with the split.
Crystallis has his smoke broken. They'll see the gyro. The MP out. Crystallis still not popping his BKB. Oh boy. Whoopsie daisies. It happens that quick, and now the Chain Frost bouncing right through the side of Paravision.
No.
3 down. I'm telling you, Jonathan, this Lich, I was saying it before, Kadomi's done everything this game. He put the team on his back.
Oh yeah, 100%. His Chain Frost has been on point. He got the right talent as well at level 20. They just called a GG.
They have to. They have to.
No buybacks left, no opportunities to come back in. And BetBoom, you know, they break that shell open on this turtle, but it's not like they sped down it either. It felt like they just had this really well-balanced way of scaling up at the same speed Paravision was. Again, you look at that early game for Paravision, great rotations out from no one, great lane matchups coming up. We saw those support rotations line up because you had this aggression with Clockwork Techies that just enables you to keep going for these ganks, keep going for those kills. But once they were online, once that Radiance came up with a pipe there for Miero, and once you had, what was it, the Sanjin Yasha armlet timing up for Pure, it was just a little bit too much for them to try to kill them off. Like the layering of spells from BetBoom was just perfection. I think Kiyotaka was finding some good angles to break up that angle in as well with those tornadoes. BKBs were a little bit late in Paravision and just made the game a little bit rough.
The thing is as well, you see every team fighting, you might look at that, some of these kind of replays in the highlights, and it just, all the vision went the way of BetBoom every single time. Like Paravision, ironically enough, never really had the vision advantage, and that did make life rather hard for them in these team fights. Luckily, Jonathan, we do have a lot of vision on our panel. Let's throw over to them, see what they have to say.
I'm seeing a big W next to a BetBoom team as they take this game number 1, despite some curveballs being thrown out at the end. I will admit, I was quite skeptical of this Brewmaster last pick. I don't know if it necessarily made a difference, or if the game was already predetermined whenever Paravision picked this Ricky Avery. Did it even matter what BetBoom team picked?
I mean, like I said, he's bad gameplay merchant, Neil. Like, he just farms wins against enemy teams that play bad. And when it comes down to actual matches that go late, it's really hard to win with this hero. Doesn't do that much damage. His control's really lackluster. He needs a lot of things to line up in the fight for him to have as high impact as a lot of other mids. I'm just not sold on this hero, and they didn't even really pick hard counters with him. I think this was honestly a pretty good Ricky clock game. Like, a lot of the heroes that Bethune were running suffered against the Ricky clock and the mag in terms of control. They're just too tanky. Just walk it off. Not enough damage in the tank. And, I mean, the motto of this game is stay frosty. This goddamn Lich was an absolute monster. Got Diomi just solo killing Crystals, I think 2 or 3 times this game.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue as well save on this Morta. I wanted to see this hero more.
Yeah.
He had the most kills in the game. He had 12 kills on this Morta here. So, like, this is also another hero. Both the supports, I think, are incredibly good versus Ricky as well. Like, you go on top of both these heroes. You got the Frost Armor. You've got the Morta ult. You can't be targeted. And Ricky just couldn't find any opportunities to get kills on this game. He had a good laning stage. He did first blood Kiyotaka, which is a little bit questionable. However, the rest of the game didn't really have damage with this hero. Like, we talked about the item build too, probably not on point either with the Ricky. If you want to do damage on this hero, you need the Aghanims. He didn't get that until way later, and that's kind of like the Ricky problem.
That was juicy.
Oh, that is like,
There's a lot of juicy ones.
That's the Lich dream. That's where you just say, just pick me Lich every game. So, I guess this hero's so broken.
So then is this a more systemic issue about mids that are viable? Are there not mids that are allowed to fall off a little bit in damage and have the expectation that, okay, now my Gyrocopter can deal the damage, now my Magnus can deal the damage. I made space in the early game and that was my job.
I mean, yes, Tsunami, but their job later in the game is to initiate and do something for the team.
I see.
Ricky, he was, when you initiate in and you're on a timer, like your initiation ends when they get a 4-staff or a BKB. And that's just not good enough, right? So, like, what ended up happening in this game is, like, he goes in, and what happens after that? His team has to follow up. Mag had a lot of responsibility. So Mag was initiator. He had actually a lot of good RPs this game, but they were just missing damage. And I feel like Ricky just wasn't able to provide it in this particular lineup. Techies and Clock also not doing the most damage output in this game. I think there's a big difference in supports this game as well as the Ricky that we did talk about. We don't like it, but the Clockwork and the Techies, not a huge fan this patch of either of these heroes right now. Whereas the Lich and the Morta, these type of heroes, the Pugnas, they're doing a lot of damage in the team fights. They're keeping their teammates alive, and Techies doesn't really help your team at all. He's supposed to be doing that damage. He's not really doing it. Clock, he's good with the ranged carries, but those aren't really popular right now either.
Just hard to jump in with Techies when there's that much interrupt and secure the damage. We even saw in one of those highlight clips, Kiyotaka got jumped on. He just killed both mines. Okay, well, there's like 1,000 damage you're missing, right? And Fear, we were talking backstage. You were flaming the item build on this Invoker. You were saying, why would you go Manta first on Invoker in this game? Well, I've got some clips to show you, Fear. Look at this. Look at the value. You run them into the mines, and you kill the map, and then you open it up. Now all of a sudden, look at all the mines this guy's killing with the Invoker. I legit think this is good. Now you don't even understand the scaling value of these illusions, Fear. Look at what these illusions do in the fight. Tier 3 tower, dead. Magnus, dead.
Oh my god.
He's gone. What's happening, Fear? These illusions are too powerful. Nobody can do anything. Look at your racks, Fear.
Those are Forge Spirits.
Those are not
dead.
illusions.
Those
the
are
other summons. He's a summon
He
hero
has
now.
the summons the whole time.
This hero is basically Lycan.
Oh, yep.
When you get the Manta illusions, you get the Forge Spirits, you're running 4 units across the map, you're killing all the mines, you're ruining Techie's day,
and
all the clip
that
pushing.
bad. Yeah.
It's honestly a decent counter. Illusions versus Techies are really obnoxious.
Sure.
I mean, I think the
Because you can't
argument
play
was
this
like,
out.
why Manta before?
Well, you
Force
just
Staff?
saw the answer.
I mean,
In
he had
all
the
of those clips, he was not using Forge Spirits. He was using illusions exclusively. He already has some.
Exactly, because he wants to push the lanes and farm with the Forge Spirits early, and later on, the illusions take over. Fear just did not understand the genius of the Manta first in that game, so I had to point it out.
I see.
It looked brilliant. Those clips really.
I'm glad you're
turned me
convinced
over.
now.
I'm a believer now.
I think conceptually it actually makes sense. It's also,
It does, yeah.
like the early Yasha, you have more move speed on the map. You're going to farm faster. You're going to scale better. It's a hero. It's an item you want on the Universal Invoker later on as well.
Sure.
Because once you get Hurricane Pike, Witchblade, Manta on that hero, he's a beast. We saw in a lot of the later fights, they were frost shielding this Invoker.
Yeah, but
on
why?
the front line.
Why in the order that Kiyotaka went with?
I just showed you, Neil. You just saw why in that order. Need I present it anymore?
Yeah, I mean, that was like the most greedy build. It's not, Manta for sure is going to be an item you buy on Invoker, without a doubt.
Yeah,
right?
first.
But if
First
you buy it
Techies.
first, that's like the most greedy thing you can do. But
Yes.
if you can get away with it,
Which he
greed
did.
can be good.
though it was touch and go because Parivision definitely seemed like they were getting back into the game at multiple points.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had a couple good like RPs in that game, as mentioned before. Like TM did hit quite a few good RPs actually. It's just the fights that did go well for them was when they could connect the damage. But when they couldn't connect the damage, either Lich getting his spells off, solo killing Gyro in some instances, then they just were missing that opportunity. So it was just a very difficult game to kind of like close out. All the pieces had to really fit in for Parivision, and it just wasn't enough in this particular game. Just the draft was too hard to execute.
I think we also talked about the dispels on Betboom side. They went for this Invoker, they went for the Brew to deal with the like Empower dispel or Interrupt. There was nothing to dispel this Frost Armor at all. Yeah, and every fight, fight you go in, Ricky's trying to kill a guy, he gets Frost Armor, he gets Force Staff. What do you do as Ricky at that point? You need Nullify in this game, but they're going to have BKBs. They're going to have Dawnbreaker ult to bail them out too. I don't know, I feel like if Paravision had mid-Lich and Betboom had the Ricky
5.
They might have been killing more, honestly.
Really critical of this Ricky mid, aren't you?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I mean, we're in the state of modern Dota where literally this 5-position Lich is solo killing your hard carry.
That's true.
And your mid Ricky is struggling to deal like 1,000 damage. You have to evaluate heroes differently, right? You have to understand what the snowball is going to do, what they need at certain points in the game. This early game was just not good enough for no one. It's not his fault. It's just the hero is super sensitive, which is why I tend to rate those heroes low. Because I think it's hard to get a game where you execute that well to justify the pick.
High risk, low reward, perhaps. But maybe it was all set off by the vision that was provided in that game number 1 as we take a look at our Kadia Ward of the game. Fear, what'd you pick out?
Oh, we wanted to check out that beautiful Sentry or the big blue boy right there.
Okay.
You see Kiyotaka, he had a rough game in the early phase, got first blooded. He's baiting on top of Sentry Ward. They see no one. They realize the Ricky is the threat this game. They have to shut him down or they will not be able to win this game. And with that ward right there, they're able to shut down no one's game and make sure he is not a threat.
I will say, when you kill the Ricky a couple times early, it makes a huge difference. Yeah. This is not it. This hero reminds me of kind of the old SF, where if he dies 2 or 3 times in the early game, his whole game is just shot. Like, it's so hard to
He can't recover.
Right.
He doesn't have spells to do so.
And I think the difference is now, if you look at the modern version of Shadowfy, he can recover, right? This hero can scale into the late game. He has more mechanics to do so. And it really shows you how far certain heroes have come and how far certain heroes have been left behind. Like the poor Ricky Maru and Lion Ultimate.
Lion Ultimate?
That one's been buffed.
Yeah, man,
that spell is still massive out there. Do you see the cooldown on the level 1?
It's not about that anymore. Now it's about punching people after you cast it.
That is true. That is very fun. Have you ever played Mid Lion? I think Mid Lion would have done more than the Mid Ricky.
And on that note, friends, that's it for game number 1 as we prepare for game number 2.
so much faster, gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes and put it inside. Gonna get so much faster, gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes and put it inside. Gonna go so much bolder, gonna grow so much better. 'Cause nothing can stop me now.
Paravision is a very new team to the Dota scene, with a roster of varying degrees of experience. They have everything from old legends to fresh blood, and they're making it work. The team consists of Chrysalis, No One, DM, 9class, and Ducalis. The players on the team have all had vastly different roads through their Dota careers, but they've all ended up together, and the wealth of combined knowledge makes Paravision a tough opponent for any team. With a 4th place in Dream League Season 24, ultimately falling to the eventual champions, Paravision really hit the ground running. The biggest test for Paravision will be if they can keep that momentum going, and if they will be able to perform as well at a big LAN event. Will they all follow the same vision, or will they perish? Either way, we're looking forward to see what Paravision can pull off here at ESL One Bangkok.
See, Trent is allowed to get away with that joke because he has a father. That was a quintessential dad joke. Right, Fear?
Love him.
That's what I thought. Will they perish? They did perish in that game number
It's
one.
just so bad.
It's a dad joke.
I mean,
it's a pun.
I understand.
Get,
I'm a dad, but like I don't do dad jokes.
Surely you do.
All right, enough about your personal life here. Why don't you give us some analysis? No one needs to hear about
how do they not
kids
perish
for the 18th time.
Okay, we have some analysis of like that booth right now. They're probably talking about how their supports need to be changed for this game.
Okay.
I definitely do not like seeing. I mean, the meta right now is like these shadow demons. You can also get a Morta that's a little more aggressive potential and help you with the laning stage. Pugna is great as well. Like having some type of save. This Lich is newly added as well. It's had mixed success, I want to say. In the right game, it looks really good, but your supports need to either be able to do damage or help you survive longer. Okay. And I feel like Pugna, or it's not Pugna, those Techies is not doing either of those. And I feel like Clockwork can work. It's fine in some games, but it does force you into picking some heroes that are less than ideal this patch, like the Gyrocopter. It is, I mean, it was a good gyro game at the end of the day because they picked Brew into it. But imagine if they didn't do that, it could have been an even worse gyro game. So I feel like just the difference between these two teams is not necessarily in the draft, but it's more so through the play.
Okay.
And like BetBoom team just looks much stronger right now. I feel like their draft was worse and they still managed to win in a lot of different ways. But yeah, I mean, I want to see different supports. Moral of the story here for Paravision.
What's their Monkey King? Because they did not ban Monkey King, which I think if you're Paravision, you don't want to ban this hero.
Batrider?
Crystal's his best hero. You want to leave it in the pool to threaten the pick, but then you also have to have answers to it. And sometimes that can be frustrating if you feel like, well, this hero's so broken, it can't be answered, and then you give it away, and then you're like, oh.
Well,
what do we pick versus guys? The Bat does come to mind.
Yeah.
I think Pugna can be okay versus hero.
Yep.
I think almost anything ranged, the Invoker can also
Lich.
do some. I mean, yeah, like if it's that broken. Phoenix is also the other support. I think Phoenix and Bat are the two. There's also Jakiro, right? These are like all the attack speed, slow ranged heroes that
slow down their insane.
Yeah, they're annoying. So I think this is an okay trade. I think in this exchange you would still rather have the Monkey King though, just because.
Would you?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just stronger. And it's just an early pick core that you take. You're going to force responses out of the enemy team. A lot of these other big melee early cores are banned. Whatever. Like, maybe the Monkey's King isn't the greatest, but you're going to force draft response, and it's a hero that's still going to scale and do stuff in the fight.
I mean, I can predict this whole draft. Here's what's going to
happen. Oh, okay.
Right?
Right, hey, get your notepad out, Neil. Let's write these down.
This Monkey King gets first picked. then you're
Oh,
gonna get
that's not a prediction. That literally happened.
Can you just let me talk? Shut up. The Monkey King just like first picked overall. What's going to happen is he's going to play into not only side lane counters, but then there's going to be some sniper later on in the pick. What? And he's not going to want to play Monkey King mid, and then the off lane there's going to be like some Mars Phoenix. He doesn't want to go there either. And then Monkey King just has no lane whatsoever. Does very poorly, gets shifted to carry role, which is, in my opinion, his worst role. It's not going to have a good time there. It gets under-farmed. Hopefully, you have a good last pick that carries this Monkey King, but he's just going to exist in the game. That's pretty much how most of these Monkey King first picks have gone, and we'll see if it's any different. It's typically, it gets shut down in the mid lane really hard. You pick like some Lina preemptively or some Sniper, and you just can't go to that lane. But I think the problem with that is, typically speaking, you can go to that lane, but most of these teams are like, oh, I don't want to play that matchup, so they shift it to carry, and then all of a sudden, it has a bad matchup there too. It's a bad game for the Monkey King as a carry. It gets outscaled. I want to see teams pick this Monkey King early on, and if it's a bad game, just stick it to the mid lane, because you can use that same in stride to get across the map and be active, but a lot of teams are just like not doing that. So that's my only gripe right now with the Monkey King first pick.
I would agree. Just put it mid. Like, who cares about what the mid matchup is? You're just going to run around the map, make space, get runes. If anything, it can sometimes make that counter matchup feel bad if you get a couple kills, because he's just sitting there going, I'm not stopping this monkey from doing anything, and we're just going even in net worth. We've seen a lot of these mid players do that again and again, particularly Mallory. Right, he has shown that a lot of these bad matchups are completely playable.
Yeah.
You do have the mid Phoenix option. I do want to point that out, because we've seen some more mid Phoenix.
That is actually very good, yeah.
It can be spooky, so that can be an option that Paravision go down to if they feel like they don't want to commit more picks towards this monkey.
You're not memeing right now. That's
no,
a thing that's going.
It's legit good. Yeah.
Okay.
It farms incredibly fast.
It's good.
Scale hard. You can fight early. You are a hero where if you give a completely free game and left alone, okay, you can just scale up and do some decent amount.
What does fighting early as a Phoenix mean? Because I'm so used to Phoenix being dependent on healing other people with Sunray, or
you just don't get that
Supreme.
spell.
I see. So you're not playing for your team at all.
Oh, no. Of course not. You just dive in and use your fire spirits and kill people.
Okay.
But typically, the people that play Phoenix mid only play Phoenix mid. They're like the Grandmaster guys. And not very many pro players really bust this out almost ever. But it is viable. And in the right hands, it actually is pretty good. We'll see if it happens. But the Morta's going to come out.
An old standard for save.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like, the Morta just does so much right now. The laning is really good. Very hard to kill with your ultimate. And the silence has great utility. Because a lot of these heroes like Dark Willow and Hoodwink have been nerfed so much, it's kind of difficult to get them into the game, especially through the laning stage. And Morta doesn't really have that issue. And CM, this is a hero in which I am not a big fan of. I understand why a lot of teams do try to pick it. It does help with your laning stage. It is very strong in that regard. But it always just feels like at some point in the game, like, what is CM doing? If like you don't have a purpose, like with either your aura or you're giving mana, or you have like a great Frostbite game where you're playing for like a Storm or an Ember or something like that, where you can just lock them down with the root, you are never getting your ult off in team fights. You die almost. You get solo killed by Clockwork, to be honest, and then you end up just feeding a lot, and I don't know. We'll have to see. I think for Bepboom team, they really want to make sure that maybe this Monkey King is going to go safe lane, wins his lane into a blind matchup. What are your thoughts on the CM, you fan?
No, I think this pick is just pure liability.
Yeah.
I think you had a Lich option. I think you absolutely know Razor is coming out here with the Morphling ban. There's very limited ranged heroes. Crystallis is going to want to play into Monkey King, and the Morphling ban, I think, signaled Razor.
Yeah.
I don't think CM helps you in this matchup outside of the early game at all, because he's a BKB buyer. In fact, he's a BKB refresh user later on. He just ignores everything CM does. Maybe you get some crazy ult in the late game, and he's going to, you know, Katayomi's going to pull out the
Never
same
seen
thing.
it.
Yeah, it just doesn't have. Like, why would you want Maiden here over the Lich? I think the Lich just pairs better with the Monkey anyway.
I mean, there has to be some rationale, because I keep seeing teams pick it. And
the early game is strong, right?
Don't see it win. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, the way I kind of view this patch right now, the way it's been going is, I think the team that has the better scale typically wins. It's not like one of those patches where you just buy auras, get Roche, and end the game, right? Typically, you are getting to that late game, and you do want your supports to contribute, or heroes like Phoenix and Pugna are incredibly annoying as the game progresses onwards. But heroes like, yeah, CM just, they don't really do anything in the late game. Like, the Frostbite's kind of useless. There's so many ways to get rid of it. You're never getting your ult off. But they are putting themselves in a situation where they want to play fast, they want to play early. The Brewmaster will help them in that regard. They're still going to keep the Monkey King flex open. Very interested to see like what the plan is for the mid Monkey King and what they want to do to kind of like deal with that on Pari Vision. To me, it's probably just going to be Lina or Sniper, as per usual.
I actually think it's the mid Phoenix here.
You think they're going to do it?
Yeah, with the Pugna coming out, I think the only reason you double up on this like counter, I don't think you're playing core Pugna. So I'm.
Oh yeah, I mean they do have Clockwork too. Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm leaning towards no one just wanted the Phoenix versus this Monkey, and because
could
they
be
know,
offlane Phoenix too. I think DM does play that.
Sure, but I think at this point you want another stun in this lineup. Like I do not think you want to play Phoenix Pugna Razor with only one stun, and that's your hook shot that can get 4-staffed out of. So I would look towards the DM heroes that stun here, and I think.
But what if you pick a stun mid? But then you
like no one Slardar.
Yeah, but then you just do Clock and plus Phoenix in the offlane.
You can, I just think.
But then you're playing versus Monkey mid, right?
Yeah,
as a melee.
And then you're just giving him a good game. So I think you're kind of forced into this offlane stunner. And I'm looking at, Axe, but it's a terrible Axe scheme.
Well, BetBoom team is expecting a mid to come out with a Quap ban.
Would a mid Tiny lose to Monkey King mid?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, the other one I want to highlight is the Enigma, because you can play. It's a hero that we've seen DM go to a lot when they feel like they need a stun and some more scale. He plays it really well. Gives you your early game. You also get another treat cut for this Monkey. You can just start fights with Black Hole. There's nothing to cancel BKB Black Hole this game. I think that pick could be interesting if they want something.
You don't think you're too cooldown dependent between Supernova and Black Hole?
Well, BetBoom does have to pick first, so whatever happens here, Pari Vision does have like the counter pick to it. So I guess it's better to kind of look at what does BetBoom team need into a blind matchup. We mentioned all the things that he has to look out for, right? Like these Enigmas and stuff like that. So your job here is to try and just like pick something that doesn't have like an opening that can be exploited here. So it's a lot of thinking and about what possibly could be last picked here. Got a bit of a smorgasbord here.
Yeah,
of like
a Storm Spirit and a Slark ban.
Yeah, it's not Enigma.
It's because you don't know if this Monkey's mid or if it's going to be like carry, right? So they're just banning the best from each position.
Yeah, but what are you afraid of if a Slark gets...
I just don't want to see like Sniper here or something from Pari Vision. That's just what I don't want to see that type of hero, the Sniper lead. I get it, you're going to try and build a lane setup where this Monkey has nowhere to go, but I just think it's overkill and your lineup doesn't function at that point.
I'm curious on what BetBoom is thinking though right now. Like, do they want to pick a mid here?
I think they rather pick up here.
What if they just pick Sniper mid here on BetBoom team?
Yeah, you can do that.
Pretty good against all the heroes. Good versus Phoenix.
Wish you had that Frost armor.
Good versus Razor. Makes it kind of hard for you to get a perfect last pick as well. I mean, you will get your Phoenix matchup, I guess, supposedly versus the Monkey King, but I think a Monkey King CM lane, like that's not even a guaranteed win lane either.
Because like they're just gonna pick Gyro.
They could.
Like just put more magic damage in here, Flak Hero, Maiden Gyro lane, run down whoever's there.
I really like it versus Razor though. Kind of puts you
that
in
matchup's
a weird
pretty
spot. Yeah.
I don't know, this Tide ban's weird.
Oh, they go from
Oh,
Meepo.
okay.
Well, that hero is really good versus Phoenix Egg.
Meepo.
Their AoE is pretty limited in that
This
regard.
is a pretty good Meepo. Now, if it's core Phoenix, though, Phoenix owns this.
Well, it has to be core Phoenix. We just don't know if it's mid or offlane.
Yeah.
It's definitely core Phoenix now, and it is one of the better matchups versus Hero.
Elder Titan? Can we play Elder Titan offlane?
Not with Brew.
And
Ortho
Elder
beat
Titan
in the
offlane
game.
and you want mid Phoenix?
Yep.
No, there's no way.
What's wrong? I mean, Elder Titan is the best hero in the game versus Meepo.
You just get dispelled in Tornado. It's like unplayable with the dispel.
That's true.
You get Ags.
Brewmaster on the field does make that more difficult.
What about you just do it, honestly. If not that, then what are your options?
Winter Wyvern,
Troll.
Enigma.
Sven. No, I don't like that matchup.
Ricky, no.
I mean, if they want to win, they're pulling out like the Elder Titan here. That's definitely the matchup.
I don't think.
I feel
I'm
like
not
this
sold.
this Brew Dispel is not going to always be there. Like,
I just don't think you can even lane it that way.
well, it'll be mid puck. That one is not something that I like at all because if I recall correctly, which wasn't too long ago, Monkey King destroys puck mid. Like, it's not even close. In fact, you want to pick Monkey King into puck.
And what is Puck doing against Meepo?
Not much, to be honest with you.
Coil him.
I mean, yeah, you could get Ag's Coil, you've got some AoE damage, but you're not dealing with a Mega Meeple at all in this game whatsoever. So it's definitely an underwhelming pick for sure. And as we just discussed from last game, I feel like BetBoom team is just on a different level right now individually.
Agreed.
And I feel like BetBoom team had the worst draft last game and they still managed to win. So this one's not looking too promising in my eyes. However, maybe there's some new tech coming out that I'm not aware of here, but I feel like they did not address the pure Meeple whatsoever when they had an opportunity to try something. I feel like they just want to like play their game, take over the map, and just play a very standard way and not really worry about the scale. And I don't think that really works in this patch, so we'll have to see though.
Yeah, I'm not a believer. I don't see... The only way I think Paravision win this game is this Phoenix goes absolutely hamtacular. Like this Phoenix has to be 12-0 or something, with like Radiance, Shiva's, Refresher, just destroying every fight. You can win the game, and that can happen. I think it actually.
They don't have the control to stop Meeple from hitting the egg though. Like Puck is gonna coil him, and he's already hitting the egg. I'm not entirely sure about.
I mean, the Meeple Phoenix matchup though is a lot about Fire Spirits and Sunray too. Sunray can decimate that hero, especially if you get 2 off. Like even if he kills the egg, it can sometimes be enough damage that it makes a difference.
All right, then. Let's see if Pure is going to continue this dominance that they showed at Blast Slam 1 as we get ready for game number 2 of BetBoom Team versus Paravision.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. We do get into game number 2. Jonathan, you heard the panel. They seem a little bit conflicted about these drafts. I mean, that last pick Puck not very popular amongst the boys. What do you think?
I don't think the Puck pick works all too well. You know, it's like into a Monkey King matchup. We've seen this multiple times in Southeast Asian qualifiers and a lot of these other tournaments as well. It's a rundown lane for the Monkey King. Yeah. Especially if he manages to get that timing into brown boots, you're not doing anything there as a Puck. That is just a very easy time for Kiyotaka. And we saw him struggle in the last game and still have a lot of impact. I don't think you're going to see that same struggle here for the Monkey King whatsoever. So it's going to be a smoother ride for the side of BetBoom to kind of hit their stride. The ideas here for Paravision is interesting, to say the least. There's some cheeky sustain plays you can do with Sunray and Life Drain on the front line. It's just that I suppose a Razor's a fine frontline target, right? Like if he's static linking, running down, you get maybe Gleipnir on someone or some way of AoE hold. Can be nice, but takes a lot to kind of get that going.
They're going to split out Pure there with a cheeky plasma field, but that's going to be about it. Just a quick warning shot here against Pure. You do get very concerned about Paravision with this style of draft. Like, there really isn't seemingly many answers for this last pick Meepo. We'll see what they want to try and do with it. I mean, for now, it seems like Pure's going to have a great old time. Perhaps not in the laning stage. I mean, he's going to be up against 9 class and DM on the Phoenix Clockwork, which can be a little bit annoying to lane against as the Meepo. But we shall see how they do. I mean, at the very least, he does have Kata Omi there supporting him as CM. I think more importantly, we need to see Paravision get off to a very strong start of this laning stage and, you know, see where they go from there.
Yeah, it's all down to how much can you actually get from these lanes, especially mid for no one. Like, we've seen Puck games that start out slower, say late Witchblade, late Blink. It's still recoverable for a Puck, but it does feel like your entire lineup is maybe a little bit more tempo heavy. Like, yes, raise your scales as well, but you're already kind of struggling here for Crystallis with all of this damage being spammed out here from BetBoom. That is the one thing when you have Umwerta. There's some good poke. Meowth can frontline quite nicely, as we've seen before. Very durable hero, even in the laning phase for the Brewmaster. Doesn't mind trading this way.
What? Other team crying, we hear all. Okay.
All right.
There's a team crying, Jonathan. I mean, not too surprising. We are all Dota players after all, but... okay, it seems like both sides are having issues with a team crying.
That is unique.
Can we get some tissues?
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Which team is it?
That's a first.
Boys, which team is it? Just say it.
I mean, you know, you could check the other streams, try to deduce here.
Well, I can't snitch on the other teams, John.
I'm telling the viewers,
I'm
not
working
you.
the event.
You're working. You have no time to watch a stream. Everyone else could.
Look at these kids are crying. Look at them. What are they crying about?
All right, so there's definitely...
Sinky.
There is something...
Alrighty, so... It's like, what was it, Gazo is not doing, not having the greatest time.
Gazu,
sorry,
yeah.
my apologies.
Yeah, it's, well... I mean, look at us breaking barriers, Mike. Something new, something we've never seen before, right here.
Yeah. We always do this, John.
We've had all the pause excuses before.
Yeah.
We've had Discord, we've had mic, we've had internet, we've had typhoons, an earthquake, fire.
Yes.
Never have I seen the call for pause being the other team is crying. Some other team in the area is crying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem.
We've seen it all.
That's a problem. They're just going to wait it
Is
out.
it a
Make sure SyncQ's okay if it is SyncQ. So everyone's assuming it's SyncQ in the background, so we're having a bit of a conversation with this team. Like, yeah, SyncQ looks so cute. Though. How's he going to be the kind
Silence. They're ready to go.
Okay.
Silence is up. And just waiting for the headsets to be back on, of course, and maybe...
Did you see that from SyncQ?
What?
Him getting angry at the team? I just can't see it.
Maybe he's woken up.
Okay.
He's washed his face. He's got emotions on him. Right? Silence to next team fight.
Global silence committed. We're good.
Oh, beautiful. Let's see. But hey, another one for the books. I don't think we'll ever get a pause reason like this again, at least.
You never know, John. You never know.
Knowing your luck, maybe.
Probably.
What other unreasonable, well, not unreasonable, unlikely pause events could you imagine, Mike?
Well, I don't want to think about them, John, because they get rather dire, don't they?
There's no way to go with lower.
No.
I don't think.
No.
Ah.
And by crying, I hope they're not actually crying.
No, I think
imagine
it's just a lot of yelling.
He's tilting. Yeah, okay.
Just a lot of yelling. You know, your classic stuff. Have to go ahead there again from Betum. Just,
Well, they're going to stop laughing first, John. I think the boys are having a bit too much fun now.
Yeah. Yeah, nah.
I cannot translate, sadly,
No.
Jonathan. I don't believe you can either.
No.
That's all right.
Thank you for thinking I'm that smart.
I didn't think you were smart, John.
Thank you for assuming that somehow I would understand.
I didn't, John. I said you wouldn't understand.
Yeah, but thank you for at least raising out that you probably wouldn't. You know? For thinking that. Or,
Why
I
would
don't
you
know.
thank
Look,
me for that, John?
Look, I'm finding an angle to make you look better, you dummy. Well, we're back in the game. That's already better. It's a little bit of a win. What are we even talking about?
Mid lane is what we're talking about, John. Kiyotaka against no one. In fact, never mind that, because top lane, a bit of a cogs action here onto Pure. Going back to the mid lane, though, so far no one's having a decent. And we talked about the matchup. Obviously not very favorable for the puck, especially once Kiyotaka does have the brown boots up. You can just start running the puck down. Obviously, Kiyotaka doesn't have brown boots yet. And no one, at the very least, has found a CS lead for now.
Yeah, he's controlling the lane well. And again, while we're looking at top, like this early aggression onto Pure is something you'd want to see. You do have good magical damage here. Melee range from Meepo into Clockwork and Phoenix can be mildly annoying. Not too much Catwoman can do besides slowing him down. Try to poke them away. And again, this can work out. And it's like what SVG said, right? Like, you have to have this Phoenix get off to a really strong start. I don't disagree, even though it almost feels hyperbolic. You need like a Radiance, a Shiva's up, the refresh maybe a little bit of a bonus, but certainly like a quick Radiance Shiva's can kind of set you going here. Is save, chase down a little bit.
We'll be okay. We'll be just fine. Bottom lane doing pretty well for Chrysalis. Not really much in the way of slowing the Razor down at the moment. Mira, though, still having a pretty decent lane. I mean, we saw this last time around as well. A bit slower on the CS, but it doesn't really matter when you're playing a hero like Brewmaster. You just get the Radiance Rush going, pop a Primal Split here and there. You know, impact.
Yeah, just still always have that impact. I mean, it's a better game for the Brew. You don't have to worry about your Brewlings just melting apart here in this kind of lineup. The AoE damage from the side, Paravision, isn't particularly amazing. Again, there's some good magic damage. The issue is trying to keep everyone in that area for the magic damage outside of the coil or the cogs. That's really it.
Well, this is a bit unfair that Lotus Poor Pure just bringing all the Meepos over as well. Poor old 9 class just can't really do too much about that. It's a very annoying matchup with the Clockwork as well, because you can't really abuse the cogs too much, because, you know, 2 Meepos, they kind of share the cogs, and it just, it's not very fun.
And it isn't. I mean, it's really just down on how well can DM land his spirits, how well can they maybe try to utilize the dive and the Sunray down the line and try to melt away that HP. I'm a little bit surprised with how well mid's going for no one though. And he's managed to do some significant damage onto Kiyotaka. That brown boots Wraith Band timing is up, but we're not really seeing too much leverage here from the Monkey King, and that's certainly good news for Paravision at the very least.
It certainly is. So far, so good for Paravision. Keep in mind, last game around, their laning stage was fantastic, which is not something I was quite anticipating against a team like BetBoom, but they made it look pretty easy during the laning stage at the very least. It was really the mid game where things start to get, you know, kind of hard. for Paravision, and we'll see if that's going to be the case this game around. Bottom lane, bit of a kind of duke out here. Ducalis going to be he's feeding First Blood to save. And by feeding, I mean he ends up giving it away because he ends up dying. John, he didn't really feed it. Save.
You don't need to explain what you mean there, Mike.
I know.
You didn't have to justify it.
Chrysalis, he'll find save at the very least. The 1-for-1.
Yeah, you're.
How about 1-for-1? I'm just kidding. Go on.
I'm not that simple-minded, Michael Phoenix. I know you've got this impression on me. I can understand basic maths, what the plus sign is. And, you know, I'm sure they understand too. It's a decent enough pickup. Razor gets solo XP. You're level 4. You've got a little bit more spam out with the Plasma Field at 2 with Static Link. So that threat onto the Broodmaster is there, but you're at the point for Miero where he's very tanky, right? Your only kill threat is onto save. And again, the big thing for the side of Paravision is just how well mid's going for no one. Like, he's going to hit level 6 at a good time. He's going to have that Dream Coil threat ready. He could look for a rotation into the sides. Rune control is going to be interesting here. You have a ward each on both sides, but they are set to expire right before the runes spawn. I'm wondering which side will throw the bodies forward. It does feel like maybe you'd want it in the puck, but Monkey King with the Simeon Stride, of course, can just kind of get that done easy. A little bit of a chase again.
Ducalis, a pretty easy target once you land the initial Cinder Brew, but here comes the rotations. 9 class going to be right on to save, and the Static Link still going on to Miero, making life very hard for the Brewmaster, but he does manage to run away. So save will be the only one to go down at the bottom lane. Miero is still kind of hanging about, but can't really afford to do too much but farm the creep wave. Though I say that, Kataomi's going to end up finding Ducalis. And in fact, they had the rotation coming out from Kiyotaka, who's now looking towards 9 class. Doesn't really seem to be able to keep up with the clock, though, and about time to just kind of tree dance your way back towards the mid lane.
Good timing into that power room. Does manage to snag it away as well. Not the most offensive here for Kiyotaka. They'll try to get a rotation onto him. It's just pinning down the monkey at this point doesn't feel simple whatsoever for the side of Paravision unless they just get that full commitment with a coil. Very even start once more. You are running away with this lane on Pure now, though, up top. Like, this Meepo is just being efficient across the map. 2 Meepos up, getting some pulse, getting some camps going. No one really stopping him. So you are pretty happy. Like, that pressure in the Phoenix and Vayne at least isn't really showing here.
Jump in onto Chrysalis. This will be a big pickup for Bet Boom, they get it very easily. No real problems here with the backup of Kataomi and save. Chrysalis, sadly, really had no help around him. All the supports were gone.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference with how these lane setups are done. Right? Like, without anyone to follow through onto the Meepo with a Phoenix in that top lane, you're happy enough to solo that with the levels you have here on Pure. So you can afford to send that CM down bot. You can afford to have that additional magic damage, slow, and control. And you're not really having that presence. You're not stopping the Meepo. Your bot lane is forced to go into a tri lane, which can be nice with Clockwork Razor if you manage to trap them here.
They want the Brewmaster. You get the cogs off, though. Silence is going to be out from save, making it rather hard. Now the TP rotation is incoming from the mid lane. The Monkey King is here, but 9 class is the only one to drop. Kiyotaka still having a hunt around to see if he can find another target with a Boundless Strike. Keeping the vision up, keeping tabs up on Ducalis and Chrysalis. In fact, he is going to run into the Razor. Drops a ward, but it gets dewarded immediately. Will be a decrypt to try and help Chrysalis get out of there, but Kiyotaka is just not backing out. Completely relentless, finding a double Boundless on top. And poor old Ducalis, all he can do is just kind of wait to die. Miero going to be just fine to walk away, and Ducalis will go down. Another 2 dropping down at this bottom lane.
And that's the big point for the Monkey King. I love that little play Kiyotaka did. He was jumping by the gate. He saw the Plasma Field coming out, manages to jump down, jump back up, not spotted out, and just gets the angle anyhow. Like, that is, again, the power of Simeon Stride, that high mobility on Monkey King. The low initial investment for that early burst damage is quite nice as well. It is giving no one a lot of space down mid to just push out, but it doesn't take too long for Kiyotaka to come back in. And we'll just kind of hold back. There is that slow but steady tower pressure that you were talking about earlier on behind the scenes, Mikey. And you've got the blast, very low committal coming out from Paravision. So you do have that to always be worried about on the side of Betboom at the least. Mid tower has taken quite a fair bit of chip damage here, just from Ducalis.
That it has. It's kind of the thing with the support Pugna. It's just very easy to start slowly sieging away, and there's not too much you can do about it if you are Betboom. Kiyotaka going to rotate back into the mid lane, and he does have supports right behind him in case he needs it. Because Paravision, they just want the tier 1 tower. They're not really here for much else. Kataomi, though, going to throw a Frostbite out, making it a little bit harder for Ducalis, but he's still going to be able to get in for the Nether Blast. Eventually, actually, Kiyotaka getting a deny off onto the tier 1. They will jump Kataomi in. They do secure a nice little Crystal Maiden kill for themselves.
Not the biggest one to find, but very important one for DM to get that pacing into Ashivas, which he already has the Veil. So a lot of output on our Phoenix ready to go. If they can, again, find a way to connect, find a way to utilize the egg, the Dream Coil. It is still a little bit concerning how much space Pure is getting. He's not at the top of net worth, but it's been an uncontested Meepo so far. This Fusel Blade not too far off for Pure. That can lead to some nice flanks here, although they're lining up bot here.
They are. Miero going to be the first one spotted out, but he does have the Primal Split. Still, the silence is there to make it a little bit harder for him to get it off. Miero is still trying, but the battery stop making it very, very challenging. He'll get it off eventually, though, just in the nick of time. Chrysalis in huge danger. No way out of this one. He's gone. And this fight, it is not working in Paravision's favor at all, that they might be able to hunt Pure down. It doesn't seem like it, though. Still chasing, having a look around for a straggler, but nobody's really been left behind. I mean, Miero is quite low if they want to dive tier 1 towers, but it seems like their only prize will probably be the tier 1 bottom tower.
It's just really unfortunate that Miero did manage to eventually get that split, opening up that fight a little bit late on the egg there from DM, all the way back at the tier 1 when everyone else on BetBoom was already on their way out. And you're in a very happy spot once again for BetBoom. You get some early activity out for Pure. He's got his full Diffusal Blade flying up now. So our Meepo can start to really get that solo chase down on these softer supports. And they just keep hunting. Chrysalis again.
Indeed, they do. Chrysalis in huge danger, TPing up towards the top lane, but it's not safe there either. He'll be all right. He'll barely make it out as Pure will just poof his way out as well. And it seems as though Paravision at least keeping the Razor alive, but Chrysalis, his farm is quite low at the moment, and certainly nothing to write home about comparatively to, say, Pure. You're going to be kind of getting a little bit concerned here as Paravision is. With this style of draft, you really wanted to take off early. They're going to try for that Monkey King. They've got the Dream Core to lock him down, and in fact, they've got the damage. Kiyotaka to drop.
It takes quite a fair bit, 3-man rotation, but with that Veil up, you have to respect the magical output right now on Paravision, and you are going to eventually finish up that Witchblade as well for no one to maybe not even need a +2. I mean, just the +1 might be enough at that point. Just a little bit of hold.
Oh, Chrysalis. Saves waiting with Invis Rune. It's about to wear off, but he might get a dead shot before it does, and he does. Can they get him? Pure? Not going to commit, because they see DM moving in. They don't want to bother trying. Pure still needs to be a little bit cautious. There are plenty of heroes around, but he will just poof away across the map. And well, it seems though Paravision, of course, just going to be trying again for another tier 1 top tower.
They are.
Bottom, you'll drop 9 class.
Yeah, you don't really care. We've seen, again, just 9 class having a little bit of a rough series, but he is creating space, at the very least to ensure that the steady push comes out top. That reveals the Monkey King position from Kiyotaka down bot. And again, we were talking about this push from Paravision. And Ducalis is around. Ducalis spam spell. Ducalis will find tower eventually. I think the big issue for BetBoom is, again, just how well the game is going for DM in particular. Like, it's not like he's finding an amazing amount of farm, but the fact that he's finding good pacing to be in number 2, number 3 net worth tied up with Pure is a cause of concern. The Shiva's Guard, it's not going to take too long. You can opt for a lot more utility, just a lot more, amp up the damage you have with your Pugna, with your Puck, with the Decrep play that can come in here. It's a little bit threatening onto the side of BetBoom. I think this slower start for Kiyotaka, which again you don't expect for Monkey King versus Puck, and big props to no one for working that lane very well. And this slower tempo from your Monkey King in terms of at least net worth is kind of impacting them, right? Like no Maelstrom yet, and Glayton, you're still a ways off from that as well. And you need still more room for Miero, who is also going into the Radiance build here. It's just stalling this timing from BetBoom.
Oh! Whoopsie daisies. That's all right. Hookshot kind of whiffed, and no one was in the way, but it happens. I say no one was in the way, I'll be frank. 9 class just did not notice anyone was in the way.
Maybe it's a little bit of like, hey, you see how you blocked me last game? This is how it feels. The call is just like, yeah, that's what you get.
Well, they have found themselves no one. The nets are there. No one going to be decrepified. Life drain is out as well. He'll be able to jaunt away just barely. The chase is on though. Kiyotaka having a look around, seeing if he can find the puck, but the Dream Core being committed now. In fact, the Wukong's command being committed. But no one, just going to casually walk out. No problem. 9 class in the meantime, going to walk right into 4 heroes. They'll drop the freezing field on top. 9 class still surviving thanks to the decrep and saving Kiyotaka go down. But I'll tell you what, John, Ducalis and this DM Phoenix, they're causing a lot of problems.
Now they are. It's that early spike. It's this timing with Veil. It's this timing with even just level 2 Decrep plus Veil. You just melt these heroes on the side of Betboom. You're not ready with any sort of saves. You don't have a Glimmer Cape this early on for the supports. No 4 stabs to try to get out of position as well. So it's easy work for Paravision. 8 to 9, a little bit slower in the kill count in comparison to the last game, which was maybe a lot faster. But you do have this steady 3K lead for Paravision very early on. You hit your blink timing up now on no one. And the side of Betboom, again, it still needs time to cook. Hookshot just falls a little bit flat. And then 9 class, it's been a little bit rough for our boy, but you know.
That it has.
Maybe a bit optimistic anyway to try to jump Miero here.
Indeed it has.
Just another bounty.
Bit of a quiet period here. I mean, back to the farm game. Pure still behind the farm of no one, and props to him. Again, the matchup of the Monkey King versus Puck has not really panned out the way that Betboom would have liked it to. In fact, speaking of that Monkey King, Kiyotaka has been spotted. Rocket Flare and plenty of damage to come. And that'll be Kiyotaka to drop. Another great pick-off here, this time towards Chrysalis. And he'll happily take the gold for himself on that Razor. He desperately needs it.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary how much you're finding.
Even Save now being caught out. Coil committed. Save does pop the Pierce the Veil, but he is still in pretty big danger. So eventually, they should be able to just catch him. They've got plenty of vision here. No one, once again, able to find another killers. Mid lane, jump in onto Pure. Already burning away with all this Phoenix damage. Needs to run and will be able to do so. Thankfully for Pure, they just did not have the lockdown.
Yeah, just a little bit split up. Definitely need no one to show up. Try to play off the back of that, but again, this quick Shiva's timing, 16 minutes in. Sure, you only have brown boots, but it's just significant in playing to that tempo you're looking for. Still keeping track of Kiyotaka jumping around. You do at least have the Ags up for Pure, so Mega Meepo is a factor now. Not that you have all your extra Meepos up just yet, although...
Oh, they found Pure this time.
Okay.
He still does get dragged away, though, with the Ags. Mega Meepo always going to come in handy in times like that. Meanwhile, mid lane, looks like they have found Kiyotaka another time. Kiyotaka being hookshot, no one's in as well. Can he find a way? He cannot. That's another big pickoff. Here comes Miero. Cinderbrew out, but there's just no follow-up to it.
It's a rough go for Betboom. 11 to 9, 5K lead up now for the side of Paravision. Your Monkey King has also not had a game based off a very slow laning start. And you are starting to kind of snowball here in Paravision, knocking on the doors of tier 2s, which again, with a Pugna, it doesn't take too much kind of leverage early tower pressure. You're going into the travels from DM, which I like to see. Just try to make moves across the map every single time you find this Meepo. Instantly try to hunt him down. To prevent Pure from trying to scale any further. Might be able to find 9 class at least, but he does have the backup of Crystallis.
He does. 9 class going to jump in. Pure again going to be the main target. Still has the Mega Meepo to play with if he does need, but he never gets it off. That's a big pick-off. Oh, Betboom in pretty big trouble now. Save dropping, and so is Kataomi in the meantime. They'll find them where it's a first. They'll find the CM third. And problems are really starting to stack up here for Betboom. You see that Meepo go down that easily, and that's going to be the big cause of concern, because you don't really have another core that can carry the game for you.
I mean, the Monkey King can scale.
Well, he's not having the game to scale with
that,
is he?
Not yet, no. All chips are on Pure at the moment. This Meepo has to hit that key timing, but again, great job coming out from Betboom to just, from Paravision to kind of space out Pure, isolate these 2 supports. There's just no focal point for Betboom to play off of. Again, ideally, with this kind of draft, it's the Monkey King. It's Kiyotaka that you try to set this game around, but not able to just find that start. We'll be able to jump away from DM at the least, grabbing a Wisdom Rune. Not able to fully... Oh,
close. On the mark, just a little bit late to the party here for 9 class. Smoke out from Betboom in the meantime. They've just hung right behind Miero. Hoping somebody shows up for an easy pickoff, but just going to be Ducalis around, and he'll just casually defend with another blast. Of course, BetBoom can try to commit for this tier 1 mid tower, but they'd much rather a bigger pick-off before they can commit their bodies for that tier 1. And so instead, it looks like it's back to the farm game for them. Just reset and come back another time. A big concern, though, again, no one's just free farming this whole time. Chrysalis is catching up quite fast. You really haven't found the answers yet to this puck at the very least. He's just having the freest game of his life.
No, it feels like that answer had to come in from laning phase, right? You slow down that puck's tempo, you snowball off of that, you apply pressure in the side lanes with the rotations, which, to be fair, Kiyotaka did get some good jumps around into the bot lane, but it hasn't been the biggest that you'd want from this Monkey King so far. 8k lead up against a Meepo who can flash from the jungle quite well. Also, it just feels so oppressive. It's a lot of concerns. It does feel like BetBoom really need this pipe to be up and running on Miero. Even then, I would argue maybe a BKB on at least one core feels necessary. Perhaps it's really just Kiyotaka to kind of hope for that from. And that's also a little bit of a pipe dream. All he has right now is the shard, forced to buy it out for some ability. Good catch in Miero, but...
Certainly is. Miero, though, is still going to be a bit too tanky to hope to take down by his tier 2 tower. Paravision's still looking to play aggressively. I mean, considering the way the game's gone for them, 7k advantage, there's really nothing holding them back right now.
No, I mean, to be fair to Paravision, I don't think they can afford to slow down. They get this quick BKB timing up for no one, instantly smoking off the back of it. They know they have to keep this tempo, take these towers, shut down the map, prevent this greedier lineup from the side of BetBoom to try to scale in. Because if you do stall out, right, and you get this Monkey King into a point of equal net worth with the opposite cores, it can start to get a little bit playable. Mind you, the matchup for Monkey versus Razor may be a little bit annoying, but with the Shard, you can kind of mitigate that just a bit here. If they manage to, say, stall on BetBoom into BKB timing on your Monkey, that's where play, again, starts to open up a little bit more.
Top lane, Kiyotaka, I think, may have been spotted. They're having a look around the tree line, seeing if they can find this Monkey King, but Kiyotaka with that Simian stride able to just head north immediately and does get away just fine. It's certainly all about buying as much time as possible here for Pure to get to a stage where he's going to become a huge problem. BetBoom, they're going to group up again. Another 3-man smoke being committed. Right behind Miero another time. Same position in that mid lane. Problem is, it's basically the same scenario. It's just, oh, in fact, no, it's not. Chrysalis, he's farming the bottom jungle. Pure, he's going to miss the initial net and doesn't get the second either. Earthbind not quite landing, which does cost him the attempt at Chrysalis's life. Mind you, he does have a BKB anyway, if he does need it. He'll show in the mid lane here, Chrysalis. This could be a little bit dangerous. Frostbite is out. BKB pop. They're going to try and go for the fight. Kataomi is going to go down mid-freezing field. Meanwhile, Ducala somehow still alive, but surely does go down. They'll tornado him up. He's still running, but finally is gone. They've gotten rid of the Pugna, but saves also dropped. Is now Pure. They're looking towards the Meepo. He'll go through the Mega Meepo form, but is it really going to be enough? The chase is on. The slows are out. Still alive for now. Miero trying to help out as Pure. He'll have to come out of the dig. No one's still chasing him down. So is Chrysalis. Pure still walking away, but not for long. He is down. So is Miero.
Oh boy.
Paravision, they find another fantastic fight.
And that was a very split-up fight as well. Kiyotaka dies up top from 9 class and no one before they connect onto the mid-fight. So you take away the Monkey King, you take away the Wukong's eventually coming in. Your early damage is just gone. This Meepo isn't really dealing that much damage just yet. And again, Paravision has such a great understanding of where their lineup is strong right now. Like this Razor is just a force to be reckoned with just the BKB Manta. There's no damage coming in from BetBoom at the moment. And it's all off the foundation of no one and, to an extent, DM. Right? Again, this Phoenix just had an outstanding lane. The Shiva's timing enables all of these plays. And it's just free pickings. It almost feels like BetBoom just die one by one. There's just no angle for them in, even with, say, the split. It's a hard game to kind of figure out what you can do to try to stall it out. And Paravision, for their part, should not be slowing down, right? Like, they're taking over the top jungle. They're keeping pressure onto the tier 2s. They've got some good ways of de-warding some aggressive wards, although there is a nice sneaky obs here watching where Crystal is farming. At least it doesn't feel like they can really play off of this vision anyhow. Not until, again, at least a BKB on Kiyotaka. If that would be enough by itself. After that, I'm not sure if you have damage just yet on the side of that.
Looking towards that top tier 2 tower now. And Kiyotaka and Save are both around that top lane. Looks like Save just needs to be a little bit cautious because 9class is having a look around with that jetpack. He can find himself a straggler, but cannot. Still the top tier 2 tower, of course, is going to be chipped away at. Save at the very least does just clear the creep wave and make it a little bit harder for Chrysalis to really continue committing, but it seems like he will, and Save has been caught. No one's going to find him. 9class will lock him down. Save, he does pop the Pierce the Veil, but it's not going to make too much of a difference in the end. So eventually, they will have it. Meanwhile, mid lane, Pure is taking the tier 1 mid tower, so that's something for the side of them.
Yep. A little bit something at the very least to try to open up the map a little bit more. Some aggressive posturing from Crystallis.
They are trying to move in. It seems like they found Kiyotaka. The Monkey King already gone. Now they're rushing for Kataomi, so a nice easy CM kill if they can get it, but the Frostbite, it's going to make it a little bit hard for Chrysalis to continue chasing. Eventually, he will get there. Plasma Field will land once again, and with the help of no one, they do find themselves a nice easy CM.
And it's all resting now on this investment on Pure. That Mega Meepo going for the Disperser. That's the point where the Meepo is a little bit more reliant. Good spot out by 9class though.
Absolutely. Still Pure is able to poof away, but he's just by the bottom lane. He's under vision. Try for the TP. Hook shot is out. 9class gonna lock them down.
Look at that damage.
Pure, can he get a poof away? It doesn't really seem like it. Very, very nice, and certainly the damage out from this Phoenix is getting a little bit intense as now Miero being chased top lane. Just nowhere is safe on the map right now from Paravision. They will lock down the Brewmaster. Kiyotaka's going to pop the Wukong's command and try to move in. He'll try onto the Razor, but Chrysalis will just run right outside of the circle. Meanwhile, Miero, he got the Primal Split off, but it may not make the difference. Kataomi's down. Miero, the Primal Split is starting to wear out. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka has also dropped. The only survivor has been Miero, and he will be able to get away eventually, but it's still heavy losses here for BetBoom.
Yeah, they're hemorrhaging in this game. They're just not finding, again, a clean angle in. They take a loss, they try to recuperate, play elsewhere on the map. Response from Paravision is just quick. Great timing into Roshan now as well, knowing that you really have nothing to play with on the side of BetBoom. And without Aegis, you can actually start to consider high ground if you find pickoffs like that every single time. You still have the egg ready on DM. He's got his BKB up. He's going for the side of Vice for more control on the jump in. And for the side of BetBoom, this axe for Kiyotaka that we've been talking about, still at the very least a recipe away, even lacking a little bit more gold for the Mithril Hammer. Miero does have the aura play running. The pipe is helping out, and the Radiance can be nice as well. It just doesn't feel like we're seeing the way you'd want BetBoom to connect, not like last game at the very least.
Yeah, it's certainly been a much rougher affair here for BetBoom. If they can drag out the game long enough, I mean, there is certainly a world where this draft starts to take over in the ultra late, but I mean, for now, things are pretty rough. 16k net worth lead here for Paravision as they are going to try and smoke up again here, BetBoom. Chrysalis is going to be spotted out. BKB on cooldown for another 5 seconds. This could be a huge opening. Chrysalis Manta is out, but it's not going to be enough. That's a huge pickup. BetBoom looking for more. The Pugna on the high ground. Meanwhile, no one moves in, taking down Save. Here comes 9class, looking for Kataomi. Kataomi trying to move away with the 4-star, but it may not be enough. Wukong's command committed in the meantime by Kiyotaka, but DM's going to move in with the Sunray. It's too much damage, but DM needs to pop the egg. Can he get there? He cannot. Pure will take him out, but no one, he'll have to run. Picks up a regen root. Miero's going to move in now, back onto the puck. No one wants to continue playing. Miero's taking a lot of damage here from this puck. Meanwhile, Ducala's going to move in with the Decrepify, locking him down. Pure is still right around the corner. He'll jump right back into the Pugna, but the Glimmer Cape is going to make life a little bit hard for Pure. Still, he'll continue with the Decrepify now out onto Ducala's, but it won't matter. He is gone. A huge fight now for BetBoom.
And that was very fortunate on that timing for BetBoom. 1 second away for Razor to have BKB when he died. Even then, at that point, he was way too low. Response out from Paravision. not the quickest either, trying to back up their Razor. And that is a shot in the arm for the side of BetBoom. Not enough to equalize the game, but certainly very important to find. You get this extra gold after the Disperser up for Pure. You can start to consider where else he wants to go now with the Meepo trying to scale up. The BKB is slowly becoming a reality here for Kiyotaka. We're finally starting to feel that presence of the Brewmaster up front with a Radiance and Pipe. The aura play is starting to kick in. The issue for Paravision is if this causes them to slow down their game here, Mike, again, there's a little bit of tempo that has to come in for the side of Paravision. Yes, they're scaling with, say, refresh up on Crystallis down the line with that static link. It's still very menacing, of course, but it starts to get a little bit harder to try to depend on the egg to be effective from DM. We saw him get really ballsy, like he popped BKB Sunray run through Wukongs, holding onto that egg for a long time. I don't think he managed to Fire Spirits out the Meepos either. It just caused some issues in trying to play there.
Oh, they can. A very nice hook shot from 9 Class. Kiyotaka getting caught again, and 9 Class very happy with himself with that hook, and it was a very impressive one, Jonathan. Yeah. Right on the mark.
Yeah, it was all building up to that moment for 9 Class, of course.
It certainly was.
Nothing happened in the past 20 minutes. That's the one that matters.
Absolutely. It's all the difference here, John.
That's all you need. Still, BetBoom, they need a lot more, right? Like losing your Monkey King again, stalling out his timing, doesn't feel great. Pure forced to go into a BKB himself in the Meepo, which isn't too bad in the Mega Meepo form. At least it does guarantee that the main Meepo will always be able to get Mega Meepo off. So you do have a saving grace here for that timing on Pure. It's really the Monkey King that's hurting. Bottom net worth core, 10k net worth, almost the same net worth as 9 Class. This has not been a fun game for Kiyotaka whatsoever. And I feel like Paravision really directed this game towards that mid. Like, no one had the confidence to run down that lane in an unfavorable matchup. Again, on paper, and I don't think the matchup changed too much. On paper, that's just a run-down lane for Monkey. Never ended up that way. Whoa.
In, they have found themselves a Karaomi CM. Nice easy pick-off here for 9 Classes. They are looking up for that mid-tier 3 tower now. No one jumping in pretty deep. He could be in huge trouble here. No one will lose his Aegis. That's one life gone. Dead shot. Oh, it was very close, but not quite. It's no one just going to jump in. No problem. Save is gone. No one. He'll pop the Dreamcom. The Grepify will ensure the Meepo cannot follow up as GM's going to jump in now with the Icarus dive. It gets caught by a Cyclone. He's still going to be okay. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka will pop the Wukong's command. Very defensively, just allowing Pure to walk out of there. So not really much is lost at all for Paravision. In fact, oh boy, Karaomi, he just brought back. He'll survive for now, but no one might commit. He will not.
I mean, they are definitely making this game just so awkward inside of BetBoom. Tier 3 still falls anyhow. Crystal is still healthy, still has BKB Satanic up. Not too concerned on that Razor to hold the front line. And again, Ducalis is just hitting the back. Like, there's no one that can jump in, try to burst down these squishy supports on the side of Paravision whatsoever.
Miero? Whoopsie daisies. He's okay for now. Karaomi, though, not so much, dropping very low on the CM. Meanwhile, Pure going to jump in from the side, jumping onto No One, who's in huge danger. No One is gone. So a great start here for BetBoom. Chrysalis now, in the middle of nowhere. Still has his BKB Satanic, though, if he needs. He might turn and he'll try. Miero is going to be the target. Keep in mind, there's no Primal Split available for Miero. And he is set to fall and does go down, and so does Karaomi. They're on to Kiyotaka now. Kiyotaka trying for 9 Class. Meanwhile, Pure also going down. Oh, no. Save is gone. A boot 4 for the price of 2. And suddenly high ground is available for the side of Paravision. As Miero still sticking around by the Raxes, being burned by the Sunray of DM. Will still be able to walk away, but it should be at least one lane of Barracks. Still jump. Save!
No, save.
He just bought back.
Yeah, that's the second dieback in a row.
Whoops.
I mean, again, they've got that. Oh, Miero, what are you doing there?
You know,
yes, split.
He's trying to just take some attention away, I think, here, John. Miero, he'll get to the fountain. He's okay, though Chrysalis is saying not so much as he will Primal Split, but Chrysalis now could be in danger.
Okay, all right. All right, sure. Okay, that's a way to go. A little bit keen.
Bro, you could have just, you could have just taken another Rax.
I mean, hey, look, Pure did it a while ago as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, he did. He did. These teams are nuts. They're crazy.
Yeah, it reminds me of Southeast Asia back in the day. That's a very, if anyone remembers that region, that's a very in your dream kind of play. It wasn't like a Tigers or something.
You're really taking me back now.
That was a long time ago. It's nice to be nostalgic still. Paravision still in a very good spot. Unfortunately, only 1 racks up, but 20k lead. They did bleed a lot of gold back when that kill on Crystallis. That's 1,000 gold out from Yarrow. So, he's cashing in, going straight into that Assault Cuirass next. And again, the ores start to pile up. You do start to get some late game scaling. Unfortunately, Kiyotaka's not around to feed off of that kill. No one was around to try to benefit from it. So maybe not the best circumstances to find such an opportunity, but the game does go on. 37-17, 20k lead. Paravision still in complete control of the game so far. We'll see if Betboom can maybe find some punishment. It does feel still extraordinarily difficult for Betboom to kind of find that isolation play at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. The Torment to be taken now by Paravision. Easy enough. Free shots here for Ducalis. He'll be very happy with that. I mean, Betboom still trying to find a way back into this game now. 20k net worth behind. You look at the win probability, it's not too bad. I mean, it's still giving them a 22% chance of pulling off a bit of a comeback here in this game, game number 2. So, not too bad whatsoever if you are Betboom.
Not too bad. When did you become such an optimist?
Oh.
20%. Oh, yeah, it's not too bad, guys.
Oh.
Still good?
I can't be positive, can I? You just always want me to be the bad guy.
No, it's just I never knew you were someone.
You know what, John?
What?
It is bad. There you go. 22%.
I was wondering, how long can Mike stay? How long can Mike stay so optimistic?
It's day 1, John. Let me build up to it. Let me build up.
There's no building up here, Mike.
Oh, DM. This could be a bit of a build up here, Jonathan, because they've taken down the Phoenix. That's step 1.
That it is. It doesn't cost them too
23%.
much. Yeah, it's worth it. A 1% increase, 24% now, as it's updating still. Have to kind of try to translate that.
Ducalis. Gonna get caught. Oak shot off the mark. Chrysalis does block the hook. But a nice dream core here from no one. Gonna make life very hard for Betboom. They'll try to get away. Pure trying to fight back with the Mega Meepo, but the damage output is just not there.
Draining away.
9 class. He's gonna be just fine at 4-star.
He's just draining
Meanwhile,
away.
Ducalis, he's just sucking away in the corner. They can't do anything about it. Ducalis, he just keeps going.
It doesn't end.
Oh, Kiyotaka. Thank you. What could he do?
That was 3 full channels. 3 full channels of the suck. You gotta love it.
Oh.
I love seeing this. As a Lion and Pugna enjoyer, that's exactly what you want.
Oh, good on you, Ducalis.
Beautiful.
Good on you. Oh, that's 4 down for the side of Betboom. Not great news for them, Jonathan.
No. And that's them taking that fight without the Phoenix with burn damage. Right? A lot of all of this damage coming onto Pure was from Sunray, was from the Dying Light. They didn't even need it there. Just a very fragmented follow-up fight from the side of Betboom. And again, great position out from Paravision. They're going for the end game.
I mean, why the hell not? You force the buybacks if they want to try and force a defense here, and there's only 1 buyback really available. That's Kiyotaka. Still has 25 seconds for the respawn if he wants it. Hawk shots in. Buyback immediately from Kiyotaka now as Pure. Cannot afford to die. They'll jump in onto 9 class. He's still fine though with the decrep. Ducalis making life very hard as now the Dream Call is out, locking practically everyone down. Chrysalis will just jump right in, takes down Save, Pure in trouble. He'll get towards the Fountain at least, but the Ancient is still completely exposed. Jump in onto the MK now. Kiyotaka, that'll be an immediate dieback, and it's Pure versus the World. And I'd say the World has won, Jonathan.
That it has. Paravision rallying and managing to really surprise us here in game 2. Again, this Monkey King pick into the pocket, it didn't feel like you were expecting really anything to come out here for no one, right? Like, the matchup hasn't changed too much. You still expect a Monkey King player to run it down, but no one, again, gets a very even lane coming out for himself.
Yeah.
And just DM, like what Avery said on the panel, it was all on this Phoenix to kind of hit this early timing. Veil timing was good, Shiva's timing was good.
Are you telling me you're giving credit to this panel who doubted the draft?
Yeah, our American all-star superstar
They
panel.
doubted the draft.
All-American Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, they are law
I mean,
Jonathan, but that doesn't mean
they
got it
doubted
right.
it, but they knew the conditions the draft would work in.
Okay.
You know?
You Americans always stick to it.
Thank you. Yes, awesome.
Makes me sick. Anyway, we've got the panel on board. Let's throw over to them, see what they have to say.
It's because we're united in our incorrectness sometimes, because Parivision end up claiming a Game 2 victory. Initially, it seemed like BetBoom team proposed this Monkey King, the very first pick, and said, okay, what are you going to do about it? And Parivision seemingly did not propose that many other things other than the Phoenix initially as their first pick response. But then somehow, Fear, Puck, ends up winning mid against Monkey King.
Mid diff, what can you do?
Oh, I
mean,
see.
it's simple as that.
Saying that
This one.
GPK would, in that matchup.
Honestly,
game changer.
probably. I don't
Okay.
know, I don't know what's going on with Kiyotaka right now, but he's not playing well.
Okay.
I think he had a rough game number 1 to start off, getting first blooded by Ricky at level 2. Probably shouldn't happen. This matchup, it wasn't terrible. He didn't lose badly, but he still lost the lane in a matchup where you should not lose. And the rotation's really on point, and through all these clips, you just see him die even with his Wukong's down because he has absolutely no net worth. And the next thing I want to hate on is the Crystal Maiden. We thoroughly did not enjoy this one, and throughout this game, it has the same issues that it had in every other patch. Like, doesn't really excel at anything outside of potentially the root, which does absolutely nothing this game. Versus Puck, sometimes it might be okay, but this matchup, CM versus Puck, is not good for the CM. You just die immediately in every single fight, and the skill wasn't there.
One of those heroes where you look at all these fights this patch, and these fights last a long time. Like, heroes stay alive for a decent amount. There's a lot of sustain. We just got out of an aura meta, but it generally just points to, you know, how do you tank up? How do you become unkillable? And so when you're picking supports, you have to look at, well, what is the support going to do for me over the long course of the fight? How many spells is it going to get off, and what do those spells impact? For me, again, heroes like what Fear said, Crystal Maiden, her spells are just not as impactful as a lot of the other supports we see. And we saw in this game, this Pugna took some of these fights.
He was a beast.
Yeah, he absolutely took that last fight over, dealt like the second most damage. Maybe you get a fight where you do that with Maiden, but it's highly unlikely. This is a snowball lane hero, and the lanes did not go well for BetBoom at all this game. They basically lost 3 lanes.
Even with Maiden, you really only get one shot at getting your full salvo off, whereas Ducalis on Pugna, multiple instances we'd see him scurry away underneath the Decrepify, and then he comes back, drops another ward down, runs back out, comes back in, life drains an ally. So
he also makes the monkey's life really difficult.
With
like, Fear was talking about Kiyotaka had rough games, and I agree. For me, Kiyotaka is a player where he will shine for you is in the mid and late game. If he gets his farm, he scales on a high mechanical required hero like Invoker, Tinker, he'll carry you in that late game if he gets there. He can dominate the team fights. But he needs team fights where he can actually play into that fight with his hero and do something. In this game, you first pick his hero. He plays into really tough team fight counters in Pugna and Phoenix. Even if he dominates the lane, you're not really playing to his strengths as a player, in my opinion. So it just kind of puts him in an awkward position. What is he supposed to do other than, yeah, maybe he just kills no one mid 3 times and takes the game over. But how many times have we seen Kiyotaka do that as opposed to no one, who I think is a more solid laner between the two?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think the draft as a whole, like, it can work potentially, but it's not easy. I think the CM was not helping too much, and the Brewmaster, they seem to just like keep going back for. I don't really see the reason for this hero in most of these games, but I think if I'm in this game, it's very easy to point out what the problem was.
Sure.
It's just like, if you don't have a mid laner, it's hard to play. And whenever you feed a Puck, this is the last hero you want to feed. Like, this hero is just incredibly powerful when he does get more items. He can start solo killing. You don't have any, like, disable on your team whatsoever.
Yeah, they have no stuns.
Which is what made the Puck last pick good, and that was more reason why this Monkey King had to do well and shut down the Puck. Because if you don't shut him down the laning stage, it's a free Puck game. And he just took that lead and ran away with it.
And we also got to stay in the comfort zone of Crystallis' hero pool, who we actually had a chance to interview with Cap.
That's right. We got Crystallis on his Razor. Are you surprised that when you get it?
No.
No? You're not surprised that teams give it to you?
I mean, after this game, I won't get it anymore. But this game, I'm not surprised. There's always one game in the tournament to start, and then afterwards, it's usually kind of gone, you know?
I gotta ask you about the fountain dive. What was going on there?
You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm just going to say unlucky. I just missed too many hits from the Brewmaster. Hero has 100% evasion. As Nisha would say, what can you do?
Was that some creep wave mentality that took over there?
I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times I would do this and it would work. It's just that this one time it didn't work. That's why it looks bad.
Fair enough. I wanted to ask you about the Razor. So Amar told me that whenever he needs to, catch up on a Razor build, he looks at what you're doing with Razor. A lot of people have heralded you as the best Razor. Why are you good at this hero? What about this hero fits your personality?
I have no idea. You link one guy and then you full YOLO in without a single shit in the world, and it just works. That's my hero, I guess. I have no idea why it works. It just works.
All right, fair enough. How do you feel about the day one?
I mean, 1-1, I feel like 50%. But 50 because I didn't win both. Could have been 0 if I lost both, but no.
All right, so that game one was pretty close. You were putting in a pretty good effort there on carrying. Looking back on that game, what do you think could have pushed you over the edge to actually get the 2-0?
I just got carry diffed, I think, on the first game. Yeah, but I got him back the second game. So
yeah, you carried Diff in the back.
Right? Yeah, I carried Diff back. That's okay.
All right, thanks for the interview. Good luck on your next match.
The carry diff giveth and the carry diff taketh away, because in that game number 2, he did indeed have the advantage. Now, he's only feeling 50% right now because he's only halfway through with his day. Still got to face off against Beast Coast later on. You think he's going to be... So he said he's feeling 50% because he went 1-1. He wins 2-0, then he'll feel 75% because he'll be 3-1.
Yeah.
If he goes 1-1 again, then he's still 50%.
That's exactly how pro players operate.
Of course, in fractions.
Like, your happiness is directly correlated to how many games you win in a day, whether it's pro games or pub games. Honestly, I'd be more sad losing pub games sometimes than losing a pro game. But, if a bad pub day when you have like 9 losses in a row can hit hard. I did like the fact that he did talk about his mentality a little bit, or he didn't know why, but I'm seeing a trend here. He likes playing Razor and Bloodseeker.
Just YOLO in and don't give a shit.
He has some tunnel vision problems.
Yeah, that's why when he said that, I was just like, oh, you would make a good bristleback player with the seeing red facet.
Too much
straight up tunnel vision.
Yeah, what else fits that category? He needs to like sit down and go through the hero pool.
Yeah.
Like, what hero can I BKB, run in, and then take my hands off the keyboard? It's a good. I guess Monkey King's like that too.
Kind of, yeah.
You just throw the Wukong and
just
like,
stand there.
And you stun one.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, happens, man.
I mean, he played a great game though. Like, I think overall, like, I did have a lot of criticism for Bet Boom Team that game.
Indeed, which is why I actually want you to go back to that criticism, because we've got our Acer Predator head to head. Give me more hater energy, Fear. No one versus Kiyotaka.
Well, just look at the KDAs.
Ooh.
Your mid laner has 12 deaths. Didn't win a matchup he should. Fed the game away to a Puck who, as mentioned, if you give a Puck a free game, he is going to go absolutely wild. But all credit to no one as well. He played incredibly well in a matchup that he should have. But unfortunately, Kiyotaka is building a track record of having underwhelming performances. And no one, I did mention it before, he's one of the best laners in Dota right now, so this is definitely a hard matchup for Kiyotaka. But yeah, no one, he played incredibly well here, doubling the net worth of the other mid laner, doubling the kills, actually only having more kills than he did have deaths. So rough matchup here for no one, or not for no one, for Kiyotaka, but we do have that handsome man right there.
He owned this game. I did not. I thought the Phoenix had to be the one to go, the 12-0, 13-1. It ended up being this Puck, 14-1. Just completely took this game over in combination with that DM.
I mean, here, this is kind of like showcasing right there. He ends up dying in the top lane when there's a team fight going on in the mid lane. And if you kind of watch this team fight play out, it's a pretty close team fight. And if Kiyotaka would have been there, this could have changed everything. But, guess who was there? Right there. No one with the Puck.
What? That doesn't count. No one was up there killing him.
Well, he was everywhere. That's the point.
I see.
You give Puck a free game, he can be all over the place killing everyone.
True.
And, like, what was the purpose of Kiyotaka being up there? He was sitting next to a tower by himself.
Yeah.
There was just, like, right now, just, like, he's not on the same page. And if we look back into when this team was winning with GPK, seemed a lot more in sync, right? And there's a lot of pressure behind Kiyotaka too, because he's just slotting back into the team after having a stand in that one.
True.
Maybe that pressure is getting to him as well, but it's the big leagues now. You can't let it get to you. And I think in his next performance, he's going to have a mental reset and really fix what's going on here.
especially because he's going up against Liquid, BetBoom team's next matchup, and I can't imagine that the pressure is going to be lifted anymore. Although all of the teams that we've had so far in Group B have all split. You just saw a split series on our stream, and Liquid split with Gaozu on our B stream, and on the C stream we had Nigma split with Beast Coast. Things are very much up in the air right now. I don't know if I had any strong favorites for this group. I think Liquid and BetBoom would have been my defaults.
I think Beast Coast is going to surprise people.
Really?
That was my dark horse call. I think they're good. Do not sleep on South Americans.
Yeah, so whenever they got the qualification, I just assumed it was because Heroic was in shambles with the whole Parker situation.
No.
You think Beast Coast is actually good?
Neil,
okay.
You have a lot to learn.
I see.
You have a lot to learn about South American Dota and their carry players right now. They're the best in the world.
Best in the world.
Don't
I mean,
sleep on,
they are good, yeah.
Don't sleep on my boy Pike. He is going to show up at this tournament. I think that Beast Coast squad has very good core players. I think we've heard a lot from other pros in the scene talk about Lumpy and his potential on mid. I think Illich has a lot to prove as well, and I think Pike is very good. They have veteranship and moves. I think that team is quite good.
I think he's really good.
He's a solid playmaker. I think he's one of the better playmakers we've seen out of SA outside of like the Schofield, right? He's been there forever. They're my dark horse of this event, and I would not be surprised. I don't think they're going to win their group or anything, but I think they will do pretty well, and I think they're going to split most of their series. Maybe
it's not even a
2-0
bold prediction. South America has always been doing pretty well at like almost every single LAN. It's just very few times. I think it was like that Heroic squad. That was their first LAN win.
Correct.
Ever.
Right? As a region.
So like it's not bold to be like South America is going to do well. I think that's expected at this point. But can they get the W, like win the whole tournament? Then if we start seeing more South American teams start winning tournaments, then that would be very healthy for the region, of course. And I think Heroic put them in the right step in that direction. And we'll just have to see if they can really live up to that potential here. But that's my expectations for South America right now. I want to see them win more tournaments.
And you can chart that progress over on our Storm stream, which is where Beast Coast are going to be facing off against Parivision. But if you're sticking around here on the main stream, then we're going to bring you BetBoom team versus Liquid after a break.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none, stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now, I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always thought the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life, a stage.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb, tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Despite cementing themselves as a top team in Eastern Europe, BetBoom decided that they were tired of getting second place to Team Falcons and made some major roster changes before Dream League Season 24, and got second place to Team Falcons. It sounds grim, but getting second place after a massive roster change is no small feat. We keep talking about a massive roster change, but what changed? Well, Nightfall, GPK, and Toronto Tokyo are out, and Kiyotaka and Kataomi and Pure are in. Finishing up the roster is of course Miro, and the trusty Captain Save. If they can get through their growing pains and improve even more from what we saw at Dream League, this team has potential to go incredibly far here at ESL One Bangkok.
Time for our final series of the night, friends. It's BetBoom team taking on Team Liquid. And as you heard earlier, everyone so far in this group has split their series, and you just saw BetBoom team get their split versus Parivision, but Liquid split against Gaozu. So it seems that no one really has a strong advantage here in Group B. And we're also changing things up right now because we brought John X Fire to the panel. What a rare opportunity this is, John.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, it's nice to work with two of my favorite people. One from the NADPC, one from the CDPC.
Buttering us up, John.
Yeah, and I get to leave the other guy alone wherever he is. I forget his name. I don't even know.
No, we definitely don't associate your
don't
two
speak
names
of them.
intrinsically every single time we think of the two of you. John, welcome to the panel and bringing your knowledge for BetBoom team versus Liquid. We just saw you cast BetBoom team, but I don't know if I got your takes on favorites and dark horses for our entire group. So far, I think it's not a particularly hot take to think that BetBoom team are the favorites coming in.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
agree?
I think everyone's looking at them as the highest performing team, of course, coming in from recent results. Dark horses, I mean, it's just so easy to say Southeast Asia. You know, I
Is
would
it
say
easy these days?
It's easy
I
because
feel like
you,
it's getting
you really
harder.
have no expectations. You know, they're the darkest horse because you literally don't expect them to make it past groups.
True. I mean,
So,
Shopify
yeah.
Lane is doing well.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, that's your Southeast Asian representative.
Yeah, we
Biggest
call them.
no punch.
Yeah, we call them overseas Filipino workers.
Sure.
And you know, those two are in Canada. It's very typical. it's a classic route for immigration. Yeah.
I see. That's what they put on their visa application,
Exactly.
actually.
Yeah, that's it. So, high hopes for them. Hopefully, we'll see.
Though both those teams are sticking around in Group A, though, Boom and Shopify, so they have some regional violence there. Elsewhere, though, in our group, we did indeed have Gaozu as, I suppose, our potential dark horses with the Chinese representatives. And then the other favorite, aside from BetBoom team, would probably be Liquid.
You would think, yeah. I mean, I think it's like we're having a major shift on power of like these teams because like before it was like these gaming ladders, these Liquids, always like coming in first,
Sure.
doing well.
Falcons.
But Falcons, of course. But like we're seeing more recently, these teams are struggling. So this is giving a great opportunity for some of the teams that haven't had the opportunity to be in the spotlight to show themselves, make a name for themselves here. And I think this matchup is kind of a classic. It's not going to be one of those examples. But Liquid, they brought in Saberlight. He's been hit or miss for me with this squad.
Yep.
He had big shoes to fill. He does have to fill for 33. And I feel like they have completely different play styles. And that's why Liquid is struggling a little bit. With 33, you know what you're going to get. He's got his hero pool. He's always going to be like top net worth. He's going to carry you some games where... When I remember Saberlight the most was back when he was on Shopify Rebellion. He typically was that sacrificial offlaner where he would not get a lot of farm. He would just play more of a space maker, buy early blink daggers, and not farm a lot. So like when your offlaner changes that drastically, your strategies are also going to have to change. And I think that's going to give more room for Nisha to really shine as a player, which he already did, of course, on certain heroes. But like now I think he has more room to like be more of that carry from the mid lane if he really wants to be. Same with Mickey, he has more room as well to be a carry. But that hasn't really been Mickey's style for the longest time. He doesn't want to be that hard carry. He wants to kind of make space. So Liquid's dynamic as a team has changed a lot. And I think they're having troubles adapting.
But it's change that hopefully leads into growth because We even remember seeing the 33 roster come to formation, and then whenever they showed up a year ago in Kuala Lumpur, John, then Saberlight was standing in, and Liquid looked great. And then they would go back to the 33 roster like a month later, and it was like, oh, Saberlight was way better than 33. Why'd you guys have to go back to your real roster?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like what you went through with Betboom, right, with GPK.
True.
Kind of no pressure. It's
Yeah.
like what you play here. You don't give a shit. You just play your game, and you know it maybe does better. I think one thing with Saberlight and that topic,
He's a
peak
great
Saberlight. He is a great standing, and I think peak Saberlight for me was like his Lycan off lane, a lot of his micro heroes, and maybe that just kind of shifted away a little bit. Yeah,
I mean, I remember the Arlington Major. He was a stand-in as well. Like some of his
that's true.
best gameplay has been as a stand-in. So there's definitely some magic in being a stand-in here. And I think this particular roster, it's still good. They just need to get to the point where it works. And right now, not all the pieces are in place.
And they have a lot of brain power behind it because this is one of the few teams that doesn't have just one coach and not just one analyst, but they actually have two coaches. And we got to speak to their most recent coach addition just now with KP.
That's right, I've got KP here. KP, since you joined Liquid, what exactly is the job of the third coach on Liquid?
I do mainly gameplay stuff. So I watch a lot of replays, like both our team and other teams, and I just talk them through it. Yeah.
What was like when you first joined the team last year before TI? You guys went on to win a tournament immediately. What improvements do you think that you brought to the team? Can you give me anything specific, gameplay-wise?
You mean like the first tournament?
Yeah.
To be honest, the first tournament, not much. I think I just like really got to know the guys like on a personal level. So for that tournament, I guess I just bonded with them very well. So gameplay-wise, I mean, I guess if I had to say one thing, probably like how to connect our timings and what to do with the timings, and just like show them on the replay like things we could do, like and stuff like that. Yeah.
Have you been enjoying your time as a coach?
Oh, for sure. Like I don't have to play like those shitty pubs. Nah, but seriously, like I don't know. I've been like really happy, and I don't know, just good experience.
How are the guys? How are they treating you?
They're really amazing. Like I don't know, like just a very chill team. Like,
Who's your least favorite?
Least favorite? Yeah, probably Boxy. Yeah.
Boxy.
He's bullying me all the time. Like it's like I have like PTSD. Like he like scares me when I like walk like past like a corner. He would just like fucking pop out like scare me. And, like, I can't do it. That guy's crazy.
And what about working with William and Jebs?
We have a good system. I think they're really nice to me because I'm like the new guy and kind of like showed me the ropes, especially Jabs. I mean, both of them did, but I think we just like divide our work very nicely, so none of us feel like really burnt out, and it's just like a really nice system. Yeah.
All right. Well, it sounds like everything is going well for you guys then. Who's your favorite on the team, though?
Favorite. They're gonna.
Don't say Aiden. I'll just. It's not Boxy. It's not Aiden.
If I say Aiden, he's gonna be like, no. There's no way. I'll probably say Jabs.
That's a good answer. All right. Thank you for joining me for the interview.
Thank you.
I feel like KP may be underselling his significance because when his first event, they won Elite League, Liquid immediately goes from the second place team to a championship team, puts them on track to win TI.
Didn't he say he didn't do anything on that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's underselling his significance. Blitz wasn't even there. The training wheels were off, and Homie gets a championship right away. Meanwhile, like I said, they're going up against a championship team right now, and we got a chance to speak to Save from Betboom team as well.
All right, I'm here with Save. Save, where you just came out of a series, so thanks so much for doing an interview, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
Probably we're gonna have a slow start on this tournament,
Can I ask why, Save? What happened?
I mean, we're just playing on chill,
Fair enough. Jet lag at all, by any chance, Save? We talked to no one earlier. He reckons he was a bit jet lagged. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, like I woke up today like at 5 a.m. So yeah, kind of jet lagging.
All right, fair enough, Save. Can I ask you about the last series? There was a weird situation where the pause happened, and apparently a player was crying across the room. Can you explain to me what happened during that pause?
I mean, I guess Gazu, like Chinese team, they were screaming, so we just pressed the pause to like wait until they stop screaming, because we hear it through the booth.
Thank you very much for that. Can I talk to you about Game 2? I mean, it seemed like Game 2 didn't really go the way you expected from that previous series. Can I ask what happened, Save? What went wrong?
I mean, it's I guess maybe a little bit of draft. It's kind of was hard to play. We also played like kind of bad, you know, like a little bit of everything, you know, just yeah.
Yeah, it happens. You've got Liquid coming up right after as well, so second series straight off the bat. How are you feeling about Liquid? Do you think they're I don't want to say the better team, but the more difficult team than Paravision, or?
No, I mean, they're both a good team, you know, Paravision and Liquid. We'll see. It's gonna be 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel like there's any particular hero picks that's going to be highly contested between you two?
Not sure, honestly. I'm not sure.
You seem very tired, Save. You seem like you need to relax a bit, sir. I suppose we'll leave the interview with that. Save, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck in your next series.
Luckily, you are in a country that is famed for relaxation. I hear high praise for Thai massages, so perhaps he should maybe look into that if he's looking to get refreshed. He did seem a little bit low energy, John.
Yeah, I mean, I did catch Save at breakfast, and I'm a little bit crazy when we go to events. I love breakfast.
Okay.
Even if I don't sleep, I will have breakfast.
Okay.
So I saw him down there. It's like, something's up, you know, he's all alone. No one else from the team was there. And then in comparison, you know, this is a good talking point. I saw Saberlight having breakfast. He was with Blitz. He was with friends.
Whoa, okay.
You know, it was high energy from Saberlight early on. You know, breakfast is important. That could play a part.
Most important meal of the day is what they tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Save may have just gotten gaslighted into thinking he's actually tired by Mike when he may have not have been. Now he's just thinking, am I tired?
You only won one of your games. What's going on with you, man?
Maybe I am tired.
Damn.
That was pretty funny, though. But yeah. Anyway, moving on to this game. That was a great interview. But we have the Phoenix picked out. Pretty popular hero just in general. And I think it's going to continue to be popular, as I'm going to keep harping about how I think scale is very important in this patch. And then we get the Bet Boom TA. This is something that I know for a fact that Pure is amazing on. Correct. And I know GPK was also very good on this hero.
Oh, it's
which
true.
means Kiyotaka is going to have to step up. I know he plays the hero as well. But they have to make this work, but it's not going to be really down to like hero picks at this point. It's got to be play.
Yeah, the flex potential, I think, was something that I haven't really... So I mainly see BetBoom team exercise that with Miero and Pure. I feel like they're off like the Dawnbreaker, for example. Yeah. They'll swap out these types of picks, but I don't really see it as much with Kiyotaka.
Yeah, I don't think it's... I don't know if that's the way you'd want to lean. It does leave it very open. I think there's some ideas with Phoenix, of course, trying to deal with the TA. Can kind of go back and forth. There's some lane. There's some mids that you can kind of pull out for Nisha to kind of deal with it. It's relatively open. I kind of enjoy the bans as well from BetBoom. Just taking care of all of the more annoying options. Taking care of the Monkey King early, the DK, the Terrorblade, which Refraction has been a very annoying spell. And the core with Terrorblade kind of flexing around can also throw things out of order. I don't know, I just feel like overall with just this kind of opening, I feel like the Phoenix is just a lot better. I feel like what it provides is a lot more straightforward, and it's like the scaling that Fear talked about. It's just always relevant no matter what you do with it.
Yeah.
So for the previous game, we saw Phoenix be able to be flexed to a core position. How likely do you think it is for Liquid to look at a Phoenix and say Saberlight or Nisha even? Do you want to?
I mean, it has to have like a big purpose, right? The purpose in that game was Monkey King, right?
Yep.
So if it has that purpose, it's always a possibility. So I think they should leave that open. What's very interesting about the draft, though, right now, that I'm noticing is if you look, there's an Alchemist still in the pool. Typically, that hero is always banned, but I have to go back to like looking at Mickey. He had one Alchemist game played, and it was at Dream League Season 24, and he lost on it, right? And since then, he doesn't really play the hero. Throughout his career, Mickey's always been more leaning towards playing fast, these Razors, like ranged heroes specifically. His Wind Ranger was amazing. This meta is also not favoring Mickey, I think, as well. And I think them going into this one, you also have to find a way to either play these meta heroes, where Mickey, they're not even respect banning an OP hero right now for him. So either he needs to get in the pubs and play, and I think they should probably play it. This is something that they're going to have to get over as a team. As far as drafting goes, you can't be limited in the sense where you just can't pick your best heroes. And I think the best heroes for Mickey right now that he can play that just come to mind, his Morph is good, his Monkey King's great, and I think his DK is good as well. And those are all out of the pool. So he's going to have to, hopefully they did some scrims. And I just feel like he's been that one link right now on the team that just hasn't been the same since TI. I felt like TI was a perfect patch for him, and this one has not been so nice to him.
I think that also justifies why BetBoom team went for the Templar Assassin as opposed to them picking the Alchemist, because TA would probably be Mickey's 4th best hero. Out of DK the Razor and the Monkey King, put TA on the list, BetBoom takes it away.
Yeah, I think in their earlier series they did run something like the Magnus for Mickey a while ago in their last series. There's flex potential, of course, with this Dawnbreaker pickup. I don't think it's something they do too often on Liquid, but we see the potential at the very least. I like this combination. Liquid just pretty tanky already, some good sustain up front, and it can somewhat deal with the TA. It's tanky enough to not care too much as it scales up. You have steady burn for refraction somewhat if you can land your spells. I don't mind it too much.
I mean, it's definitely good in the laning stage, that's for sure. Like a Hoodwink Dawnbreaker lane, if you are playing the safe lane TA, really difficult. You do have that burn damage over time for the refraction. Same with Hoodwink spells, you're gonna like chew through really quickly. Dawnbreaker, she does not like playing versus heroes that have high mobility that can just get away from, or stuns, right? So either you stun her during the Starbreaker or you jump away from it. TA has no ability to do either, so that is often counter pick to TA in the safe lane. Doesn't have really many interactions with TA if it's played in the mid lane, and this is going to probably be a situation where you might consider throwing it to the mid lane, because I know Kiyotaka, he does play it in his professional career. It's one of his better heroes actually, like 28 games, 60% win rate, so not too bad. So that is something that they can potentially do, but it's got to step up to the plate here. And as far as Liquid, I'm very curious as to what they're gonna do for their carry, because I don't think Mickey is gonna play the Dawnbreaker because you have Saberlight on your team, and Saberlight loves his Dawnbreaker. One of the heroes that he plays the most this patch, and he looks the best on.
Team Liquid's turn. Yeah, with the pool getting so small, don't really know how much options Mickey is gonna have left. Also, I know you and I, Fear, were talking about this, that I said that Saves Muerta has been a force to be reckoned with.
Indeed.
And Liquid first phase banned it, but you thought that the main alternative for Save would be a Batrider. Instead, it seems like the BetBoom team is opting for far more defensive-oriented picks with 2 banishes, Snowball and Disruption.
Yeah, I mean, his Shadow Demon's also really good.
Sure.
So, like, Save has a lot of good heroes, but I think when he was just looking at the pool, I mean, either you can go for a Bat, which I don't hate, but Shadow Demon with TA is a classic just because you can stack like crazy.
True.
And that does allow you to accelerate your farm. You do have the Purge, which, you know, helps TA lock down heroes and kill them too, so maybe just thought specifically for this matchup, it'll be better. In my eyes, they're both still S-tier supports, so it doesn't really matter which way or the other they pick them.
Yeah.
I mean, Save is just good on so many different heroes, and we're going to see a Storm Spirit pickup for Nisha here. Realizing that there is not much lockdown here. Like, you do have the Snowball, you have the Punch, you have the Pulverize, but that's not really enough to control the Storm.
No, it feels like a relatively free game for Nisha to kind of connect, and it ties into the Dawnbreaker really nicely. You can be aggressive up front, line up for that Solar Guardian in, again, tying in with the sustain that you can have with the Solar Guardian and Sunray in the back. I like this tempo coming out from Liquid. I'm curious if there's anything that BetBoom can kind of clean up, or at least try to help sustain, or pin down the Storm from mid. And there's, if they are planning to, again, flex this TA around, maybe a puck option still there, but it kind of ties in if they wanted to go that route and again throw off lane Primal Beast, I guess, run the safe lane TA, just kind of cop the lane, perhaps.
No, I think they should ban puck for sure. Like, they have no stuns for it. Great versus the Storm in a matchup, not only in the mid lane throughout the entirety of the game. And I mentioned that the TA safe lane is not great against that, but it's not unplayable either.
Sure.
It's just kind of like if you misstep just a little bit, you're dead. But Pure has been proving over the last year and a half that he doesn't make many mistakes. And I think he knows these matchups incredibly well. So I've seen him carry games on TA that I feel like should not be carryable on TA. So he's very comfortable no matter the situation. But we'll see what they have to do here. I do know as well that a lot of TA players like this Storm matchup too. Like, just keep melding him over and over again, kick him out of the lane. So it's really going to come down to Kiyotaka just having a discussion with Pure, being like, who gets to play this TA? Because I think they both want to play in this game.
The trade-off for Liquid getting this seemingly pretty open Storm Spirit But the carry pool is going to get even smaller for Mickey because now BetBoom team have nothing to do but dedicate bans.
Finally, they banned the Alchemist. Like,
so there's some respect.
I mean, I think that was just like they didn't want to do it, but they didn't like know what else to ban. Because like this hero's like every team is going to first pick this hero, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't pick it by now on Liquid, you probably don't want it.
Yeah.
So you probably didn't even need to ban that there, but they're going to ban just some classic heroes that flash farm are pretty good to pick in a blind pick, because Liquid do have to do the blind, well, not necessarily blind pick. They don't get the overall last pick. You do see that you are versus the Primal Beast and Shadow Demon lane.
There's no world that you see Primal going mid versus a Storm Spirit. It's either going to be TA or something new.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a world, but I think it's just low probability.
Sure.
It's not really a matchup that Primal excels at. And I think just you have such a good offlane Primal player here. Like, why give it to anyone else?
Sure. We'll see if Liquid opt to do their last ban of the puck. I'm with you, John. I think that would probably be an ideal situation against the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it just ties in maybe to one issue you have in BetBoom with controlling that Storm. I'm really curious about how you close out in Liquid and carry. Like, what you want for Mika, along with what Fear is wondering. I don't really see anything good. Maybe just go default. I don't know, Gyrocopter's there. It doesn't feel amazing. Doesn't really feel too great. I don't think Mika's played it as well recently, at the very least. There's that puck ban, so covering their bases on that front at the very least, but
if only Faceless Void was playable.
Oh, if only.
If only. It's such a good game for it. But, oh, he's gonna go back for his tried and true, and like this hero does survive. It's kind of like the same reason they picked Storm. You're low on disables, right? And that puck ban helps us a lot. I think you do want to pick like a Tiny or something here that can not only deal with the Weaver, but deal with the Storm Spirit. And because both those heroes have the same weaknesses, right? So yeah, I mean, the Weaver's okay. I don't dislike it. It's very Mickey style, but I think generally speaking, when Liquid does do well and Mickey is playing these heroes, they have an additional carry source and most of the time, and he's allowed to play this. And these Gleipnir heroes have been nerfed. I wonder if he has a new build, really going for the Desolator or something like that. But the name of the game is gonna have to be speed. I think this Kiyotaka Lina, it's definitely good in lane versus the Storm Spirit. Susceptible later on in the game. You do have heroes like Weaver and Storm with the Dawnbreaker. If you get on top of this Lina, you're just dead. So this is I want to win the lane really hard. I definitely would have liked the Tiny route a bit more, but this is just the kind of player Kiyotaka is. He's very explosive. He wants to play these nukers, these tinkers, these Linas, get in your face, and this is where BetBoom kind of have to reinvent themselves and find a way to make Kiyotaka work. Because I bet you GPK 100% would have taken a Tiny there.
Oh yeah, 100%. I do agree the same way. The Lina does still cover some bases. It can go Gleipnir, even though, again, like you said, it's not maybe the hottest item right now. It does provide some control, but it's now down to basically how well can Kiyotaka work his mid. Again, last time he had a favorable matchup, it didn't quite feel that way in that second game a while ago, so have to see if he can recover.
Jet lag.
A chance for redemption, though if it is jet lag, then that means that he's sleepier than ever now. It's 8:35 p.m. here in Thailand, which is prime time to listen to Cap and Avery. Take it away.
Thank you, that's right. It is BetBoom versus Team Liquid, and we are going late into the night, which means I am all in on BetBoom taking this 2-0 because Liquid always sucks in late game nights. Right, Avery?
I stopped listening after Liquid always sucks. I didn't hear what you finished that off with there. I might be a little biased. You're more biased, so maybe your bias cancels out my bias, and we'll have an unbiased cast.
Okay. Well, this will be the first time that I've been ever accused of anti-Liquid bias, but it is true. They've talked about it a lot. They say, yeah, we always have to play the late night games, and that's why we take all these L's. And then they play morning games later on in the group stage, and they actually do well there. They also seem to be a team that needs time to be able to figure things out. And they certainly need to figure things out right now, as they have not looked the absolute best. Unsurprising since their TI victory, that in a shift of the off lane and a shift of the captain role into Mickey's hands, that, you know, things obviously need some time to get used to the adjustments.
You don't always have time on this. Sometimes you got to figure stuff out, or it just starts to break down. Look at Game and Gladiators. In shambles.
In shambles.
That could happen to Liquid.
I mean, Liquid's here and Game it's not, but
Yeah, but you never know. They're looking at their European brethren right now, and they're shaking in their boots. I will say this draft it inspires me. It gives me hope. Because there's a lot of little synergies in this lineup. You probably didn't even notice, Austin.
Yeah, you're
You
right.
probably didn't even notice the beautiful little synergies in this Liquid lineup.
All right, hit me with everything that I missed here, Avery.
Okay, a long time ago,
I
had this team that I played on a little bit, and I suggested a Weaver Phoenix lane. Because you bug them, and you fire spirit them, and they don't have attack speed to kill the bug. And I got laughed at. I got laughed at by my team.
Who was laughing at you?
You are.
Oh, you
But
are. Why?
Look at the lane now. TI Champions picking it up here. Nice little lane synergy. There you go. And the other synergy, Austin, the Phoenix Dawnbreaker daytime pump. You just pump out the days. Now, I've been theory crafting this.
Yes.
A couple patches back, right, we had this insanely broken Night Stalker ult because it just gave you insane vision.
Yeah.
Do you just spam egg off cooldown during nighttime to get as many full map visions as possible?
That sounds
like just egg in the jungle somewhere,
terrible.
just off cooldown.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
But think about it before you
No,
dismiss it.
I thought about it. I came to the conclusion pretty quickly that that's a terrible idea. Mickey is being stampeded upon by a rogue beast.
So it's all the little synergies in this Liquid lineup.
Yeah, that attack speed works really, really well in this matchup against a hero
He didn't
that
bug him.
doesn't do any right clicking.
Dude, if he had bugged him, there's no way he could have killed that bug. I'm telling you.
Well,
on the flip side, though, this Bet Boom lineup, also pretty interesting in its own right, because to me, they lack a little maybe initiation or ways to start the fight later on, but...
Got another kill. Jeez, Liquid racking it up in their off lane. The Dawnbreaker plus Hoodwink duo. I mean, you didn't talk about that synergy. Now that apparently is the real synergy.
I mean, this actually has anti-synergy because you cut the tree.
Well, not if you're a good Dawnbreaker like Saberlight. He wields that. He throws around that hammer perfectly.
Actually surprised Box didn't go Blight Orb on this lane. Because we still see a lot of Blight Orb with the tree bounce.
Yep.
And then you get the extra physical for the Starbreaker going through. But
he just went extra stats instead.
I mean, Boxy don't play for Saberlight. Let's be real. My man Boxy plays for Box.
Yeah, Saberlight plays for Boxy.
That's true. He'll get kicked, sent back to NA jail.
Yeah, he knows who the real decision maker on Liquid is. It's Boxy. Heard a lot about how he is an incredibly vocal player, and I'm sure that has been very helpful to the new offlaner of Team Liquid.
How much pressure do you think is on Saberlight lineup?
All I know is that we just recently had a conversation about how they're tired of everyone talking about that.
Really? Would you like to talk about it?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about it. I was thinking, I was just like, well, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, it's what everyone's thinking. We're just saying what everyone's thinking.
I mean, people aren't going to stop talking about it until you
win
a tournament, I think.
Well, I mean, they're not going to stop talking about it until you win a TI, frankly.
Oh, you think they have to win a whole other TI?
Yeah, I think the Dota audience is nice play by Kataomi. Picks up the Lotus. They're trying to go for the kill still. What? We missed Bushwhack there from Boxy, but okay, it doesn't matter. And apparently his Lotus went to his backpack, I think, so he couldn't use it.
I mean, ideally you want these on the Dawnbreaker. I think Dawnbreaker in the side lane is like the best Lotus usually.
Oh, yeah.
She has to be in top 5 at least. I don't know who else is up there.
She wants the mana so badly, and she really does not like it when the enemy team has the extra heal.
Yeah. The extra mana is just... I genuinely can't think of another side lane offlaner that uses the mana better relative to how much they lack it when you don't get that Lotus. See the Weaver Phoenix lane picking up some steam?
Yeah, now that they've got both their mobility deals, they should be fine. Saberlight's going to die here. The tag team. A lot of damage. Is Boxy going to be in trouble as well? Yep, caught inside the ice shards. Turns and tries to kill Pure, but will be kited around a bit. Pure try and chase down this squirrel. Boxy at least was able to stay alive long enough to get most of the experience out of lane. Meanwhile, top lane, Miro is trying to fight for his life through the trample. It's just not going to be enough damage, and he is going to join Save in a trip back to the fountain.
His game is a brawl.
Yeah.
What is happening on the side? I'm surprised they got as many waves bottom as they did to be able to dive like that. That's a very awkward situation for Liquid. At least making it up in the safe lane, striking back with that bug fire spirits timing.
Of course, of course.
Everybody talks about.
Everybody's talking about it.
I mean, word on the street is unbeatable lane.
Yep. Avery has ties to the street, of course, so. Icarus dive is up, so no problem here, most likely. Got the bug on him.
I can't do anything. Look.
Well, he can't do anything because he's trampling, but.
Completely had to retreat. Rethink his entire life choice.
I do think that that bottom kill on the Dawnbreaker, I think that just is inevitable. When you kill the enemy heroes so many times, you eventually run out of resources, and they kill you back.
He's in trouble again.
He is in trouble again.
Oh, nice tree cut.
And he is gone.
Is Pure the best carry in the world right now? Yes, he is. I'll answer that for you. That was a rhetorical question, Austin.
I mean, with no Yatoro, he must be.
Okay, is Pure the best active carry in the world right now?
I mean, what's Pure's MMR? That's all I'm saying.
MMR
How long has it been?
Number. Oh, he's dead, I think.
Yeah, I think he got too many stacks. Meanwhile,
again? What?
Boxy's dead in the bottom lane. 4 stacks. Is he good? Oh, he's got raindrops and he's got stick. He's fine. He's fine. And it's a low-level Shadow Poison.
I mean, this game is crazy. 11 kills in 6 minutes, all in the side lanes. We have not really talked about mid at all because, well, haven't had time.
Yeah.
But it is Kiyotaka dominating that mid lane. He's opened up a pretty big lead CS-wise.
Got the bushwhack. Burning through the refraction. Dodged the last hit there of the Starbreaker.
Got another one.
He's got the Phoenix coming in. There is Kiyotaka here. Picked him up inside the snowball. They going to be able to get the damage on Pure here? They are not. He backs away. At the same time, Liquid don't lose anything yet. In fact, they were going to go for the other kill on Kataomi. So the rotation of mid doesn't really help them out. Kiyotaka shows up, but he's not actually able to help them get a kill.
That feels really bad.
Yeah.
He has to TP back to mid, just a wasted move. Wasn't to counteract this storm either. Though Nisha ends up going down there and doesn't really find anything because the play already happened. They were even thinking about bringing Mickey through the gate. He was channeling the gate during that play and canceled it. As a level 4 Weaver, happy to make the rotation. Classic Mickey move.
Classic.
Though he'd rather stay in this safe lane with such a strong lane combination in the bug fire spirit. And now Kiyotaka, he TP back mid, he has no mana. This is an insanely bad death. If he dies.
If he dies. Oh, he dodged the Lacuna Blade.
Is it enough?
And the extra HP is enough as a result. Oh my god, he gets the kill, pops his wand, gets a zip far enough away. He doesn't die in return.
Ooh.
Avery, I'm getting flashbacks. Ooh. I remember we casted, me and Sin casted a game of a Dream League of Kiyotaka,
was that
Lina, and let me just say, it went really poorly. It went really, really badly. Mickey is going to be able to shoot Kuchi away just in time. Meanwhile, dive in the bottom lane, Saberlight calling for help. Boxy to the rescue, and the turnaround, not there. Saberlight has decided he wants to go home.
They've been so aggressive in this TA lane. It's put a lot of pressure on Liquid, which is the part of the map that's going well for BetBoom, because the rest of it, like you said, this Lina, it has not done a lot in this early game outside of win the CS battle mid, but even if you're looking at those net worths, they're completely even, and I didn't think this Laguna dodge was going to end up mattering too much. It mattered a lot here.
Yeah.
He's just absolutely dead if he doesn't dodge it out. And then he holds his wand till the end of this play, and it makes all the difference. Arcane Rune on top of that.
Oh, and Kiyotaka's in trouble again. They need to get to him for the Snowball, and he does manage to pick him up quickly. Snowball's over to the Phoenix, who is likely to die here. Banisha, he's got plenty of mana, at least enough to be able to commit and get the Lina kill. Does he have enough to get out, though?
He's
battling up against 2 supports. He turns around and finds Kataomi, who places the shard in the wrong spot, and then he zips away. Nisha is just getting too much. He's getting way too much out of this situation.
Shouldn't have given this guy a TI ring. Now he's out of control.
Oh, that's true.
4-0 start. Honestly, what's making the difference here? Power runes. Both those mid skirmishes. You have an Arcane Storm, you have a Shield Rune Storm. So much extra mana. He can hold his wand till later stages in the fight. Get the big pop later on. They're going to smoke him up again. That is back-to-back deaths for a mid Lina who's going bots first. This is a greedy Lina build. This is a build you want to get and farm the map and play for the later stages. When you die and delay this item, it compounds the negative impact it's going to have on the map.
Saberlight, they want to go on him here.
You have to do some heavy lifting here.
They've got the hammer pull out. He's definitely has enough mobility to get behind his tower, but apparently Miro...
you going or you not?
They can't decide what they're doing here. And they're showing all these heroes at bottom lane, so Liquid's saying, okay, it's free to dive. Dude, nobody is allowed to stay in this lane.
This mid lane is an absolute disaster right now for Bep. They're just feeding. They're feeding kills, they're feeding control, they're feeding runes.
Galvanized stacks, really, is what they're feeding to the Stormsphere right now. They go for the dive, finally onto Saberlight. Almost hits a Starbreaker towards the end. Did get some damage done. Nisha, half mana, half HP for Miro and Kataomi. He's going to wait for his team before he really makes a commitment out of this one. Bushwhack lands and quickly kills the Primal Beast. Now a longer zip, chasing after the Tusk. Stacks on stacks on stacks for this man right here. He has had 10 stacks already.
This Storm is having a very nice early game when it was Betboom who, in theory, had the counter pick the mid. Now, 2 of those better options got banned out, but man, you are giving him one hell of a start. It'll be Pure making a rotation top. I mean, he has had Saberlights in his
It's a Saberlight. Get up to the high ground. He does not. Oof. Hammer doesn't make it up there. I mean, they can't do anything about the Storm. They don't have the heroes to deal with Storm Spirit right now. So they just gotta try and make up for it somewhere else on the map, get kills elsewhere.
You know, right now there's some guy making a clip that says 33 would have made it up there. No, I'm not saying that.
But there's a guy out there.
But we all know there's somebody out there. There's some dedicated haters in Dota. You gotta appreciate it sometimes.
Yeah, there are. You got a few of them.
What if 33 made it?
No, but really.
Now that I think about it. The weird thing about this game is it feels like there's been certain players who've had a tremendous game and other players have had their game completely ruined.
Yeah.
But the net worth's pretty even across the board. Like, if you looked at this on paper, you'd say it's an even game. I mean, in theory, not, because I think this Lina should have had a much better start.
Sure.
And the Storm should be behind, so it's not even. But it looks better for Betboom than I thought it was going to look, considering how rough this mid has been. We'll see what Nisha can do with this lead, though. That's the real question. Like, you gave this Storm such a good head start here. If he starts taking over the map, aggressive dive.
Yeah, very aggressive. He has his egg. He wants to use it. He tries to set up the Dawnbreaker ultimate for it. It really doesn't land at all. They will try and kill the Tusk, but a disruption save. Still going to try and shoot him. Hit the Bushwhack. Nice shot, and his bounce back actually got away from Miro there as he tried to charge in. Still dies. Hit from Saberlight. Oh, Saberlight didn't get the memo. The rest of Liquid won it out. Saberlight, he went in.
That was a very forced move. We look at how that started. Just diving in, you don't even get the egg off. I feel like you just make a couple more little plays with the Storm there and you're in pretty good shape. And now all of a sudden, Betboom are feeling way better about this game because, man, Kiyotaka got so much out of that fight.
Yeah. I won't lie. If I'm Saberlight, I'm like, brother, why are you trying to force my ult like that?
Yeah, it's awkward. They're going to try and do it again on this Lina. Just don't have the mana on Nisha anymore.
Yeah, Kiyotaka's low in the corner here. Remember, Insania still has not gotten a chance to use his egg. Disruption, that's not going to do much. Oh, Kiyotaka! You came too close to the sun, my friend! Icarus will go down in flames, and Nisha will pick up even more kills. Miro will find himself kited, turns around, quickly grabs the Phoenix, hoping beyond hope that he can do enough damage to get a single kill out of this 4-hero loss for Betboom.
I don't know what this mid lane has been doing to Betboom recently, but it's not doing them any favors in this game. Every time they have gone here to fight, it has been abject disaster.
I'm telling you, man, they can't interact with the Storm Spirit.
But he didn't even have a lot of mana at the start of that play. They just lingered, right? Like, Kiyotaka got hit by this sharpshooter and just stays around the fight trying to make something happen with one more Dragon Slave, and then you're just getting caught off one by one. Mikke is going to join every fight for this team. You have to be prepared for numbers here. And then you just feed away 4 kills and a tower. Right now, Pure's back is groaning.
He's like 22 or something, and he's already saying, I'm too old for this.
Guys, please.
Please. my poor joints.
Pulling a Hector
Can't
right now.
take it.
Please stop feed. Carry game. Stop feed. Stack Ancient. Buy Clarity, please. I mean, the thing is, these networks look okay, but again, it's a bot's Lina who's investing in kind of these items that are going to pay off later. So if Liquid gets some early fighting items and utility
Oh, they're
online,
going to catch Kiyotaka. Smoke behind the tier 2. A long wraparound from Liquid.
Oh boy.
Finds purchase on a Kiyotaka kill.
His woes continue, and these supports from Liquid are starting to get a lot right here. Early Solar Crest from Insania is going to do some serious heavy lifting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Boom, a little bit in trouble right now. They need to stabilize this game, especially around that mid lane. They need to get Pure involved as much as he can without sacrificing farm, because he's their strongest hero. They're going to try and do exactly that. This is a tough go into this mid tower with a very tanky hero in front of it. You get a good ward. They have good vision across the map, just what can you really do with it? Lina's not a mid hero who connects well to those plays unless she's the one who dominated mid and took the enemy mid tier 1. That space is not there. Pure will be the one making the aggressive move, and
nice reaction with the bushwhack. That saves him a lot of grief. He will eventually die here, but he really delayed his death long enough that Liquid can get the punish out of this. They're gonna go for Pure. Any stuns?
Oh, heads up TP.
No stuns. Nice TP out.
That was super heads up. Because if he goes down there, this game is starting to spiral. You cannot afford deaths on this Templar Assassin right now.
No. 19 galvanized stacks on Nisha. I mean, they're up by 3K, but how much net worth do you think 19?
Not enough to oppress him.
Apparently not.
It's like, wake me up when I have 30.
How much mana regen is that exactly? It's 5.7 mana regen.
Got another power rune as well, so this man is living the Storm Spirit life right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely living it. And you just got that Yules on the Lina, which is your big item in this Storm Lina matchup in order to shut him down early. So what does your window look like? Your Kiyotaka? You got to get a Storm kill here in the next 3 to 4 minutes, guaranteed.
And there is one nearby. Oh, they got him.
This is huge if you can convert on
Boxy's coming in. Boxy's going to try and save him. They have the star. They have the Dawnbreaker, of course. The ultimate's going to come in. They disrupt up the Lina, but all it does is set up for Nisha and Saberlight to get the kill immediately afterwards. Katomi dies as well. Yeah, Nisha was like, I'm not worried at all. You can go for me if you want.
Dude, just don't go mid anymore.
Yeah, don't go mid, man.
Don't go to this mid lane, dude. Just leave it empty for like the next 10 minutes. Go anywhere else in this map. I will also give, I mean, we should give props to Liquid. They are absolutely swarming with numbers.
Yeah, seriously.
The connections have looked immaculate.
Didn't get the grab there, but that's okay. Box is on the other side with the bushwhack because Miro, his charge didn't get him over the cliff, put him in a bad spot. Does manage to dodge the ult there, get the grab on the Storm Spirit. And Nisha, he's got a bit of mana to work with. Katomi trying to play the spacing here. Nisha finally forces Zip away. The snowball catches up to him and he does die. A big, big kill as he was godlike, but the team fight afterwards, it might be okay for them. Boxy's trying to run after save, won't be able to get it. The hammer, it doesn't connect either. Saberlight's not gonna get that one. This time around, it's BetBoom who will get 4 kills.
Dude, this game is wild. Like, I do not understand what is determining who wins these fights, but somehow BetBoom are keeping it in arm's reach. And another big fight for Kiyotaka, gets to clean up kills on the backside, just gets to kill the egg 100-0. And man, save. We have talked about how good this guy is for a long time, but he is a player on this BetBoom team where if it's not Pure carrying you, it's Save bringing you back in the game. He dances, jukes, and does so much work in that fight.
Yeah.
Ridiculous how much he stalls up the initial kill on the Primal, gets the poison stacks on the Storm, pops it at the right time. Even salves up at the end and dodges a hammer. Still, a little Roche play by Liquid with the old Fire Spirit Swarm combination.
Of course, everyone's talking about it.
Everybody on the street.
Every single time I tune into a Dota stream, it's all Twitch chat is talking about. What about the Fire Spirit Swarm combination, they say?
I mean, there was a factor in that fight. They didn't have the Weaver.
Dire are scanning.
So you think the Swarm was the important part and
Yeah,
not
I
the
think
fact
they
that
were
he
missing
does 200 damage a hit with the Desolator?
I think he was trying to finish it, which Now you want to get the Weaver involved to get the Deso stacks for sure.
Yeah.
And you lost some of your Galvanize stacks.
You did, but now you have an Aegis, so you can dive in really aggressively because, again, those dives can be aided by the Solar Guardian.
And we are just about to hit the daytime, but before that happens, they find a pick off on Kataomi. Do you really want to go after Nisha? I don't think so.
No way. You want to stall this Aegis period out, you can.
I mean,
unless Liquid dive into you, I think that's the kind of fight you still could take, but you're still looking for this Deso on Pure.
Oh, they're going to find a Haste Rune. Daytime vision goes out. The smoke breaks on the Dawnbreaker. They quickly go for the blow up. Low ground misses, not helping, but they do get the kill eventually here.
Deso delivered as well, so you got the charge. Perfect timing for Pure.
Zip in, grabs Miro. Underneath the tier 1 tower here, Liquid feels safe at chasing after kills. Supernova's going to be used. Self-disruption, Kiyotaka being burned. Last bit of damage out from the Weaver, gets that one, and the Bushwhack collects one more. Kiyotaka dies. They head back for Save, who's an easy kill after the disruption has been used. Save him as the cherry on top, but it's the 2 core kills that will lead Liquid to push a tier 2 tower.
You're lingering around. Does do a lot of damage here.
I mean, if he can take this effectively 2 versus 6, he will prove he's the best carry in the world.
Yeah, that would be a little much, I think. We'll fend them off, though, and he does have that shard for the silence. So that is a spell that these mobility cores on the side of Liquid will have to think about, at least if you overextend in the fight. But a lot of that just comes down to solid egg positioning. You throw the swarm through, everybody has to run, and it's another fight where Kiyotaka, he shows up just to bite the bullet. You need early BKB in this game, it feels like. Even then, you might just get chunked down on this Lina. Just going to go Ags, try and play for the burst. Use the flying to maneuver the outskirts of the fight, I guess. But I don't know, man.
if I remember right, the Lina game, he did not go BKB for a long time. I think that was one of my criticisms about it.
You don't really want to pick mid Lina to go early BKB is the thing. But.
For sure, for sure. It's probably like a third item earliest.
If anything, I think you almost rather end up in a build that has Linken's than BKB.
Yeah.
Like if you're some Ags, Shadowblade Linken's build, that sounds better to me in the later portions of the game than a BKB build, but you are very worried about Storm jumping you and just shutting you down every time.
Double bounty runes. 144 damage for
nice
each member of Bedboom.
Yeah, how much gold was that total?
I don't know, man.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want to do, dude. It's like I'm like
720, right?
I'm on like the 20th hour being awake right now. Right, I'm not doing math on stream.
You couldn't do it anyway.
Listen, I did 144. All right.
I bet Cinderin could.
I bet he could. He'd do it better than you.
Whatever, man.
He does a better Danish accent than you too.
It's not his real voice.
No, he actually has a British accent.
Oh, that's true.
That's his
clip,
real accent.
That
Danish.
clip is wild, by the way.
You can get Cheever to do it too. She was also in the British accent camp at one point.
Sounds like a conspiracy theory or something. Well, Pure's eyeing me. So he knows what he wants here. He wants to go in the fight, hit people, and be able to stay there, hit people. Still having a very solid game, 6-1-6, highest net worth. I think the biggest setback is you didn't get that Roshan for the TA. Now you have to just stall out this Aegis period, which you're killing some of your snowball momentum.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like TA is okay with missing the first Rosh. It's the second Rosh.
I would agree.
You know, that's where you hit your 3-item timing. You're like, I am the strongest hero in the game. If I just have an Aegis, I just run this shit.
Pure okay missing the first Rosh.
Well, he better be okay with it because there's no going
like
back.
This man is never content. Strikes me as one of those guys.
I was looking through his Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It's so funny. He is the player, Nisha. Quick little pick off here on Kataomi. Pure is the player. You know how he is prone to buying Divine Rapiers to close out games? In professional matches, he does this.
Yeah.
I think he is the #1 player to do that sort of thing. In pubs, he always buys a deso when the game is over. Like, just to try and quick blow up, bye-bye Nisha, and now the backline has been grabbed by Miro. The Dawnbreaker of Saberlight has jumped into a bad position.
Nice
the Shukuchi, it got caught. He got disrupted right after the Shukuchi. What a win for Bet Boom.
Super nice grabs, and that's all just a casual blink bait out by Pure, just messing with them. Ends up baiting Nisha in, he gets caught by LSA, and then that fight's already over. It's a matter of who can get out, and almost none of them can.
Oh, it's a team wipe!
Saberlight, just when you thought Kiyotaka wasn't going to have a game.
He hit a sick LSA.
Sometimes that's all
on
it
a
takes.
Storm Shirt with a BKB.
I mean, that's all it takes, right?
Yeah, 1 LSA. He had BKB, he had regen.
But he didn't have the vision.
He didn't have the vision, he didn't have the foresight. Didn't see what was coming his way. Now Pure is at 10 Desolator stacks. Oh my god, how did Nisha not get that grab?
Do not know.
He must have just barely been outside of the range there. Close call for Kiyotaka. Almost gave one right back.
You know why he didn't have the vision, Austin? Because he went Whisper of the Dread.
All right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, he didn't see it coming.
He'll lose some daytime vision. And he has a daytime lineup. Counter synergy.
That's true. No. That's the right synergy because the Dawnbreaker ultimate goes off and he gets clear vision of the entire map, so his lack of daytime vision doesn't matter.
That is true. Does he get 15% less? 100%?
like just the edges of the map he can't see.
Yeah, they're all fogged. Well, Bet Boom strike back with another incredible team fight and now find themselves up 4K. And guess what, Pure? He's finished that BKB.
You are under vision, sir. Dawnbreaker ults coming in. Support for support, though. The disruption. Kataomi, his death is a bit delayed, and as a result, Miro gets a good hood. Almost finish off Mickey. Instead, Saberlight's going to be target of the Desolator. Looks like Pure should be able to finish that one off, no problem. Now it's silence on Anisha. Oh, Zip after. Miro doesn't get him. TP's out instead. Gets away.
That was incredibly close on that LSA jump. Surprised Nisha gets out of there alive. Liquid licking their wounds right now and struggling to find openings in these fights. Does not feel like they can stand their ground. Just too much HP on this Primal to get through, and the disruptions from Save have been absolutely on point here, both offensive and defensive.
I mean, when was the last time we saw a Supernova? I feel like these last few fights, no Supernovas, which...
It's a struggle. That's what I'm saying. You got to just cast them off cooldown in the jungle. That way you see where everybody is, and you don't get jumped, man.
By the way, for anybody who doesn't know what the hell Avery is talking about, he is talking some bullshit right now, and it's a really stupid idea, but Supernova turns it to daytime.
Dude, if you're not going to get him off in the fight...
Anytime it turns to daytime, Dawnbreaker's ultimate will go off. So that includes Supernova, that includes Darkness when it goes to nighttime and it comes back to daytime. That counts as it turning daytime. You get clear vision of the entire map. So he's just saying use Supernova so you proc the Dawnbreaker ult.
I mean, okay, riddle me this, Austin. What is what is more valuable? A spell that you don't get off in the fight because you can't see shit, or being able to see everything with map hack 4 times during the nighttime interval?
I'm going to say the ability that can single-handedly win you a team fight. There is another
But
Laguna
you don't
Blade.
get it off.
He's gotten it off.
You can't see anything.
I would take the ability he doesn't get off 50% of the time.
I mean, he would have seen him come. He would have seen where they were and not died right there. I genuinely believe in this strat. I have been thinking about it for a long time, and I genuinely believe in it. I think the value. No, I think the value in our pro game is so high. Whatever. We'll come back to it later. We'll have another discussion.
Okay.
Oh, Shadowblade is online.
I'm
by
not
the way,
saying
so
it isn't
this-
high, Nisha. Whoa! He saw him coming. There was a sentry on the left side there. It was just on the edge. Oh, I mean, I just feel bad for Kiyotaka.
Yeah, that's just unlucky. That's not even a... That's not a misplay. That's just bad luck. Or, you know, I mean, Liquid are playing around their vision, so...
Yeah, I mean, if he pops Supernova right now in the, in the base,
they would
see that they're doing Roshan right now.
That's true, dude.
Or they're trying to, anyway. It hasn't spawned yet.
You're
But they know
starting to
Roshan
believe.
spawns right now, and they're going to burst it down.
Why did he disrupt himself? Wait, this is...
Menace stacks?
Yeah, but even that still can't be more damage than...
I mean, he did have 33 Menace stacks.
Is that more damage than TA illusions? That's actually interesting. Nope, daytime hits, they see everybody. Now you can save that egg.
They see that Miro's entirely alone, so he has to BKB TP out.
Man, he's been an issue in terms of them punching through the raw HP here.
Yeah.
I think Liquid's burst is honestly not even that bad. It's mixed, so you can argue the BKB does a decent amount to prevent some of the magic burst, but still, I thought they'd have a better time here. It's all just been the pure show, man. 11-1-9.
Now with the Daedalus, and...
Ooh, he hits real hard. You give him this level 25 talent as well, you're going to be in some big trouble. He's going to ambush the Tormentor here.
Yeah, he's got the Tormentor timing down. I hope.
Does he? He's been sitting here for a while.
Well,
I actually don't think he has it down, because meanwhile... Yeah, he really has it down, Austin. He's really just had that Tormentor timing down to the second here. What is going on, actually? Like does he's committed now, right?
This is the best carry player in the world right here.
He's actually committed. He can't unmeld, because it just looks completely stupid if you unmeld now.
My pride can't take it.
What's happening? He can't even ask his team. There's no way, right?
Oh my god! He died!
Oh my god.
Wait, did he get the melt hit?
No, I don't think he did.
He didn't get the melt hit! Oh my god.
Dude, that was...
I mean, Parker could never.
That was something. Well, Parker probably could, to be honest, but that was something. No, well, let's give him benefit of the doubt, right? If he's the best active carry player in the world, maybe there was a reason behind that.
Oh, you let me know when you come up with one.
Yeah, that's not a man fight you're winning, Nikkei. I did not come up with one, by the way.
All right. Shivas, well, that's just going to make things even harder when it comes to outputting damage.
These scaling items are starting to roll in for Vetboom, and you can't help but think this is a lineup for Liquid that wanted to get a bit more done in that mid game and secure 2 Aegises instead of only the first one.
I don't think their lineup is bad going later.
No, I don't think so either.
Like, I think they could actually win late game, but I agree that they wanted to be.
Yeah, I think
that's plan B. Plan A was taken over with the Weaver early.
I think if this does go ultra late, it kind of improves for them if the Storm gets 6 slotted.
Yeah.
But I think these next 10 minutes are going to be the real testing point here, because I do think Pure is king of the map right now, and you're not really just man-fighting him in the team fight. And you don't have good options for it. I mean, maybe you get some weird Dawnbreaker ags, but Saberlight's just going fighting.
Oh, Nisha! He spotted him! Long
okay.
zip out. They lose the Hoodwink instead. Losing Nisha, that would have been very bad for Liquid.
Especially since he's their gem carrier, and you need gem in this game for the traps and the Kiyotaka Shadowblade. Looking for Mikkei. He might not be so lucky.
Oh, he's going to Shukuchi into them, spots them. Oh, panic.
Blind LSA?
I'm sorry. I didn't notice he had a blink dagger. Whenever we looked at Weaver, I thought we were looking at the TA's inventory because, yeah, TA with a blink dagger totally makes sense. Weaver blink dagger. That timing's not right.
Yeah,
Saberlight.
That's pretty hard to get off.
You have to do that like instantly.
He is going Basher, so if he had his Basher, bash him, but... Oh, Nisha got baited for the rune. Doesn't matter, he's alive.
Oh, from behind, Kiyotaka, quick kill onto Insania, another supernova that does not go off. Snowball doesn't actually go up to the high ground here. And Mikke is finding that he really can't chase after these heroes. They're just gonna have to leave Saberlight behind. Pure, beyond godlike.
And he is, indeed. Untouchable. Second that TA goes into the fight, you have to back the hell out, and a nice snipe by Kiyotaka. Another egg that never went off, Austin.
That's true. Well, he couldn't have used it for vision because it's daytime.
That's true.
Banner gonna go down. And Bet Boom with level 25 right around the corner for Pure. Oh, Fox is gonna drag Katomi into an awkward position, hit him with the rod. Oh, the longer shards means Boxy can't get out so easily, gets blown up by the Laguna Blade before his team can get here. Now Insania, bad position, gets off the egg, but no attack speed slow whatsoever. Kiyotaka will manage to finish it up. Still though, they have to disrupt him when he comes back in. Ooh, Yules, delaying. Can he get out? He cannot. Nisha's committed most of his mana though, and Pure is tearing it up right now. Managed to get a bushwhack onto him. Caught him in the Rod of Atos as well. Nisha, he needs to get out of here though. Not working with much mana. They have kind of run out of damage. Mikke has to use his ultimate, dodge that last little bit. They gotta just get out of here. I'm not sure why they're sticking around, frankly. This can't go well. Pure is way too strong for you guys.
Triple kill to add to his KDA right now. 16, 1, and 10. The man don't care about Gem. He's got bigger fish to fry, and he just gets to stand there the whole fight. I don't think he moved for like 15 seconds. He's just A-clicking.
A-clicked his way to victory.
A-clicked his way. 8,000 damage.
The banner's still up.
Held bashing everybody. The man stands and delivers. Can't argue against it. That was buybacks committed for Liquid. They did not get their big key target out of it, and now Pure, he's going to get one more buyback out of them as well, and he's even going to stay around.
I mean, Pure loves trying to end games when
true.
You've got the advantage. I'm not surprised at all that he's doing this right here, trying to get that final buyback out of him, and it goes. Nisha uses his buyback, commits for the kill, disruption goes out. Is the Templar Assassin going to be able to blink away? Is he going to be able to turn around and kill Nisha? He almost does so. Only needs a little bit more, but Nisha does manage to get far enough away. Instead, it's going to be the Phoenix, perhaps, as Mikke's damage. It's just pitiful against a Templar Assassin. The refraction is just too good at blocking any of the hits from the Weaver.
STA is out of control. He has double save behind him with Disruption Snowball too. It's so hard to commit in.
Spotted Kiyotaka. Immediately BKB, Laguna Blade, and running for it. Saberlight. Final hit. Will manage to get that.
That's a big pickoff. Needed something for all these buybacks committed. You're just falling so far behind in the economy. Even a Halberd picked up for Insania, trying to deal with the ranged DPS coming out. There is a lot you're going to have to contend with now to try and pull this game back. You absolutely need next Roche here if you're Liquid. That is going to be a tough one. They're trying to build answers to this Templar Assassin. It's just, I don't know if it's enough, man.
What are answers to TA?
Generally disable, right? You need to be able to chain disable when you jump him. Be able to take him down before he gets multiple refractions off, can stand there and hit you back. So Halbert's nice, Basher's nice. Hex would be really nice on somebody instead.
Miro jumps in, gets the grab.
Okay, well, so much for that.
There's the Storm Spirit, and there's the Hoodwink. With the die back on Nisha, I don't think Liquid can really stop what's coming anymore. Mikke's certainly going to try. Blinks on Miro. And the damage is so sad. So very sad.
They just never got there. Some of those chaotic fights where the Storm lost a little bit of momentum was enough to just put this game into Pure's pocket. He just absolutely took over. Not a lot to go on him, chain disable him, break refraction, and he has 2 saves and another frontliner in the Primal, plus Kiyotaka, who's always a frontliner, so your chances to jump this TA first are slim, and there's the Divine, Austin, right on cue.
Yep, there it is to end the game. GG is called by Liquid. That had to have been a frustrating loss for Liquid.
Yeah.
And a fantastic performance by Pure to put Bet Boom in that position in the first place.
It feels like in games such as this, it almost doesn't matter what happens. If Pure just gets to play his game and he's confident in his pick and what he's going to do in that mid-late game, he just wins the game. That's why so many people look to this guy as the best carry in the world right now. You give him that kind of start, he can run away with it regardless of the circumstances, right? And I think that's what great carry players do. Yeah, maybe mid is crumbling. Maybe Liquid are getting a lot of momentum there. This Storm is 6-0, 7-0. He has 20 galvanized stacks. So what? The TA won his lane almost equally as hard as what happened mid. And the second you get that second Roshan, I think Pure's just able to take over the map. Now, maybe it puts some strain on him. Maybe he's like, guys, I don't need these games to be this difficult. But nonetheless, you get the dub, and it was fairly convincing.
Very convincing indeed, right, Tsunami?
Hot dog right there.
Yeah, gotta get that hot dog.
That man was chugging them glizzies like he was getting them kills on that Templar Assassin. Thank you guys very much for taking us through that game number 1 where BetBoom team conquer Liquid despite some very flashy plays from Nisha. Was this one of them? I think it was probably one of the 20 that he did. Oh, it's not the one though.
Oh, they already showed it.
Yeah,
yeah, you're a little late to the party.
Late to the party? Yeah, it's okay.
It was a good move. He did it twice, actually, this game.
Yeah.
He dodged the Laguna. This game, towards the middle of it, I was like, this is literally Nisha versus Pure.
Yeah.
Like, which one can pop off the most? And it turned out it ended up being Pure. He popped off the hardest. Nisha going back to sleep. I think it was great replays right there. He was doing that while dodging Laguna Blades, too.
Yeah, exactly. He'd already queued it up. It was like, let's just see what happens next. Yeah, it was Templar Assassin versus Storm Spirit. Which one could get the higher numbers? And I guess just the Storm carry potential is not as high as a Templar Assassin. No matter how little catch there is, at a certain point, you're not going to do as much as a Desolator side blade spill plus a Rapier at the very, very end.
And I think it's also a factor of all of these saves out for BetBoom, right? Like, you had 2 disruptions on hand, you had the Snowball, you had Disruption, and as the game progresses, you know, BKB shrink down in duration, you get a lot more openings, you get a lot more utility coming out for BetBoom, and there were also damage issues. I think overall, like, individually, BetBoom, their cores performed a lot better. Mika's impact wasn't really felt in the Weaver in comparison to, say, the recovery coming out there for Yutaka, and of course how much Pure was getting in this game. It just didn't scale the same way for Liquid. And again, when you're dealing with all of this backline, Nisha had to play like the maniac he did in this game just for them to even have a shot as the game scaled on.
Yeah, if you look at hero damage done for Liquid, Mike actually did the least amount of damage of anyone on his team. Yeah, so the supports are out damaging him, and this is like, I mean, maybe Blink Dagger on Weaver is not the best choice here. Doesn't really help you with your damage too much. And he did try to play a hero that is not really meta right now. He is not going to go for Gleipnir. The item's just not good enough right now. Mickey's still really struggling to find his footing right now in this patch and what's good. And I want to go back to Saberlight as well too. Also struggling in this game, and I feel like he didn't have a lot of partners to play with. We saw in that one last clip there where Saberlight tried to go in with his ultimate and save Nisha, but Nisha is just a Storm. He's very squishy. He died before any of the healing came online. You're playing versus TA, you're playing versus Alina. That heal just didn't exist, and they don't have that frontline hero that can just really tank the spells and use Saberlight. So from a drafting perspective, they had to be really far ahead, and one death on Nisha just kind of spirals the game out of control. But as per usual, Pure played out of his mind this game. He's been showcasing game after game that he is the best carry in the world right now. So we'll see if he continues to do that there. And Kiyotaka, still, you know, he ended up 11 and 10 deaths still. He's coming back. He's still finding his way.
That's a positive KDA. We take those.
But yeah.
Yeah, he had such a rough early game, right? Like, again, like 2 Laguna dodges. At that point, maybe you get a little bit mentally annoyed with the game.
Sure.
But, you know, he still does the damage. He gets the work done.
Yeah, then do you agree with the sentiment? Because I agree with you, John, that so you said the majority of the game was Pure versus Nisha, but then the secondary cores, do you think that Kiyotaka or Mike had a greater impact as we progress towards the mid and the late game?
I mean, definitely Kiyotaka. He was providing utility. We saw multiple times that he got that early Yules and was able to set up kills with that on the Storm, and the Weaver definitely helps out. It just feels like Weaver as a hero right now is very difficult to make work. Like, I don't really blame Mickey for this. It's one of his comfort heroes. It's a classic. It unfortunately just isn't strong right now. And against heroes like TA that can silence you, Lenas that also have stuns, it's very difficult to play the game. And Mickey felt like he had to buy Blink Dagger on Weaver to get into the fights. It's desperate times, desperate measures. Didn't really work out.
Unfortunate result for them, but that is the consequence of having to play within your comfort zone. And I guess the last role that we didn't get to fully delve into amongst the cores, John, DM versus Saberlight, the offlaners. It definitely seemed like Saberlight had moments where we were like, oh.
Miro is on.
Sorry, yeah, Miro. Yep. Sorry, thank you. It definitely seemed like moments where I would see Saberlight go in, and we did attribute it to the fact that he didn't really have anyone to play with. But also, after his team would leave, he was already deeply committed, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was also maybe he didn't remember how mobile his Storm and Weaver were in comparison. So when he commits, he's all in. The rest of his team could bail out. Whereas in comparison, again, it's very low committal with DM, with Miro.
I also
got him. You got me.
I'm sorry, I've
me,
accepted you.
I mean, it's very low committal for Miro, especially once he has BKB. And he just comes in. He's not relying on having to land that spell in a certain spot. You know, he's not having to make his team stall out for that impact. He's just in. He pounds him. It's coming off cooldown again. He just goes again. And it's just easier to play.
The one thing that a Dawnbreaker will always provide, though, is that every 5 minutes, vision, such as vision provided maybe also by wards, as we take a look at our Kadia ward of the game for this game number 1. Fear, what you got?
We've got ourselves a nice little Sentry Ward here. You are playing Weaver, you've got to buy your Sentry Wards, and this is why Save is one of the best supports in the game. Kind of catches you with your pants down here on Mickey. He tries to go in, tries to get aggressive. This should be a free lane, but goes in for that CS. Ward is available, and this leads to the first blood, setting up the game nicely for Bedboom.
You going for 2 Sentry Wards back to back? I saw you bully an Invoker that got caught by a Sentry Ward earlier.
Yeah.
Now this Weaver's getting caught by a Sentry Ward.
Sentry Wards win games. What can I say?
That's
especially versus invisible heroes. It's not my fault there's a Riki, a Weaver, and an Invoker in all the games. Like, it is what it is.
It's more specific. I've always been told that wards win games, but Sentry Wards, especially winning games, will it win a game number 2 for Bedboom team? We'll have to find out later on.
isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Team Liquid has had an amazing year, getting second at Riyadh Masters 2024 and winning TI 2024, among other achievements. Despite that, they amicably decided to make some changes to the roster, and Saberlight stepped in to replace 3-3 as the offlaner. Suck it! The rest of the team is the same roster as the one we've come to know and love: Mickey, Nisha, Boxy, and Insania. As teams tend to after roster changes, they've had a bit of a shaky start. 8th place at BetBoom Dacha Belgrade and 6th place at Dream League Season 24 are not results they would have hoped for. Then again, 6th place at a Dream League event is better than average for Team Liquid. They did rebound and look stronger in the qualifiers for this event, however, taking down OG, Gaming Gladiators, and Avulis without losing a single game. They sadly didn't get to play against 3-3's Tundra though, but it's clear the new Liquid roster are still very strong.
Fight this series, but Liquid just too good.
Will the new Liquid keep up their incredible LAN performance and perform up to expectations here at ESL One Bangkok?
That's right, technically there have been other LANs since TI, but perhaps it's the crowd that gave Liquid that power to claim the Aegis in Copenhagen. And this will be the first crowd event since then as we look towards... I don't actually remember the name of the venue. It starts with a P. It was like
Paragon?
Paragon, that's what it was.
There you go.
Paragon. It's in a mall, right?
Yeah.
Dude, it's in a mall. This is that's what every single Southeast Asian LAN used to be, supposedly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like Suntech was in a mall.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah, in that way.
So, why is it a technically then? Is it?
I mean, it's like a convention center.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
We're not like in the mall lobby. Although that's pretty lit.
It would be pretty hype.
Would be
pretty hype. Then usually whenever you win TI, by default, you are the best carry in the world. But unfortunately, it seems like that position has been usurped very quickly, Fear, from Mickey, and it is instead in Pure's hands these days.
Yeah, I mean, Pure did have a good showing at TI2, but Mickey, he was on a whole nother level.
Yep.
Like, the heroes he were playing fit his playstyle perfectly, and you'll look at his International 2024 heroes, pretty much 100% win rate on all of them. One thing you'll notice in common, they're all very fast-paced heroes. They're basically all ranged, except for the Monkey King.
Yep.
Going into Dream League, we started to see Liquid struggle a little bit, but they did have some success. On the back of the Shadow Fiend, they had a 71% win rate with 7 games on it. They were doing great on this hero, but unfortunately, they did not do so great at Dream League Season 24 here, and when they didn't get the Shadow Fiend, the heroes like the Alchemist, the Dragonite, they were struggling to get any wins whatsoever on it. And this was not necessarily the current patch yet either. And if we fast forward to what is now the current patch and who is the best carry player of this patch, it's got to be Pure, right? And so we'll take a look at his hero pool as well and what he's been able to put together. And if we kind of just look at the heroes right now that are really meta, there's one we don't see on there, and that's the Dragonite. It's because nobody in their right mind will give Pure his Dragonite. He pretty much invented this hero, and he plays the Alchemist, he plays the Morphling. He's carrying super hard on these heroes. He'll even bust out the Meepo when you're not looking. He also plays the Monkey King and the TA. So all the heroes that are incredibly meta right now, Pure is excelling on them, and he's doing it really well. While Mickey, on the other hand, his heroes that he won TI with, the ones that he shines on, these are heroes that are not strong right now in the meta, and he's struggling to adapt and find heroes that work for him right now in the meta.
Okay, but at least half of the heroes that I see on this grid are Mickey heroes, though. The Morph, the TA, and the Monkey, that has overlap. But you're saying being able to have the surplus with the Alchemist, the Meepo, and the Drow Ranger is what's giving Pure a bit of an edge.
I think not being able to play the Alchemist is a big one, right? I think the DK is something that Mickey does not play a lot of either, which are like the best heroes. And the Morphling is something Mickey does play, he can play, but he doesn't play a lot recently, right? So like his heroes that he wants to early phase pick, because right now, don't get me wrong, this is an early pick like patch for carries. You want to play the DK, you want to play the Alch. This is kind of how the structure goes. Mickey currently doesn't have anything that can early pick. He's tried picking the TA early. They've lost with it, right? I remember he was buying Gleipnir on TAs, right? He didn't play a traditional type of TA, so whatever the case is right now, he's having a hard time finding his footing and hero pool for this patch.
So then how long was his glory period then, Jean? Because I feel like almost as soon as we saw the roster swap and Pure go to BetBoom team, immediately everyone was like, damn, Pure, this guy's out of control, best carry.
Yeah, it almost feels like for me, you know, after watching a lot of Pure across every team he played in, it was just a matter of like finding a team that worked for him.
That's true.
It's almost like that period where Parker looked amazing, right? Like it's just looking for that team where your style just fits in with what the team wants to do, so you get to play at your best, and you get to highlight what you do. I think that's just the same situation for Pure. He finally found that formula that works for him, and we've always seen glimpses of that greatness from Pure, I think, you know, throughout the past 3 years, I want to say. It's just a lot more consistent now.
Yeah, it mainly started, like, so there was his VP, and then he was unceremoniously removed from that VP, and then Entity picked him up. And then Entity, I think, is when everyone was just like, damn, this guy really knows how to play. And then they turned him into an offlaner fear momentarily.
Wow, what can you do? But I think going into this game, like the power of like Pure's hero pool, especially against Liquid, is really going to show because they have to ban their own TA, right? Because you're just so good on it on BetBoom team, you can't give it away. You have to ban his DK. That's just got to go. We talked about saves Morta being so good that that needs to be removed as well.
So then,
and then there's an Alchemist in the pool, and they don't really care. They're going to leave it.
Yeah.
They just like, oh, we'll just grab it later. Let's just get Invoker instead right now.
So you think that Liquid are going to have to feel threatened that, damn, we need to ban second phase Alchemist because otherwise, like, we're not going to pick it?
It's such a huge weakness to, like, not be able to play such a meta hero, and the other team is just going to dangle it in front of you and be like, haha, we know you don't play it. You're going to have to use a ban when you should be picking this hero.
Can you first phase Morphling? Or is that also...
I mean, I think that's why they picked Invoker, like, first pick, right? So, like, it's Morphling, out of the DK Alchemist, Morph is the hardest to pick early.
Sure.
But you typically want to pick that hero on the second phase.
Instead, they opt for the Shadow Demon.
And when I think of Mickey as well, it's like, yeah, sure, lifetime he's played the most Morphling of any other hero, but that was not in the recent last year, right? He hasn't played a ton of Morphling since then. He can play the hero, but it's not like his bread and butter. It's not been a hero that like won him TI. He played it maybe a couple of times at TI. He was mainly playing the Wind Rangers, the Nature Prophets, these type of very gate-using fast heroes across the map. And Morph is not fast. That hero is very slow.
Yeah.
At least Liquid opening up with that Shadow Demon gives them, they get to play with a banishment save now. They get to maybe try to build up stacks if one direction they kind of want to go, try to slow the game down somehow. I mean, overall, Shadow Demon's a very safe pick. It doesn't really do much against the Invoker, though, I think overall. That's one thing. It doesn't really stop the Invoker. At least, again, you save one, but actually fully punishing the Invoker, not quite.
Yeah, why open with the Invoker at all in the first place? Like, I understand leaving Alchemist on the table. Why not? And then I guess they couldn't go for Muerta because Liquid banned it out. But why Invoker?
I mean, sometimes when you're a first pick, you oftentimes will just pick one of the strongest laning mids because you're going to get counterpicked anyway. So it's definitely a viable strategy if one of the heroes that can be put mid no matter what, and that's Invoker this patch, right? Like, you can literally put a mid in any matchup and he'll be fine. So you do that, just have first pick, force them to show their mid a little bit earlier. It also helps carry a lot to see the mid matchup, because there's some heroes where you see a puck, all of a sudden you don't want to play like Faces Voids and stuff like that because the matchup can be very difficult. Not a random example, nobody's picking Faces Void anyway. But it's nice to see your mid matchup there. So yeah, I think just overall on first pick, it makes a lot of sense. If there's like an OP mid laner, you're going to have to pick blind anyway. Might as well just do it right away. And maybe you can give your supports a better game later down the road. We have seen a lot of impact from the supports if you can get the right hero into the right game.
Yeah, maybe we will see Save go back to that Bat Rider that you were praising him for.
I do like his Bat Rider.
Now that he can't get his Muerta or his Shadow Demon.
I'm a big fan of Save line. It's not really relevant, but...
No, it is. I mean, he plays a lot of heroes. Like, pretty much the way I look at Save is like, he plays all the ranged position 4s.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't play many of the melees.
He plays Pudge.
Wow, I mean, I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, he loves Pudge. He wants Pudge to be more viable. The entire team does actually, because they can flex it, and Kataomi also wants to play it.
Finally picked
Boss
that
5
pint
Pudge.
there.
Good grief.
Good grief, because it's literally a good way to grief the game.
That's why I said it.
They go for the Tiny John, and I would assume that is going to be Nisha's response to this Invoker.
I believe so. I think the matchups, it's all right. I mean, you can kind of get that tempo going on Tiny. Almost feels like you'd prefer to see that last game, almost to an extent. Was it the Tiny? I'm getting very confused now.
Last game?
Yeah, were we wanting Tiny?
We wanted Tiny instead of Lina,
Tiny.
but Lina still
yeah,
won, so
yeah.
Didn't really matter at the end of the day here. And I think as well for BetBoom team, I think this is one way you solve your Kiyotaka issue, because I feel like in the last game, he didn't really feel like super comfortable with that last pick. It wasn't the best Lina game ever. He went for it anyway, and if he has his like set of comfort heroes, Invoker has to be that one hero that can just be picked pretty early on in the game and just be totally fine.
That's true.
Not really like messing with your draft composure too much. And yeah, well, if you were here for the last series, we have some words about this hero.
And not positive words.
No. I don't want to do it again, but let's do it again.
No, okay, I heard your take. John, what do you think? Do you think Crystal Maiden is as much of a liability as Fear believes her to be?
I think in most cases, yes. I don't think it's too amazing. It has very specific use cases, and I think what you guys rambling on about using mana regen is a big part.
Root as well, yeah.
Yeah, the root. Like, it's great if you have a very aggressive lane partner. I just don't know if it's enough to really compensate. And you're not really using the aura here. I mean, I think CM's it's viable. It's just not like, again, viable in every game. It's not the most. You know, it's a slight.
He's trying so hard.
It's very
find some positive words of encouragement.
Because I enjoy Crystal Maiden, I do, but I know it's kind of
she has
trash.
some shortcomings, especially because I think in that game we saw Pugna just do everything that CM was doing but better, and Pugna's available, and yet they still opt for the Maiden.
And let's also rewind to when they picked CM early. They lost.
I think that was implied.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if people actually knew that BetBoom played it when they lost. So their one loss so far has been.
They've played 3 games.
Well, there's a common denominator here, and that's Crystal Maiden.
It's all 5 of the heroes that they lost with.
I mean, this game's already over. Like,
oh god,
Was it the same support duo? Was it also Hoodwink CM that time?
It was Muerta CM. So even with Saves Muerta, they still lost with Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, Kiyotaka had a really rough game, so hopefully he doesn't emulate that one. But I also think like it's a lot harder to like have a bad game on Invoker than a Monkey King, because there's so many matchups that can be very difficult. And yeah, if you leave it, you know, 18 pick Alchemist, he's like, sure.
They had one Phase 2 ban, and Liquid opted to ban out the Doom, which I think is fine. But yes, then you leave Alchemist. What, would you have preferred an Alch ban over a Doom
I think
ban?
so, because like Doom doesn't really counter
What if they want to pick Morphling?
Oh, that's getting banned.
Yes, that's probably getting banned.
You're definitely.
Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't think about it. Liquid yet again are saving Mickey zeros for the end.
Yeah, and I mean, given the circumstance of the patch, I think that's a correct play. Because like I feel like if you're not picking DK, you're not picking Morph early, you're not picking Alchemist, there's no other hero that can be blind picked. Maybe Razor can be picked, but that got banned as well. Yeah. So like all the Mickey heroes that I think could be good right now, he's gonna have to dig deep into the pool here and find something, and that can be hard. It's definitely not easy, and you're going against an Alchemist who's gonna be Alacrity as well. It looks like a very scary game, but however, you are versus CM, so that is going in your favor.
I think one factor as well, it's like Miero, I don't know, for me, I associate a lot of Miero with either Mars or Doom, and I think it's more of Doom.
Yeah.
It's like, you might as well take care of that specialist in the off lane. Even though I agree with Fear, I think the Alchemist is just a little bit of a bigger threat, but Liquid having to close out for Mike does make it a bit challenging.
Do you think there's any world this last ban is not Morphling? They took out the gyrocopter.
I mean, it's straight up disrespect if it's not. I think, because it's a really good Morph game. Morph outscales Alchemist, right?
For sure.
And that's just one of the reasons why people pick Morph against these DK Alchemists. He's actually one of the few heroes that can outscale him outside of like these Terrorblades and stuff, but Terrorblade has been proven just too hard to get off the ground. It just like never does and ends up like getting to a point where you're a liability for the team. So I fully expect them to end up banning a Morph here. If not, it does look like a good pick for Liquid. As far as BetBoom team, do they just go back to Miro's Primal Beast? This is something that he also loves playing, as well as the Doom. So they're going to ban the Ursa out. Tidehunter time? Do they want more team fight?
You trying to read off of the Ursa ban?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like, they're banning for whatever they want to pick as their offlaner, right? Like, they ban the Gyro, then you ban the Enigma, right? Because, like, oh, Gyro counters Enigma. So they're kind of playing mind games here. Then you ban Ursa, and now you get the pick. So you probably are picking a melee hero for sure.
Sure.
And some of the ones that just come to mind are, like, Underlord. I mean, Sand King.
Did that come to mind?
No, because I told you, I don't think this hero is very good in the offlane.
Yeah, it fell off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of that hero in the offlane, and this just invites Morphling. It's like, please, just pick Morphling. You get to be Sand King.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a perfect Morph game. Like, this is
really
like
puzzled.
This is such an oversight, actually. Unless they have some crazy, you can still win, of course, because like Alchemist does have the fastest timing of any carry in the game, where you can just get off with like a very quick Radiance, into a quick Blink, into a quick Orchid, and then you're just dead on Morph, right? So there is that timing. Yeah, however, if you don't get to that timing quick enough, this Morphling is going to turn into Sand King. He's going to have Sandstorm. He's going to stun you. He's going to go in the middle fight. He's going to outscale you. This is like just an alley-oop, I think, for Liquid here, and a bit cocky from BetBoom team.
I mean, I wonder what's up with BetBoom on Game 2. It always feels like Game 2 is where they start to either experiment or slip up.
Start picking CM, and then they just turn the brain off for the rest of the draft.
They're like, all right, Kato, but you want to have fun? We already got one game in the bag.
Is CM that fun, though?
I find it fun. I'm a simple person.
Do you like
You're a masochist is what you are, John.
I mean, it's enjoyable. You dance. Sometimes it works. This game, probably not.
Yeah, for 0.5 seconds you dance, and then the channel gets canceled.
Yeah, in this game,
playing first Tiny, and you're just dead every time you show on the map here. But yeah, I mean, I think just looking at this game as a whole, the laning stage, Morph is kind of weak in lane. That's one advantage Sand King will have. Typically, you're going to get bullied out level 1, level 2, but you are not going to get bullied out as a Sand King versus Morph, so he'll get that, but he pays that back in spades later by turning into you and decimating your entire team. So this early game has to be so good, or Pure just has to throw everyone on his back yet again.
John, which way you leaning?
Heavily into Liquid. I like how the draft gun works together. It looks very good in the team fight. You add in a Sand King on top of a Mars and Phoenix already on hand. It feels like it's unplayable.
Which is not your Sand King.
No.
You're just stealing the Sand King. All right then, well let's see if a BetBoom team and their Game 2 Crystal Maiden experiments will work out with Cap and Avery.
Yeah, it is questionable what BetBoom did in that draft. Fear called it. Avery was calling it. He said the Morphling, it's free. Gotta ban away the Morphling. They didn't ban it away. Liquid quickly take it up. Avery, why did they do this?
I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, he did. Don't lie to the audience.
I genuinely didn't. I don't know why you're
You called the Morphling.
No, I don't know why you're gaslighting into me trying to think I said something I didn't. That was correct. Normally I would just claim credit, but you're confused.
Okay, what did you say then, huh?
I don't know. I don't think I said anything. I think you're hearing voices.
All right.
What
do you think about the Morphling?
Anything more satisfying than killing Crystal?
Oh no.
Yeah, remember that bit?
I do remember that.
I have
bit.
no faith CM can win a game, but this is pure alchemist, so maybe he'll 1v5.
You are ignoring the subject that I set
what was
up.
it?
It's the Morphling.
What about him? He's good.
Is it a free Morphling game or not?
Yes. I think every Morphling player in the world will say, I'm going to carry this game. The only thing that really catches him out is if he gets, like, Burrow Struck, bursted by Hoodwink, Sunstrike type thing. That's kind of it. As long as you don't get caught sleeping.
Well, Saberlight's going to get caught stunned. Disruption saves him a bit of that grief. Insania takes the damage, some of it anyway. Gets a pin onto Pure, not
Plus
good
2.
enough to survive. Plus 2 gold for Pure, plus the 328 of a first blood kill.
And they get 3 bounty runes. He is a wealthy man, Austin. What's he got flying out right now? Bracer plus Salve, plus 160 in the bank. This man's loaded.
Not too shabby.
That is probably worst case scenario, I think, for Liquid.
Well, worst case scenario would be 4 bounty runes, but
that spear's off the mark. I will say this Maiden Alk lane is a lane we've seen for like the last 2 years. It's probably the strongest Maiden lane, I think. Just on paper. Both how it plays out and conceptually what it can do. Because you want an aggressive carry with this hero. Alk gives you that in the early stages. And you want a carry that uses the strong lane to snowball. And Alk does that the best. So I like that combination as Liquid will strike back. Once more, the side lane brawling continues between these two teams.
yeah, they go pretty hard at it. What about the Morphling, though?
Dude, what's your obsession with Morphling? What is your point?
Why? I heard you haven't answered
What
the
is your
question.
point with the
I
Morphling,
asked
man?
2 minutes ago.
What?
Why do you think BetBoom gave up the Morphling? Because it is a very good Morphling game. Fear was calling it. Apparently you didn't see it coming.
Is this a bit? Like someone pay you to gaslight me over Morphling? Oh, so why is it a good Morphling game? Is that the whole crux of this?
No, I'm not done. Forget what I asked you.
I mean, you build damage, you hit Alk.
No, did you seriously not get my question?
What?
Oh, God.
Why'd they leave it?
Yes.
Why did they leave the Morphling?
What is BetBoom's plan against Morphling?
Because Pure's a Giga Chad, and Giga Chads don't ban what's good.
Okay.
Because they're gonna beat it.
Okay.
And you're early in the tournament. So maybe you're like, yo, I want to play my Alk against the Morph. Because I'm a Giga Chad. I'm going to show you what's up, AK.
Okay.
Right?
That's fair enough. I mean, I don't think that's the actual answer, but
I think genuinely Pure just thinks, I think this guy always thinks his game is going to be so good that he's ahead of the enemy carry by a decent margin. And I think if you are ahead with Alk versus Morphling, then the matchup isn't nearly like that.
Okay.
And he's an early Orchid buyer. He almost always goes Orchid on the Alk, which is also, I think, a pretty pivotal item in this matchup, as Fear talked about. So imagine this Alchemist has 20-minute Radiance Blink Orchid, right, approximately. If you can blink in, stun the Morph, silence him, kill him once or twice, you just win the game, I think.
Boxy in some trouble, tries to get the Lotus, does manage to get the Lotus into his inventory. Does not survive the hit from Kataomi, though.
This lane's been pretty brutal for Liquid. They're just tanking through the damage, but there's just so much early gold on this Alk, too. It's hard not to see a world in which Pure gets out of control here. It's going to be a tough Alchemist to contend with, and he has, of course, some buffs from the Invoker, extra mana from the Maiden. Got a little bit to work with here.
Kiyotaka is doing very well in the mid lane, 18 and 6.
Yeah, he's cruising. Very solid start for him. Of course, the bounty runes across the board also help with the laning here.
Miro pushing in past the tower because Morphling is kind of free farming. So he's trying his best. Can't stop the Morphling from free farming, so you just want to cut the wave, get the extra creeps off of neutraling. That'll be his jam. And it seems to be going very well for Miro. 25-2. Some of those are little kobolds and stuff, so net worth not going to be that nearly as high as what his CS is, but still good.
Be interesting to see if Liquid opt to try and stack a bit, since this offlane's going so poorly. Like, just fall back on the SD stacks and clear through them with some tiny spells and whatever.
Sania die. Oh!
He did not see the acorn.
He carried the acorn with him to a tree.
He still didn't see it. It's like, what did I die to?
Oh dear. Disruption. It's gonna have to be used at the right time here, or not. Boxy opts for Shadow Poison instead.
It loses Courier. There's more gold here going to the Alk. Dude, this Alk is... You cannot give him much more here. Like, you're on the brink of him just being completely out of control. I have to bring this Tiny up here. Can you even gank him before level 6? Seems hard. I think the move is too easy to read.
I mean, they could definitely do some sort of disruption TP play, but they will get the kill. And with the Blood Grenade, actually, if he gets the illusions... Oh, he's not using his illusion he got from the Facet. Maybe the Shadow Poison is enough? It's not.
Early raindrops on both heroes in this lane for Betboom. They were trying to gear up for the poison stacks, but... They at least get the Alk on that lane still. It's another kill into his pocket. I don't know if Pure Mind's too much here.
Sania, he was chased after save. He's going to find himself sandwiched while Nisha's in trouble. Kiyotaka not able to finish him off, but they are able to get control of the power roots and kill Insania.
He didn't take the rune.
Oh yeah, Kiyotaka didn't. What? He didn't guard top. His team was covering bottom. He could have just guarded top. Instead, Nisha's going to be able to pick up a haste rune, refill on the bottle off of that, and the bounty rune pickup. So, yeah.
He was completely off the map. Instead, he just gets double rune into being able to run around, straight back to him. Oh, he gets dispelled and he gets his mana burn. Never mind, I guess it really didn't do much here.
Unless Nisha... Okay, he didn't want to pop his soul ring there. He was too low for it. Maybe he was thinking about trying to get a toss. Obviously, he's got the crash landing plus level 3 toss. That's where most of his damage is, but
I will
seems
say,
he figured it wasn't going to be enough.
This laning phase has been dominant from Kiyotaka, though. Especially
Got him on the
Nisha goes
bushwhack. That'll be the death of Nisha, most likely, as the Avalanche can only do so much here.
Man, this is complete reversal from last game. Kiyotaka dominating the CS chart with this Invoker, pulling ahead experience and gold-wise. And you look at that network chart, that tiny position compared to the Storm last game, at least there was some hopium there for Liquid. Okay, Nisha's going to 1v5 this game. That does not exist at all here. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Mickey to really show us that Betboom should not have left that Morphling in the draft. Which, you know, poses a big question. Why did they leave it?
We'll never know. We just wish somebody had asked that question at the start of the game, but unfortunately we'll never get an answer on it.
He's even getting extra stacks here.
All right, Saberlight. Boxy really tried to force feed you that one.
Somebody stop this man.
He's just out of control.
Can't
stop this guy.
Disgusting.
Chemical Rage is about to run out. He's already healed through the spear damage,
he has
though.
Raindrop full on. Let's go back in, man. In fact, Kiyotaka
is going to help set this one up. Now, the Disruption's going to dodge some of the damage when he comes back in. See what spells Kiyotaka has left. Kateomi's trying to get close enough. Does manage to get the Frostbite. And Kiyotaka commits for the kill. Magic Wand keeps Saberlight alive. Meanwhile, Boxy's getting some big Shadow Poison stacks. Decent damage on Kiyotaka.
No mana.
Rotation that doesn't work out for the Invoker.
He really needs some resources here as
Whoa, Miro is level 6, level 7 now after getting that kill thanks to the epicenter. Meanwhile, the dive still happening in top lane. Can Liquid do anything to stop this?
No.
Where is the Tiny?
He is walking.
He is slowly trundling his way up to the top lane. Nisha, see if he can get a rebuttal kill off of this one.
I don't think he has the damage anyway. What an early game disaster for Liquid.
What, Boxy still needs help? Guys, the Kiyotaka Invoker behind you. Somebody stop this man. He's trying to kill the supports out here. All right, he is going to die for it.
They get something out of this. That is a consolation prize.
And Insania needed that kill really badly. He is low level on a Phoenix.
Yeah, they need a lot here. I mean, the Morphline's free farming. That's like the one factor here while all this is happening. Yeah, Mickey has a completely free lane. He's making the most of it. But we saw Miro get the kill in the 1-on-2, adding insult to injury, and you were looking at this Alchemist position. To me, it's not even about the Alch Morph. It's this Alch versus the two playmakers for Liquid in the Mars and the Tiny, who are so far behind. How are you ever going to get some aggressive action going on the map to slow down this farm? And Kiyotaka is continuing to just elite Nisha's resources.
I mean, Boxy's getting really good timings on these disruptions. But it seems like, okay, they are going to be able to get Katomi off the arena. Heavy commitment just to kill a 5 position. Meanwhile, Insania is playing like he's got Supernova.
And he doesn't.
Spoiler alert, he does not. Almost gets the kill on save, though. Does manage to get it, thanks to Nisha getting both the toss, crash landing, and the tree toss throw.
Well, that was kind of worth, actually.
Kind of was.
You'll take anything here. Lincoln's first for the Morph, too. I mean, great Lincoln's game for him. Gonna lack a little more early damage, though. You're just playing for the scale at this point for Liquid. Your ability to slow down Betboom's timings is pretty much gone. So you got to just kind of play defensive, farm up, let Betboom go into you, get this egg online. You can find another quick kill here. This is very far up for Kiyotaka.
He does not have Arena, but Sableye still gonna try for the spear, rushes it, and misses the cliff as a result.
It's a big kill to miss. Bringing 4 heroes, you don't find anything. This Invoker's just gonna heal straight back up, continue to pressure in this mid tower. And your boy, Mr. Greevilscreed, is farming it up.
7,500 net worth at 11.5 minutes in. He is going to have a 12-minute radiance.
Yep.
Kiyotaka chasing, hit the tornado on Nisha. Nisha hoping that the disruption can be here in time. Boxy ready to go to use it. Oh, Soul Ring. Now he disrupts the Invoker. Nisha's going to start backing away. Kiyotaka making a run for it, though. Oh, he got out of vision. Managed to hit his magic wand. Zania's going to chase after him, dropping the Sentry. Managed to get hit by the Hoodwink ult there. Tornado countered by Mickey. Does throw it up on a Kiyotaka. None of it's enough damage, though. A toss over. Nisha, he's going to be hit by Miro off the Burrow Strike. A Bushwhack on 2. Tornado EMP to follow it up. Oh, Liquid's getting worked in this one. Triple kill for Miro. Give him an Ultra. Yeah.
Oh, that is some juicy farm for the offlaner here on the side of Betboom, as, like you said, Kiyotaka absolutely gave him the moves there. Just baits him in. You think I'm overextending? No.
No.
I know exactly what I'm doing. Actually, probably overextended, but Liquid were unable to capitalize.
Liquid's just so poor from this laning phase that they didn't have the damage.
They're so far behind,
They still don't have Supernova, man. If they just got the Invoker kill, he gets level 6 off of that. Yep. And then they have Supernova in the middle of this fight.
Or if mid lane went better for Nisha, has more resources.
Yep.
He can just stay in the fight and toss someone on Kiyotaka. There's so many these little things compounding in this game, and that is why the early advantage matters so much at the pro level. And Betboom are, well, they are making the most of it. A defensive arena. Kiyotaka has been a menace this game. His first pick Invoker, by the way. Right? Liquid had their choice of what to do to deal with him.
Doing some work on it.
This is the Kiyotaka I think people have wanted to see. Like, have a good laning phase, run around the map, create the chaos. Pure has a free game. That's when this team is the scariest.
Playing his best hero. It's when he's going to shine.
Yeah, he has over 1,400 games on this hero, I think.
Gee.
If I'm not mistaken, close to 1,500. That is a ridiculous number.
That is, yeah. It's pretty bonkers.
structures
This is, I believe, his 99th Invoker professional match.
Radiant's bottom tower
Which is also
So he's
pretty
closing
high.
in on 100. And yeah, you're right. 1459 pub matches of Invoker.
There's that Hoodwink Bird.
Again, Boxy with the well-timed disruption, but again, it feels like Liquid is just too weak to take the fight despite the plays. They're still trying for it, but they seem outnumbered and outgunned, running out of resources. And Mickey, who is supposed to have a free game of a Morphling, has died 2 times in a row now.
Even looking for Saberlight top. Good Spear should buy him some space, but...
Can he
space
hit
for
the
what,
tornado? Got him! That's going to set up the unstable concoction, and he will die as well.
Dude, this game is just over, right? I mean, what... I don't like to call games early, but this is a absolute shellacking.
It's a big old shellacking, for sure.
Just nothing worked in this draft for Liquid. That mid matchup did not go Nisha's way. The side lanes were rough and tumble. It goes back to that bounty rune fight. Cannot give Alchemist, 1350 starting net worth before the lanes hit. And expect things to go well. It's not going to go well for you.
Especially when your lanes are already not the best. Like, the mid matchup is already going to be bad for Nisha.
Well, it should be okay, right? I mean, they picked this tiny into Invoker with the idea, I think, you can match the CS battle a little bit. You're going to get your resources drained.
Yeah, isn't that the biggest problem for Tiny? He needs that resources to be an effective hero. Kantomi's doing a, tornado!
Oh, man.
Right as they went for it. They still have a supernova play, and Zini actually got his mana burned, so never mind on that. The spear goes through. Nisha, low, and gets off a toss. Kiyotaka's going to get quite low there, but it looks like Liquid are getting burned out on 2. Pure has a blink dagger. He is jumping into the middle of Liquid. 3 dead. Nobody dies on the side of Bedboom. They get the mid tower. They have total control of the mid lane. This time, they have emphatically taken over. Whereas last time, it was just a back-and-forth battle non-stop over the mid lane.
I was thinking 20-minute blink Radiance Orchid on Alk was optimistic.
No, he's
going to have it
gonna
here
get that.
in the next inning if he wants it. Man.
And Saberlight will find that, miss spear. That's kind of awkward because Nisha was coming in too. They needed that extra damage. They're going to be able to get the kill on the Crystal Maiden, but they can punish for more here. A Burrow Strike from the Morphling. Nice EMP though. Got off a toss though towards the end. Miro is going to die.
Okay, big kills. A lot of gold on these streaks.
And still an Avalanche up with a Burrow Strike. Chain stun onto Kiyotaka. If they can get this kill, it'll be worth so much. Does Nisha survive? He does. Survives through the tornado. 4 dead. Liquid just bouncing back like it ain't no thing, like they weren't down 12,000 net worth at 17 minutes. They just turned the whole game around in a big old chunk.
I mean, they absolutely needed that. This is a game you were about to GG out of. Now you got a breath of life. Blink Dagger on the Tiny, getting some work done, tossing these heroes in. And the biggest factor there is Pure cannot get to that fight. He TP'd bottom, Liquid know it, so they take the 5v4 top without the strongest hero on the map. That's what starts this entire sequence off, and just some super good targeting and spellcasting from Liquid to get the job done. Yeah, you're getting a bit controlled here from the Sand King Invoker, but you have time to play with because Pure is not going to come in and clean you up. He is here now.
Do you really want to go for this kill? They've got the Supernova inside the arena. Pure, he's walking away, and the Freezing Field will kill Saberlight instead. Too hard of a kill to go for, it seems. Didn't have enough in the tank. Liquid lacking the disables to keep him underneath the exploding sun.
I mean, he already has BKB done too, so.
Yikes. Boxy blinking in deeper. He will very, very likely die here, though the Acorn Shot doesn't track him. So he'll stay out of sight for a decent ways, and maybe they'll just give up on the chase.
I mean, the downside for Liquid is Boxy actually got 2 of the big streak kills in that fight. Well, that's a big pick off. A lot of net worth on that courier. I don't know if Liquid would want Boxy getting all that gold. But
Nisha goes the other way. Playing underneath this ward somehow. he manages to just line it up, staying away from the Alchemist that was getting behind him, away from the Invoker that was behind him.
He wants the Hoodwink here.
And goes not for the Hoodwink.
Okay,
You lied to me.
Well, I wouldn't say it was a lie. Different interpretation.
I trusted you.
I don't know why. Why would you ever do that? That's on you, brother.
Burrow Strike, Sunstrike. Now Save gonna come in with the finishing blow.
So yeah, that was a great team fight for Liquid top, but they are still in big trouble. And the gold continues to just pour in for Pure. Dude, he's gonna have a 20-minute Orchid Blink Radiance BKB.
He's one whole item ahead of your timing.
All right, this is a big attempt, if they're even attempting. There's Poke.
Yeah, they're just trying to get a... They actually could kill him.
Yeah, this is...
If they just had a third hero, Supernova's gonna go off. Pure still has his BKB going. Mickey dies, and Pure is getting away. They can't walk through the Sandstorm, not with the Bloodstone going out, and this is trouble. Another freezing field that is ruining Saberlight's day as he's slowed down, pulled back in by the Bushwhack too. Nisha can't get anything done. His combinations don't actually one-shot the supports.
Dude, that was sick, actually. The back side of that fight, I don't know if we saw it on the cam, but I'm convinced that Save passed Pure salves. He subbed the Salvin, salved up, and survived the 4 poison stacks.
Really?
That actually would have killed him.
Nisha trying to get away from this ice wall. The Bushwhack pulls him back under the spot long enough that Miro can come in and collect. Sand King is too tough to fight into for Liquid now. Every single time he shows up, he's got Bloodstone.
Yeah,
and
he's
big old Sandstorm, so...
I mean, he got that Ultra kill earlier, so... Miro's also had a fantastic game here. Did lose items on the Courier, but he's cruising.
2,000 net worth up on the Morphling. And then 5,700 ahead of him is Pure's Alchemist. They get the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. I assume they're going to get this tower and the Tormentor as well. So that's just going to increase their net worth lead even further. Boxy doesn't want to let them have it, but not sure if he has a choice in the matter. One thing to keep an eye on, Pure can still do the Radiance trick on Disruption, right?
Didn't do it there.
I mean, Liquid, they need something to... Oh, whoa, Boxy!
Is that...
Used as ammunition, Pure ignores the Shadow Demon, blinks forward onto Liquid.
Was that intentional?
It 100% was. He was trying to get the last hit on the Tormentor, I assume.
That was pretty early, though.
I mean, what else was he trying to toss? He only had the trees and Boxy.
Here, Boxy, you go get him, bro. Yo, what happened, man? You didn't kill them all.
Nisha's living the good life.
You'll find out what I'm going to do to you later. Oh, it's just Bloodthorn. Why not?
Won't have damage issues, that's for sure. Nope. This Morphling is not going to be a happy camper. We are seeing what you talked about if you're just ahead enough on the Alchemist. Disruption goes out, baiting out heroes. Bushwhack still lands after the disruption. These disruption saves, Boxy's hit a lot of them. Problem is, it's usually just setting up some EMP or some Sandstorm Burrow Strike, or in this case, a Bushwhack.
You just can't linger around these towers. The team's way too aggressive. They're not just going to let you sit there and get the free pokes.
And you know, Pure, he's going to do that thing he does.
End the game?
End the game.
Yeah, he's quite good at that.
Liquid, we're going to try and not let him end the game. I assume somebody's going to cut the mid-wave Saberlight. You going to do that? Brother?
It's been a rough series for Liquid overall.
I told you, man. Did I call it or what?
What? Did you?
Yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
said I was all in on Bet Boom.
Oh.
They were going to 2-0 Liquid because a number of reasons. Liquid not looking so hot lately. They always start group stages slow. They're also playing a late night game, which they always complain and say that it's causes them problems.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's a lot of problems.
Yeah. They got to fix that stuff. I think they need like
They need another coach.
They need another coach to
Yeah,
figure
they
out
do.
this
Yeah, I was just
nighttime
thinking that.
situation. You
Yeah,
know,
they need a fourth coach.
they need a
Temporal
performance coach.
Oh, okay.
Pure finally takes that tier 2. Had to use BKB for it, but it's all good. They immediately smoke up as the AC arise for Pure. Roshan is up. I assume they are going to smoke up to the north side of the map. Oh, found it a little amp damage.
Maybe they should get like a sleep coach too.
Yeah.
Just so he can focus on that, so his attention isn't split between that and the other performance issues, right? And then
Yeah.
he can help deal with the jet lag and that stuff. And in fact, the sleep coach could then help the other coaches.
Right. Optimizing their sleeping on the coaches.
And that's just coach-on-coach performance enhancement.
Right.
And then you want a coach to handle that.
Right. You want a coach who
Yeah,
coaches
exactly.
the other coaches on
'Cause-
how to coach better.
Right. Otherwise, you're just not. I mean, otherwise it's stupid. You're just not taking advantage of the coach-on-coach.
Right. When you have so many coaches, if you
exponential
get a
growth.
coach, say that coach is giving every coach like an extra 5% on their coaches. Well, if you've got 5 coaches,
It's like you get a free coach.
that's 25% of a coach right there.
Yeah. It's like you added me to your roster for free.
High ground push incoming from Bet Boom with a 23,000 net worth lead. Yep, thank you. Thank you, production. They're all in on the coach meet. I thought they were going to go high ground. They kind of are going high ground, just without Pure.
I mean, you have to think about the toss back still. Like, that is a comeback mechanism here.
Yeah, and if Pure isn't here, that toss back could be all the more devastating.
Surprised they didn't go for it there. You're not going to have too many opportunities. Like, there's no Aegis on this Invoker. No BKB.
Media BKB going to be used. Arena goes out. There's a lot of heroes inside of it, and the Supernova is well placed. This Supernova is going to go off. Now, Pure with his BKB is able to walk out of the arena. The stun hits on a save, but they just really can't quite commit. They got 1 kill. Liquid's happy with that. They don't want to throw it away by just pushing into the Sand King. Again, the Sand King is spooky.
Yes. Especially if you don't have BKBs, which they don't have, right? The Invoker is the susceptible burst target here for Liquid, though. And again, I'm surprised Kiyotaka was playing that far up, because you have 2 frontline cores that can do that for you. And
Yeah,
you are
but
not
he's-
the hero that wants to get jumped here.
Kiyotaka is the frontline player.
Exactly, but I mean, I'm not surprised because it's him, but I'm surprised conceptually. Because I think that's the one hero that Liquid will go on every time. He's very killable, very versatile.
So you're surprised on paper.
Yes.
Middle tower has fallen.
But actually, I have a emotions coach now. So I'm not too surprised that he helps moderate my emotional output.
Right. Well, I moderate. I thought it would be the opposite. I thought it would be trying to get you to emote more.
No, that's a different
You're
coach.
usually pretty...
I know, I'm a pretty animated guy, so.
Yeah.
Foxy's like, I'm out of here now.
Yeah, the
Good luck,
moment
bro.
any enemy... Oh, look, there's the freezing field. Saberlight doesn't have a TP, so...
You know what this is? This is like one of those haunted houses. Just every corner Saberlight goes around, there's someone else there that he has to deal with.
Boxy just denied 3 wisdom runes. I don't know what the hell that was.
Is that a bug?
There's no way there was 3 wisdom runes sitting there.
That's got to be some visual bug or something.
Yeah. But he might have denied 1 wisdom. I don't know how he denied it. Does he have a shovel? Did he do it with the kobold?
Oh, did he kill all of Dyer's wisdom runes that were just sitting there from the whole game?
I think there's no way the 14, 21, and 28 minute...
I mean, it had to be it, right?
What
Bedroom probably haven't been there. When have they been there the whole game?
How did he do it, though?
An illusion or something?
Well, it wasn't with his disruption illusions, I don't think. They can't make it that far.
Wait, Pure died.
Well, that's not good.
What? Wait, what?
Morphling did 1,520 damage to Alchemist.
You shredded him.
Apparently, they don't need Pure. Take the team fight anyway. Kiyotaka's kind of wishing he had Pure, though. They're going to go after the Sand King. The Sand King is hard to kill. The Bloodstone goes out. Zoda's pipe. Mickey almost beats him to a pulp, but the final hit, it was a low ground miss. Those disruption illusions are doing some decent work as well. They do manage to take away the Aegis from Kiyotaka.
Can they get him? No, there's no way they stay around.
They can't commit.
Oh,
No.
if you get that Sand King kill, you're super happy with that exchange. I mean, you will absolutely take Pure here. Who just got caught off guard.
Okay, who's...
We'll see the replay.
They lost their gem, it looks like. Yeah,
purged up and bursted. Underestimating the single target burst here in this matchup.
That is really weird because he's facing up against a Shadow Demon. BKB is not, you know, free. You just get demonic purged.
Yeah, it's not. He can't just run in the fight for free. As strong as he is.
Can they kill this Phoenix? No Supernova. They do manage to get it, but now Demonic Purge is going to go off again. Immediate buyback. They are committed to try and kill Pure a second time. Mickey's not sure about it because this freezing field is slowing him down so much. Look at Sableye. He was trying to get to the other side, but Pure, he's healed up a decent amount. He's going for the kill onto Nisha. Glimmer Cape goes out. Lost sight of him. Nisha disappears into the night. Mickey almost got bursted there by the supports.
They got to reset.
Popped his Manta. They start backing away. He's caught sight of Saberlight. Thanks to the Sunstrike. Managed to get him, and thanks to the Orchid put on Nisha. Nisha could do nothing to stall that.
Yeah, really nice small heads-up play there. Get the vision, get the stun, Orchid the tiny. Get that quick pickup at the end of the fight, though. That fight was very chaotic. We'll finish the Bloodthorn here for the Owl. Team is on the brink for Liquid, but it's not done if they can somehow manage to find some kills with this Morphling.
They got Disruption. What disables do they have after the Disruption? None. But again, this Bloodthorn just keeps on being put on Nisha, trying to stop these tossbacks. Nisha was looking for it there.
Yeah, if you can toss someone back in the Demonic Purge, it's a pretty nasty combination. Can't Force Staff out. You just have to have BKBs up, and even then, it's not helping with the Purge. So as long as Mickey can deal the deeps, you're pretty happy with that sort of situation if you're Liquid. You are bleeding out net worth here. What else are you supposed to do in this type of game? Kiyotaka continues the hunt.
Mickey should know about this. He's got
That
the debuff
courier.
on him. Careful your courier there. Saberlight gonna try and jump on this one. Got him! No BKB, but the Burrow Strike! That comes in, stopping Mickey's damage, and Kiyotaka is able to get away. Supernova does manage to go off Pure with this Chemical Rage. Will manage to dice up that egg pretty quickly. Turns and now goes for Nisha. Boy, this Alchemist is not to be trifled with. If he's got Chemical Rage, now the Epicenter to jump in. Burrow Strike, finish off 2 cores. Miro comes in hot with 3 kills. Mickey all the way back to the fountain with the Bloodthorn. Oh, got him on the Bushwhack after the Manta too. That is a team wipe, and Bet Boom will end the game.
Chop him up and end this series quick. He had business to take care of in this series. He definitely took care of it. I mean, his KDA was... What did he end this series 27-3 or something combined?
Yeah, he had some crazy high KDA.
His headset's already off. He's like, I'm not going to wait for the GG. Throne's dead. I don't have to buy Divine. That's an easy game in my book. Man, cleans him up. Rough series for Liquid. They even got that Morphling pick that everybody felt was really good, but when you get outlane, outpaced, out-tempoed, and the enemy has Alchemist to take advantage of all that, it almost doesn't matter what heroes you have, you're just going to lose that game. This was already rough by, I think, the 5-minute mark. It got really rough by the 10-minute mark, and by probably the 15 and 20, it was just a done deal. Yeah, you had some nice comeback fights. I mean, Liquid honestly did better than I think a lot of teams would have in that situation, showing their merit in the team fight combinations, but what are you supposed to do at that point? Your chances to win are so slim. You're really relying on Bet Boom to throw at that point, and yeah, they throw a little bit, not that much.
Nope, Liquid got to figure things out fast while Bet Boom Smooth sailing here for day one.
And they're sailing off of a Kiyotaka Invoker Rise to Glory and Kata Omi Crystal Maiden redeemed. Fear in shambles. Eat your words, Fear.
I still don't think CM's that good, but
Oh, no.
Kiyotaka, however,
Okay.
he played incredibly well.
I'll take
this
it.
game. This is his redemption game. The first 3 games, they were a bit rough, let's be honest, right? He didn't have the greatest laning stage, didn't have the greatest mid game, and honestly didn't have the best hero picks either.
Yeah.
But going into this one, he picked Invoker, very stable first phase hero, and he delivered. He destroyed Nisha in that middle lane, and that's something that we need to see from Kiyotaka moving forward. I'm just hoping this isn't like a one-trick pony type of thing where he's got to get his Invoker to be able to have performances like this, where his hero pool is a little bit too niche for the later picks, because of course you're just going to ban it later on. His Invokers look good both times he's played it, but he played out of his mind on this one for sure.
Yeah, again, like repairing really well from that last game. I was a little bit more surprised by how rough it was for Nisha. I don't expect that tiny lane to be as dominant as it is for Kiyotaka in this game. It felt like maybe things just weren't connecting. I have no clue, but I don't expect the Tiny to lose that matchup.
I mean, it can really snowball because, like, you do have the Facet on Invoker Mastermind, I think it's called. If you get a couple early denies, it kind of can snowball out of control. And Kiyotaka, he's a really good Invoker player, and I think he just probably out-CS'd him the first couple waves here, got that big advantage and snowballed it throughout the entirety of the game. A lot of great plays by him. Also, you know, the Crystal Maiden did cast a lot of spells this game.
I noticed that.
I mean, I think when you are playing these games that are very skirmishy, right, and they aren't necessarily built around being team fight versus team fight, smoking into smoking like 5-mans into the late game, this hero really excels. And that's when I talked about the early game needing to be really good, because they played the game that Crystal Maiden likes to play. CM doesn't want to play these big team fights. He wants to play the games where you're taking like some 3v3s, you know, some 4v4s maybe. But when you're in a situation where every hero's online, they got blink daggers, initiations happen, BKBs go off, then CM really struggles. But Liquid are too poor to really get those items early on into the game. The CM bullied not only the Mars in the off lane, but the mid lane got bullied too. So this game went picture perfect for BetBoom.
I think it also kind of ties into Pure's Facet choice, right? Like, not early on, of course, but going Mixologist allows you to just constantly just go for those chases. CM's a hero, like you said, skirmishy, and you can also utilize the extra mana on the Alchemist. I think you got a lot more value than you'd expect because of that Facet choice as well.
And the choices that Liquid had to cancel a freezing field were all very expensive stuns that you can't be like, oh, let's just get rid of that channel and worry about other stuff. It was like, spear, I need to land this spear on an important target. I can't just use it to cancel. And avalanche also, you can't waste a stun or a toss on that. So she was able to get away with a lot more in this game than she typically would be able to.
Yeah, and I think just the positioning game really helped her with that. And he is a very good Crystal Maiden player, because a really good CM player kind of like keeps track in their head what spells are on cooldown. He'll just wait until, you know, Avalanche is used, Spear is used. Then you can walk in and use your ultimate when I hear like Morph or something. So yeah, I mean, it was a game that had to go well for BetBoom in the early game, but they made it work, and they definitely had good rotations as well. I want to say just overall all over the map. I do think Liquid though, Mickey didn't play bad. He just didn't have anything to do in the game, because Saberlight had a bad game, Nisha had a bad game, and I wanted to be like, oh, Mickey, he doesn't have a good hero for this patch, but he played a good Morphling. Fortunately, this game, his team just did not give him a game. He was not able to enter these fights whatsoever, so it felt a little bad for him on that regard.
And on the other side of the coin, it seems like Pure is still continuing his reign as perhaps the best active carry playing right now in Dota. So we had Mike take a chance to speak with him after this interview.
We're here with Pure. Pure, congratulations on your 2-0 victory. So how the hell are you doing?
I mean, we're doing all right. We're kind of low energy today, but it is what it is. You know, still winning, 3-1, good score. I mean, could be better, could be 4-0, but I guess not our day.
It didn't look like low energy to me, Pure. You're literally fountain diving in game number 2. Can I ask you about the draft? You guys got to pick Alchemist pretty deep into the draft for game number 2. Were you guys surprised Liquid allowed that hero to go all the way through?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Like, they bumped Doom, didn't pick Ouch. I mean, I'm not gonna help them, but it didn't look good, you know.
That's fair enough. Our panel has been discussing Crystal Maiden a little bit. I want to ask you about Crystal Maiden. Do you enjoy laning with that hero, or is it just a specialty pick for Kiyotaka?
Why for Kiyotaka?
Oh, sorry, Kata Omi. My apologies.
I mean, Kiyotaka is a good Crystal Maiden player, so so I think he's good on it. Like, I mean, he's playing good on it. You know, our laning stage is finally fine. I'm happy. You know, cool, doing good, feeling great.
All right, one last question. How are you enjoying Thailand?
I mean, it's my second hometown.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much for the interview, Pure, and congratulations on your 2-0 victory. Thank you.
Is it actually? Because now I've been deceived because for Spirit, Satanic, he used to live in Vietnam, and so I don't know if Pure actually, he's probably messing with me.
I don't know.
There's no way Thailand is his second home.
I can see it somehow.
I can kind of see it. That's
Like
why I'm a
deep
little
lore.
bit thrown. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want Mike to do every interview.
Yeah, I think it's
So
over
good.
for me now because Mike has found his true calling.
Apparently.
But I get to join the American All-Star panel.
We're happy to adopt you.
Yeah.
You're our Yopaj, John.
Thank you. I will gladly accept that for sure.
That's high praise, Sam.
And you also had some praise to share for our Acer Predator head-to-head, isn't that right, Fear?
Oh, yes, of course.
Share the
Kiyotaka,
praise.
I mean, so I was pretty hard critic on him earlier today.
Yep.
First 3 games. Some of them deserve, actually all of them deserve, but this one he also deserves praise.
Okay,
He
good.
had such a good game. Look at this scoreline, 13, 3, and 13. A lot of 3s in there.
Palindromic.
And a lot of this had to do with the laning stage and how he shut down Nisha. And Nisha won 6 and 7, very uncharacteristic of him in particular. Normally you think of Nisha and Liquid, he's the guy carrying the game. But Kiyotaka, he's the guy shutting down the MVP, the star player for Liquid, getting them the W. So Kiyotaka, hats off. Started off slow, but he finished this series off with a bang.
Nice. Thank you, Fear. It's about time. Because ultimately, you're just seeing if good Dota is being played. It doesn't matter who it's being played by. And if you make a return to glory, do a good performance, you get praise from Dad.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like that Fear's just wanting the best out of all of his kids.
Exactly.
He's old enough that all of us are his kids.
True.
And I feel the praise coming through because while Pure may say, yes, we could have done better, I think a 3-1 performance is still pretty damn good because they are closing out this day. They are at the top of the group. And actually, I hadn't noticed it. Top of the group A is Falcons, which is also 3-1. Shopify Rebellion's 3-1.
Damn right.
I did not see that one coming. They had split against Boom, and then they beat Na'Vi, so the top dogs are still remaining.
Never underestimate Bulba at day 1 and 2.
I thought I always underestimate him, and then like day 3 and 4 of group stages when he starts to... I thought EG always had slow group stages.
No, not always. Typically, they have like really good strategies.
Yeah.
They win, and then this is when EG was like good, right?
Yes.
And then later on, they get discovered in that top 3 area. So the strategies always are strong to begin with, but then they taper off and get figured out.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Well, they were punching in the numbers momentarily. I don't know if we can take a look at the group standings right here. It's gonna come up. It's gonna be like a zoop. There we go. All right, Group A. You can see indeed that Falcons and Shopify Rebellion are 3-1. So Shopify, like I said, they played against Na'Vi and Boom. They split against Boom, but they 2-0'd Na'Vi. And Falcons, they played up against Spirit, that they got a 2-0 against, and then they got a 1-1 split against Avalis. And Boom and Avalis are middle of the pack along with Team Spirit. And Na'Vi, unfortunately, 0-4. If you didn't catch it, it was the Eastern European qualifying team PuckChamp that has been now signed to Na'Vi, and they are unfortunately 0-4 as a result of playing against Spirit and Shopify Rebellion. That's Group A. Let's take a look at Group B, which has now fully concluded because all the other series have finished, and it has Parivision at the top of the charts with a 3-1 score, along with BetBoom Team. Nigma Galaxy are tying things up as they split both of their series, as did Gaozu, and Beast Coast and Liquid, unfortunately, only picked up 1 win out of their 4 games.
It's kind of like classic Liquid for me, right? Like some tournament starts in the past year or two, actually, it feels like their group stage day one has kind of gone pretty bad. So I'd say this is still par for the course if you're a Liquid fan. There's always.
Do they recover from those though?
Yeah, no, they do.
They do? Okay.
As long as it's not Dream League.
Yeah, I remember the Dream League ones.
No, Dream Leagues they do not recover from.
Okay.
But most lands they recover from.
All right. I mean, I believe, but they're in a really bad spot just looking at it's, 2-game series, right? They're 1 and 3.
Okay, if
and all the teams that they're playing right now are good, and I imagine them taking at least a game off of them, so it's pretty scary territory, honestly.
If Mickey had to pub one hero for tonight, what would you tell him to do?
Alchemist.
Alchemist.
That one's a no-brainer.
I think it's a no-brainer.
And even Pure is like, they banned Doom, and they don't take Alchemist? What are they doing?
Hopefully they find the answer to that tomorrow, because there are more games tomorrow on 3 separate streams. Our Storm stream is going to start the day off with Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons, then Team Spirit taking on Shopify Rebellion. Second half of the day is going to have a Beast Coast doubleheader, first off against Gaozu, and second off against BetBoom team. That's the Storm stream. We can take a look at the Ember stream games. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Boom. Then it's going to be Na'Vi versus Avalis. Then Parivision taking on Liquid. And last will be Gaozu versus Parivision. But here on the main stream, we're going to be starting things off with Spirit versus Avalis. Then second series of the day will be Boom versus Falcons. And then our shift gets a Nigma doubleheader. It's Nigma versus a BetBoom team. And then ye old 2017 Liquid versus modern 2024 Liquid. It's Liquid versus Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool day for us tomorrow. I'm excited to have a Boom game on the stream. I'm sure Winter would be excited as well because he can't keep it in. But it's going to be a good time. We've got some C action, It's fun.
And you said that you were optimistic for C, right? They're your dark horses. Darkest possible horse.
No, I mean, they're my dark horse. I'm not optimistic.
Oh, I see.
But I think if there's anyone you're not expecting to win,
is that what a dark horse is?
Yeah, no, you're still rooting for a dark horse, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean...
A dark horse is a team that you think is going to do well, but isn't, very popular.
Yeah, they're shrouded in the shadows.
Okay.
You're looking at the racehorses, and there's that one in the corner that you're like, I think that one's got it. And you're saying Boom is that for you?
I mix up the term with sick horse.
Oh, okay, I say. This is the one that we're going to have to take out back and make glue out of.
But hey, look, with their standings right now, Shopify, right, doing well.
3-1.
And Falcons, it's...
Are we fully adopting Shopify as being a C team now?
No, they're NA.
They're definitely not NA.
They're whatever region is convenient for the narrative.
Both. It's both.
They can be either European or C, but they're not American.
No,
I
look.
draw the line there.
We can't make light of the melting pot, identity. It's like those first generation Filipino kids born. They get confused, but they're still American.
That's true.
That's Yopaj right now.
Yeah.
He's American now, or Canadian, whichever it may be.
We'll gladly take him.
We'll gladly take it. And we'll gladly take all of your presents tomorrow, friends, because it's just day number 1 of ESL One Bangkok 2024 group stage. We'll see you for more group stage action tomorrow.
Look at Satanic.
Yeah.
He spots Malrine. There's
Whose
Snake
gem
King.
was that? Did he just... They just dropped that gem?
Oh, Snake King, no! Not like this. Move in immediately, jump forward, blink in. Ricky's in trouble. Do they have enough yet? Look at that combo!
Dude.
Oh, and the pulverize! Malrine is off to the side. Can they get onto this sniper?
Got them right where they want them.
As long as they're not out in 20 minutes, we'll see if they have how does the next couple of minutes work out, do you think?
Okay, well, what are we going to do? The Aegis? I'm definitely not dealing with tech issues there, but that would be crazy.
Standing up in the Falcon's nest, they say, don't enter a Falcon's nest when the owner beat him, and now Rain's playing a pub, so what am I supposed to do here? I gotta be quiet.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Don't misclick!
Oh! And he died! Oh my God! You can't not make this up! They're losing everybody!
Everyone's having pump
They're
flashbacks.
all going down! Snake King's also gonna die! What the hell just happened? They had just won this game and now they've lost? This is the spike.
That's right, Cheever.
Crit.
Oh, yeah, nice.
There.
Oh!
Jeez.
All right.
Puts on sunglasses. We're going kinetic. I think it makes the game very, very difficult to play.
Almost. That's why I said all.
Weaver.
We tend to coast it. That's what
Look at your rack sphere.
Those are Forge Spirits.
Those are dead.
Those
The
are
other
Forge
summons.
Spirits.
He's a summon
He
hero
has
now.
the summons the whole time. Carlos, he's just sucking away in
Two
the
in a row.
corner. They can't do anything about him. To Carlos. He just keeps going.
It doesn't end.
What is going on, actually? He's committed
This
now,
is
right?
the best carry player in the world right here.
He's actually committed.
Coach. Say that coach is giving every coach like an extra 5% on their coaches. Well, if you've got 5 coaches,
You get a free coach.
that's 25% of a coach right there.
That's right, Cheever.
That's right, Cheever. That's right, Cheever.